Chapter 1: The Pact at the Platform of Life and Death. In the luminous realm, at the grand hall of the Lan Song sect, a tattered stretcher lay horizontally at the center of the hall. A severely injured youth, with all his bones shattered, lay helplessly upon it, barely clinging to life. He was Jiang Changkong, the chief disciple of the Lan Song sect. Today, I hereby announce that from this moment forth, Jiang Changkong shall be stripped of his position as the chief disciple. Yi Chenghuan will take his place. An elderly man clad in golden robes cast a glance at Jiang Changkong as he proclaimed this before the assembly. He was Feng Songyun, the grand elder of the Lan Song sect, and behind him stood a strikingly handsome youth, his face adorned with a smug expression. Yi Chenghuan. Seated on either side were the various elders of the Lan Song sect and their attendants. Almost immediately after Feng Songyun finished speaking, they nodded in agreement, as if they had prearranged this decision. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. At that moment, a sharp voice rang out within the hall. Why? The crowd turned to see a young girl, who appeared to be around 17 or 18, standing outside the hall, her graceful figure emanating an extraordinary poise. She looked with deep concern at Jiang Changkong on the stretcher. Sizzle. At the same time, wisps of uncontrolled flames leapt from her body, only to be swiftly drawn back within. Sangyue, do not be disrespectful. This matter is the conclusion of our collective deliberation. The fire seed within you has yet to fully merge with your essence. Return at once to cultivate and refine it, and cease your reckless wandering. An elderly woman suddenly rose and scolded the girl. Sangyue did not heed her words. Instead, her voice grew more agitated as she pressed. Why? What do you mean, why? Does the sect's decision not require any justification? Feng Songyun shot Sangyue an irritable glance, his displeasure palpable. Junior brother Changkong has grown up within the sect, ascending to the position of chief disciple before the age of 12, setting a record for our Lan Song sect. In the subsequent 3 years, he has represented us, sweeping away various formidable forces and dispelling the shadows that have loomed over us for a century. Even the fire seed within me was procured through his arduous efforts in the fiery abyss. How can you strip away such a loyal and devoted individual without a shred of reason? Song Tse wished to say more, but was firmly restrained by Liu Yu, rendered utterly immobile. Ah, what a decisive conclusion. This is the price for which I, Jiang Changkong, have exchanged my life. Jiang Changkong suddenly rose, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, seething with rage. Seeing Jiang Changkong spring up, Sangyue rushed forward, her eyes brimming with concern. Changkong shitty, are you all right? Forgive me for causing my senior sister worry. I am quite well now. Jiang Changkong replied with a smile, nodding at Sangyue. She was the only one present who stood by his side, even willing to risk punishment from Feng Songyun to speak up for him. You worthless fool! How are you still alive? Yi Chenghuan exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Jiang Changkong. In his eyes, given the severity of Jiang Changkong's injuries, death was inevitable. To say the least, even if he survived, he would surely be left crippled. Mind your tongue. Do not presume that your association with a grand elder grants you the liberty to be arrogant. Should you speak ill of me again, I shall take your life. Jiang Changkong shot a cold glare at Yi Chenghuan, his words laced with lethal intent. A young man suddenly burst forth from the hall, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Changkong, seething with anger. Jiang Changkong, you dare threaten my brother? Be aware that my brother is now the chief disciple of Lan Song's sect. Your actions just now are a gross act of insubordination, and I could kill you on the spot. He was Yi Chenghuan's younger brother, Yi Chengfei, at the 5th tier of the body refinement realm. Before he could finish speaking, whoosh, Jiang Changkong suddenly flickered, instantly appearing before Yi Chenghuan, delivering a powerful slap. His speed was so swift that Yi Chenghuan had not even comprehended it before the blow struck. Slap! A crisp sound echoed through the air. In an instant, the previously boastful Yi Chengfei was left with a face resembling that of a pig. You, how could you possibly hurt me? Yi Chengfei exclaimed in disbelief, covering his swollen face. However, before he could finish his sentence, a surge of dark energy erupted from him, sending him flying backward. Dark energy. When did he manage to strike me without my notice? Yi Fei could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face paling instantly. He was undeniably at the fifth tier of the body refinement realm. Had it been before, Jiang Changkong could have easily overpowered him, but now he was but a severely wounded wretch. How could he possibly crush him so effortlessly? He had not even sensed when half-step crushing fist had been unleashed upon him. Jiang Changkong, how dare you harm my brother? Yi Qinghuan roared in unrestrained fury upon witnessing Yi Chengfei's condition. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a twinge of confusion. How could Jiang Changkong, despite being gravely injured, exhibit such astonishing speed? Before he could act, Feng Songyun had already taken the initiative, launching a powerful strike aimed at Jiang Changkong's vital points from behind. Jiang Changkong evaded with a swift movement, disappearing like a specter before reappearing in the hall in the blink of an eye. He effortlessly dodged Feng Congjian's formidable strike. As a venerable elder of the Lansong sect, how shameless to resort to a sneak attack. And regarding this chief position, when did it become yours to alter at will? As I recall, only the sect master can make such changes, or it must be done through challenge, with the victor claiming the title. Jiang Changkong's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Feng Songyun, enunciating each word clearly. The old man's earlier strike had contained an unfathomable power, clearly intended to take his life. Regrettably, he had only just been reborn, his strength too feeble, having employed the ghostly steps twice in quick succession, had drained his vigor. Otherwise, what was Feng Songyun in comparison? Feng Songyun glared fiercely at Jiang Changkong, retorting, "Nonsense. The sect master has been in seclusion for a long time, and I manage all affairs within the sect. What I say goes. Moreover, you are merely a wretch now. What qualifications do you possess to challenge one? Have you ever encountered a worthless individual capable of effortlessly crushing someone of the fifth rank in the awakening realm?" Jiang Changkong retorted, pointing at Yi Chengfei, who had been previously slapped into a state resembling that of a pig. "Merely a dying ember. You ought to perk your ears and listen closely. 3 days ago, Yi Qinghuan awakened a royal-grade physique, the 3,000 body. He is the first of his kind to emerge from our Lansong sect in nearly 30 years. Just based on that alone, he is more than qualified to become the chief disciple. Ask yourself, do you possess the strength to challenge him? A royal-grade physique, the 3,000 body, is nothing more than refuse in my eyes." Seizing the moment, Yi Qinghuan boldly declared, "How audacious of you to claim my 3,000 body is refuse. Jiang Changkong, dare you step onto the life and death stage with me? Let us go. Whoever fears is the grandson." Jiang Changkong readily agreed. Yet Yi Qinghuan suddenly shook his head, stating, "Let us not do this now. I, Yi Qinghuan, disdain to take advantage of others in peril. I grant you 1 month to recover. After that, we shall meet on the sect's life and death stage to settle our fates. The victor shall claim the position of chief disciple. You successfully bought yourself an additional month of life, grandson," Jiang Changkong remarked, rubbing his neck before turning and striding out of the Grand Hall. Chapter 2. Celestial Phenomenon. Outside the Grand Hall, Jiang Changkong walked alone. "Junior brother, wait for me." A figure suddenly hurriedly approached from behind. That it was the only person willing to stand up for Jiang Changkong earlier. "Songyu, sister, do you need something from me?" Jiang Changkong paused, turning slowly with a puzzled expression. Songyu gazed anxiously at Jiang Changkong's handsome visage, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. "Changkong, you've just barely reclaimed your life. Why act so impulsively and agree to a life and death duel with Yi Qinghuan? They are clearly after your life. Sister, rest assured, a mere Yi Qinghuan wishing for my life is nothing more than a fool's dream. He is not even worthy to hold my shoes." Jiang Changkong shot Songyu a reassuring glance, his tone brimming with confidence. Songyu suddenly reached out to ruffle Jiang Changkong's hair, her concern evident. "Changkong, you would have suffered a head injury from your wounds, would you? The former you was so modest and reserved, you would never have uttered such words or acted so recklessly at this moment. Sister, such physical contact between the opposite sexes is against the rules." Jiang Changkong quickly took a step back, feigning shyness. "Be serious. What kind of time is it to be joking around?" Songyu shot Jiang Changkong an exasperated glare. Appearing rather stern, Jiang Changkong chuckled, abruptly becoming serious. Rest assured, sister, I know you care about me. I would never jest with my life. Just wait for the spectacle 1 month from now. You truly are a big fool. Seeing Jiang Changkong dismiss her concerns, Song Yu stomped her foot in frustration. Sister, your anger is quite charming, presenting a unique allure. Jiang Changkong teased, raising an eyebrow at Song Yu. Song Yu's originally delicate face flushed a deep crimson, and she huffed, I want to care whether you listen or not. Jiang Changkong suddenly reminded Song Yu, Sister, you must swiftly refine the ice prison flame within you. Delaying too long will only lead to irritability. Don T joke with me. That ice prison flame was your hard-won fire seed. Why didn't T remind me earlier? Song Yu rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed. Perhaps I was too timid before, afraid to speak with someone as beautiful as you. Jiang Changkong grinned widely. Smooth talker. Changkong, you've turned bad. Song Yu's cheeks reddened further as she spat in jest that a man must be a bit wicked for a woman to love him. That's what the books say. All right. No more jokes. The ice prison flame is not as simple as you imagine. It possesses a unique property of ice within fire. Thus, if you wish to truly refine it and merge it with your phoenix body, you must cultivate a fire-related technique in tandem with an ice-related auxiliary technique. Jiang Changkong spoke earnestly. Song Yu's expression shifted as confusion filled her. How could this be? Why has my master never mentioned this? Very simple, because she is unaware of the ice prison flame's nature. Jiang Changkong replied matter-of-factly. You mean to say that even my master does not know something you do? Song Yu looked at Jiang Changkong in astonishment. Did I not tell you that there is nothing in this world that Jiang Changkong does not know? You're just boasting. So, how about I recommend a superb auxiliary technique? I guarantee it will perfectly match without any drawbacks. Listen closely. The clear heart technique. Song Yu burst into laughter, mercilessly exposing Jiang Changkong. The clear heart technique? Are you joking? That's the most basic technique. Hardly anyone practices it. I thought you might have a worthwhile suggestion. But it seems you're just blustering. You simply don't understand its value. I've said all that needs to be said, believe it or not. Jiang Changkong maintained a composed demeanor. Are you serious? Song Yu instinctively glanced at Jiang Changkong. However, by then, Jiang Changkong had already vanished without a trace. This fellow, how has he changed so drastically? Song Yu shook her head in disbelief as she turned to leave. Behind her, Lu Yu suddenly emerged, his expression grim as he reprimanded Song Yu. Do you dare continue associating with that boy, Jiang Changkong? Were you truly unable to discern the situation, or are you intent on dragging your master down with you? Master, I was merely stating facts. The sex treatment of junior brother Changkong is truly disheartening, Song Yu asserted, standing firm in her conviction. You rebellious disciple, still unrepentant. Immediately return to your quarters for a month of reflection. Do not expect to leave until you have done so. Lu Yu glared fiercely at Song Yu, embodying disappointment. This is just an opportunity to validate what that boy Changkong said, Song Yu replied nonchalantly, her thoughts lingering on Jiang Changkong's earlier proposition. Inside the grand hall of the Lan sect, everyone departed, leaving only Feng Songyun and Yi Qinghuan behind. Why didn't you confront him directly on the life and death stage to eliminate future troubles? Are you unaware of the effort it took to deal with him? Feng Songyun regarded Yi Qinghuan with evident displeasure. Precisely because I am aware, I did not anticipate he would survive. However, had I killed him at this moment, I would undoubtedly be accused of taking advantage of his vulnerability, and such news reaching the sect leader would surely invite trouble. Yi Qinghuan explained, somewhat taken aback. But why a month, not 10 days, or half a month? Although he is crippled, as long as he lives, he remains a threat to us. Feng Songyun's gaze darkened, a murderous intent surfacing. Because I've only recently awakened the 3,000 U body and have yet to stabilize my realm. Give me a month's time. Do not speak of Jiang Changkong in his current state. Even in his prime, he would meet only one fate, death. Yi Qinghuan's eyes sparkled with confidence. Very well, do not let any mistakes occur. Always remember our true objective. As Feng Songyun spoke, his gaze suddenly drifted to the throne at the highest point of the Grand Hall. It symbolized the highest position of the entire Lan sect, the sect leader's seat. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Father! Yi Qinghuan suddenly knelt before Feng Songyun, bowing respectfully. Feng Tsongyu nodded in satisfaction, but his expression abruptly changed. Very well, but until we achieve our goal, never let others know of our relationship. Yes, Grand Elder. Yi Chenghuan bowed once more before stepping back. Waiting outside the Grand Hall, upon seeing Yi Chenghuan, Yi Chengfei's eyes turned red as he exclaimed, "Brother, this matter cannot simply be left unresolved. That worthless fool dared to harm me. I cannot swallow this insult. Had he not harmed you, I would have killed him on the spot." Yi Chenghuan's expression darkened, his murderous intent palpable. "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Yi Chengfei asked, scratching his head in confusion. "Use your brain. Under normal circumstances, even if Jiang Chongkong does not die, he would undoubtedly be a lifelong cripple. Yet he effortlessly crushed you, a fifth rank in the awakening realm. This is clearly no coincidence, merely a dying ember, that he must have used some kind of medicinal pill or secret technique to forcibly enhance himself." Yi Chengfei clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. Clearly unwilling to admit defeat to a worthless individual. "I do not care about the reasons. Find out for me. I do not wish for any unforeseen circumstances in the life and death battle a month from now. Rest assured, brother, I have it all planned out. Chun Fei and Feng Ping's cooperation in our medicinal pill business has been thriving, regardless of its authenticity. That worthless fool must be in dire need of medicinal pills right now." Before he could finish, Yi Chenghuan coldly interrupted, "Do not tell me the process. I only require results. This is the sole reason I have kept you by my side. Yes, I will take care of it immediately." Within the confines of a modest and worn chamber, Jiang Chongkong sat cross-legged, absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. His already formidable ninth-tier realm of body awakening became increasingly solidified, faintly hinting at a transition into the gathering wheel realm. Yet, there was no semblance of joy upon Jiang Chongkong's countenance, for he perceived a significant deviation from the cultivation system embedded in his memories. Although the body awakening realm serves as a fundamental stage, it remains an indispensable threshold in the path of cultivation. How could one merely draw upon the energies of heaven and earth to achieve such hastily made progress? Had the cultivation framework painstakingly established for humanity over millennia deteriorated into such a pitiful state? Or perhaps, after tens of thousands of years, the lineage of cultivation had suffered a grave discontinuity. Jiang Chongkong clenched his fists, seething with rage. A millennium ago, he and his companions had sacrificed countless lives to carve a path for humanity against the myriad races. Subsequently, to ensure that the flame of human inheritance never extinguished, they devoted thousands of years of time and effort to construct a meticulously tailored cultivation system, only to find it reduced to absurdity in the present day. This was utterly incongruous. It is imperative to understand that the more fundamental aspects hold paramount importance and significance. Just as one learning to run must first master walking, and to walk, one must first learn to crawl and attain balance. Yet, the current cultivation stage was alarmingly rudimentary, merely awakening one's physique and absorbing the energies of heaven and earth. There was a complete disregard for the tempering and forging of one's own body. This was nothing short of a reversal of priorities. Only by unearthing one's potential to resonate with the cosmos, awakening one's physique to glimpse the grand principles of the universe, could a cultivator truly embody the essence of their path. It was astonishing that, after 10,000 years, the state of affairs had devolved to such a level, and oh wonder the Lan Song sect rejoiced at the emergence of a royal physique. Such anomalies surely harbored ulterior motives. And all of this must be intricately linked to the schemes I faced in the past. They undoubtedly sought to obliterate the cultivation system I painstakingly established to subjugate humanity and reduce it to mere puppetry. Even if you succeed, what of it? It is merely a beginning once again. The significance of my rebirth lies in exacting vengeance, to reconstruct the cultivation system and ignite the flame of hope, leading humanity to reclaim its former glory. Jiang Chongkong tightened his fists and let out a long howl towards the heavens. He then summoned the spiritual energy within him, embarking on a journey into an entirely new realm. This realm was neither the gathering wheel realm nor the body awakening realm, but rather a hidden stage that had vanished due to the rupture in transmission. The inner body realm. If the body awakening realm is the most foundational stage of cultivation, then the inner body realm is the first genuine threshold into the world of cultivation. In the body awakening realm, one absorbs the energies of heaven and earth, forming spiritual power. In the inner body realm, one utilizes this spiritual power to enact the first transformation of oneself. The inner body realm is divided into 9 minor stages: awakening, energy absorption, body refinement, meridian expansion, organs, bone strengthening, blood fortification, aperture division, and unity. First stage, awakening. Enter. Jiang Chankong urged the spiritual power within him, beginning to cultivate the first minor stage of the inner body realm. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Jiang Chankong dedicated all his time to cultivation, day and night, that he successfully completed the training of the awakening, energy absorption, and body refinement stages. His cultivation level escalated from the 9th tier of the body awakening realm to the 3rd tier of the inner body realm. The previously emaciated and frail physique had vanished, replaced by a robust form, each inch of skin emanating a faint golden glow, brimming with infinite potential. This was a manifestation of the minor success within the inner body realm, radiating golden light from within. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed from Jiang Chankong's abdomen, reminiscent of drums. Clearly, it had been too long since he had eaten, and even his stomach began to protest. Had 10 days truly passed? Ultimately, his cultivation level was still too low, and basic needs could not be ignored. Fortunately, his progress and accomplishments were commendable. Jiang Chankong reluctantly halted his cultivation, shaking his head in resignation. The cultivation of the inner body realm primarily revolves around utilizing spiritual power to temper one's physical form. In simpler terms, it is about refining one's body. The better and stronger the physical refinement, the more solid the foundation, and naturally, future achievements would rise in tandem. According to Jiang Chankong's original methods, it would require at least 3 years to complete the process thoroughly. However, with the assistance of the Extreme Body Heavenly Book, this time frame was drastically reduced to a mere month. This exemplifies the extraordinary nature of the Extreme Body Heavenly Book. Condense. Jiang Chankong focused his thoughts and instinctively activated the inner body realm. Boom! 2 entirely distinct auras erupted from Jiang Chankong's body, coalescing into 2 towering phantoms. One was benevolent and serene, radiating a sacred and luminous aura. The other was grotesque and fearsome, exuding a terrifyingly dark and malevolent energy. The duality of life and death. At the moment the 2 phantoms materialized, vibrant lights danced in the skies above, accompanied by ethereal melodies that enveloped all in a refreshing and enlightening embrace. The inhabitants of Lansong instinctively bowed in reverence. Following this, a malevolent, demonic light surged forth, evoking the deepest desires within the hearts of the onlookers, causing some to momentarily lose control. That a celestial phenomenon. Dual manifestations. Who could it be? A voice from within the Lansong sect broke the silence, demanding to know the source of this celestial event. Did the fortunes of the Lansong sect finally arrive? In an instant, the entire Lansong sect was engulfed in turmoil and astonishment. Within the grand hall of the sect, Feng Tsongyun suddenly stood, his expression brimming with excitement. That IT must be Yi Qinghuan. He had awakened the 3,000 Yu physique. At this moment, he must be fully integrated, thus triggering the celestial phenomenon. Truly, the heavens favor the Lansong sect. The elders and attendants chorused in unison. The heavens favor the Lansong sect. The heavens favor the Lansong sect. The heavens favor the Lansong sect. The disciples danced and cheered in jubilation. Was the prophecy of the ancestor finally coming to fruition? Deep within the Lansong sect, a figure abruptly opened their eyes, surveying the surroundings before swiftly closing them again. In a luxurious cultivation chamber, Yi Qinghuan gazed at the celestial phenomenon above, momentarily stunned. It had already been 3 days since my breakthrough. Who could have caused this celestial event? After a brief moment, he erupted into confident laughter that, of course, it was me, among the entire Lansong sect. Who else possesses the qualifications and talent to invoke such a celestial phenomenon? I, Yi Qinghuan, am truly favored by the heavens. It seems I shall soon ascend the rankings of the Lioli realm. One must remain low-key in life. In the room, Jiang Changkong calmly regarded the scene above, raising his hand as the celestial phenomenon vanished in an instant. Restoring tranquility, he then slowly rose, intending to procure something to eat as a reward for his stomach. But before he could reach the door, the dilapidated entrance suddenly suffered a violent blow, shattering into fragments. Following this, a plump orb rolled to his feet, exuberantly exclaiming, "Kong Shao, my dear brother, you truly have not perished. This is akin to smoke rising from our ancestral graves. Who dares to intrude upon my home?" Jiang Changkong's expression darkened immediately. Chapter 3. Confronting him within the humble and dilapidated chamber. "Do you wish for my demise? No wonder you mysteriously vanished that day." Jiang Changkong cast a cold glance at the orb beneath his feet, his tone frigid, plunging the entire room's atmosphere to a freezing point, according to the memories that surfaced in his mind. This orb was none other than Tang Yuanzhou, a core disciple of the Lansong sect, nicknamed Tang Xiaoping. Weighing a hefty 180 pounds, he was Jiang Changkong's steadfast brother-in-arms through thick and thin. Yet, during Jiang Changkong's crisis, Tang Yuanzhou had inexplicably disappeared, and now he had suddenly reappeared. Anyone with a modicum of sense would suspect that Tang Yuanzhou's actions on that day held some ulterior motives. "Kong Shao, I am wronged, greatly wronged. That day, I did not merely vanish. Prior to our departure, I received a secret order from the sect, indicating that news of opposing forces aiming to thwart our mission had surfaced. I was specifically instructed to lay an ambush 10 miles outside the dark boundary with a team of 10 elite members. The sect tasked me with leading the charge against them, ensuring you could proceed without worry. Truly, I swear to the heavens that every word I speak is untainted by falsehood. Otherwise may I, Tang Yuanzhou, be denied the ability to father children and be struck down by divine retribution." Tang Yuanzhou declared passionately, swearing an oath to the heavens. His words prompted Jiang Changkong's mind to race, narrowing his eyes. "So, it follows that the sect deliberately orchestrated your removal from my side. In other words, they were already aware of the circumstances within the dark boundary and intentionally led me into a trap that almost cost me my life. No wonder they showed no concern for my fate afterward, even stripping me of my position without offering even basic aid. It now appears that all of this was a meticulously crafted scheme, a conspiracy intricately designed around me. Jiang Changkong, I had initially believed that the sect was merely taking precautions by transferring me. But upon arriving at the designated location, I discovered it was nothing but a ruse. Then, that bastard Yi Qinghuan suddenly appeared with a large entourage, accusing us of colluding with outsiders to undermine the sect's interests. It wasn't until my master intervened that the misunderstanding was cleared and I was released that in retrospect, this was indeed a carefully plotted conspiracy. The sect's actions were nothing more than a betrayal of trust." "Kong Shao, what do you intend to do now?" Tang Yuanzhou, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed. Fortunately, he still had a mentor who presided over the law enforcement hall of the Lansong sect. Otherwise, his fate would likely be even more tragic than Jiang Changkong's. "They are unkind, and so shall I be unyielding. I shall make them pay a painful price for their deeds." Jiang Changkong's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent unmistakable. "Very well. Count me in. By the way, this is the blood spirit pill I specifically purchased for you. It will greatly aid in your recovery." As he declared his intentions, Tang Yuanzhou produced a brilliantly colored pill from his bosom and handed it to Jiang Changkong. "No need for that. My injuries are no longer severe." "Wait, where did you acquire this pill?" Jiang Changkong glanced at the pill, suddenly adopting a grave tone. Tang Yuanzhou, perplexed, scratched his head and instinctively blurted out, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with this pill? I spent all my savings to obtain it. If you did not intend to harm me, then you have been deceived. This is not a blood spirit pill at all." Jiang Changkong stated firmly, staring directly at Tang Yuanzhou. In his past life, he had been a primordial deity, unrivaled in power, and possessed profound knowledge in alchemy, talismans, and forging. Thus, he saw through the pill in Tang Yuanzhou's hand immediately, realizing it was a fraud. "What do you mean? This pill is fake. That bastard Chun Yu actually dared to deceive me. No wonder he approached me so suddenly, pretending to be kind by selling it to me at a lower price. Tang Yunzhou stood there, stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. Jiang Chongkong placed the pill back in Tang Yunzhou's hand and continued with unwavering certainty, although it superficially resembles a blood spirit pill. The crucial ingredient, blood red grass, turns black when exposed to fire during the refining process, leaving a faint dark hue in the resulting pill. How could it possibly be so bright? Not to mention, its pill pattern is chaotic. This is undoubtedly a poison pill. Someone has deliberately added a layer of medicine to frame you. I'll be damned. How dare you pull such a stunt on me? That was my hard-earned money. Upon realizing the truth, Tang Yunzhou cursed vehemently, his heart heavy with despair. This was the fruit of his labor, and cultivating was notoriously expensive, particularly for core disciples, who, while having access to more training resources, also needed to invest significantly in corresponding equipment, various auxiliary elixirs, and spiritual tools. Stop pretending. Your father is Tang Xian, the president of the Qian Duo Chamber of Commerce, the wealthiest man in the heavenly demon martial sect. Do you really lack a few coins? Jiang Chongkong teased, unable to resist commenting on Tang Yunzhou's despondent demeanor. In response, Tang Yunzhou's expression darkened further, filled with grievance that you're being ridiculous. Just because Tang Sanjin is rich doesn't mean it matters to me. With so many children and wives in the Tang family, how could he possibly remember someone like me? In any case, he is he, and I am I. So, you still consider yourself a tragic figure beset by misfortune? And just to clarify, it's to kill the heart of the killer, not shrimp and pork heart. Your cultural level hasn't improved at all. Jiang Chongkong observed Tang Yunzhou's lament with a mix of amusement and disbelief. Of course, my life has been so tragic that I can't even recall a few idioms. But that's not important. The crux of the matter is why Chun Yu would want to harm me. Could it be that someone is instigating him to do this? Tang Yunzhou's face turned grim as he pondered the implications. He had nearly become Jiang Chongkong's would-be murderer. Stop overthinking. Just go find Chun Yu. With his intellect, he wouldn't have concocted such a scheme on his own, so he must know who the true mastermind is. Jiang Chongkong urged, giving Tang Yunzhou a hearty pat on his rotund head. At this, Tang Yunzhou instantly perked up, shouting, "Let us go get him!" Suddenly, an odd sound interrupted their rising momentum. Goo goo goo. Jiang Chongkong's face flushed red, hastily clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. You gluttonous fool, knowing full well that I'm about to go into battle, yet protesting. Tang Yunzhou instinctively patted his own round belly, which resembled a pregnant woman's, fuming with indignation. Do a good job. One must first sharpen their tools. A full belly gives one the strength to fight. Jiang Chongkong, ever understanding, nodded in agreement. With that, they soon arrived at an elegant tavern, the Wangjiang Tower, renowned as the finest establishment within the jurisdiction of the Lansong sect. Waitstaff, bring us some signature dishes and 3 Gina buns, and do it swiftly, Tang Yunzhou commanded, his voice booming with familiarity as he entered. He was a regular patron, spending half his monthly income at Wangjiang Tower, which explained his current rotund physique. Master Tang, it has been quite some time since your last visit. The server rushed over, beaming with enthusiasm upon seeing Tang Yunzhou. Tang Yunzhou shot him an annoyed glare. Less chatter, just bring the food and drinks. Yes, coming right up. The server bowed profusely, grinning as he hurried off. In the blink of an eye, the previously empty table was piled high with dishes and drinks. Don't be shy, young Master Kong. Eat your fill. Tang Yunzhou beckoned Jiang Chongkong, who, having been ravenous, wasted no time in devouring the feast. In mere moments, the table was cleared. Both men simultaneously let out a resounding burp. Young Master Kong, are you full? If not, we can order more. Tang Yunzhou patted his round belly, looking quite pleased. Suddenly, a shadow plummeted from above, crashing onto their table with a resounding thud, shattering the dishes and the table itself. Jiang Chongkong and Tang Yunzhou instinctively turned their gaze to the source, revealing a hulking figure resembling a beastly savage. Covered in dark fur, his face was obscured, save for a pair of abyss-like eyes. Jiang Chongkong observed him quietly, his eyes widening in shock. This brute's physique was, "You savage! I warned you not to bother me. Yet you persist and ruin my meal. You're simply courting death?" A young man with yellow hair and a third eye on his forehead descended from the second floor. hurling insults at the fallen savage. The savage had recently appeared within the Lansong sect. No one knew his origins or fate, only that he had a frail sister, due to his wild appearance. Everyone simply referred to him as the savage. Slowly rising to his feet, the savage crawled toward the yellow-haired youth, his voice hoarse. "Please, give me the elixir. I need to save my sister. Your sister's life is of no concern to me. If you want the elixir, bring me money, or get lost." The yellow-haired youth glared at the savage with disdain, kicking him aside before turning to leave. However, he collided with a wall of flesh, bouncing back. "Young Master Chun, you seem to be in quite the foul mood. Where do you think you're going?" Tang Yunzhou had appeared behind the yellow-haired youth, grinning eerily. This yellow-haired youth was none other than Chunyu, the very one who had sold Tang Yunzhou the fake elixir, and now he had walked right into Tang Yunzhou's path. What a twist of fate. Tang Yunzhou, what business do you have with me? Why are you blocking my way?" Chunyu's face twitched at the sight of Tang Yunzhou, his tone betraying a hint of anxiety. "Of course. I'm here to buy elixirs from you, the esteemed alchemist of the Lansong sect. Otherwise, what would I be doing here chatting with you?" Tang Yunzhou's smile widened, much to Chunyu's dismay, as fear began to creep into his heart. However, as soon as he heard that Tang Yunzhou wanted to purchase elixirs, Chunyu's wariness lessened significantly, and his eyes sparkled with greed. "What elixirs are you looking to buy? I recently acquired a batch of high-quality elixirs that are sure to satisfy you, but the prices will have to be adjusted slightly." I'll adjust your family." Tang Yunzhou's smile vanished, and he swiftly slapped Chunyu across the face. Smack! The unprepared Chunyu was sent spinning 3 times before his vision darkened. "Tang Yunzhou, what madness has possessed you to strike me? You must be seeking to get expelled from the Lansong sect." Chunyu glared at Tang Yunzhou, his teeth clenched in rage as he roared. He spoke with confidence. His uncle was the overseer of the alchemy room's treasury, and anyone wanting elixirs or materials had to go through him, earning him a certain level of respect. "Oh, still trying to threaten me? Let me ask you, was that blood spirit pill you sold me a fake?" Tang Yuanzhou seized Chunyu by the collar, demanding answers in a booming voice. A flicker of panic flashed in Chunyu's eyes as he instinctively launched a deadly strike towards Tang Yuanzhou's vital points. Whoosh, whoosh! 2 glimmering blades of azure wind shot forth from his fingertips like lightning. Simultaneously, Chunyu shrank back, shedding a shirt to break free from Tang Yuanzhou's grasp. "Next time you seek revenge, remember to weigh your own strength. Otherwise, you may end up facing the consequences you see now." Chunyu sneered, his hands coming together to form a streak of blue light that pierced through Tang Yuanzhou's body. The unique skill, Qingguang Pa, allowed him to temporarily merge with the wind element, rendering him nearly invulnerable and capable of inflicting tremendous damage. Bang! Just as victory seemed within reach, an unexpected kick shattered his triumph. "Air Master, how valiant!" Tang Yuanzhou shouted as he swiftly followed up, delivering a powerful punch to Chunyu's abdomen. The force of the blow sent the previously arrogant Chunyu flying, skidding several meters before crashing against a stone pillar of the tavern. "Why you? How could you break my Qingguang Pa so swiftly? Weren't you supposed to be incapacitated?" Chunyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chong Kong, as if he had seen a ghost. "Curse you! Even if you cripple me, I remain unbroken." Tang Yuanzhou approached Chunyu, grabbing him and slamming him to the ground, disdain dripping from his words. "That I concede, you're formidable this time. I shall compensate you for the elixir." Realizing he was outmatched, Chunyu quickly surrendered. "Do you think you can fool me? According to the rules, you must compensate me at least 3 times the original price and reveal who sent you. Otherwise, I will make sure your own mother wouldn't recognize you." Tang Yuanzhou threatened, raising his fist menacingly towards Chunyu. Unfazed by the intimidation, Chunyu locked eyes with Jiang Chong Kong. "Like the team most, I'll pay you back once. I advise you not to overreach. The people behind me are not to be trifled with. You should cherish your hard-won lives." Still daring to shout, Tang Yuanzhou charged at Chunyu, unleashing a flurry of punches. In the blink of an eye, Chunyu's face was transformed into a swollen mess, desperately pleading for mercy. "Stop, stop! I admit defeat. I will pay. Speak," Tang Yuanzhou grunted. Chunyu, terrified, complied without hesitation, but stubbornly refused to disclose who had instigated him. Chapter 4. A Deceptive Scheme Slap. Frustrated, Tang Yuanzhou raised his hand again, delivering a stinging blow to Chun Yu's face. Air Master, answer me truthfully without stalling. Huh. Even if you kill me, I will not speak. Do you think I fear repercussions from my uncle for how you treat me? I suggest you cease while you're ahead. Chun Yu wiped the blood from his lips, casting a deep glance at the two. I swear, Tang Yuanzhou, seeing his defiance, was incensed and prepared to teach him a lesson, but was halted by Jiang Chongkong's gaze. Oh, you really think silence will preserve your life? Using half-finished products from the alchemy room and passing them off as completed ones is a dangerous game. If the elders of the alchemy room find out, do you know the consequences? Don't assume your uncle can shield you. He is merely a lowly storekeeper. My brother is the direct disciple of Li Feihe, the head of the enforcement hall. If you wish to stir trouble, let us escalate it. Jiang Chongkong's cold laughter sent chills through Chun Yu, leaving him stunned. His complexion paled. How do you know we coated it with a medicinal film outside? Ordinary alchemy apprentices wouldn't detect it, and even low-tier alchemists struggle to discern it. Alchemists are categorized by their ranks. Apprentice, low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, master, king, venerable, emperor, and deity. You may die to protect your backers, but do you truly believe they would confront the elders of the alchemy room for you? Furthermore, even if you refuse to speak, I can guess that the one behind this is surnamed Yi. Need I say more? Jiang Chongkong pressed, breaking through Chun Yu's final line of defense, as though you were aware of everything all along. You're impressive. Yes, the one who instigated me was Yi Chengfei. Chun Yu inhaled deeply, whispering that Yi Chengfei, that bastard intentionally sold you that elixir to harm me. Air Master, damn you and your celestial board. I haven't settled the previous score with his brother. And now he dares to scheme against us. Tang Yuanzhou was no fool. Upon hearing Yi Chengfei's name, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. His blood surged in indignation, fury boiling over. Yes, I suspected. Jiang Chongkong narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips, fully aware of the unfolding events. From the moment Tang Yuanzhou mentioned Chun Yu's sudden intent to sell him the blood spirit elixir, Jiang Chongkong suspected a hidden hand at play, aiming to bring about his downfall. Clearly, the individuals most eager to see him dead within the Lansong sect were the brothers Yi Chenghuan and Yi Chengfei. Thus, he had cleverly baited Chun Yu into revealing the truth. I've divulged everything. Can I leave now? Chun Yu glanced at Jiang Chongkong, murmuring that no. Jiang Chongkong pointed at Toby Yun, voice sharp. Our matters are nearly concluded. But what about his? He has humbly pleaded with you, allowing you to insult him without retaliation. Do you not possess a shred of compassion? Why? Do you meddle in such trivial matters? Chun Yu retorted, his anger flaring. Jiang Chongkong's audacity was infuriating. Did he truly believe he was still the foremost figure in the Lansong sect? What? You object. There is nothing within the Lansong sect that I, Air Master, cannot address. Tang Yuanzhou shot Chun Yu a menacing glare, feigning another strike. Instinctively, Chun Yu recoiled, hastily producing a vial of elixir from his pocket and placing it on the ground. This is a frost-dispelling pill. 6 doses 3 times a day. Half a pill can last a month. Do not attempt to deceive us with fakes. Otherwise, I will break your legs. Having been tricked once, Tang Yuanzhou warned Chun Yu with a ferocious glare. Chun Yu raised his hands in assurance, swearing the elixir was genuine. It's more authentic than pearls. Feel free to inspect it. Jiang Chongkong picked up the vial, sniffed it, then swiftly sealed it again. You may leave. Without a second thought, Chun Yu turned and fled. After running a considerable distance, he suddenly turned back, warning Jiang Chongkong and Tang Yuanzhou. They have the upper hand today. It does not guarantee your continued safety within the Lansong sect. If I were you, I would rather depart voluntarily than face a brutal end. With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from their sight. That bastard, I truly gave him too much face. Tang Yuanzhou, enraged, was ready to chase after Chun Yu. He is but an ant. There will be ample opportunities to eliminate him. Moreover, I am certain they will come looking for us, Jiang Chongkong interjected. Blocking Tang Yuanzhou, scoffing, T then extended the vial to Tuoba Yun. Why do you wish to assist me? The wild man questioned, scrutinizing Jiang Chongkong word by word. Consider my meddling a mere suggestion. If you wish to suppress the cold energy afflicting your sister, in addition to this vial of frost-dispelling pills, seek out a 10-year-old fire lily, grind it into powder, and mix it with the elixir. Take it with water, and the symptoms will surely alleviate in a month. Jiang Chong Kong tossed out the advice before departing with Tang Yuanzhou. The wild man stared at Jiang Chong Kong's retreating figure, gripping the vial tightly. Quickly inform the master of today's events. There must be no mistakes. As the group departed, the waiter of the Wangjiang Tower beckoned a shadowy figure, issuing instructions that in the blink of an eye. The shadow rushed out of Wangjiang Tower, heading straight for the imperial capital of the Tianyao martial sect. In a spacious cave on the rear mountain, a woman, her complexion flushed, weakly pleaded, Fei Fei, you are too powerful. It's exhausting. Yi Chengfei, filled with pride, replied, if it weren't for my prowess, how could I satisfy you, master? He continued, by the way, when will you steal the Zhang gong from me? If this drags on, I might just stop serving you. Suddenly, a bright azure light raced towards the cave. Young master, Qin Yu shouted urgently from outside. You fool, are you calling me? Don't you know I'm busy? Yi Chengfei snapped irritably, quickly shoving the unclothed woman deeper into the cave. Young master, it's bad. The blood spirit elixir sold to Tang Yuanzhou has been exposed. They already know. Qin Yu, with a steely resolve, began to explain why Yi Chengfei's expression suddenly shifted, and he hastily grabbed a piece of clothing, draping it over himself as he sprinted out of the cave. What did you say? How could they possibly see through it? Indeed, that Tang Yunzhao could not discern the truth. However, Jiang Chongkong saw through our ruse at a single glance and even articulated how it was executed. As if he had witnessed it firsthand, I wonder if there's a sage guiding them from behind. Qin Yu recounted the earlier events in detail. Damn it, those two alone could not have figured it out. Someone must be advising them from the shadows. Wait a moment. You imbecile, you didn't inadvertently expose me, did you? It wasn't me who revealed anything. They insisted on reporting this matter to the elder of the alchemy room. In my desperation, I claimed to be your subordinate, hoping they would show some leniency to downplay the situation. But who would have thought it would only embolden them further? This is outrageous. Those two bastards are clearly targeting me. We must stop them. Once the elder learns of this, not only will we be implicated, but my brother will be as well. Yi Chengfei's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Fei Xiao, that Tang Yunzhao is nothing to fear. I nearly outsmarted him. However, that Jiang Chongkong is peculiar. He effortlessly dismantled my Qingguang technique, suggesting he is not as feeble as the world claims. Qin Yu leaned closer to Yi Chengfei's ear, revealing all that had transpired. This wretched fool indeed possesses some secret. Our trap was not in vain. Although it was uncovered, we still gleaned useful information. What should our next move be? Naturally, we must eliminate them if news leaks out. Neither of us will be able to bear the consequences. Yi Qinghuan's eyes glinted with fury, teetering on the edge of a complete breakdown. But with our strength, Qin Yu cast a hesitant glance at Yi Qinghuan, words faltering on his lips. Of course, we will enlist others to assist us. Are you a fool? With my brother's current standing, how many would be eager to do my bidding without me lifting a finger? But ordinary disciples won't suffice. We shall go to the Black Prison. At his words, Qin Yu's eyes brightened, immediately showering him with praise. The Black Prison? Truly, you're destined to be the foremost figure of the Lansong sect in the future. Your influence has grown so vast that even the Black Prison is at your disposal. The Black Prison is a place where the Lansong sect confines its wayward disciples and vanquishes its formidable foes, all of whom are steeped in bloodshed. What is the Black Prison? Within 3 years, my brother will undoubtedly ascend to the position of sect master. By then, the entire Lansong sect will belong to him. Who would dare defy him? Yi Chengfei proclaimed, brimming with arrogance. Huan Xiao is formidable. Fei Xiao is formidable. In the desolate mountains to the west of the Lansong sect, there lies a cave that was carved out by sheer human effort. The cave is modest in size, barely accommodating 2 individuals. A petite young girl lay on a bed of straw, her delicate brows knitted tightly, trembling all over. Zizi, a flicker of azure light burst uncontrollably from within her, radiating outward. in the blink of an eye. The straw beneath her was encased in ice. This blue light was, in fact, emanations of coldness. Soon, the entire cave was engulfed by this azure glow, transforming it into a chilling ice chamber. At that moment, a massive figure leaped into the cave with the ferocity of a descending tiger. It was none other than the wild man, who bore a resounding name, Tuoba Yun. Crack, as Tuoba Yun entered. The frigid air, sharp enough to freeze everything, seemed to recoil in terror, rapidly dissipating. Xiaoyan, you've returned? The girl, enveloped in the cold, struggled to open her eyes and called out. Tuoba Yun scooped her up, his heart a tumultuous storm. How are you? Don't worry, Xiaoyan. I'm fine, just a bit cold. Guogua forced a smile as she gazed at Tuoba Yun. Fear not. I am here. I will give you the dispersing cold pill right away. Tuoba Yun fumbled through his garments. Retrieving a vial containing the dispersing cold pill, in his haste, a sprig of spiritual herb also fell from his pocket, landing perfectly before Guogua hiss. Guogua felt a warmth surge through her chest as an intense heat suddenly entered her body, causing her to shudder, only to vanish just as quickly. Xiaoyan, what is this herb? It's incredible. Guogua sat up abruptly, holding the spiritual herb and shaking it before Tuoba Yun. Well, how can you sit up? Could it be that this holy herb truly works on you? Tuoba Yun was taken aback, his gaze widening. It's called holy herb? Remarkable. Just holding it feels so warm. Guogua swayed the holy herb before cradling in her arms, as if embracing warmth itself. Tuoba Yun paused momentarily, pondering why he felt nothing when holding it that moment. He recalled what that person had said to him in Wangjiang Tower. If you wish to suppress the cold energy within your sister, aside from this vial of dispersing cold pills, you should also seek a 10-year-old hoya herb, grind it into powder, and mix it into the pill, taking it with water. This way, her condition will surely improve within a month. Given Guogua's reaction to the hoya herb, it seemed promising, a worthy endeavor. He had taken a detour to find the hoya herb based on that advice, not harboring much hope, yet it now appeared he had encountered a benefactor. Without a moment's hesitation, Tuoba Yun followed Jiang Changkong's instructions, swiftly grinding the hoya herb into powder and mixing it with a dispersing cold pill, then urging Guogua to take it with water. As Guogua drank it down, Tuoba Yun's gaze remained fixed upon her, not a moment's distraction. Wow, so warm, Xiaoyan. I feel as though I've recovered. I won't be troubled by the cold energy for days. Moments later, Guogua leaped joyfully, spinning in circles, her once perpetually frost-bitten complexion now flushed like a ripe apple. Witnessing this, Tuoba Yun's heart soared with joy, his fists pumping in exhilaration. This is wonderful, truly wonderful, at that moment. Guogua had already exited the cave, skipping joyfully down the mountainside, savoring this long-awaited moment of happiness. Though this method proved effective, it was not a long-term solution, since that individual knew such a combination. He might also have a way to cure Guogua entirely. I must find him. Watching Guogua laugh heartily in the distance, Tuoba Yun fell into deep contemplation. Guogua was the most important person in his life, the sole meaning of his existence. Regardless of the methods or costs involved, he was determined to heal her. Thus, he must locate the person he encountered today in Wangjiang Tower. Even if he lacked an absolute cure for Guogua, he would surely possess some method to stabilize her condition. With this thought, Tuoba Yun suddenly stood, waving to Guogua in the distance. Guogua, come with me. Xiaoyan, where are we going? Guogua joyfully approached Tuoba Yun, her voice sweet with curiosity. To find someone, Tuoba Yun replied with a smile. Only when facing Guogua did his usually hidden expression beneath his hair reveal itself. Who? Guogua tilted her head, intrigued. Someone who should have a way to heal you. Tuoba Yun gently patted Guogua's small head. Then he effortlessly lifted her above his head, carefully placing her on his shoulder, ensuring she was secure. With that, he leaped into the air, soaring like a mythical bird, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 5. Traces of the ancient divine realm to the south of the Lansong sect. There's a striking canyon that seems to pierce the heavens, appearing as if it merges with the sky. This was not a natural formation, but rather the result of a single sword strike that cleaved through the earth, thus creating the Lansong sect's most iconic landmark, the one-line sky canyon. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, the Lansong sect was the most illustrious sect unrivaled in its glory. During its prime, countless powerful warriors came to challenge it, either to make a name for themselves or to validate their martial aspirations. Yet, none could emerge victorious or claim honor from the Lansang sect. This was all due to the presence of a legendary swordsman known as Li Wudi, who was said to be unmatched in his swordsmanship, capable of executing 3 strikes that no one could withstand. Even to this day, tales of Li Wudi circulate throughout the Qingyun realm. Until a century ago, a woman clad in green arrived, compelling Li Wudi to reveal a 4th strike that had never before graced the world. This left an irreparable rift within the Lansang sect. Since that day, Li Wudi mysteriously vanished. The Lansang sect's strength plummeted, fracturing into disarray, and it fell into silence for a time. Only in recent years has it begun to rise again. The rift has since become a symbol of the Lansang sect, the one-line sky canyon. Behind it lies one of the sect's most significant places, the Lansang Pavilion. Here, all martial techniques and methods of the Lansang sect are stored. Along with a wealth of historical records, Jiang Changkong gazed at the unique landmark before him, suddenly moved, murmuring, "The sword cleaves the heavens. Have the Wu Jian sect members been here?" Before them lay a narrow canyon, undeniably cleaved by a sword that was all too familiar to Jiang Changkong. This was none other than the hallmark technique of the reputed Wu Jian sect, the foremost sword sect of the ancient divine realm. It was astonishing to find such traces of a sword that once split the heavens within a declining sect of the Liuli realm. Kong Xiao, what troubles you? Is it merely a trip to the Lansang sect to select martial skills that warrant such excitement? Tang Yinzhou inquired casually, walking alongside Jiang Changkong. Humph, what significance do the martial arts here hold? Cough, cough. My primary interest lies in uncovering the history of the Qingyun realm. Jiang Changkong instinctively snorted, then quickly corrected himself upon realizing his lapse. In his past life as a venerable god, he had encountered countless formidable martial arts and techniques. The Lansang sect, at present, barely registered on his radar. However, with his rebirth, familiar scenes began to unfurl around him, igniting an insatiable curiosity to delve into the history of this realm and the intricate ties it bore with his former life in the ancient divine realm. What was this Qingyun realm? After all, it was the Liuli realm. Kong Xiao, have you lost your mind? What use is it to study such trivial matters? It won't enhance your cultivation. Tang Yunzhou scoffed disdainfully. The ignorance of the uneducated is truly alarming. Do you not realize how many individuals have ascended to greatness merely through the pursuit of knowledge? Jiang Changkong felt a jolt of surprise, yet he remained silent, casting a faintly incredulous glance at Tang Yunzhou. Tang Yunzhou's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "You cannot be serious. To think that one could ascend by simply studying. No wonder Tang Sanjin urged me to read more from a young age. It appears there is indeed great merit in it. Perhaps I should seek out a few books myself. Who knows, I might ascend one day." As their conversation unfolded, Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunzhou effortlessly leaped over the obstacles of the narrow canyon. Arriving at the entrance of the Lansang Pavilion, there, an elder with a mane of silver hair reclined lazily in the sun, his eyes gently closed in enjoyment. "Old Bai." Tang Yunzhou hurriedly bowed in reverence upon seeing the elder. Bai Feng, the guardian of the Lansang Pavilion, held a mysterious identity and a position of great authority within the Lansang sect, even commanding respect from sect leader Li Feiyu. Jiang Changkong merely nodded indifferently, continuing towards the pavilion, for he deemed no one within the sect worthy of a salutation. None were deserving, yet as he brushed past the silver-haired elder, a fleeting yet profoundly familiar aura caught his attention, prompting him to glance back for a moment. "Kong Xiao, what is it?" Tang Yunzhou noticed Jiang Changkong's peculiar behavior and quickly inquired. "Nothing. It merely reminded me of an old acquaintance. Let us proceed." Jiang Changkong smiled wryly, then strode into the Lansang Pavilion. The aura dissipated as swiftly as it had appeared. Perhaps it was simply a misperception on his part. Little did he know, Bai Feng had opened his eyes the instant Jiang Changkong sensed that familiar presence. As Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunzhou entered, the disciples within the pavilion, who had been diligently perusing various martial techniques to enhance their strength, began to stir restlessly. It was well known throughout the sect that Jiang Chongkong was a severely wounded pariah. A miracle to have retained his life. It was unfathomable that he dared step foot in the Lansong Pavilion. Entry to such a sacred place required a certain level of prowess, and the sight of Jiang Chongkong boldly entering incited a chorus of discontented murmurs. Look, isn't that the useless Jiang Chongkong? What brings him here? What right does that wretched fool have to enter the Lansong Pavilion? Silence, regardless of his current state. He was once our esteemed senior brother, leading us to countless victories. How can you all be so ungrateful? A voice protested. And yet, what of it? He is merely a broken husk now, unworthy of our respect. Indeed, as the saying goes, the victor is king and the vanquished is but a vassal. Yi Qinghuan is the true chief disciple of our Lansong sect now. Having recently summoned a heavenly phenomenon, he is undoubtedly the future of our sect, even had Jiang Chongkong not been reduced to this state. He could never compete with Yi Qinghuan. Fools, have you not heard? Yi Qinghuan and Jiang Chongkong have agreed to a duel on the death stage a month from now, with the victor claiming the title of chief disciple. A knowledgeable voice interjected, eliciting gasps of disbelief. Has Jiang Chongkong lost his mind to challenge Yi Qinghuan at such a time? Perhaps he is unable to accept reality after his injuries. I might have done the same in his position. Ha ha, a death match with Yi Qinghuan. This is the most absurd form of suicide I have ever witnessed. The crowd erupted in laughter, casting derisive glances at Jiang Chongkong. Just then, a piercing voice cut through the air, crashing into the ears of the onlookers. Why must you hide like mice, slandering others? You are nothing but a gaggle of fools. Fury ignited in the hearts of the crowd as they turned to find the source of the insult, only to lock eyes with the disdainful Jiang Chongkong. Who are you calling a mouse? Do you think I fear you? You worthless wretch? The insulted crowd bristled with rage. How dare a pariah provoke us? Indeed, a mere useless wretch dares to speak to us in such a manner. If you have the gall, face us in a duel, the onlookers clamored, eager for confrontation. Tang Yunzhou raised a middle finger at the crowd, sneering, do you think you pathetic fools are worthy of challenging Kong Xiao? A bunch of idiots. Let them bark like dogs. Ignore them. Jiang Chongkong scoffed, refusing to acknowledge their presence. Who are you calling a dog? You seek death. The crowd, incensed by such humiliation, charged at Jiang Chongkong without a second thought. Boom! The tranquil ground shattered beneath their feet as they unleashed their martial techniques, powerful enough to rival the defenses of the Lansong Pavilion. In a flash, Tang Yunzhou sprang forward, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Kong Xiao, let me handle this. I relish the opportunity. Why bother? There are others here who will take care of them. Jiang Chongkong shook his head, gesturing towards a nearby sign with a playful smile. Tang Yunzhou followed his gaze, reading the sign that boldly proclaimed the rules of the Lansong Pavilion. First, no fighting allowed. Second, no loud disturbances. Third, no theft of martial techniques. To think they dared to fight within the confines of the Lansong Pavilion. These fools were in for a reckoning. Tang Yunzhou clasped his hands together in anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Die! The crowd charged forward in that moment. Boom! Just then, an overwhelming force erupted from within the Lansong Pavilion, sweeping through the air and sending all who had attacked sprawling backwards. In an instant, they crashed to the ground outside the pavilion, some even tumbling down the narrow canyon, left crippled in their wake. With the power of the cosmos at my command, those who dare to disregard the rules of the Lansong Pavilion shall have their qualifications revoked. You shall never enter the pavilion again. Before the crowd could comprehend the situation, Bai Feng's authoritative voice rang in their ears. Laced with an unyielding dominance, he then closed his eyes once more, returning to sunbathing as if nothing had transpired. Inside the Lansong Pavilion, silence reigned following the upheaval. The remaining disciples, even upon seeing Jiang Chongkong, treated him as if he were invisible, for none wished to share the fate of those who had just been deprived of their right to enter, a fate tantamount to self-destruction. Tang Yunzhou's eyes sparkled with admiration for Bai Feng's display of power, exclaiming, "What a magnificent display! No wonder even the sect leader bows to old Bai. This truly opened my eyes, the power of the cosmos. Could it be that Bai Feng shares a connection with the little white dragon? Yet that seems improbable. The little white dragon was a sovereign of the ancient divine realm. Why would it forsake its realm to propagate in the Qingyun realm? Jiang Changkong narrowed his eyes, a tempest brewing within. The little white dragon he referred to was none other than the emperor of the white dragons, by Qianfan, a formidable ruler of the dragon clan, who had once dominated the ancient divine realm, standing as a paragon of power beneath the heavens. Once upon a time, he was merely a pitiful creature, rescued by Mo Yi from the clutches of the nine heavens demon dragon, a little white snake, born with only a single horn. Yet, under his meticulous nurturing, he defied fate, vanquished the demon dragon clan, and consumed their essence to become a dragon emperor, etching his name into the annals of history. Little did he expect that millennia later, Jiang Changkong would encounter the dragon emperor by Qianfan's signature skill, Sleeve Universe. In the lowly realm of Lulid, it felt as though a lifetime had passed, rendering the experience utterly surreal. The primordial divine realm stood as the pinnacle of realms, while the Qingyun realm was merely one among countless lower realms. Normally, the two would have little to no intersection. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Tang Yunzhao, who was anxiously searching around him. This fellow had already attained the 9th rank of the awakening body realm, yet he remained unable to awaken his constitution to progress to the next stage. Thus, he had been pondering ways to break through techniques or elixirs. Jiang Changkong slowly activated his eye of misfortune, examining Tang Yunzhao's physique, and was taken aback to discover that this fellow possessed the solar body constitution. No wonder he had been unable to awaken. This was the foundational ability of the eye of misfortune, capable of effortlessly discerning the constitution of others and identifying any changes or issues therein. Kong Shao, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and select a couple of decent techniques or martial skills. Tang Yunzhao, seeing Jiang Changkong in a daze, quickly called out to him. Jiang Changkong took a deep, measured look at Tang Yunzhao and suddenly slapped the latter's forehead. A pure, sacred power silently entered Tang Yunzhao's soul sea. Subsequently, Jiang Changkong snatched 2 books from the nearby shelf and stuffed them into Tang Yunzhao's arms, instructing him to master them. In less than a month, you will awaken your constitution. Is that true? Even my cheat master said there is no method other than relying on oneself for such matters. Tang Yunzhao's sturdy frame shook, hastily flipping through the books Jiang Changkong had given him. He had been stuck at the 9th rank of the awakening body realm for quite some time, unable to break through due to his unawakened constitution. This was something he had never mentioned to anyone other than his master. Yet Jiang Changkong had seen through it at a glance. Could it be that Kong Shao had been quietly observing me all along? Truly, he is my dear brother. Tang Yunzhao felt a warmth spread within him. He then quickly opened the 2 books in his hands. One was a low-grade yellow-level technique called Pure Yang Gong, and the other was a low-grade yellow-level martial skill known as the Art of Enduring Strikes. Low-grade yellow level. Did I think too much? Kong Shao just grabbed them casually. Upon seeing their classifications, Tang Yunzhao's expression instantly soured. In the Liuli realm, martial skills and techniques were divided into several tiers. Trivial, yellow level, mysterious level, earth level, heaven level, sacred level, and immortal level. Each tier was further subdivided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The Lansong sect, having risen to prominence in recent years within the Tianwu kingdom, had always boasted a solid foundation for cultivation. Among its treasures was the Lansong Pavilion. The pavilion housed a wealth of martial skills and techniques. Every qualified disciple of the Lansong sect could access it for study. Within, there were even earth-level martial skills and techniques across the entire Tianwu kingdom. The earth-level martial skills and techniques were scarce, yet the Lansong sect possessed 2.1 was held by the sect leader, Li Feiyu, while the other was stored within the Lansong Pavilion. It was an object of desire for every disciple of the Lansong sect. Given Tang Yunzhao's current cultivation level, he had already qualified to browse mysterious level techniques. However, Jiang Changkong had handed him 2 low-grade yellow-level martial skills, equivalent to the most inferior offerings within the Lansong Pavilion. Especially the one titled Art of Enduring Strikes, which felt like an affront to his very being. Who cultivates to merely endure blows? Just then, Jiang Changkong, who was perusing historical records of the Liuli realm, glanced up at Tang Yunzhao and shook his head. Not let the rank of martial skills and techniques cloud your judgment. Each one exists for a reason and possesses its unique merits. If you can comprehend it, even a low-grade yellow-level technique can surpass a high-grade mysterious-level technique. Of course, if you doubt my words, feel free to dismiss them as nonsense. Tang Yunjiao never anticipated that his thoughts would be so easily discerned by Jiang Chongkong. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Kong Xiao, I will heed your advice. To this, Jiang Chongkong smiled indifferently. From the moment he laid eyes on Tang Yunjiao, he had already discerned the root of his issue. The reason Tang Yunjiao remained stuck at the 9th rank of the awakening body realm was not due to insufficient spiritual power or a poor foundation, but rather because the techniques he practiced were incompatible with his constitution, preventing him from awakening. However, such matters were trivial in the presence of Jiang Chongkong, who possessed the ancient body heavenly book, chapter 6. All right, I've mastered it. Outside the Lansong Pavilion, Bai Feng, who had been lounging in a recliner basking in the sunlight, suddenly opened his eyes. With a swift motion, his gaze effortlessly pierced through the Lansong Pavilion, observing Jiang Chongkong's every action. This kid actually knows how to awaken others' constitutions. Could he truly be the variable I have been waiting for? That mad old man didn't deceive me. Below, Jiang Chongkong suddenly paused his actions. As if struck by a revelation, he raised his head sharply, scanning his surroundings with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Sensing that this individual seemed to have taken note of him, without further ado, he ignored Bai Feng, who was secretly observing him, and swiftly flipped through the historical materials related to the Liuli realm. From a moment he was reborn with the dual body of misfortune, he had been certain that this realm was the starting point of his past life, the Qingyun realm, though it had inexplicably been renamed to Liuli realm. Indeed, he was correct. The Liuli realm was formerly known as the Qingyun realm. Even after a millennium, it remained strikingly familiar to him. As Jiang Chongkong perused the relevant materials, he exhaled heavily, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. This place was indeed the Qingyun realm he had once known so intimately. It was here that he embarked on his path of cultivation, crushing countless geniuses and annihilating various factions, ultimately breaking free from his own shackles and successfully ascending. He never imagined that a millennium later he would return to this place, starting anew. Even more astonishing was the fact that after thousands of years, the Qingyun realm had not only been renamed to Liuli realm, but had also evolved from a singular lower realm to a nexus connecting 8 other realms, collectively referred to as the 9 realms. Among the 8 known realms outside of Liuli, there were the demon realm, immortal realm, void dark realm, spirit realm, ghost realm, and medicine realm. The remaining 2 realms were shrouded in mystery, with almost no one managing to enter them, rendering the available information nearly non-existent. Among the 6 realms, the immortal realm held the highest rank, followed by the demon realm. The void dark realm was the most enigmatic, while the spirit, medicine, and ghost realms were interconnected yet distinct. Only the Liuli realm boasted the most sophisticated cultivation system and spanned the broadest expanse, accommodating a variety of races, including humanity. It was said that the 9 realms, including Liuli, were once interconnected, yet for reasons unknown, they were forcibly severed. But why did the Liuli realm bear traces of the primordial divine realm? Could it be that when Mo Liuli and her cohorts plotted against him, it triggered a heavenly calamity, leading to the partial collapse of the primordial divine realm, subsequently merging with the Qingyun realm, thereby becoming a crucial factor in the formation of the 9 realms? Wait a moment. Liuli realm. Could it be that Mo Liuli, that wretched woman, forcibly occupied the Qingyun realm for herself? Jiang Chongkong boldly hypothesized, pressing down on the books in his hands. The heavenly calamity signifies the obliteration of the heavenly path, a terrifying phenomenon that occurs when a world crumbles. If his conjecture were true, then the renaming of the Qingyun realm to Liuli realm and the various traces of the primordial divine realm within the Lansong sect will become somewhat reasonable. The founding ancestor of the Lansong sect, Li Er, adept in sword techniques, creator of the martial skill Thunderous 8 trigrams. Goodness, could it be a coincidence? Jiang Chongkong suddenly let out a curse. The founder of the Lansong sect turned out to be his former, simple-minded disciple. Li Er, were it merely a case of sharing the same name, Jiang Chongkong would not find it peculiar. However, the various descriptions of this air mirrored those of his former foolish disciple, especially the so-called self-created martial skill. This was a technique Zhang Changkong had idly devised during his leisure, powerful yet demanding rigorous requirements for cultivation. Almost no one dared to attempt it, for even if they tried, they would struggle to master it. Yet, the most foolish of all, nicknamed Ernyo by Zhang Changkong, had taken an immediate liking to it and became the only one, aside from Zhang Changkong, to successfully cultivate it. Thus, Zhang Changkong could assert with certainty that the founding ancestor of the Lansang sect was undoubtedly his former, simple-minded disciple. No wonder he had always felt a strange sensation, from his rebirth with the dual body of misfortune, to the Lioli realm, and now to the Lansang sect. If these occurrences were merely coincidences, it would be one thing. But with so many coincidences converging, it began to feel like destiny. He sensed, in the depths of his being, that his rebirth was not a mere accident, but rather an inevitability. It felt as though some unseen force was orchestrating all of this, drawing Zhang Changkong irresistibly into its fold. At last, Zhang Changkong closed the book and exhaled deeply. Some perplexing matters could be set aside for the moment. The most pressing concern was to enhance his strength. Otherwise, acquiring more knowledge would only bring him endless troubles and dangers. His astonishment. It truly worked. Young Master Kong, you are indeed like a brother to me. How splendid! I merely experimented casually and discovered that my realm had loosened. What a marvelous sensation. I believe that within half a month, I can awaken my physique and ascend to a new level. Suddenly, Tang Yunjiao, seemingly invigorated, embraced Zhang Changkong and shouted with immense excitement. What else with the excessive enthusiasm? One must remain low-key in life. When have I ever deceived you? Zhang Changkong shot Tang Yunjiao glare, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I see this just a tad too exciting. Young Master Kong, you are simply the best. Come, let me give you a kiss. Tang Yunjiao tugged at Zhang Changkong, genuinely leaning in closer. Get lost. No intimacy between men. If you try that again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Zhang Changkong deftly sidestepped Tang Yunjiao's brazen advance and could see that moment. He suddenly picked a book from the shelf, designated as a low-grade, yellow-level movement technique. Having once been the chief disciple of the Lansang sect, Zhang Changkong mastered several formidable martial techniques, among which the most noteworthy were the half-step crumbling fist, a superior yellow-level fist technique, and the falling leaves palm, an inferior Xian-level palm technique. These were the fruits of his labor for the sect over the years. However, he lacked a movement technique. Firstly, the Lansang sect had few such techniques. And secondly, it traditionally emphasized offense over defense, valuing attack while neglecting evasive maneuvers. The book Zhang Changkong now beheld was a low-grade yellow-level movement technique named Light and Shadow Steps. It was a technique that utilized one's spiritual energy to transform oneself into a beam of light. Achieving unparalleled speed at first glance, it seemed rather impressive, yet it was widely regarded as a rather useless movement technique. The reasons were twofold. Its practice was excessively complex, and it possessed almost no offensive power while consuming an exorbitant amount of spiritual energy. Consequently, light and shadow steps have become the most disregarded and trivial martial technique in the entire Lansang Pavilion. Young Master Kong, why did you choose this useless movement technique? Only fools would waste their time on such a pointless technique. Upon seeing Zhang Changkong select the light and shadow steps, Tang Yunjiao immediately exclaimed, "That may be true for you all. For me, it is the most practical and invincible movement technique." Zhang Changkong scoffed, without mercy. You have no idea how astonishing the true power of light and shadow steps is. Moreover, it contains the essence of movement techniques, meaning many later techniques derived from it. It seems that Li Erniu established the Lansang sect with the intention of upholding his legacy and continuing the inheritance of humanity. Thus, many techniques stored within the pavilion bear traces of heritage from 10,000 years ago. Yet, following the lapse of 10 millennia, the discontinuity in inheritance has rendered most of these techniques low-tier or insignificant. Just like this light and shadow steps, now, apart from Zhang Changkong, no one could successfully cultivate it, relegating it to a mere piece of useless trash. Truly, you are young Master Kong. always taking the unconventional path. Witnessing Jiang Changkong's confidence, Tang Yunjiao immediately shifted to flattery. Register it. Jiang Changkong ignored Tang Yunjiao and directly approached the registration desk within the Lansong Pavilion, presenting the martial technique he had chosen. Why have you selected this movement technique? Bai Feng, who had been observing Jiang Changkong in secret, suddenly appeared at the registration desk, gazing intently at him. Tang Yunjiao, following closely behind Jiang Changkong, was taken aback. Never expecting that the movement technique Jiang Changkong chose would attract the attention of the pavilion's master. Could it be that this technique, deemed the most useless in the entire Lansong Pavilion, harbors some exhilarating secret? Or perhaps it is, in fact, an immensely powerful heavenly-level technique. Bai Feng's appearance plunged Tang Yunjiao into a frenzy of wild speculation. Because only I can control and unleash its true power. Jiang Changkong met Bai Feng's gaze, brimming with confidence. Such audacity! Since I have presided over this Lansong Pavilion, no one has ever succeeded in cultivating it. Bai Feng's eyes widened suddenly, exuding a formidable presence. Then congratulations, you shall witness me successfully cultivate it within your lifetime. A smirk curled at the corners of Jiang Changkong's lips, a devilish grin. Very well. I shall see whether you are merely spouting nonsense, or if you can indeed create a miracle. Bai Feng's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. Witnessing a miracle will come at a cost. It cannot be for free. Jiang Changkong glanced at Bai Feng, then abruptly changed the subject, standing behind him. Tang Yunjiao could not contain his laughter. He secretly gave Jiang Changkong a thumbs up, truly deserving of being young Master Kong, daring to confront Bai Feng head-on and even demanding a favor. To dare to request a cost from me, you are the first in the entire Lansong sect. Bai Feng's eyes shone with a fierce light as a terrifying pressure swept towards Jiang Changkong. Of course, who told you that no one in the Lansong sect has ever managed to cultivate this movement technique? Jiang Changkong faced the immense pressure with unwavering composure. His pride unyielding. I shall give you 1 month. If you can successfully cultivate this movement technique, I can procure anything you desire within the Lansong sect. Bai Feng gradually withdrew his pressure, establishing a pact that a month. Do you look down on me? Just let me take a glance, and I'll have it perfected. All right, I have already mastered it. Jiang Changkong quickly flipped through the light and shadow steps in Bai Feng's presence and astonishingly declared, Kid, there must be some limit to your boasting. Are you not afraid of the wind causing your tongue to slip? Before he could finish, Jiang Changkong suddenly stepped forward, his figure vanishing and reappearing 10 meters away. Then swiftly returning to stand before Bai Feng, his movements as swift as lightning, seamless and fluid. Bai Feng's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. He stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. A wager is a wager. When I require your assistance, I shall certainly inform you. Jiang Changkong disregarded the still-stunned Bai Feng and left with a flourish. Chapter 7 Two Perspectives. Goodness, young Master Kong, you have truly astonished me. To think you could master the light and shadow steps after just a single glance. It's simply dazzling. Tang Yunjiao followed closely behind Jiang Changkong, his excitement palpable as he gestured animatedly. I never imagined this movement technique, regarded as useless by all, could be so impressive. The most terrifying part is that Jiang Changkong managed to master it after merely 1 glance. This is not just a miracle. It is a legend. Didn't I say? This movement technique is only cultivable by me. There is no need for such astonishment. Moreover, what you have seen is merely the tip of the iceberg. Its true power must be demonstrated in battle. Jiang Changkong rested his hands behind his head, speaking nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunjiao's eyes lit up. He could hardly wait for someone to challenge Jiang Changkong to a duel. Allowing him to witness the true might of the light and shadow steps in action, I truly did not expect a low-grade yellow-level technique to be so formidable. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Young Master Kong, could it be that this is due to everyone's lack of discernment, leading to such a low rating? It is not a lack of discernment, but rather that everyone places too much emphasis on the so-called martial technique rankings, neglecting the importance of fundamentals. Without these foundational techniques, how could the later Xian level, Earth level, and Heavenly level techniques emerge? Every martial art is derived from the most basic moves, which are then continuously improved and elevated. You are absolutely right, young Master Kong. You are nearly divine in my eyes. Truly, hearing your words is worth more than 10 years of meals. Ahem, it's worth more than 10 years of study. If you cannot recall the latter part next time, just say what you know. That way, you 1T expose your level of education while making it seem as if you are intentionally modest. A win-win. I see. Knowledge is indeed power, young Master Kong. I believe the best decision I've made in this life is to follow you. Stop dawdling. Seize the opportunity and strive for an awakening of your physique. Rest assured, I, Tang Xiaoping, will never embarrass you. However, since we are selecting martial techniques, why not pay a visit to the equipment pavilion to find a suitable weapon? No, but it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Jiang Changkong initially intended to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he changed his mind. His intention was to look down upon the weapons within the Lansong sect's equipment pavilion, but considering that Li Erniu was the founder of the Lansong sect, perhaps something valuable remained. Speaking of which, the last time that scoundrel Yi Qinghuan unjustly imprisoned me in the Black Dungeon, my Liuhua gauntlets were confiscated, which I had saved for an entire year. It pains me dearly, those scoundrels. One day, I shall return the favor tenfold, teaching them the might of Tang Xiaoping. Tang Xiaoping swung his fists vigorously, adopting a fierce demeanor. Rest assured, you are very close to that day. Jiang Changkong cast a glance at Tang Xiaoping, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The constitution of Tang Xiaoping was undoubtedly extraordinary. Once awakened, it would at least reach the level of royalty, wielding power that could not be underestimated. When the time came, it would surely astound everyone. In the blink of an eye, the duo arrived at the weapon pavilion of the Lansong sect. This place housed a plethora of various weapons and also preserved the spiritual artifacts wielded by the sect's formidable predecessors, including those used by past sect leaders. Among them were not a few of celestial grade. However, as time elapsed and the Lansong sect waned, many had been lost. The spiritual artifacts of the Liuli realm were classified into 9 distinct levels: low, intermediate, high, celestial, royal, imperial, sacred, celestial, and divine. How can the craftsmanship of these weapons be so inferior? Jiang Changkong remarked, unable to suppress his critique as he entered the pavilion alongside Tang Xiaoping. Tang Yinzhou looked at Jiang Changkong in surprise before quickly explaining, Kong Xiao. These are merely the most ordinary weapons, commonly referred to as white birds, devoid of any additional abilities. They are specifically intended for the newly inducted outer disciples of the sect. It's only on the second floor that the inner disciples and core members, may select spiritual artifacts. It is said that the Lansong sect once stood as the most powerful sect in the entire Liuli realm, second to none. Within its confines lay countless martial arts, techniques, spiritual artifacts, and celestial pets, including not only celestial spells but also celestial artifacts and pets, which were objects of admiration for countless individuals. Yet for reasons unknown, it suddenly fell into decline. Sudden decline? Jiang Changkong raised an eyebrow slightly. With Li Erniu's capabilities and the resources at his disposal, the Lansong sect could not possibly have collapsed overnight. Something monumental must have transpired. There are 2 prevailing theories. Point 1 posits that the Lansong sect, in its overwhelming might, attracted divine wrath that led to calamities, causing the sect's downfall overnight, taking thousands of years to recover. Tang Xiaoping spoke with an air of mystery. Nonsense. Such calamities are often the result of human folly. That is, they are orchestrated by mankind. Jiang Changkong retorted sharply, his gaze piercing. The Qingyan realm was merely a low-tier plane. The might of the heavenly Tao contained within posed no threat to Li Erniu. Moreover, Li Erniu had control over the artifacts he had left behind. Even a single item from that era could dominate not only the Qingyan realm, but also the ancient divine realm. Thus, the notion that the Lansong sect was obliterated by heavenly calamities was nothing short of a grand jest. I tend to believe the second theory. It is said that thousands of years ago, a great event unfolded in the Lansong sect where countless powerful beings tore through the void, seeking to forcibly seize control of the sect. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered heavy losses. Although the Lansong sect repelled its formidable enemies, it was left severely weakened. allowing some treacherous individuals within to conspire with outsiders to plunder the sect. Subsequently, they established their own factions and ruthlessly retaliated against the sect, causing even the Tian Yao Wu sect and the Wanshou sect, once allied with the Lansong sect, to sever ties, ultimately leading to the rapid decline of the Lansong sect to a third-rate sect. Losing its former glory, Tang Xiaopeng inhaled deeply, speaking slowly. Bang! Just as he finished, a long sword unexpectedly exploded in Jiang Chongkong's hand. Tang Yunzhou instinctively turned to look at Jiang Chongkong, only to find his expression twisted in fury, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Kong Xiao, what is wrong with you? Tang Yunzhou instinctively recoiled at the drastic change in Jiang Chongkong. One day, I shall make all those who have harmed the Lansong sect pay an exceedingly painful price. Jiang Chongkong clenched his fists, rage boiling within him. If his deductions were correct, those so-called powerful beings who had torn through the void must be Mo Lu Li and her ilk. Clearly, they had discovered the treasures left behind by Li Erniu and himself. Yearning to claim them for themselves, that it was also possible that Li Erniu had hidden these items in this realm, only to be found by them later. This also provided an explanation as to why the Qingyun realm was now referred to as the Liuli realm. The decline of the Lansong sect was undoubtedly intertwined with these individuals who had once wronged him. Kong Xiao, you truly are devoted to the sect. I cannot fathom why the elders are so cold-hearted, insisting on supporting that good-for-nothing Yi Chenghuan. Tang Yunzhou clenched his fists, feeling indignant for Jiang Chongkong. Despite the sect's treatment of him, he remained devoted to its interests. What a commendable trait that inspired genuine respect. Kong Xiao, you should take a look as well. There are many new items recently. Tang Yunzhou exclaimed enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling as he scanned the surroundings. Jiang Chongkong followed behind, his interest waning as he surveyed the area. It was not that his standards were too high, but rather that the quality of the items here was rather poor. This only confirmed Tang Yunzhou's second theory. The once valuable artifacts of the Lansong sect had long been plundered, with the remaining items likely monopolized by the sect leader and the core elites. After such a bloody lesson, who would be willing to share treasures? How did this item end up here? At that moment, Jiang Chongkong suddenly spotted something neglected in a corner. It was covered in dust, possessing a peculiar shape, as if a small branch had been casually grasped from a broom. Li Erniu, could it be that you? Jiang Chongkong slowly raised the object, a mix of laughter and tears bubbling within him. Chapter 8. The Bala Si buzz. As Jiang Chongkong swayed the peculiar item in his hand, it suddenly emitted an incredibly familiar aura that surged into his soul's sea. Indeed, it is your handiwork, Li Erniu. You must have crafted this out of spite after I gave you a fright back in the day. Right. Jiang Chongkong chuckled, feeling the affectionate energy emanating from the object. This item was known as the Bala Si, a specialty of common folk from the Qingyun realm. It was specifically designed to deal with disobedient and unruly children. A veritable divine artifact, the Bala Si was derived from the most ordinary broom, lightweight and easily accessible. Yet its power was terrifying, instilling dread in mischievous children, while it appeared soft and harmless. Once it struck the skin, it would leave behind blood-red welts resembling spider webs. Especially for tender skin, its effectiveness multiplied exponentially, causing an intense burning sensation without drawing blood, hence its name, that in Jiang Chongkong's hands. It became a nightmare for Li Erniu and others during their youth. Every recollection sent chills down their spines. At that time, Li Erniu and his peers were already considered exceptionally gifted talents among their peers. But before Jiang Chongkong, they were like unruly children, stubborn and deserving of punishment. Thus, he used the Bala Si to keep them in line. It was under Jiang Chongkong's guidance that they eventually became prominent figures in the ancient divine realm. Time passed, and unexpectedly, after 10,000 years, Jiang Chongkong found himself reborn, encountering this object once again in the weapon pavilion of the Lansong sect. What surprised him even more was that Li Erniu had not only preserved the item he had once used, but had also reforged it. Incorporating the silk from the Spider King and the Inferno Fire Stick along with various rare materials. Unfortunately, his descendants did not appreciate its value, treating it merely as a useless decorative piece. ultimately abandoning it in this corner as a piece of refuse. That it is worth noting that this item, forged by Liernyo himself and carried for countless years, had long since absorbed his essence, possessing power that was no less than that of a sacred artifact, spiritual artifacts of sacred grade, that at the time Jiang Changkong was striving to break through to the ultimate divine realm. Liernyo's cultivation had already surpassed the upper-tier royal realm, nearing the pseudo-divine realm. Anything he personally crafted would at least wield the power of the lower-tier royal realm, though its strength had inevitably diminished over the years. It could still effortlessly dominate any being below the realm of myriad laws, especially in Jiang Changkong's hands. From this day forth, I shall diligently oversee this ungrateful sect on behalf of Ernyo. Jiang Changkong declared, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he tucked the balasi away. Isn't that my gilded fire gauntlet? At that moment, Tang Yunjiao, who had just stepped onto the second level, suddenly pointed at a pair of fists not far away and shouted in anger. Jiang Changkong turned to look upon hearing the voice. There he saw Tang Xiaopeng suddenly gripping someone, their face flushed with rage, engaged in a heated argument. The cause of the commotion stemmed from a pair of gauntlets crafted entirely of gilded material, embedded on the back of which was a low-grade fire attribute gem that could release a certain degree of flames when infused with spiritual energy. Wasn't this the gilded gauntlet that Tang Yunjiao had lost when he was wrongfully imprisoned in the dark prison by Yi Qinghuan and others? It's no wonder he was so furious. It was originally a prized possession purchased at great expense by Tang Xiaopeng, but due to a scheme orchestrated by Yi Qinghuan, he ended up in the dark prison, leading to the forcible confiscation of the gauntlet. To his astonishment, today it had reappeared in the hands of someone within this weapon pavilion, apparently intended for sale. Tang Yunjiao was no fool. He quickly understood that someone had deceitfully acquired his gilded fire gauntlet through the unique circumstances of the dark prison under the guise of the sect, and was now attempting to sell it to the pavilion for a handsome profit. This realization ignited his fury, and he was determined to settle the score with that individual. This item was picked up by me from the roadside. What can you do about it? Get lost. A young man with two menacing scarred lines across his face and a head of red hair shouted at Tang Yunjiao. Tang Yunjiao stepped in front of Zhao Hua, seething with rage. Get lost, you scoundrel. It was you and that worthless Yi Qinghuan who conspired to have me thrown into the dark prison and confiscated my gilded fire gauntlet in the name of the sect. Now it appears in your possession. Do you dare to claim this isn't part of your collusion with Yi Qinghuan, seeking to line your own pockets? This man was originally an inner disciple of the Lansong sect, who later became Yi Qinghuan's confidant, and in recent times had begun to act recklessly within the sect due to Yi Qinghuan's rise. When Tang Yunjiao was wrongfully imprisoned in the dark prison, Zhao Hua had played a part in it. Stop spouting nonsense. You blood-spewing wretch. How dare a piece of trash who hasn't even awakened their innate talent challenge me? If you're wise, kneel and beg for mercy. Otherwise, I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. Zhao Hua glared at Tang Yunjiao, his words dripping with malice. Just because you've awakened a fire-type common physique, you dare to act so arrogantly? Little fatty, teach him a lesson. Jiang Changkong approached the two and called out to Tang Xiaopeng that, oh, isn't this the useless Jiang Changkong? I didn't expect you to survive such severe injuries. But what are you doing here in the weapon pavilion? Surely you're not trying to steal something? Zhao Hua sneered at Jiang Changkong. Had this been the past, he would have either bowed and scraped or turned tail and fled upon seeing Jiang Changkong. How could he speak to him so casually now? Alas, the times had changed, and Jiang Changkong was now merely a waste who had barely managed to cling to life. Zhao Hua, fully aware of the situation, knew that killing Jiang Changkong would be as easy as crushing an ant. Dare to offend me, young Master Kong? I'll kill you. Tang Yunjiao, already seething with anger toward Zhao Hua, wasted no time and launched a punch at him. Just you? How presumptuous! Zhao Hua scoffed, casually waving his hand, that a wall of flames suddenly materialized before Zhao Hua, colliding violently with Tang Yunjiao's fist. The firewall, upon awakening their physique, those with fire-type common physiques could manipulate the power of fire, forming flames, firewalls, or fire seas for attack or defense. With a resounding crash, Tang Yunjiao's body was forced back, unable to shatter Zhao Hua's firewall, and his hand was scorched by the flames Zhao Hua had conjured. The excruciating pain compelled him to abandon his assault and retreat. D-O-U-C. You are nothing but trash before me. Watch as I finish you off and then turn to torment Jiang Changkong. Today, you shall witness the might of Zhao Hua. Seeing Tang Yunzhao falter, Zhao Hua laughed triumphantly, even going so far as to unleash flames that swirled around him to accentuate his imposing presence. How infuriating! Is it just a common physique? How dare you be so arrogant? Tang Yunzhao could no longer tolerate such humiliation and roared, launching another punch at Zhao Hua. With a resounding thud, this time he didn't even touch Zhao Hua before being sent flying. Useless trash! In my eyes, you are like an ant. I can toy with you however I please. If you wish to live, then kneel and kowtow 3 times, calling me grandfather thrice, and crawl between my legs. I might consider sparing your life. Zhao Hua taunted Tang Yunzhao, who was sprawled on the ground, having suffered defeat. He laughed recklessly, never having felt such joy as today. This was the pleasure derived from overwhelming strength. Little fatty, to strike others, you must first learn to endure blows. Don't forget that you practice the art of receiving hits. You must learn to transform your disadvantages into advantages to break free. Jiang Changkong, unable to bear the sight, offered this reminder. Tang Xiaopeng's greatest flaw was his stubbornness. He approached battles with a singular mindset. He only knew to attack without ever calmly analyzing the strengths and weaknesses in the match against Zhao Hua. From his physique alone, it was evident that Tang Xiaopeng's advantage lay in defense rather than offense. It was only when he was passively enduring blows that he could unleash his true power. This was also the key to his awakened physique. Inside the weapon pavilion, the tremendous noise attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd, who quickly gathered around. Look, ISNT, that Tang Yunzhao and Jiang Changkong. Why are they fighting Zhao Hua? Jiang Changkong hasn't died yet. Wasn't he said to be mortally wounded? Even if he is alive, he is still a waste, and the position of chief disciple is now firmly in Yi Qinghuan's grip. No. According to the latest news I received, Yi Qinghuan has not yet secured the position of chief disciple, as he has agreed to a duel with Jiang Changkong on the life and death stage a month from now. With the winner claiming the title Jiang Changkong out of his mind, he actually intends to fight Yi Qinghuan to the death. That is a being with an awakened king-level physique, while Jiang Changkong is merely a waste physique. Perhaps he couldn't bear the blow. No one could accept such a drastic fall from grace. Let us just watch the battle between Tang Yunzhao and Zhao Hua. Bang! Before Tang Xiaopeng could fully comprehend Jiang Changkong's words, he was once again sent flying. He crashed into a nearby rack, causing the weapons atop it to scatter across the floor, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. What qualifications does a waste like you have to be a core disciple of the Lansong sect? If I were you, I would be too ashamed to remain in the sect. Zhao Hua. Engulfed in searing flames, mocked Tang Xiaopeng mercilessly. Tang Xiaopeng, struggling to rise, glared at Zhao Hua, his heart filled with rage. How infuriating! So what if you awaken a physique? What is so great about it? You're still just a commoner. Yet despite being merely a common physique, today this very individual was humiliating him, leaving Tang Xiaopeng questioning his own existence. Is my path of cultivation truly at an end? Tang Xiaopeng gazed at Zhao Hua, who was brimming with arrogance, feeling despondent at that moment. Jiang Changkong's words struck him like a thunderbolt, jolting him to clarity. Indeed, why have I been so insistent on offense when my cultivation is clearly the art of receiving blows? My strength lies in my endurance. I must find victory through defense, and I must believe in myself and in young Master Kong. A transformation took place in Tang Xiaopeng's gaze as he straightened his posture. The earlier gloom dissipating. What if you've gained the upper hand? Let me tell you, the battle has only just begun. Tang Xiaopeng fixed Zhao Hua with a confident smile, still putting on a brave face when death is imminent. I'll enjoy beating you so badly you'll be searching for your teeth. Zhao Hua snorted coldly, igniting the flames of his common physique as he charged toward Tang Xiaopeng. With a sizzling sound, the flames swirling around him blazed to life, enveloping Tang Xiaopeng with ferocity. This time, Tang Xiaopeng chose not to attack recklessly. Instead, he used his own body as a barrier to endure all of Zhao Hua's assaults. Boom! The searing flames cascaded down upon Tang Xiaoping, creating a deafening roar. Gritting his teeth, Tang Xiaoping activated the art of receiving blows and withstood the onslaught. To his surprise, Zhao Hua's attacks were far less painful than he had anticipated. Particularly after being cushioned by his own ample physique, the damage was significantly reduced, and he felt no threat to his vital points whatsoever. This art of receiving blows is truly miraculous, young Master Kong. You are indeed my brother. At that moment, a surge of intense light suddenly rose from Tang Xiaoping's dantian, invigorating him. This is... Feeling the infinite potential contained within this radiant light, Tang Xiaoping's face broke into a joyful expression. This long-lost sensation was precisely the awakening of the physique he had yearned for. However, the power he currently possessed was still far from sufficient to reach that awakened state. Yet, he believed that as long as he persevered, he would undoubtedly attain that level. With this thought in mind, Tang Xiaoping immediately thrust his middle finger at Zhao Hua in a bold provocation, shouting, "Is that all you've got? Let the flames come even fiercer. I see that your feeble mind has truly been scorched. It's the first time I've heard someone make such a request. Nevertheless, as you wish, I've roasted plenty of pigs, but roasting a human pig is a first for me." Zhao Hua shot a surprised glance at Tang Xiaoping, then let out a sinister laugh. Swish, swish, swish! With a wave of his hand, several large fireballs coalesced out of thin air and then rained down upon Tang Xiaoping as corpulent body. Igniting instantly, sizzle. What Zhao Hua did not anticipate was that the flames, which should have been raging fiercely, diminished at a visible speed upon touching Tang Xiaoping, nearly extinguishing in the blink of an eye. What is happening? Zhao Hua was left dumbfounded by the spectacle before him. Are you even capable? Why are the flames weakening? In stark contrast, Tang Xiaoping grew increasingly exuberant, jumping up and down while taunting Zhao Hua. You damned waste! How dare you underestimate me? I initially thought to spare you, but since you seek death, then I shall grant your wish today. This statement thoroughly provoked Zhao Hua, plunging him into a furious rage. With a beastly roar, Zhao Hua poured all his strength into his fire-based, ordinary body. Flame, burst, kill, die. Zhao Hua bellowed as he unleashed his most powerful technique. The combination of spiritual energy and fire-based ordinary body formed a fiery sea with a 3-meter diameter, materializing around Tang Xiaoping. In an instant, it engulfed Tang Xiaoping completely, then exploded, boom! The entire weapon pavilion trembled, and Tang Xiaoping's figure vanished in the fiery inferno. Ha ha! Waste, this is the consequence of opposing me. Are you still shouting? Zhao Hua howled to the heavens, although his body involuntarily staggered backward. The flame burst kill was his strongest move, consuming an immense amount of energy. It was the first time he had truly executed it since mastering it. He never expected its power to be so tremendous, instantly obliterating Tang Xiaoping. Jiang Chongkong, did you see this? This is the fate of those who oppose me. Seize this moment of my good mood. If you know what is good for you, quickly bow 3 times and call me grandfather, or else Tang Yunzhou will be your end. Zhao Hua, catching his breath, addressed Jiang Chongkong with an air of superiority. Fool! Jiang Chongkong did not even spare Zhao Hua glance, coldly uttering 2 words as he cast a sidelong glance. You. Zhao Hua's fury erupted, but he was abruptly interrupted by the scene before him. The once raging sea of flames abruptly ceased, and a massive black figure burst forth, hurtling directly toward him. Bang! Zhao Hua barely had time to react before a heavy fist struck him, sending him flying. Violent heavy fist. You are Tang Yunzhou. How can you still be alive? Zhao Hua gazed at the enormous black figure, suddenly widening his eyes in astonishment. His disbelief, the giant black figure was none other than Tang Yunzhou, who had previously perished in the flames. Didn't T expect it, did you? Your fat grandfather is perfectly fine. However, you are in trouble, Tang Yunzhou roared, swinging his massive fist directly at Zhao Hua's face, delivering a brutal onslaught. How is this possible? Why? Zhao Hua could not accept the reality before him, repeatedly shouting in disbelief. Jiang Chongkong disdainfully glanced at Zhao Hua, remarking, from the moment you gained the upper hand, you never restrained your spiritual energy. instead hastening its consumption to attract attention, completely oblivious to the fact that you wasted more energy than you used against Xiaoping. You think your subsequent attacks can still inflict significant damage. In the end, even the gathered flames couldn't last for seconds. Truly, you have woven your own demise. Originally, he had no intention of speaking, but Zhao Hua's foolishness compelled him to voice his thoughts. If only Tang Xiaoping had observed carefully and discovered this sooner, he could have exhausted Zhao Hua to death. How could he end up in such a dire situation? Simultaneously, it was precisely because of Zhao Hua's self-inflicted predicament that Tang Xiaoping ultimately failed to awaken his own physique. Chapter 10, a good saying. You are fair, bang, bang, bang. Tang Xiaoping swung his massive fists at Zhao Hua's face in a relentless barrage. At this moment, Zhao Hua found himself caught in the awkward phase of being exhausted from previous efforts yet lacking new strength. Utterly unable to cope with Tang Xiaoping's tempestuous assault, after a token resistance, he became nothing more than a punching bag for Tang Xiaoping. Left bruised and bloodied, "Stop hitting me, please. I surrender. I admit defeat. I yield. I'll call you grandfather if that's what you want." Realizing he might be beaten to death, Zhao Hua shouted desperately at Tang Xiaoping, opting for surrender. "You wretched fool! Did you ever consider sparing my life when you attacked me with lethal intent? Now you wish to beg for mercy? It's too late." Tang Xiaoping gripped Zhao Hua's collar. His gaze icy. No. Zhao Hua's eyes widened in terror as he screamed with all his might. "Unbridled! How dare you engage in private combat within the weapon pavilion? Cease this at once." Just as the situation grew dire, a figure suddenly shot out from within the weapon pavilion, swiftly striking toward Tang Xiaoping. Sensing danger, Tang Xiaoping instinctively released his grip on Zhao Hua. Rolling away just in time, boom! As the ground shattered, he narrowly dodged this deadly blow. That scoundrel dared to launch a sneak attack from behind. Tang Xiaoping raised his head sharply, instinctively cursing. "Unbridled!" A furious roar echoed, and Tang Xiaoping felt a terrifying wave of energy wash over him, as if he were about to be torn apart. Swish! Jiang Chongkong stepped forward, shielding Tang Xiaoping with a protective stance. It was then that Tang Xiaoping realized the assailant was Sun Wu, the steward responsible for managing all affairs within the weapon pavilion. Initially, the weapon pavilion had a powerful figure of equal status and cultivation as Bai Feng, Lin Qi, overseeing matters. However, Lin Qi's elusive nature and disdain for constraints meant he rarely appeared within the pavilion. Consequently, the Lansong sect had no choice but to select Sun Wu from among the junior elders to manage all affairs in Lin Qi's stead. "Brat, how dare you disrespect me, and to act so brazenly under my nose? You've gone too far." Sun Wu cast a frigid glance at Tang Xiaoping. "Lord Sun, Tang Yunzhou is trying to kill me. Please help me." At that moment, having narrowly escaped disaster, Zhao Hua used his last ounce of strength to hide behind Sun Wu, crying out loudly, "Rest assured, with me here, no one can harm a single hair on you." Sun Wu reassured Zhao Hua while pulling out a pill from his robe, which he handed to Zhao Hua to consume. The pill dissolved upon entry, and Zhao Hua's previously pale complexion instantly regained some color. His weak aura gradually strengthened. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves that "I've long heard that Lord Sun, besides being the steward of the weapon pavilion, is also a close confidant of Elder Feng Songyun of the Lansong sect, and no wonder he would protect Zhao Hua so fervently. After all, Zhao Hua is Yi Qinghuan's man, and Yi Qinghuan is the current Elder Ace. It's all interconnected. Tang Yunzhou and Jiang Chongkong were likely to face dire consequences today for having provoked Lord Sun. Who doesn't he know that for years within this weapon pavilion, Lord Sun has had the final say? It's no wonder Zhao Hua dared to strike Tang Yunzhou earlier. It seems he had someone backing him up. However, the fact that Tang Yunzhou managed to defeat Zhao Hua without awakening his physique truly attests to his status as a core disciple. More intriguing, though, is how Jiang Chongkong managed to block that earlier strike. Could it be he has recovered? As the saying goes, even a rotten ship has 3,000 nails. Jiang Chongkong, having once been the top disciple, must possess some means, seeing that Zhao Hua's condition stabilized. Sun Wu immediately turned his gaze to Tang Yunzhou, coldly declaring, "Tang Yunzhou, Are you aware that private combat is not permitted within the weapon pavilion? I am aware, but just now. Tang Xiaoping nodded without a second thought. But before he could finish, Sun Wu interrupted him sharply. You knew yet still dared to act so ruthlessly, which means you are knowingly breaking the rules. Your crime is compounded. Someone, take him down and send him to the enforcement hall for punishment. Sun Wu offered no opportunity for explanation, swiftly issuing a sentence. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, 3 individuals sprang forth from the side, charging toward Tang Xiaoping. I asked this not unfair. Clearly, it was Zhao Hua who attacked first. I was merely defending myself. If there is to be punishment, it should be directed at him, not me. Tang Xiaoping, feeling the weight of injustice, questioned vehemently. Fool, do you presume to teach Lord Sun how to conduct his affairs? Concealed behind Sun Wu, Zhao Hua seized the opportunity to incite further discord. With Sun Wu's backing, Zhao Hua grew increasingly audacious. Take him down, commanded Sun Wu's 3 subordinates, their voices low yet resolute as they targeted Tang Xiaoping's vital points. Although Tang Xiaoping ultimately emerged victorious against Zhao Hua, he bore immense injuries. Coupled with the exhaustion from evading Sun Wu's ambush, he found himself utterly drained of strength in his current state. He was in no condition to engage in combat, let alone withstand the onslaught of 3 assailants. In this dire moment, Jiang Chankong's figure materialized like a specter, shielding Tang Xiaoping with a swift motion, delivering a powerful palm strike. This strike, reminiscent of a tempest sweeping away fallen leaves, unleashed the leaf-sweeping palm, a technique from the low tier of the Xian class. Bang! 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 The trio that had initially charged at Tang Xiaoping found themselves enveloped in darkness, their bodies flung uncontrollably, crashing to the ground before Sun Wu. Unconscious before they could utter a word, it was an instant kill. Previously, when Tang Xiaoping and Zhao Hua fought in a one-on-one duel, Jiang Chankong had refrained from intervening. However, upon Sun Wu's abrupt and ruthless attack on Tang Xiaoping, Jiang Chankong's ire was ignited. My people can only be bullied by me. No one else dares. How dare you disrupt Lord Sun's affairs? Zhao Hua, emboldened by Sun Wu's support, immediately turned his aggression towards Jiang Chankong. Did you not hear him calling out to you just now? Jiang Chankong paid Zhao Hua no heed, merely casting a silent glance at Sun Wu. Seeing himself disregarded, Zhao Hua's fury boiled over, and he spat. What do you think you are, dare to speak to Lord Sun in such a manner? Do you really believe you're still the esteemed chief disciple? Let me tell you, you are nothing but a waste now. Surrender quietly, or you shall never escape today. Whether he heard or did not hear was irrelevant. Within the confines of the Chi Pavilion, he alone dictated fairness. At that moment, Sun Wu suddenly lifted his gaze to Jiang Chankong and declared in a booming voice, in this place, I alone determine what is right or wrong. As soon as these words were uttered, the assembly fell into a profound silence, just as they had previously asserted. Within the Chi Pavilion, Sun Wu's word was law. How splendidly you proclaim your fairness, Jiang Chankong retorted, stepping forward, his figure vanishing in an instant as he charged toward Sun Wu. Chankong, do not act impulsively. Tang Xiaoping, startled by Jiang Chankong's actions, yelled in a desperate attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Whoosh! The shadow step. Sun Wu felt a flash before his eyes, instinctively reaching out to grasp at nothingness. A chilling sensation crept up his spine, prompting him to turn around. The Zhao Hua he had shielded was now nowhere to be seen. Upon turning back, he found Jiang Chankong had already returned to his original position, firmly clutching the very Zhao Hua who had just vanished. This is the shadow step. Tang Yunju's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Chankong beside him. He had managed to abduct Zhao Hua right under Sun Wu's nose without anyone noticing. It was common knowledge that Sun Wu, as the steward of the Chi Pavilion and a junior elder of the Lansong sect, had reached the 8th tier of the Gathering Wheel realm. Over the years, the benefits he had accrued within the Chi Pavilion had propelled him to the 9th tier, merely a step away from breaking into the Soul Expansion realm. He was not a mere Jiang Chankong, who was just recovering from severe injuries, capable of contending with him. Yet, Jiang Chankong had accomplished this feat, and in plain sight of everyone. At that moment, a thought surged into Tang Xiaoping's mind. Zhang Changkong had once claimed that the true power of the shadow step could only be demonstrated in real combat. Chapter 11. There is nothing Zhang Changkong dares not do in this world. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhang Changkong brazenly abducted Zhao Hua. Sun Wu's expression twisted as if he had been dealt a series of resounding slaps. His face contorting with rage. Zhang Changkong, how dare you openly provoke me? Release Zhao Hua at once, or I shall make you regret it. The sudden turn of events elicited gasps from the onlookers. What did Zhang Changkong just do? How did he manage to seize Zhao Hua so swiftly? I only saw a flash of light, and then Zhao Hua was gone. The most astonishing part is that it happened right before Lord Sun. And he did not react at all. It was understood that to attain the position of a junior elder within the sect, one needed to be at least at the 8th tier of the Gathering Wheel realm, while Zhang Changkong, even at his peak, had only reached the 5th tier. Now he had fallen to the body awakening realm due to his injuries. There was no way he could contend with Lord Sun. Yet, he had succeeded, hadn't he? What on earth was happening? Zhang Changkong couldn't possibly be contemplating killing Zhao Hua in front of Lord Sun. Could he? Absolutely not. Unless he was courting death. Zhang Changkong, with one hand gripping Zhao Hua's head, taunted Sun Wu. Did you not just say that with you here, no one could harm him? Lord, save me. Zhao Hua cried out desperately to Sun Wu. His eyes filled with despair. He had narrowly escaped a calamity only to find himself captured by Zhang Changkong once more. Yet, this was not the worst of it. The most hopeless part was that from the moment Zhang Changkong seized him, a force invaded his body, rendering him unable to muster even a shred of strength. While the spiritual energy he had just regained quickly diminished before his very eyes. You insolent wretch, how dare you? Sun Wu glared at Zhang Changkong, his murderous intent surging forth, since assuming control of the Qi Pavilion. This was the first time anyone had dared to confront him so openly. Release him at once, or crack. The crisp sound interrupted Sun Wu's warning, simultaneously snuffing out Zhao Hua's life force. His wide eyes filled with terror and despair as his body slowly slipped from Zhang Changkong's grasp. Pop! In that instant, a black mark shot forth from Zhao Hua's body, merging gradually into Zhang Changkong. This was the cursed seal. The life and curse dual existence was an extraordinary and unparalleled constitution, comprising the life body and the curse body, corresponding to the black and white phantoms Zhang Changkong had condensed. The foundational ability of the life body allowed for the gathering of life seals to heal physical defects. As one's strength increased, it could elevate the constitution level or even seize fortune. Conversely, the cursed body's foundational ability eroded the host constitution, leaving behind cursed seals. With the augmentation of one's strength, it could diminish the host constitution or bring about calamities. The mark Zhang Changkong had clandestinely left within Tang Yunju was the life seal, intended to assist him in breaking free from his shackles and awakening his constitution. Unfortunately, he had ultimately fallen short at the final hurdle. The reason Zhao Hua could not utilize his inner strength when Zhang Changkong captured him was due to the cursed body's erosion of his constitution, while simultaneously consuming the remaining spiritual energy within him to form the cursed seal. As the cursed seal gradually merged into Zhang Changkong's body, it swiftly transformed into a pure force, granting him a significant boost. This was the nature of the cursed seal. Once fully formed and returned to the cursed body, it would enhance Zhang Changkong's physique in various aspects, whether it be physical strength, speed, or the characteristics of the opponent's constitution. For instance, since Zhao Hua was a fire-attributed common body, the cursed seal formed from him would grant Zhang Changkong the ability to manipulate fire after absorption. Witnessing Zhang Changkong truly taking action, the onlookers stood in stunned silence. Good grief! Zhang Changkong actually killed Zhao Hua right in front of Lord Sun. Is he insane? Unbelievable! Zhang Changkong is truly my idol. He is as fierce as a tiger. I recall now. The technique Zhang Changkong just employed was the low-tier yellow class movement technique, shadow step. He actually mastered a technique that no one had ever succeeded in before. You must be joking. That so-called garbage movement technique was something no one ever bothered to practice. Make no mistake, it was the lack of success that relegated it to garbage status. The shadow step could possess such power? In the blink of an eye, he was several meters away. I just want to know what fate awaits those who anger Lord Sun. Jiang Changkong stepped upon Zhao Hua's lifeless body, challenging Sun Wu. In this world, there is nothing I, Jiang Changkong, dare not do. You insolent spawn, prepare to die. Enraged, Sun Wu surged forth, his formidable aura erupting in an instant as he lunged towards Jiang Changkong like a soaring eagle. Possessing a Xin-level constitution, the flying eagle body granted its wielder the swiftness and might of a great beast, with devastating lethality. Just you. In your dreams, Jiang Changkong replied coldly, deploying the shadow step once more. His figure flickered, vanishing like a ray of light in the blink of an eye, evading Sun Wu's assault. The first realm of the shadow step. Flash, it allowed one's form to transform into a beam of light. Reappearing several meters away in an instant, with a swift motion, Jiang Changkong reappeared above Sun Wu, his feet descending with a ghostly grace. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wu was not Zhao Hua. He reacted with remarkable speed. In one fluid motion, he turned, transforming his hands into two massive claws that collided fiercely with Jiang Changkong's attack. In this fierce confrontation, Jiang Changkong exhibited not the slightest sign of yielding. This was the advantage bestowed by the inner body realm. His physical strength far surpassed that of the awakening body realm. The third tier of the inner body realm equated to the fourth tier of the gathering wheel realm in terms of strength. Coupled with the enhancement provided by the dual life of fate and misfortune, he was more than capable of contending with Sun Wu's physical prowess, currently at the ninth tier of the gathering wheel realm. This also subtly highlighted the terrifying consequences of a severed lineage. Those gathering wheel realm warriors who had never cultivated the inner body realm possessed physical strength that fell drastically short of their actual cultivation level. How could such a seemingly worthless physique exhibit such astonishing power? Sun Wu felt a flicker of astonishment within in a swift motion. His claws surged into the air, rapidly expanding as they descended upon Jiang Changkong like a sun-blocking shadow. The mid-tier profound technique, the sky-blocking palm, boom! An immense force cascaded down, sending the onlooking disciples scattering in panic. Within the weapon pavilion, a massive pit manifested as countless weapons were obliterated in an instant. So the sky-blocking palm is intended for demolishing buildings? Jiang Changkong appeared behind Sun Wu, mockingly exclaiming, "Impossible!" Sun Wu gazed at the unscathed Jiang Changkong, disbelief etched on his face, though the shadow step technique was indeed uncanny and unpredictable. Sun Wu's cultivation was overwhelmingly superior to Jiang Changkong's. No matter how miraculous the martial technique, it could not completely bridge the absolute gap in strength. In response, Jiang Changkong's cold smile conveyed, of course. Someone like you would find it impossible. The reason he chose to engage with Sun Wu was twofold: to stand up for Tang Xiaoping and to test the limits of his own physical strength. Had Sun Wu not underestimated Jiang Changkong and instead opted for a desperate all-out fight from the outset, the situation would undoubtedly have been drastically different. It's over, Jiang Changkong coldly declared. Stepping directly towards Sun Wu, utterly shameless, with your paltry tricks, surrender and beg for mercy. Sun Wu bellowed at the approaching Jiang Changkong. Open your eyes and see clearly. I need no cultivation to kill you. With a derisive laugh, Jiang Changkong suddenly lunged forward, drawing the whip from behind him and delivering a sharp crack against Sun Wu's forehead. Crack! Sun Wu felt an overwhelming force strike him head-on, and before he could regain control, his head plunged into the ground. Damn it! I will kill you! Gathering all his strength, Sun Wu finally managed to wrench his head free, charging furiously at Jiang Changkong. In an instant, his power coalesced and erupted forth, only to abruptly halt. Crack! Jiang Changkong expressionlessly swung the whip again, and before Sun Wu could react, he was once more slammed to the ground, shock and terror filling his eyes. This strike scattered all the power he had just gathered in an instant, severing his connection with his spiritual energy. Chapter 12. Ingenious Scheme. Sun Wu lay on the ground, forcefully expelling a mouthful of blood as he struggled to gaze at Jiang Changkong. What sorcery have you employed? No, it's your weapon. What on earth is it? This is a relic left by the founder of the Lansong sect, specifically crafted to punish scoundrels like you who abuse their power and tarnish the sect's reputation. Jiang Changkong raised the whip in his hand, proclaiming loudly. Sun Wu, with disbelief painted across his face, shouted, You're talking nonsense. Most of the founder's belongings are either lost or in the hands of the sect master and the elders. How could it possibly end up in your possession? You are unworthy to know. Jiang Changkong's whip suddenly descended, and Sun Wu's eyes went dark as he fell silent, his fate uncertain. Tang Yunzu stared blankly at Jiang Changkong, suddenly turning and screaming, "Young Master Kong, you're too formidable. You even took out the steward of the weapon pavilion in an instant. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. I didn't even channel any spiritual energy into it. Otherwise, an ant like him would have been long gone." Jiang Changkong ruffled Tang Yunzu's hair nonchalantly. He then picked up the fallen boxing gloves on the ground, glancing at them and instinctively commenting, "Xiaopeng, is this the boxing set you've been yearning for? The craftsmanship is rather crude. If some materials were added and it were recast, it might hold some merit. Cough, cough. It certainly pales in comparison to the treasure in your hand that felled Sun Wu. But this was the first weapon I bought with my hard-earned pocket money after a year. It holds deep sentimental value." Tang Yunzu gazed longingly at the molten fire boxing IT's returned to its rightful owner. Jiang Changkong nodded, tossing the gloves back to Tang Yunzu. "Young Master Kong is majestic." Tang Yunzu joyfully accepted the gloves, carefully inspecting them multiple times. Confirming there was no damage, he cradled them in his hands, tenderly wiping them down. "Impressive. Let us go." Jiang Changkong rolled his eyes in exasperation, swiftly departing the weapon pavilion with Tang Yunzu. Only after their figures had completely vanished did the previously astonished disciples begin to murmur, "I can't believe it. They finally left. That was terrifying. What on earth is going on with Jiang Changkong? He seems even stronger than before he was injured. He actually took down Lord Sun in an instant. This is utterly inconceivable. Enough already. I was so scared earlier I didn't dare to breathe. But how could they kill Zhao Hua and Lord Sun without fearing sect punishment? Zhao Hua was one thing. He brought it upon himself, but Lord Sun is different. Are you foolish? Zhao Hua is Yi Chenghuan's man. Killing him is like slapping Yi Chenghuan in the face. How could there be no repercussions?" Meanwhile, amidst the chatter, Sun Wu, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly stirred. "I can't believe it. He resurrected." This provoked a series of shrieks. "Run." It was unclear who led the way, but a group of people fled in a frenzy. Only the disciples of the weapon pavilion, after the initial shock, realized that Sun Wu was not dead but merely unconscious. They quickly dug him out. Seal today's events. From this moment forth, revoke Sun Wu's position and imprison him in the Black Jail. At that moment, an edict unexpectedly resonated from within the weapon pavilion. The responsible individuals within the pavilion were momentarily stunned before kneeling in unison, responding, "Yes, Elder Lin," at the highest level of the weapon pavilion. A figure slowly emerged, contemplating Jiang Changkong's departing silhouette. I at him. Meanwhile, in the cave on the back mountain, Yi Qingfei carefully selected suitable pills from the disordered pile before him, stuffing them into pill bottles. These pills were the leftovers from the alchemists in the pill refining chamber today, including finished products, semi-finished products, and waste pills. To be precise, Yi Chengfei had secretly pilfered these pills from the newly refined batches of the alchemical furnace through Chen Yu's uncle, Chen Guang, after disguising them for illicit sale to outer disciples who possessed only a superficial understanding of alchemy. That moment, a green figure sped from the distance, swiftly entering the cave. It was Yi Chengfei's trusted aide, Chen Yu. He tiptoed over to Yi Chengfei, nodding enthusiastically. "Young master, I successfully infiltrated the Black Jail using the method you taught. What was the outcome? I'm not interested in the process." Yi Chengfei replied coldly without looking back. Chen Yu hastily exclaimed, "It's all set. The Black Jail's twin fiends have accepted the deal. They're just waiting for Jiang Changkong to return to his residence before making their move. He lives in a place where not even a shadow passes by, ensuring no one will notice. Excellent. Today will be Jiang Changkong's death day." Yi Chengfei's face darkened as he grinned maliciously. Remembering the humiliation he endured at the Grand Hall days prior, he longed to tear Jiang Changkong apart with his own hands. Initially, he had hoped to set a trap for Tang Yunzu to force Jiang Changkong to swallow that poison pill, relieving his pent-up anger. Instead, his plan was thwarted and the matter escalated to the elder in the pill refining chamber. This guy was clearly intent on his destruction. Thus, Yi Chengfei was determined to eliminate Jiang Changkong at any cost. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Yi Chengfei, Chun Yu instinctively shuddered. After gathering the pills, you must immediately have your uncle contact Elder Feng Ping, claiming that Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunzu are colluding with the Black Jail's personnel to peddle counterfeit pills, causing considerable harm to many disciples in the sect. That we hope Elder Feng Ping can intervene on our behalf. Yi Chengfei's eyes glimmered with cold light, his smile chillingly sinister. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu's expression tightened. Young master, seeking out Elder Feng Ping is akin to walking into a trap? Furthermore, how can you be certain he will assist us? Yi Chengfei shot a glance at Chun Yu, asking in a tone of incredulity. What are you panicking about? Aside from Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunzhao, no one else is privy to our actions. Moreover, after today, no one will ever know. Returning to the main topic, he continued, although Feng Ping holds the esteemed position of elder, he is merely a junior elder and is not particularly valued in the alchemy chamber. He has long aspired to earn some merit to elevate himself to a second-level elder, thus freeing himself from the scrutiny of others. If you were to have your uncle inform him of this matter, he would undoubtedly agree without a second thought. Rest assured, follow my instructions, and you will be guaranteed success. What a brilliant scheme. Truly a unique stratagem. Not only would it resolve the issues with Jiang Changkong and the others, but it would also allow those in the black prison to serve as scapegoats, thereby completely concluding this matter. Truly a threefold gain. Fei Xiao, you truly are a paragon of wisdom and bravery. I am utterly in awe. Chun Yu gazed at Yi Chengfei with utmost admiration, showering praises upon him. Yet he remained blissfully unaware of the playful smirk curling at the corner of Yi Chengfei's lips, nor the fleeting glimmer of coldness in his eyes that on a dimly lit path, Tuo Baiyun was swiftly leaping forward with Guo Guo on his back. Xiao Yun, where is the person you are seeking? Are they formidable? Guo Guo nestled against Tuo Baiyun's back, her innocent face brimming with curiosity. Tuo Baiyun couldn't help but pat Guo's rosy cheeks, responding, I don't know how formidable they are, but they are very important to you. After all, the method I used to join the fire lattice grass was taught to me by them. The ability to suppress my illness. This person must indeed be remarkable. However, regardless of whether they can cure my ailment, we ought to express our gratitude in person. Tuo Baiyun pinpointed a direction, tightening his hold on Guo Guo, and accelerated once more. Chapter 13. The Black Prison's Twin Devils on the Narrow Winding Path. What a pity. I was merely a step away from awakening my constitution. Tang Yunzhao pouted, his face etched with frustration. Jiang Changkong tapped his forehead, chuckling, silly boy. Haste makes waste. Besides, if someone as worthless as Zhao Hua were to facilitate your awakening, it would hardly be a good thing. Is awakening the constitution related to this? Tang Yunzhao looked at Jiang Changkong in confusion. That it is indeed related, for you are unlike others. You will understand soon enough. Jiang Changkong cast a mysterious smile at Tang Yunzhao. Oh, Tang Yunzhao nodded, somewhat enlightened. The two walked side by side. This was the only path leading to Jiang Changkong's residence, due to his diminished status after his severe injuries. The sect had allocated him a dilapidated, thatched cottage. Tang Yunzhao was quite dissatisfied with this, yet Jiang Changkong remained unfazed. Though the thatched cottage was in disrepair, it was secluded and tranquil, allowing him to cultivate without fear of disturbance. However, today's winding path felt somewhat different. The air was thick with an elusive aura of menace, something that others might not perceive, but for Jiang Changkong, it was as clear as day to tea that moment. Tang Yunzhao suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. Last time, I was trapped in the black prison for over 10 days by that brat Yi Chenghuan. I emerged with hallucinations, always feeling as if someone was following me. It was maddening. Silly boy, that wasn't a hallucination. Someone truly is stalking us. Jiang Changkong patted Tang Yunzhao's head, his eyes narrowing slightly. Even Tang Xiaoping sensed it. It was evident that these individuals were indeed targeting them. What? Someone is really following us. Where? Tang Yunzhao's expression changed, and he began to scan his surroundings. Don't panic. They have been tailing us for so long, without making a move, clearly waiting for the right moment. If I'm not mistaken, they intend to strike when we reach my residence, as it is typically devoid of passers-by. Therefore, Jiang Changkong, firmly grasped Tang Yunjiao's shoulder and whispered an admonition. Understood. I excel at dealing with shadows. Tang Yunjiao's eyes narrowed into slits like a venomous snake, a radiant smile illuminating his face. With that, Jiang Chongkong suddenly executed the shadow step, and in the blink of an eye, he was 10 meters away. Tang Yunjiao, in perfect synchrony, dashed in the opposite direction, swiftly distancing himself from their pursuers. Damn it. Have we been discovered? Quick, pursue! The individuals who had been trailing them suddenly lost their target and cursed as they hastily accelerated in pursuit. Whoosh, whoosh, moments later, the two returned to Jiang Chongkong's dilapidated thatched cottage, empty-handed. Damn it, we actually let them slip away? Wu Guang, a tall figure with a muscular build, surveyed the surroundings, his frustration evident as he stomped his feet. I told you not to let your guard down. After all, Jiang Chongkong was once the chief disciple of the Lan sect. But you didn't listen, did you? Now look at the disgrace we've brought upon ourselves. Huang Feng, a thin, gaunt figure with a haggard appearance, elbowed the tall youth in annoyance, scolding, the sky is about to darken. If we can't find them soon, we shall both be left humiliated. Huang Mao, do you still have the audacity to blame me? If it weren't for you dragging me down, those two worthless fools would not have slipped away under my very nose. Shut it, you big oaf. Do you want to fight? At that moment, two figures that had been waiting nearby slowly emerged. Kong Xiao, look at these two idiots who can't even catch a glimpse of our shadows and are squabbling amongst themselves. How dare they call themselves the twin devils of the Black Prison? It's utterly laughable. Tang Yunjiao pointed at the arguing duo, bursting into laughter. Whoever is bold enough to enlist the Black Prison to deal with us is quite the character, Jiang Chongkong remarked with a bemused smile upon seeing the Black Prison insignia on their attire. Oof. Having narrowly escaped, they dare return to court death. You two are the most foolish individuals I have ever encountered. Seeing their self-awareness, I assure you that I will grant you a swift end. Huang Mao quickly turned to glare at Jiang Chongkong and Tang Yunjiao, a mocking grin on his face. Wu Guang, filled with rage, bellowed, "What nonsense! I'll smash them with one punch." His ire had been building due to losing track of the two. Compounded by Huang Feng's complaints, now seeing Jiang Chongkong and Tang Yunjiao, who looked like tigers descending the mountain, brandishing their fists, he was ready to unleash his fury. Just based on you, Tang Yunjiao, facing Wu Guang, who towered a head taller than him, scoffed as he donned the Liuhua gauntlets, preparing for a confrontation. With the Liuhua gauntlets enhancing his strength, Tang Yunjiao's punches ignited with flames, doubling their potency. Bang. However, to his astonishment, before he could show his prowess, Wu Guang's fist struck him squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Profound level constitution, explosive steel body, and a first-tier cultivation level. Quite impressive. Kong Xiao, he is mine. Against such an opponent, my techniques should suffice. Tang Yunjiao scrambled to his feet, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Real combat was indeed the best way to enhance oneself. With Jiang Chongkong's guidance, Tang Yunjiao had already discerned the method to awaken his constitution. He merely needed an opportunity. This fellow shall serve as your stepping stone for now. Jiang Chongkong nodded at Wu Guang. Dare to consider me as a stepping stone. This fat pig isn't worthy. I'll smash his head in one punch. Then I'll thoroughly trample you, the former chief disciple of the Lan sect. Wu Guang looked down upon Tang Yunjiao with disdain, swinging another fist with tremendous force. Boom! A milky white light coalesced upon Wu Guang's heavy fist, which then transformed into a terrifying shockwave hurtling towards Tang Yunjiao. The fist strike. Those who could enter the Black Prison were all bloodied and seasoned warriors, far from ordinary disciples who could withstand such an onslaught. Boom! The once boastful Tang Yunjiao was sent flying, skidding across the narrow ground for 3 or 4 meters before finally coming to a halt. Pa! With such meager skills, you dare to boast? Your Lan sect disciples are nothing but a bunch of useless trash. Wu Guang spat at Tang Yunjiao, laughing maniacally. Puffed. Tang Yunjiao, in a disheveled state, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Can you at least kill me before you start bragging? He fiercely rubbed his chest and straightened his back, standing defiantly before Wu Guang once more. Still daring to talk back? One more punch, and you'll die without a burial place. Wu Guang sneered, his gaze filled with contempt as he surveyed Tang Yunjiao. You said the same earlier. Yeah, I didn't see you manage to kill me. Tang Yunjiao retorted with a grin. Useless fool, you brought this upon yourself. Die. Wu Guang took a forceful step forward, causing the solid ground to crack instantly. His entire being propelled like a cannonball towards Tang Yunjiao, a fist imbued with the force of thunder crashing down upon him. Though it appeared to be a single punch, in reality, he unleashed 10 strikes in an instant. Tenfold fist strikes. Faced with this overwhelming force, Tang Yunjiao spread his arms wide, welcoming the attack without flinching, resolutely charging towards Wu Guang. The essence of the technique to endure punishment, even amidst insurmountable trials. I shall forge ahead. I shall never retreat, even unto death. What manner of extraordinary willpower must one possess to forge a martial technique that is ultimately relegated by posterity to the ranks of the weakest? Initially, Jiang Changkong selected this technique to bestow upon Tang Yunjiao, for its essence was the culmination of the most potent body-tempering arts from the ancient era, derived from his own tome of the primal body. Yet, due to the severance of its lineage, the martial arts and techniques fell into disarray, ultimately devolving into this neglected art of receiving blows. Chapter 14. My existence is your calamity, Buzz. Tang Yunjiao's countenance bore no trace of terror. Rather, an undercurrent of exhilaration began to bloom within him. A holy radiance flickered in his soul's sea, igniting his corpulent form with an almost unbearable warmth. The once dormant physique stirred to life at this moment. Just then, Wu Guang's tenfold fist radiance descended mercilessly upon Tang Yunjiao's body. Boom! The clash unleashed a torrent of terrifying power, fracturing the ground beneath and forming a vast pit, as Tang Yunjiao abruptly vanished from Wu Guang's sight. This is what you get for challenging the immovable with mere eggshells. Such a foolish end. Wu Guang's eyes gleamed with menace, his smile chilling. Observing in silence, Huangfeng noted that Jiang Changkong appeared utterly unfazed, his expression betraying no emotional turmoil. Huangfeng assumed Jiang Changkong was merely too stunned to react. With a sardonic grin, he remarked, "Did you not anticipate his demise would be so effortless? This is the reason we find ourselves imprisoned in the black cell. For our existence is a cataclysmic disaster for you." Jiang Changkong gazed into the distance, idly scratching his ear, a blatant act of disregard. How dare a mere ant dare to boast before him? It was utterly laughable to ignore me. Then you shall accompany that deceased glutton. Huangfeng's demeanor suddenly turned icy, and he transformed into a shadow, vanishing before Jiang Changkong, the shadow body of the mysterious grade. How feeble! Jiang Changkong slightly raised an eyelid and abruptly pivoted a T that moment. A shadow materialized behind him. It was Huangfeng, who had inexplicably reappeared, attempting a surprise attack to deliver a fatal blow. Huangfeng was seized by Jiang Changkong by the throat and violently hurled to the ground. Boom! Huangfeng had yet to register the assault when his head collided with the earth, blood erupting forth. This is impossible. How could you have detected my movements? Huangfeng's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events. Jiang Changkong had seen through his shadow body. It must be noted that the strength of the shadow body lies in its ability to meld with spiritual energy, rendering oneself a traceless shadow, elusive and nearly impossible to capture. Huangfeng had previously exploited this very trait to pilfer resources from the Lansong sect and grievously injure several elite disciples, inciting the ire of the sect and resulting in his capture, whereupon he was imprisoned within the black cell. Yet, Jiang Changkong had effortlessly unraveled his shadow body. No, this must be mere coincidence. Huangfeng writhed and once again transformed into a shadow, attempting to slip away from Jiang Changkong's grasp. In response, Jiang Changkong swiftly swiped his hand towards the empty space to his left, boomed out a series of explosions erupted from Huangfeng's body, his chest visibly rupturing. This was Jiang Changkong's signature attack, the upper-tier yellow-grade fist technique, half-step burst fist. This is impossible. How can you predict my position every time? Huangfeng, clutching his grievously injured form, scrambled to his feet. Incredulous rage spilling forth in my eyes. You are utterly untraceable. Why resort to guesswork? Jiang Changkong retorted with a mocking laugh. The shadow body indeed vexes many, yet it has encountered Jiang Changkong, who possesses the Eye of Calamity. The fundamental ability of the Eye of Calamity is to perceive an opponent's physique and their strengths and weaknesses at a glance. In other words, Huang Feng was utterly transparent in Jiang Changkong's eyes. Nonsense, you claim I am transparent in your gaze? Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. Huang Feng roared, his form ascending into the air, transforming into a swirling mass of black smoke. Buzz, with the infusion of spiritual energy. He conjured a massive black shroud from midair, enveloping Jiang Changkong within. Jiang Changkong was momentarily disoriented, then found himself surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, unable to see his own hand before his face. The shadow body talent, darkness without daylight. This was not merely an absence of light. It also dulled Jiang Changkong's senses and perception, rendering them sluggish. Conversely, Huang Feng thrived in this darkness, his attacks and speed receiving a significant enhancement. It was as if he were a fish in water, unleashing his utmost power. Enveloped in darkness, Jiang Changkong felt as though the night had utterly blinded him. He could scarcely move, prepared to embrace your demise. Huang Feng's silhouette silently emerged behind Jiang Changkong. Swish. Infusing his spiritual energy into the darkness, he materialized a pitch-black dagger that struck like lightning at Jiang Changkong's vital points. Bang. Struck by the blow, Jiang Changkong collapsed, convulsing in agony before falling still. Ha ha ha. This is the consequence of provoking me. What of the esteemed first disciple of the Lansong sect? What being untraceable? Bah. Huang Feng stomped upon Jiang Changkong's body, laughing uproariously, utterly unaware of the black mark that slowly emerged upon his neck, igniting with an eerie glow. Calamity mark. Anyone who engages with Jiang Changkong, upon contact, bears this mark, which over time coalesces into the Calamity seal. Once the seal is complete, it signifies that their physique has been thoroughly corrupted by the Calamity. Sizzle. The shroud of darkness surrounding them began to contract uncontrollably, and darkness without daylight shattered in an instant. Light reappeared. What is happening? Huang Feng's triumphant smile abruptly faltered. He was seized by terror as he witnessed the seemingly lifeless Jiang Changkong transform into a swirling mass of black mist, dissipating before Huang Feng's eyes, reappearing unscathed before him. Everything that transpired earlier seemed but a fleeting illusion. My apologies, but my existence is the true calamity for you. Jiang Changkong raised his right hand and snapped his fingers crisply. Pop! The calamity mark erupted from Huang Feng's body, merging with Jiang Changkong, thereby augmenting his own power. Once the calamity is unleashed, it weakens the opponent's physique while siphoning a portion of their strength to solidify the calamity seal. Huang Feng, whose physique had suffered severe damage, crashed heavily to the ground, his life visibly ebbing away, marching inexorably toward death. How did you accomplish this? Why must I lose to a mere waste? Huang Feng, on the brink of death, gazed at Jiang Changkong, unable to comprehend how he had escaped darkness without daylight and conjured what seemed a mere illusion. Light, shadow, step. Jiang Changkong spoke expressionlessly, uttering 3 words. My darkness without daylight was bested by a low-tier yellow-grade movement technique. Upon hearing this, Huang Feng, unable to bear the overwhelming despair, rolled his eyes back and succumbed on the spot. He had been quite literally scared to death. Cursed Chun, you dare to deceive us. How could such a formidable being be a waste? I swear, even if I become a ghost, I shall not let you off. Wu Guang, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, cursed vehemently and fled. What a joke! If Huang Feng could not withstand Jiang Changkong's might and was vanquished in a single blow, he had no choice but to flee. He should never have waded into this murky water. All of this was thanks to that damned Chunyu. Were it not for him infiltrating the black cell and promising them pills and spiritual stones as recompense, he and Huang Feng would never have slipped away from confinement. Now, with the promised spiritual stones still out of reach, Huang Feng had perished before his very eyes. If he did not escape now, his fate would undoubtedly mirror Huang Feng's. Chapter 15. Royal Grade Physique. Fiery sun body. Bang! At the critical moment, a figure suddenly shot forth from the pit, blocking Wu Guang's retreat while delivering a powerful punch. A violent blow. Taken by surprise, Wu Guang felt an immense force surge towards him. His body involuntarily retreating. "You're still alive?" Regaining his footing, Wu Guang recognized the individual before him and was momentarily stunned. It was none other than Tang Yunjiao, who he had previously pummeled into the ground. Now not only alive, but radiating formidable strength. "I owe you a debt of gratitude." That punch was remarkably invigorating, truly worthy of the power of the first rank of the Gathering Wheel realm. "It has shattered the bottleneck that had plagued me for months. In return, allow you to witness the awakening moment of your plump grandpa." With a derisive laugh, Tang Yunjiao's body trembled violently. Threads of searing light began to seep from within him, causing his aura to soar skyward in an instant. Awakening physique? Boom! Tang Yunjiao's corpulent body was enveloped in a blazing radiance, resembling a human-shaped sun that exploded in an instant. A force of utmost rigidity and brilliance surged forth. Soaring towards the heavens, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the blink of an eye. A royal physique. The fiery sun body. The second royal physique of the Lan Tsang sect. Jiang Changkong revealed a hint of a satisfied smile. Indeed, it was the fiery sun body. Tang Yunjiao's innate talent was already commendable, and the reason he had been unable to awaken his physique lay in the erroneous election of cultivation techniques and martial skills. Furthermore, the fiery sun body possesses an obscure flaw. It requires the impetus of formidable external force to shatter the external shackles and unleash its true power, even if you awaken a royal physique. So what? Do you not realize that immediately after awakening, you are your weakest? Even if you perish here today, I shall drag you down with me. Wu Guang transformed all his fury into a murderous intent, his spiritual power wildly coalescing to strike at Tang Yunjiao. Initially, he had a slim chance of escaping Jiang Changkong's grasp, but unexpectedly, he was obstructed by that damned waste, Tang Yunjiao. Since death was inevitable, he might as well drag another down to accompany him. Even if you possess a royal physique, what of it? In your unstable realm, the strength of a first-stage Gathering Wheel realm is sufficient to crush you in your cradle. Boom! The fist aura surged like a tempest towards Tang Yunjiao. Awakening the fiery sun body, Tang Yunjiao scoffed lightly, then slowly extended his right hand, gently slapping forward, as if swatting a fly smack. In a single encounter, he dispersed Wu Guang's unleashed fist aura into two halves, allowing it to pass by him. "This is impossible." Wu Guang, who had thought victory was assured, let out a furious roar upon witnessing this scene. Tang Yunjiao, whose demeanor had completely transformed, disdainfully curled his lips and remarked, "What is impossible? Your fat grandpa could sweat you down with ease, far simpler than killing a fly. It must be luck, sheer luck." Wu Guang gritted his teeth, the power within him surging madly, once more as he charged at Tang Yunjiao, that he could not believe that a waste who had just allowed him to trample him could instantly disperse his attack with a mere slap. "It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion." Wu Guang erupted once again, barreling toward Tang Yunjiao like a cannonball. The fist aura blazed like a torch, accompanied by a burst of explosive might. In response, Tang Yunjiao did not even blink, merely standing still and waving his hand. Boom! In an instant, that fierce fist aura, before it could unleash its power, was effortlessly dispelled by Tang Yunjiao's casual gesture. Wu Guang's pupils constricted sharply. This defied logic. The physique that had just awakened should not only be unstable, but also endure a lengthy period of weakness. So why was this waste so formidable? As if he were an entirely different person. Could this be the overwhelming strength of a royal physique? Or was this damned fellow merely feigning weakness? Wu Guang felt an overwhelming frustration. Why were these two individuals increasingly troublesome? Today, he and Huang Feng had believed it would be a simple hunt, yet they had become the prey. Had he known this would happen, he would never have agreed to provoke these two at Yi Qingfei's behest. Wu Guang truly regretted it deeply, but now that it had come to this, regret was futile. He had no choice but to fight to the death, to perish together. Wu Guang took a deep breath, fervently channeling the spiritual power within him. Crack! His body suddenly expanded a fist's width, the already full muscles bursting apart. Subsequently, The spiritual power of the first stage of the gathering wheel realm gushed forth, all converging upon his fists, transforming into a torrent of fist auras that rained down upon Tang Yunzhao. Exploding steel body. Endless fist auras kill. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce gusts of energy gathered like a torrential storm, instantly engulfing Tang Yunzhao, rendering him invisible. Waste, this is the fate you face for opposing me. Remember to be smarter in your next life. Choose a better birth. Wu Guang, seeing Tang Yunzhao consumed by his attack, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Smack. Tang Yunzhao stood before him, hands pressed together, utterly unscathed, and expressed his profound disappointment. Is that all? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if a royal physique is powerful, it shouldn't leave one unscathed. I refuse to believe that a waste could surpass me in an instant. Wu Guang, driven mad, shouted, unable to accept the reality before him. This is the disparity brought about by talent. You can seethe with envy and hatred. Now it's time for your fat grandpa to strike back. Prepare to meet your demise. Tang Yunzhao took a heavy step forward, his aura erupting suddenly out of force that completely overwhelmed Wu Guang surged forth, instilling an endless sense of crisis within Wu Guang. He instinctively wanted to retreat. No, I will not retreat before a waste. Today, even if I die, I will drag you down with me, perish together. Wu Guang forcibly halted his steps, roaring as all the remaining power within him was unleashed without reservation. First stage of the gathering wheel realm. Power overexerted. Buzz. His body expanded once more, showing signs of cracks, clearly exceeding the limits of what his body could bear. Fighting to the death. Boom. The dense spiritual power coalesced in a tangible white light emanating from his hands, exuding a terrifying aura. This was the advancement of fist aura, fist intent, coupled with the characteristics of the exploding steel body. The might of a single punch was equivalent to tenfold that of before, a lethal strike. Exploding steel kill. Boom. This all-out punch was launched at Tang Yunzhao without reservation, regardless of whether you're a royal physique or merely feigning weakness. You will be obliterated by this punch. Die. The terrifying force, accompanied by a thunderous momentum, struck Tang Yunzhao, unleashing a hint of destructive power. Jiang Chongkong, who had previously been rather apathetic, unexpectedly praised, noting that a choose to fight to the death in dire straits showed some courage. Unfortunately, you have no idea of the true strength of the fiery sun body. At a critical moment, a searing light ignited from Tang Yunzhao, resembling a humanoid sun, incinerating Wu Guang's terrifying attack in an instant. Fiery sun body, incineration, taste a punch from your fat grandpa. In a swift motion, Tang Yunzhao delivered a powerful punch, a force capable of melting anything swept outward, violently pouring upon Wu Guang. Boom! Wu Guang didn't even have time to let out a scream before being utterly annihilated, burned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. This is my physique? Absolutely astonishing. Tang Yunzhao stared blankly at this punch, then let out a howl to the heavens. Damn. My flame gauntlets. After the howl, Tang Yunzhao suddenly realized that the gauntlets he had finally recovered had melted into a large hole along with that punch. Instantly, he was overcome with grief, wailing uncontrollably. Jiang Chongkong stepped forward and pressed him down, saying, "Enough, sit down quickly and stabilize your realm to control this power. Only then can you prevent situations like the one that destroyed your gauntlets. Moreover, this will greatly benefit your future growth and the enhancement of the fiery sun body." Tang Yunzhao, who had originally wanted to boast, immediately complied without hesitation. Without Jiang Chongkong, he knew not when he would awaken his physique, nor could he have witnessed the terrifying destructive power he possessed. Chapter 16. The Thief Shouts to Catch the Thief. After a long while, having stabilized his realm, Tang Yunzhao suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled a heavy breath. In an instant, his aura surged forth like a heat wave, instantly incinerating the weeds before him. My goodness. Even exhaling is so fierce. Tang Yunzhao gazed at the ashes before him, astonished. Get it together. You are now a man who has awakened a royal physique. Jiang Chongkong shot an exasperated glare at Tang Yunzhao. Tang Yunzhao chuckled. That's why I couldn't help but get excited. A holy mark slowly floated up from Tang Yunzhao's soul sea. Following that, it gradually flowed into Jiang Chankong's soul sea, nourishing his damaged residual soul and allowing it to heal a small portion. Though minor, it provided Jiang Chankong with immense benefits. This was the effect of a life mark. Once fully condensed, it could amplify Jiang Chankong's soul. Jiang Chankong slightly urged the residual soul within his soul sea, instantly perceiving the slightest movements within 3 meters around him. The damage to the residual soul was far too severe. It could not be repaired in a day or two. It would take time. Jiang Chankong let out a faint sigh before swiftly returning to his original demeanor. But at the same time, he did not fully absorb the life seal, but instead chose to leave it within Tang Yunzhou's soul sea. This decision stemmed from his belief that Tang Yunzhou's potential extended far beyond what was currently evident. His solar physique possessed significant room for enhancement, that be why retaining the life seal within his soul sea. It could maximally assist him in refining his constitution. Furthermore, it could serve a protective role for the soul sea in critical moments, potentially saving Tang Yunzhou's life one day. In addition to this, after having absorbed the calamity seals from Zhao Hua, Sun Wu, and Huang Feng, Jiang Chankong experienced a considerable augmentation of his physical form that it was time to diligently cultivate and digest these gains. Just then, 2 more auras suddenly emerged from a short distance away, interrupting their moment. Life is truly relentless, Tang Yunzhou muttered under his breath, only to discover that it was Chun Yu, who had recently fled after their plot involving the elixir had been exposed. Kong Xiao, you truly possess foresight, Chun Yu exclaimed incredulously. This dog life of mine has seemingly led me right into your grasp. It appears that today, Yi Chengfei is determined to eliminate us. Look who stands behind him. Jiang Chankong pointed with a teasing smile at the figure lurking behind Chun Yu. Isn't that Feng Ping, the junior elder of the alchemy chamber? Tang Yunzhou was momentarily at a loss upon seeing Feng Ping. The clandestine dealings of Chun Yu in selling elixirs had long ceased to be a secret within the Lansong sect. It was common knowledge. How could he dare to approach someone from the alchemy chamber at such a time? Essentially walking into a trap? This clearly did not align with Chun Yu's character, leading to the most plausible conclusion that Feng Ping was in cahoots with them. Senior, these two are colluding with the individuals from the Black Prison to steal defective elixirs and semi-finished product from the alchemy chamber, disguising them as genuine elixirs to swindle countless sect disciples. Qin Yu shouted, pointing at Jiang Chankong and Tang Yunzhou as soon as he landed. Before he could finish, he suddenly caught sight of Huang Feng's lifeless body and was struck with horror. You actually killed the duo from the Black Prison. A storm of turmoil erupted within him. Chun Yu had never imagined that even the infamous duo from the Black Prison would fall before Jiang Chankong and Tang Yunzhou. What he failed to notice was that a flicker of astonishment briefly illuminated Feng Ping's eyes before fading away. Someone has reported that you two have recently infiltrated the alchemy chamber under the pretense of learning, secretly stealing countless defective elixirs and semi-finished product to sell as authentic ones to the sect's disciples. Moreover, you have colluded with individuals from the Black Prison. The evidence is irrefutable. Surrender at once and accompany me to the alchemy chamber for interrogation. Feng Ping's tone was unfriendly as he first glanced at the lifeless Huang Feng before turning his gaze toward Jiang Chankong and Tang Yunzhou. Feng Ping did not even grant them a chance to explain before condemning them outright. Tang Yunzhou, filled with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Chun Yu and bellowed, "You filthy liar! It is clearly you and Yi Chengfei who are colluding to sell elixirs under the table, and yet you dare to turn the tables and accuse us? Ha! A real man dares to take responsibility for his actions, not to deflect blame. Beyond selling elixirs, you have secretly conspired with those from the Black Prison. I suspect today's event stemmed from a dispute over the spoils, leading you to eliminate the duo from the Black Prison." Qin Yu's eyes darted rapidly as a cold smile crept across his face. Although the deaths of the duo from the Black Prison caught him off guard, it did not hinder the progress of his plan. Now that I possess irrefutable evidence, you shall not evade responsibility and must immediately return with me to the alchemy chamber for punishment. Feng Ping disregarded Tang Yunzhou's rebuttal. His voice stern. He had long desired to achieve merit and rise to the rank of second-level elder, and such a golden opportunity was too good to miss. He was determined to leave no stone unturned, especially since Unbeknownst to Chen Yu, Yi Chengfei had already colluded with Feng Ping prior to this incident. This day's events were premeditated, initiated by Yi Chengfei as soon as he learned that Jiang Changkong had uncovered the counterfeit elixirs. Therefore, Feng Ping had no intention of considering the truth. You are clearly in league with Chen Yu, lacking discernment and apprehending us indiscriminately. I am ashamed to have a disciple like you in the Lansong sect. Tang Yinzhou seethed with rage, choosing to confront Feng Ping. This man had never intended to hear their explanations, having long since concluded that Jiang Changkong and Tang Yinzhou were the culprits at that moment. Jiang Changkong stepped forward, pressing down on Tang Yinzhou's furious demeanor. As an elder of the sect, how can you apprehend individuals without discerning the truth of the matter? Why not allow us to confront Chen Yu directly? Feng Ping cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Changkong, his tone condescending. Who do you think you are to speak to this elder so arrogantly? You will do as I say, or I shall have you killed on the spot. Chen Yu, standing beside Feng Ping, erupted into laughter. You crack me up? Jiang Changkong, do you think you're still that top disciple? You dare to confront me? What a joke. In his view, Jiang Changkong was merely posturing, while he himself held the upper hand. Are you afraid, or is it guilt gnawing at you? Jiang Changkong provocatively challenged Chen Yu that I fear nothing from you. Come at me. Chen Yu shouted defiantly. First, how do you know it was the duo from the Black Prison? Are you familiar with them, or did you orchestrate this yourself? Chen Yu's retort was met with skepticism. Ridiculous. Everyone locked in the Black Prison is a notorious criminal within our Lansong sect, infamous among the disciples. Why, then, do you casually mention the duo from the Black Prison when only Huang Feng's body is present? Do you possess clairvoyance? I merely spoke offhandedly, as the duo from the Black Prison always stick together. Chen Yu stammered, a flicker of panic crossing his mind. Yet, how can you be sure Wu Guang is dead if you have not even seen his body? Shouldn't we first locate Wu Guang to clarify the situation? Or perhaps we should enter the Black Prison to question relevant personnel about who has recently interacted with Huang Feng. Jiang Changkong's gaze bore into Chen Yu as he spoke rapidly. He also discreetly signaled to Tang Yinzhou, who immediately understood and echoed. Indeed, I've heard that those from the Black Prison are ruthless and vindictive. If they discover someone has deliberately framed them, who knows what the consequences might be? Perhaps he is lurking nearby, observing our every move. You do not speak nonsense. If you wish to investigate, then let us proceed. I am innocent and fear no shadows. Chen Yu's heart raced, his expression shifting as he attempted to maintain bravado. Chapter 17. The True Machination. Jiang Changkong cast a meaningful glance at Chen Yu, but chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Instead, he smiled and directly posed a second question. The second question. Do you have any evidence to support your claim that we are selling elixirs? You must understand that selling elixirs necessitates interaction with individuals, especially those you claim to be victims. Why not summon them as witnesses? Furthermore, you allege that we entered the alchemy chamber under the pretext of learning to steal elixirs. As entry to the alchemy chamber requires registration, are you bold enough to confront us there? This inquiry rendered Chen Yu speechless, leaving him momentarily stunned. Over the past few days, he had managed all the dealings concerning the illicit sale of elixirs by himself. There was no need for Jiang Changkong and his companion to provide examples. Within the sect, numerous individuals could be apprehended. Yet he had entirely overlooked this point, effectively shooting himself in the foot. This realization dawned on him. A chill ran down his spine. Before he could devise a countermeasure, Jiang Changkong swiftly introduced a third question. The third question: those who sell elixirs often carry a significant stash. Given that Elder Feng is present, I propose he search the three of us to uncover who is truly the thief, crying out, "Stop thief." People may lie, but evidence will not. This query sent a tremor through Chen Yu's body, rendering him pale as a sheet. He had just left Yi Chengfei's side, still carrying a substantial quantity of elixirs he had not yet had the chance to dispose of if subjected to a search. He would be caught red-handed. No matter how meticulously he had planned, he had never accounted for this eventuality. He had been far too careless. What further surprised Chen Yu was that Feng Ping suddenly interjected. Well said. Now, search me at once. Elder. Chen Yu's expression turned to one of sheer shock, his lips trembling. What do you mean, what? You have nothing to say now, do you? with your level of intellect, how dare you accuse us? It seems your mind is filled with nonsense. You have been sold out and are counting the money. Today's events clearly indicated that someone behind Chenyu intended to use him as a scapegoat. And yet he foolishly walked straight into the trap set by Elder Feng. Chenyu, you dog of a life, prepare to face your doom. As Chenyu witnessed his complete downfall, Tang Yunzhou immediately added fuel to the fire. However, what was utterly unexpected was that Feng Ping, with a playful smile, nodded and suddenly produced a letter from his bosom. Astonishing the three with his words, it seemed that the allegations stated in this letter of accusation were entirely accurate. Chenyu, you Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunzhou are all part of the same den of thieves. What accusation letter? How is this possible? This is a misunderstanding. Elder, please allow me to explain. The letter in Feng Ping's hand left Chenyu utterly flustered, rendering him incoherent. The current situation had completely surpassed his expectations. This was not how the plot was supposed to unfold. Explain? Weren't you just swearing that all of this was the doing of Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunzhou? Now, how is it that you are left speechless and in disarray by a mere few words? This clearly indicates your prior involvement. It seems the chaos today arose solely from an unequal division of spoils. Feng Ping glared at Chenyu with malevolence, speaking in a harsh tone. Chenyu was instantly thrown into a state of panic, his eyes wide as he gazed at Feng Ping before him. For a moment, his mind was a cacophony, as if struck by lightning. Chenyu, you fool, have you yet to realize? Feng Ping was clearly premeditatedly bribed to come after us, but unexpectedly, you too have become a target. How utterly unforeseen! Tang Yunzhou pointed at the dazed Chenyu, derisively mocking. Feng Ping's appearance was evidently aimed directly at them. Yet Chenyu could never have anticipated that he would be ensnared as well. He bore no resemblance to someone who had just learned of these events. He was clearly someone who had known everything all along and had deliberately sought to entangle him with Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunzhou. To catch them all in one fell swoop, in no wonder he specifically requested Elder Feng Ping. It turns out, Yi Chengfei had orchestrated everything from the very beginning, including me. Chenyu, we are all scapegoats. In this entire scheme, the only thing you failed to foresee was that Huang Feng and his companions were no match for us. If we were to perish, then the Black Prison's twin fiends would surely meet the same fate. And you, Chenyu, would become the greatest scapegoat, bringing this matter to a perfect conclusion. Jiang Changkong cast a glance at Chenyu, a smirk on his lips, speaking in a haunting tone. You are truly Yi Chengfei's accomplice. No wonder he could craft those pills so convincingly. It turns out he had the steward from the alchemy chamber secretly aiding him. Jiang Changkong turned to Feng Ping, revealing the hidden truth. To possess such a wealth of information and come prepared, everything points to a singular possibility, that Feng Ping is the true ally of Yi Chengfei. Chenyu is merely a pawn in their game. But now that it has come to this, what does it matter? None of you shall leave today. Feng Ping sneered, a murderous intent evident in his demeanor, with the situation having escalated to this point. Even if Chenyu were reluctant to believe it, he had to confront the reality before him. He had been abandoned by Yi Chengfei, yet he never imagined that Yi Chengfei had even colluded with the elders. No wonder he would forsake him. Yi Chengfei, you dog, I shall haunt you even in death. Alas, you shall not have that opportunity. Feng Ping's lips curled into a sinister smile, a fierce aura sweeping through the air. Eighth tier of the Gathering Wheel realm. Though he was merely a junior elder of the alchemy chamber, his cultivation was by no means weak. The terrifying vines surged forth like tentacles, simultaneously launching an assault on Jiang Changkong and the other three. Whoosh boom! Chenyu was the first to bear the brunt, caught off guard by the force, and sent crashing to the ground. How infuriating! Yi Chengfei, even if I die, I will not allow you to have it easy. Jiang Changkong, how about we join forces? As long as you agree, I am willing to divulge all the evil deeds Yi Chengfei has committed, including the truth behind the day you were trapped in the dark barrier. Realizing he could hardly escape calamity today, Chenyu suddenly turned his gaze toward Jiang Changkong. Join forces? Unfortunately, you no longer have that opportunity. Feng Ping's lips curled into a cold smile as he abruptly moved his hands. Whoosh! A vine as thick as a tree trunk suddenly shot up from the ground, racing toward Chenyu with lightning speed, Shin-level physique. Vine body. You think you can capture me like this? Dream on. Chun Yu grounded his feet and shouted. His inner spiritual energy merged with the wind elemental body, transforming him into a streak of azure light, attempting to escape the encirclement of the vines. Crack! A vine like a ghost struck from the diagonal, accurately hitting Chun Yu's body and sending him crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. How dare mere mortal-level wind elemental body flaunt its prowess before me? Truly seeking death. As Feng Ping sneered, he urged the vines to crazily stab at Chun Yu's vital points. Overconfident, Chun Yu had no time to react before Feng Ping's vine struck him, sending him plummeting from the air. Blood spewing from his mouth repeatedly. Ants, perish! As Feng Ping laughed maniacally, the vine struck out like lightning, sealing Chun Yu's fate. Boom! In the nick of time, a powerful palm strike suddenly surged through the air, sending all of Feng Ping's gathered vines flying. This is a low-grade, Xian-level martial technique. Falling flower palm. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a bulky figure abruptly emerged, wrapping the injured Chun Yu into a bundle and swiftly relocating him to a safe area. Jiang Chongkong, do you dare obstruct me? Do you truly think you are still the once proud and invincible chief disciple? Let me tell you, killing you today is as easy as pie. Feng Ping glanced contemptuously at Jiang Chongkong, a mocking smile on his face. Even at his peak, Jiang Chongkong was merely at the 5th tier of the Gathering Will realm, nowhere near a match for him at the 8th tier. Today, none of you three can expect to escape from my clutches. All shall die. Chapter 18. The dead do not deserve to know so much. Before the dilapidated thatched cottage, Jiang Chongkong laughed uproariously upon hearing Feng Ping's words. Killing me is as easy as pie. Ha ha. In my eyes, you are even less than an ant, merely the most insignificant dust of this world. Spend more time eating shit and less time boasting. Jiang Chongkong, you seek death. Feng Ping, feeling insulted, roared and charged at Jiang Chongkong. Whoosh, 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 his arms transformed into thick vines, crashing toward Jiang Chongkong like a surging tide. A mere vine body dares to speak so boldly before me? Who gave you the courage? Jiang Chongkong scoffed, allowing the vines to pierce his body. Tear. In the next moment, his form suddenly dispersed like black mist, having sustained not a scratch from the vines. This was the benefit derived from absorbing the curse mark from the wasp earlier, allowing his body to momentarily become like a shadow, imperceptible. This is impossible. You clearly awakened a useless body. Feng Ping was taken aback upon witnessing this scene. Whoosh! Jiang Chongkong tapped into the winds, his body appearing behind Feng Ping in the blink of an eye, delivering a ghostly punch, then returning to his original position. Shadow step, flash. What kind of illusion is this? Feng Ping had yet to react when his chest suddenly erupted with a bang, a gaping wound appearing before Jiang Chongkong without warning. Blood trickled down his chest. While it did not inflict significant harm, it nonetheless dealt Feng Ping a hidden setback, and most importantly, it caused him to lose face. This hidden force is the half-step burst fist? When did you strike? Could it be that the earlier flash was not an illusion? Feng Ping stared at Jiang Chongkong, his expression darkening to a terrifying degree. He had actually been injured by a junior, and a so-called useless one at that. The sudden impact and unexpected explosion were clearly the essence of the high-tier, yellow-level martial technique, half-step burst fist. It was Jiang Chongkong's signature attack, but how did he manage to pull it off? The only possibility is that it occurred during that sudden flash. What exactly was that? First tier of the shadow step. Flash. Jiang Chongkong responded lightly to a low-grade yellow-level movement technique. Shadow step? This is impossible. How could shadow step possess such might? Whoosh. Without further ado, Jiang Chongkong executed shadow step before Feng Ping once more. Shadow step. Flash. His figure flickered like a wisp of light, moving 3 meters away from Feng Ping, then suddenly returning to his original spot. The speed so swift it was almost instantaneous to Feng Ping. This was still Jiang Chongkong deliberately slowing down. Otherwise, Feng Ping would have remained as clueless as before. Flash, flash. You are leveraging this to unleash the half-step burst fist in an instant, perfectly combining 2 low-tier martial techniques to unleash unimaginable power. Jiang Chongkong, you have been feigning incompetence all along. Finally realizing the situation, Feng Ping's gaze towards Jiang Changkong had completely transformed. How could such a person possibly be a useless one? Even the physique he awakened is by no means a useless body. I can't believe it. Flashing to the half-step burst fist, the fusion of martial techniques is simply magnificent from a distance. Tang Yunzhou, witnessing this scene, instantly transformed into an adoring disciple, shouting in excitement. Ever since Jiang Changkong's recovery, the impact he has brought is akin to waves crashing, one after another, ceaseless and relentless. Jiang Changkong cast a cold glance at Feng Ping, triumphantly declaring, "This is the fate of those who underestimate me." Jiang Changkong. Feng Ping gradually withdrew his gaze, and his imposing demeanor shifted dramatically. Even if you are not a waste, what of it? Even if you are not a failed body, it ultimately matters not, for you have yet to reach the gathering wheel realm. Had it not been for my initial underestimation of you and your fortuitous success in mastering the fusion martial technique afterward, you would not have been able to harm me in the slightest. However, all of this is meaningless now. Today, the three of you must perish. After all that boasting, you have not managed to inflict a scratch on me. Yet you have only succeeded in injuring yourself. Are the elders of the Lan sect merely boastful, utterly devoid of skill? Jiang Changkong wore a look of derision. You wretched creature. Prepare to die. Feng Ping roared in fury, unleashing the full force of his gathering wheel 8th tier aura in an instant. With a rustling sound, numerous thick vines erupted from the ground, causing the earth beneath them to tremble in terror. Jiang Changkong's dilapidated thatched cottage was torn apart before it could even resist. Yet, Jiang Changkong remained unfazed, wearing an expression of calm, as if a mountain had fallen before him without causing him to flinch. The thick vines, as robust as tree trunks, transformed into countless sharp blades, assaulting Jiang Changkong from all directions with reckless abandon. Young Master Kong, quickly evade! Tang Yunzhou cried out in alarm as he witnessed Feng Ping's attack approaching. As the tree blades pierced his body, a gossamer thin armor suddenly enveloped Jiang Changkong, effortlessly deflecting all attacks. What treasure is this that can withstand my tree blade storm? Feng Ping exclaimed in disbelief as he instinctively focused his gaze. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the diaphanous armor was composed of translucent strands of spider silk. This is a superior forging material, the 1,000-year Spider King silk. Jiang Changkong possesses such a treasure. Indeed, this protective item shielding Jiang Changkong is none other than the tendrils of the Bala silk. After being reforged with various rare materials, the Bala silk had long ceased to be an ordinary ornamental item, evolving into a versatile weapon capable of both offense and defense. It was specifically designed to punish you, the traitorous members of the sect. With a cold smile, Jiang Changkong waved the Bala silk forward. Boom! The 1,000-year Spider King silk shot up like countless silver needles, instantly piercing through the vines unleashed by Feng Ping, leaving destruction in their wake. What in the world is this? Feng Ping screamed in alarm, hastily retracting all the vines back into his body. Just then, countless cold glimmers erupted from within Feng Ping as the tendrils of the Bala silk, concealed within the vines, invaded his body, sealing off all his vital points and rendering him incapable of wielding even the slightest bit of power. In an instant, the tide of battle had completely turned. Feng Ping could hardly believe that he had been defeated by Jiang Changkong, but this was only the beginning. What filled him with dread was the inexplicable force that was eroding his very being, simultaneously consuming his internal strength in an attempt to coalesce into something. This was the result of the cursed body activation. The curse mark? What sort of dark sorcery is this? Feng Ping's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Jiang Changkong. Stripped of his earlier arrogance, this moment, he was filled with regret, realizing the enormity of his mistake. Why had he provoked Jiang Changkong? There were too many terrifying secrets hidden within him. The dead do not deserve to know so much. With a sinister grin, Jiang Changkong suddenly yanked the Bala silk. In an instant, Feng Ping's body was riddled with holes, blood spraying forth like a torrential rain. Simultaneously, the curse mark condensed and surged forth, siphoning away Feng Ping's remaining strength, swiftly merging into Jiang Changkong's body amidst the blood rain's cover. You! Feng Ping's eyes widened as he collapsed into a pool of blood. Devoid of life, young Master Kong is magnificent, Tang Yunzhou exclaimed, jumping forward with the fervor of an ardent admirer. In a single day, he had defeated 2 junior elders of the sect and awakened his own physique. Truly invincible. Jiang Chong Kong raised an eyebrow at Tang Yunzhou, casually remarking that it was merely routine stay low-key. Stay low-key. Tang Yunzhou grinned widely, and then grabbed Chenyu, whom he had bound like a rice dumpling, tossing him before Jiang Chong Kong. Young Master Kong, how shall we deal with this fellow? Kill him, or... That depends on whether what he knows is worth sparing his life. Jiang Chong Kong's lips curled into a playful smile. Please do not kill me. I assure you that everything I say will be worth your mercy. Chenyu lay sprawled on the ground, clutching Jiang Chong Kong's pant leg, fervently vowing, Chapter 19. Are they really father and son? Absurd. Even Elder Feng Ping, a member of the council, was swiftly dispatched by Jiang Chong Kong. How could Chenyu dare to utter a word of defiance? He could only lament that one of the gravest mistakes of his life was provoking Jiang Chong Kong. The second was associating with Yi Changfei, that despicable wretch. Had it not been for him, how could he have found himself in such dire straits? Speak. What is the truth behind the dark barrier from that day? At that moment, Tang Yunzhou suddenly kicked Chenyu to the ground, demanding sternly. Had it not been for the dark barrier, he would not have been deliberately misled, and Jiang Chong Kong would not have suffered severe injuries or been stripped of his position as the chief disciple of the Lan Song sect. The matter of the dark barrier had long been a thorn in Tang Yunzhou's heart, weighing heavily upon him and filling him with guilt towards Jiang Chong Kong. No. I'll tell you. The dark barrier was orchestrated by Yi Chenghuan and the Grand Elder. It was a trap specifically designed to eliminate Jiang Chong Kong. Chenyu shouted, cradling his head, his voice echoing with fear. Everything that transpired was not by chance, but rather meticulously plotted by them. Chenyu continued, his fear of Jiang Chong Kong palpable. Not only had the Black Prison's dual demons failed to kill him, but even the 8th-tier Elder Feng Ping had been vanquished. If given another chance, he would never conspire with Yi Changfei against Jiang Chong Kong. That would be tantamount to seeking his own demise. Continue, Jiang Chong Kong commanded, casting a sharp glance at Chenyu. I learned from Yi Changfei that shortly after young Master Kong awakened his failed physique, Yi Changfei was overjoyed and informed me that his brother, Yi Chenghuan, was about to awaken the royal-level physique, the 3,000 body. The Grand Elder decided to abandon young Master Kong and instead fully support Yi Chenghuan, gradually undermining young Master Kong's authority and ultimately stripping him of his position. Though the Grand Elder acted as the sect leader, not everyone supported him, which led to his proposal being met with resistance from the other elders. Consequently, the Grand Elder devised the Dark Barrier, intending to lure young Master Kong into it. It is said that for this matter, the Grand Elder paid a hefty price to reach an agreement with those specters, while simultaneously ensuring that everyone around young Master Kong was kept at bay. All of this was to bring about your demise and pave the way for Yi Chenghuan. Wait, how did Yi Chenghuan know in advance that he would awaken a royal-level physique? Jiang Chong Kong interjected suddenly, pinpointing the crux of the issue. That I do not know. Chenyu shook his head, though his gaze flickered with evasion. How unrealistic. Why would Yi Chenghuan know in advance about his awakening? Is it possible he can foresee the past and the future? Tang Yunzhou furrowed his brow, muttering in disbelief. Normally, the nature of a person's physique is nearly impossible to predict or estimate before awakening. However, there are 2 exceptions. The first is that someone might have known the type of physique Yi Chenghuan would possess from the moment of his birth and exerted their utmost effort to cultivate him, thereby maximizing the potential of his physique upon awakening. This scenario is the most likely, but it comes with a condition. That person must be a direct relative of Yi Chenghuan, as the bloodline connection would allow them to know precisely what physique would awaken, thus guiding their efforts to enhance its level. Is there another possibility? Tang Yunzhou instinctively inquired. The second scenario involves individuals who choose reincarnation. Those who failed to reach the pinnacle of martial arts in their previous lives may, at the end of their lifespans, pay a tremendous price to live again, attempting to defy fate. If successful, they retain all memories from their past lives, and some even maintain their previous cultivation levels. Such individuals are often referred to as the chosen ones in the Qing-Yun realm. However, given Yi Changhuan's pitiful physique, it is impossible for him to be one of those. Thus, it must be the first scenario. So, what is the conclusion? Tang Yinzhou found himself momentarily bewildered, rubbing his head. Is there a hidden connection between Feng Songyun and Yi Qinghuan? Jiang Chongkong's sharp gaze pierced through Chunyu, as though he had seen through everything. Chunyu's legs trembled in fear. How did you know? Young Master Kong, why do you suspect a connection between Yi Chenghuan and the Grand Elder? Is it merely because they share the same surname? Tang Yunzhao found himself increasingly perplexed. Xiaopeng, if there is someone who has known your physical constitution since the moment of your birth and has dedicated all their efforts to enhancing your potential for future awakening, who do you think that person is most likely to be? Jiang Chongkong patted Tang Yunzhao's head, raising an eyebrow. Tang Yunzhao pouted reluctantly and replied, "It must be Tang Sanjin, although he is a heartless scoundrel and a treacherous wolf. After my mother passed away, I could only think of him. Why? Because after all, I am his son, even if I am just the most insignificant one among many." Tang Yunzhao waved his fist indignantly. Thus Feng Songyin could never have poured all his resources into a stranger without reason, even going so far as to pave the way for him to become the prominent figure of the Lansong sect. The only explanation is that there exists a profoundly intimate blood relationship between them. Your analysis is astute. Feng Songyun and Yi Qinghuan are indeed biological father and son. Chunyu inhaled deeply, confirming Jiang Chongkong's speculation. There are no more than 3 individuals within the entire Lansong sect who are privy to this secret, and yet you have managed to see through it. This also clarifies why Feng Ping colluded with Yi Qingfei. Clearly, it is due to this connection with Yi Qinghuan. Indeed, it was Yi Qinghuan who initially enticed Feng Ping onto this path. Yi Qingfei was merely the intermediary between them. This time, it was also Yi Qinghuan who secretly instructed Yi Changfei to seek out Feng Ping to resolve this matter. However, it is unexpected that not only did they fail to resolve the issue, but they also brought Feng Ping down with them. So it is. Jiang Chongkong's gaze flickered and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. And oh wonder Feng Songyin has gone to such lengths to eliminate him. It turns out all of this was for Yi Qinghuan, for his biological son. So, may I leave now? Chinyu dared not meet Jiang Chongkong's gaze and cautiously inquired, "That I can let you go here." But as for him, Jiang Chongkong gestured towards Tang Yunzhao, spreading his hands with a teasing smile. The fact that Chinyu is aware of the secret regarding the father-son relationship between Yi Qinghuan and Feng Songyun illustrates just how much trust Yi Qingfei places in him. In other words, this fellow knows secrets beyond this. Jiang Chongkong certainly would not allow Chinyu to escape so easily. Chunyu's expression turned furious as he realized the inconsistency of this fellow. Slap! Tang Yunzhao delivered a resounding slap to Chunyu's face, glaring fiercely. "What are you? Am I unable to wield a blade, or have you become too arrogant? Right now, I am giving you a chance to speak. If you don't, I will ensure you meet the same fate as Wu Guang." Oh, I forgot to mention, Wu Guang didn't run away. Rather, I pulverized him with a single punch. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. This statement sent a chill of fear through Chunyu. Wu Guang was actually obliterated by Tang Yunzhao with a single blow. No wonder only Huang Feng's corpse was found at the scene, and Wu Guang's whereabouts remained unknown. Initially, Chunyu believed Tang Yunzhao's words, thinking Wu Guang had fled. However, upon reflection, if Wu Guang had escaped, the first thing he would do would be to seek him out. Moreover, with someone like Jiang Chongkong, who could effortlessly annihilate even an elder like Feng Ping, there was no way Tang Yunzhao could slip away from under their noses. Chapter 20. Astonishing secrets, thinking of the fate that awaited anyone who offended Tang Yunzhao. Chunyu, who had held on to a glimmer of hope, realized that even if Jiang Chongkong spared him, given Yi Chengfei's character, he would undoubtedly not let him off the hook. Wait, what do you mean by that? If Yi Qinghuan is his biological son, then what about Yi Qingfei? And why does he not acknowledge Yi Qinghuan's identity? Is there some hidden secret behind this? Tang Yunzhao suddenly leaned closer to Chunyu. Placing his hands heavily on his shoulders, narrowing his eyes with a sinister smile, and at the same time, he pulled out a peculiar stone from his pocket. "What is this?" Jiang Chongkong inquired, intrigued at a recording stone, a specialized item of the law enforcement hall. Tang Yunjiao instinctively replied, "Well done, you are finally living up to your status as a direct disciple of the law enforcement hall's master." Jiang Chongkong raised an eyebrow, giving Tang Yunjiao a thumbs up. At a time like this, if you don't leverage your opportunistic master, it would be truly regrettable. Since the incident with the Dark Barrier, I've been secretly investigating this matter. Today, as long as we present the records Chan Yu has mentioned, along with the circumstances of the disciples harmed by Yi Chengfei, to the law enforcement hall, I guarantee that Yi Chengfei will face dire consequences. Tang Yunjiao declared earnestly. Chen Yu, feeling the heat radiating from his shoulders, which had burned 2 large holes in his shirt, realized that everything he said would be perfectly recorded by the stone. And he could only grit his teeth and say, "Just don't hurt me. I will tell you." It is said that when the Grand Elder entered the Lansong sect, he already had a family. But in order to rise to power, he discarded his wife and entangled himself with the daughter of a sect elder, thus ascending the ranks. However, he had no children until a few years ago when his wife passed away. And during a moment of leisure, he inadvertently learned that his former wife had given birth to a son, who is Yi Chenghuan. While Yi Chengfei is his biological brother, he is the child of his mother's subsequent marriage. The Grand Elder discovered that both of them possessed remarkable talents for cultivation and was overjoyed, secretly bringing them back to the sect for training. Now it makes sense. No wonder that old scoundrel dares not openly acknowledge his relationship with Yi Chenghuan. Tang Yunjiao and Jiang Chongkong exchanged knowing glances, enlightenment dawning upon them. Thus, everything done by Yi Chenghuan and his brother was orchestrated by that old wretch Feng, Song Yin from behind the scenes. Jiang Chongkong shot a cold glance at Chen Yu, inquiring sharply. Chen Yu nodded gravely. The Grand Elder harbors great ambitions. His relentless cultivation of Yi Chenghuan is not solely for his innate talent, but also to gain complete control over the Lansong sect. Therefore, he secretly directed Yi Chenghuan and Yi Chengfei to commit numerous misdeeds. Even if Feng Songyun wields immense power, it is impossible for him to do so without leaving traces. No wonder no one in the sect has noticed anything. Jiang Chongkong furrowed his brow slightly. What you do not know is that nearly 40% of the elders and factions within the Lansong sect are under the control of the Grand Elder. The only one daring to stand against him is Tang Yunjiao's master, the head of the law enforcement hall, who is also the second most esteemed elder of the sect, Li Feihe. Thus, over the years, the Grand Elder has been in a constant state of conflict with the law enforcement hall. No wonder my master instructed me to keep a close watch on Yi Chenghuan and his brother whenever I had the chance. To report to the law enforcement hall immediately upon discovering their misdeeds. It turns out it was to strike against the Grand Elder. After hearing Chen Yu's words, Tang Yunjiao experienced a sudden epiphany. However, to my knowledge, aside from the Grand Elder's faction, the alchemy chamber stands as the largest obstacle, right? It is virtually impossible for outsiders to gain access. Otherwise, would someone like your uncle, who merely manages the storeroom, receive any respect? Jiang Chongkong seized upon the flaw in Chen Yu's words, asking incisively, "You are correct. It is precisely for this reason that he has made every effort to win me over, subsequently utilizing my uncle's connections to infiltrate the alchemy chamber and initiate a series of subsequent plans." Chen Yu nodded non-committally. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chongkong's tone turned icy. To put it bluntly, your uncle is merely a gatekeeper. How could Yi Chenghuan obtain what he desires in the alchemy chamber based solely on that connection? Not only can he steal elixirs brazenly, but he can also possess skills that can create convincing counterfeits. Do you view yourself as too clever, or do you think we are fools? I am not attempting to deceive you. While my uncle alone is indeed insufficient, he provided Yi Chengfei and his brother with an excellent channel, allowing them to freely enter and glean insights into alchemical techniques. Especially Yi Chengfei, due to an unexpected incident, he became entangled with the wife of Elder Zhou Jiao, the third in command of the alchemy chamber. Bai Jie. Thereafter, he roamed the alchemy chamber with impunity. The skills you mentioned that are indistinguishable from the real deal were taught to him in secret by Bai Jie. It is said that before marrying Zhou Jiao, Bai Jie was a well-known alchemist, particularly adept at disguising low-tier elixirs as high-tier ones. Even Zhou Jiao praised her highly. Boom! Chun Yu's words detonated like a thunderclap, sending ripples through the air, especially Tang Yunjiao, who was left dumbfounded by this revelation, exclaiming repeatedly, "I can't believe it. Yi Chengfei, that little rascal, possesses such ability to seduce the wife of the third in command of the alchemy chamber. This truly is the most astonishing tale in the Lansong sect. Words alone are not enough. How can you prove you are not simply fabricating this to escape?" Jiang Changkong remained skeptical that a person like Chun Yu would say anything to save their life. Of course, the likelihood of this being true is exceedingly high, so Jiang Changkong sought to pressure Chun Yu further to unearth even more shocking information that I can swear by my very life essence that there is not a shred of falsehood. If you do not believe me, you may wait at the cave in the back mountain, as Yi Chengfei nearly visits there every day to concoct elixirs. Thus, Bai Jia always seizes this opportunity to engage in illicit relations with Yi Chengfei. Previously, when I reported to you about Yi Chengfei, they were together. I merely pretended not to know. Given your assertion, it seems we must personally await the arrival of fortune. Suddenly raise an eyebrow at. A lewd smile gracing his lips. That is your affair. I've said all I needed to say. I trust you will uphold your promises. Fix his gaze on, speaking resolutely. What? Are you now instructing me on how to act? His eyes turned icy in an instant. Not at all. I have divulged everything I know. What more do you expect from me? Filled with fear and confusion, was at a loss. He had truly bared all he knew to and today. Yet, judging by their demeanor, they clearly had no intention of letting him go. I already mentioned you could leave. It was your own insistence to stay, and I did not compel you. Shot a glance at. Suddenly, breaking into a smile, he had merely intended to intimidate. Such insignificant creatures were hardly worth his effort. You are indeed ruthless, dared not utter another word, hastily retrieving a pill from his pocket and consuming it. Having expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy during his interrogation he found himself devoid of the strength to rise. He had no choice but to rely on the pill to restore himself swiftly. I advise you to depart from as soon as possible. Having betrayed today, there is no longer a place for you within. Suddenly interjected, offering a well-meaning warning. But it was who sought to kill me first. I merely acted in self-defense. I also advise you to know when to retreat. Even if you underestimate his allies and are not to be trifled with, slowly replied, looking at that he recognized that his current predicament was entirely due to. After years of unwavering loyalty, he had become a scapegoat. Thus, he was willing to trade the secrets he had acquired while serving for his own life. He could always leave. After all, he had secretly amassed a considerable fortune over the years, coupled with his uncle's connections in the alchemy room, which would suffice for a comfortable life. Chapter 21. The fool acts. The wise speak. What he had not anticipated was that he would fall into the hands of and today. Especially, how had this former top disciple who had fallen to the depths of despair, suddenly regained his strength? Could it be that miracles truly existed in this world, or had he merely been feigning weakness all along? What were, and in comparison, scoffed at its warning, a cold smile spreading across his face. That would be for the best. Cast a deep glance at, feeling the effects of the pill beginning to take hold. Ignoring the initial moment of hesitation, he channeled his spiritual energy into the wind element. Bang! In an instant, S body exploded without warning, visibly withering at a rapid pace. Within mere seconds, he was left gasping for breath. You too, glared furiously at the two before him, his eyes filled with rage. What is happening? We have not laid a finger on you, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, exclaiming in surprise. Calmly glanced at, cutting to the heart of the matter. What does it matter to us? The issue lies with the pill you just consumed. Felt as if struck by lightning, suddenly recalling that the pill he had taken earlier was the given to him by. It was renowned for its ability to restore one's strength even after severe injuries. Had specifically warned him to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. It dawned on him that had been plotting against him all along. I shall not rest until I have my revenge. Even in death, with the truth unveiled, let out a final roar of fury. As he spoke, his body could no longer withstand the power of the pill and swiftly melted before the eyes of, and ultimately dissolving into a puddle of blood. This is truly merciless, cursed vehemently. This boy had been loyal to him, yet he has met such a grim fate, glared at the bloodied puddle before him, seething with anger. Suddenly, noticed something floating in the blood. Instinctively, he waved his hand to retrieve it, and upon closer inspection, he found it to be a confession letter written by himself. Clearly, this was a scheme devised by who had hidden it on while he was unaware. It was evident that had long intended for to serve as a scapegoat, allowing him to extricate himself entirely from the situation. Such heartlessness had reached its zenith. Such a menace must not be allowed to continue existing in this world. For the first time, S. face bore the mark of fury. Not only, but also, and, without them, would never have been able to act with such impunity within. If we do not eradicate this threat, we'll inevitably fall to their hands. Clenched his fists, a terrifying and chilling murderous intent surging from within, equally filled with righteous indignation, vowed to uproot their entire family, ridding the sect of their menace. Now that we possess testimony within this recording stone, along with the scattered evidence I previously collected, we have enough to apprehend. Do not rush, suddenly interjected, blocking's path. Why not? Asked, bewildered. Are we to continue allowing them to harm our fellow disciples? With the evidence we currently possess, we can at most capture, it will not harm in the slightest. What shall we do then? We cannot simply sit idly by. Of course not. Since we have a breakthrough we must magnify it to the fullest. Even if we cannot implicate, we will ensure is dragged down with him. Do you already have a plan? In order to amplify this breakthrough, we must seize the opportunity to catch and in the act. Once this matter is exposed, the alchemy room will inevitably turn against. At that point, we can reveal the private dealings of and in selling counterfeit pills and harming fellow disciples, turning them into public enemies of the sect. I shall then witness how it intends to protect them. Indeed, you are as astute as ever, exclaimed. If we are to act, we must ensure they pay the most painful price. With that, dashed off eagerly toward the back mountain. Where are you headed? Inquired, curious to the back mountain to wait for an opportunity. Did not say the returns are almost daily? If he goes, then I will have a chance to meet with, blurted, a slightly lewd smile crossing his face. Fools act with force. Wise men need only speak. Knocked gently on's head, shaking his own in mild disappointment. What do you mean? Scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Have you forgotten the existence of your so-called master? Just call a few trusted subordinates in his name to wait there. Your most pressing concern is to cultivate. Otherwise, you will waste time on these trivial matters. Advised earnestly. Isn't that just utilizing my master? Responded, a troubled expression crossing his face. If your master has ever provided you with any benefits. If I recall correctly, aside from taking you as a disciple, he has never imparted a single piece of advice on your cultivation. Recalled nominal master, his expression turning to one of disbelief. He had never seen a master so neglectful. Aside from the title, he had shown little care for his well-being. How true. If it were not for you, I would still be waiting for who knows how long to awaken my potential. What is wrong with using such a master? Not utilizing him would be a disservice to myself. Promptly shifted his tone, appearing as if he bore a deep grudge against his master, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Incredible. This boast is so grand that even must give a thumbs up. What shall we do next? Naturally, we must seize the time to cultivate. Enhancing our strength is the only way to truly establish ourselves within. The reason for this elaborate scheme is quite simple. We lack sufficient power. You speak wisely. Before absolute strength, everything else is mere illusion. There are still 10 days until my life and death match with enough time for me to cultivate to the peak of the inner body realm. Raised his head, silently resolving within himself. 3 days later, sat cross-legged, his spiritual energy circulating rapidly, threads of golden light seeping from within him. The golden light within, through days of diligent practice, had successfully expanded his meridians to connect with his organs, elevating his cultivation to the 5th tier of the inner body realm. The completion of the cultivation of the meridians and internal organs signifies that Jiang Chankong's mastery over his inner self has surpassed the halfway mark. This achievement has resulted in a remarkable transformation and elevation of his previously frail physique. Suddenly, a colossal figure leaped down from above, swiftly arriving before Jiang Chankong. Benefactor, I have finally found you. Is it you? Jiang Chongkong cast a surprised glance at the newcomer. The imposing figure was none other than the wild man Tuoba Yun, whom he had encountered at Wangjiang Tower. At this moment, a petite girl with large, curious eyes was perched on his back, observing Jiang Chongkong with great interest. "Thank you. The method you provided last time was incredibly effective. My sister is much better now." Tuoba Yun's gaze, obscured by a dense mane of hair, resembled stars in the night sky as it settled upon Jiang Chongkong, his words somewhat evasive as he shifted the topic. Chapter 22. An old friend? "Oh, isn't this the wild man who was bullied by Chunyu at Wangjiang Tower? How did you find your way here? Did you come specifically to thank me?" Tang Yinzhou expressed surprise upon seeing the visitor. This wild man had abruptly appeared at Lansong's sect not long ago, rarely engaging in conversation, and no one knew his origins or identity, though he was occasionally seen carrying a sickly little girl around. To Jiang Chongkong's astonishment, Tuoba Yun had come solely to express his gratitude. "It was merely a small effort. No need for thanks. According to my method, ordinary coldness can be completely dispelled within 10 days, and even more severe cases can be resolved with a month of persistence." Jiang Chongkong waved his hand dismissively at Tuoba Yun. However, he suddenly noticed a pair of bright, large eyes fixed upon him since their arrival, never wavering, prompting him to instinctively look over. It was only then that he truly recognized the little girl Tuoba Yun had been carrying. "Benefactor, I am Tuoba Yun. I have come not only to express my gratitude but also to ask a favor. Since you have a way to alleviate his condition, perhaps you could also heal her." "Tuoba Yun, your surname is Tuoba." Before Jiang Chongkong could respond, Tang Yinzhou gasped at Tuoba Yun's name. "But what's wrong with the surname Tuoba?" Jiang Chongkong instinctively turned a glance at Tang Yinzhou. Tang Yinzhou scratched his head, his tone turning serious. "The surname Tuoba is exclusive to the direct lineage of the 10,000 Beasts sect. It is unique in the entire Liuli realm. You are called Tuoba Yun, which means you are a member of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Why have you come to Lansong sect?" As he spoke, he leaned closer to Tuoba Yun, his tone suddenly shifting to "Do not associate me with the 10,000 Beasts sect. I have no ties to them. But one day, I will personally annihilate the entire sect." Tuoba Yun's expression darkened, his face contorting with rage as he shouted, "You!" Tang Yinzhou was about to retaliate when Jiang Chongkong abruptly interrupted him. "Once you enter Lansong's sect, you are one of us. Your past, and whom you have been do not matter, but that 10,000 Beasts sect. Are you questioning me? I dare not. Rest assured, Lil Yun would never do such a thing. By the way, this uncle, have we met somewhere before? There's a scent about you that feels incredibly familiar." The girl, who had been perched on Tuoba Yun's back, unexpectedly stepped forward, startling everyone with her words. "Hua, what nonsense are you talking about? He is clearly just a young man. How can you call him uncle?" Tuoba Yun was taken aback. Yet Jiang Chongkong was even more astonished, as if struck by lightning. He stared blankly at Guogua. "Who? You are?" Jiang Chongkong instinctively reached out toward the girl before him. Guogua also instinctively extended her hands. Boom! The moment their palms touched, Jiang Chongkong's residual soul trembled violently. A wave of incredibly familiar sensation surged within him. This aura belongs to an old friend. Without a moment to ponder, Jiang Chongkong pulled Guogua into his embrace, his face brimming with excitement. "It has been 1,000 years, a full 1,000 years. You are Uncle Huahua." Guogua suddenly grasped Jiang Chongkong's face, a name flashing through her mind. "Huahua. Only little Guer would call me that." "You're a little Guer? How could you have changed so much?" Jiang Chongkong gazed at the girl before him, his heart seized with shock. Huahua was none other than Yi. To his astonishment, Guogua turned out to be the little Guer from 10,000 years ago. Even more surprising was the fact that after 10 millennia, she still retained her youthful form, showing no signs of growth. "Uncle Huahua, my father is dead. Everyone is dead." Guogua clung tightly to Jiang Chongkong, tears streaming down her delicate face. Witnessing this scene, Tuoba Yun stood frozen in place, momentarily at a loss for words. What was happening? Why did Guogua recognize a stranger? Could it be that this person was her kin? Tuoba Yun and Guogua were not siblings. Yet prior to this, Guogua had always kept others at bay, rejecting anyone who approached her. Why was she so different with Jiang Chongkong? "Little girl, what on earth happened that day?" Jiang Chongkong cradled Guogua, whispering his inquiry. Guogua seemed to have struck a chord in her memory. falling into deep reminiscence. But soon she was overwhelmed with anguish, clutching her head and weeping. They're all dead. All dead. I can't remember. I don't remember anything. Why? Suddenly, a wave of cold air surged forth, sweeping towards Jiang Changkong with a terrifying aura, causing the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. Jiang Changkong instinctively looked down, only to realize that the cold emanated from the hand. He was holding Guoguo's hand, meaning the source was her. "I'm sorry, Uncle Huahua." Realizing something was amiss, Guoguo lowered her head. Although her consciousness was clear, she could not control the coldness within her body, causing it to spill out and harm Jiang Changkong. "It's merely a trivial coldness." Jiang Changkong waved his hand dismissively, intending to soothe Guoguo. However, unexpectedly, the coldness that had wrapped around his arm not only failed to dissipate, but instead found an opening, instantly invading Jiang Changkong's body and frantically assaulting his internal organs, attempting to invade his very soul. Uncle Huahua. Feeling the changes within Jiang Changkong, Guoguo immediately leaped onto him, sobbing uncontrollably. "Goodness!" Tuo Biyun and Tang Yunzhou rushed forward but were forcibly held back by the icy presence. In this moment of crisis, Jiang Changkong concentrated his thoughts, and the power of the evil body swiftly took control of the coldness, besides being able to invade his physique and forge the evil seal. The evil body could also assimilate and manipulate the malevolent entities of the world. Sensing the threat, the coldness within Guoguo recklessly surged towards Jiang Changkong. "Humph! Dare to cause trouble." Jiang Changkong's voice rang out coldly. A beam of golden light suddenly erupting from his body, rapidly enveloping his inner self. The golden light of the inner self. The coldness immediately encountered obstacles, unable to invade, and was forced to follow Jiang Changkong's intent, merging into his dantian, where it was swiftly assimilated by the evil body. Boom! With a resounding crash, all the coldness gradually sank into Jiang Changkong's dantian, coalescing into a whirlpool of dark blue energy, ultimately becoming wholly his. Once he absorbed the coldness, Jiang Changkong immediately comforted the distraught Guoguo, saying, "Do not cry. Uncle is perfectly fine. This little coldness could never harm me. Really? Uncle Huahua is truly all right." Guoguo looked up at Jiang Changkong with tear-streaked cheeks, then broke into a radiant smile. "I am now called Jiang Changkong. You may call me Brother Changkong." Jiang Changkong gently ruffled Guoguo's hair, winking at her. "I understand now. This is our little secret. Brother Changkong." Guo immediately adapted to the new name. "That is not ordinary coldness. You must not underestimate it." Tuo Biyun, who had been kept at bay by the coldness, hurriedly warned upon witnessing Jiang Changkong's nonchalance. "That coldness is nothing to worry about. I am well aware of it." Jiang Changkong interrupted him. "Void extremis, since you are aware of its origin, you must have a method to eradicate it at its root, right?" Tuo Biyun's expression shifted multiple times. Urgency in his tone. He had previously sought help from many, all of whom were a loss due to their ignorance of the cold's origin. Yet Jiang Changkong had discerned it at a glance and easily suppressed it. Chapter 23. Void Extreme Ice. Void Extreme Ice. What is that? Tang Yunzhou, still shaken from earlier events, inquired with trepidation. "It is the most unique and powerful source of coldness in the world." Jiang Changkong possessed an intimate understanding of the void extreme ice before him. A chilling presence deeply buried within the darkest recesses of the void's shadow realm. It was said to have been crafted by the first Lord of the Void, merging with the unique characteristics of that realm. A terrifying frost imbued with sentience. The merest touch would swiftly infiltrate one's being, devouring all strength and subsequently manipulating the soul, reducing one to a mere husk, below the realm of 10,000 laws. None could resist it. Even the mightiest among the 10,000 laws held it in profound trepidation, for a single misstep could lead to an irretrievable abyss. Yet, before Jiang Changkong, it found itself powerless. For millennium ago, he was the first to discover and master it, later passing this legacy to a young boy within the Void Shadow Realm, who ultimately endured a millennium of arduous training to become a sovereign of the Void. Little did he anticipate that it would manifest within Guo. It is crucial to note that Guoguo's lineage bore no connection to the Void Shadow Realm whatsoever. Moreover, if the void extreme ice had truly wished to harm her during its prolonged residence in her body, she would have perished long ago, indicating that it was deliberately sealed within her by another. Contemplating this, Jiang Chongkong immediately began to examine Guogua's body. At that moment, nearly 90% of the void extreme ice within Guogua had been siphoned away by Jiang Chongkong, leaving less than 10% clinging tenaciously to the vital point at her brow. However, Jiang Chongkong did not rush to act. Firstly, he could not ascertain what exactly the void extreme ice had sealed away. Secondly, he lacked the absolute assurance to confront it with his current strength that, in any case, Guogua's condition posed no immediate danger, and the remaining ice would have to be dealt with gradually. For haste would yield no success. How is Guogua faring? Will the void extreme ice within her body cause any harm? Tuoba Yun's face was etched with anxiety. Indeed, Kong Xiao, you mentioned that it is the most terrifying chill in existence. To recklessly absorb it could spell disaster. Tang Yunzhao interjected with palpable tension. Fear not, for while the void extreme ice may spell calamity for others, before me, it shall obediently submit to my command. Jiang Chongkong replied with a serene smile, then turned to Tuoba Yun. How did you come to know Guogua? How long has she been in this condition? At his inquiry, Tuoba Yun's expression faltered, revealing an inclination to withhold his thoughts. It was evident that he harbored unspoken concerns and did not wish to disclose matters in public. Xiao Yun, it's all right. Brother Chongkong is the closest person to me. Just speak freely. Guogua reassured as she patted Tuoba Yun's arm, dispelling his hesitations with a single remark. Why Kong Xiao has unconditionally aided you without a hint of doubt regarding your intentions. Now, merely asking a few questions, and you're acting as if you're at a loss for words. Tang Yunzhao expressed his dissatisfaction, directing his ire at Tuoba Yun. Jiang Chongkong intervened, halting Tang Yunzhao's outburst. I have no interest in your connection to the beast sect or any entanglements. I demand to know everything about Guogua. The first time I encountered Guogua was when I sneaked into the forbidden grounds of the beast sect. I noticed then that her body unconsciously emanated coldness without causing harm, fluctuating in size. And her memories were sporadic. From my mother, I gleaned that she seemed to conceal a monumental secret related to the beast sect, which was why she was secretly imprisoned in their forbidden grounds. 3 years ago, when I attempted to rescue my mother and failed, she suddenly unleashed a terrifying chill that allowed us to break free, though we suffered grievous injuries from the beast sect in the process. Since then, her condition has deteriorated, ultimately rendering her childlike and devoid of memory. I have sought help from numerous individuals to no avail, and to escape the beast sect pursuit, I had no choice but to hide with Guogua at the Lansong sect. Tuoba Yun recounted the past, his fury boiling over, his visage grim. Upon hearing Tuoba Yun's account, Jiang Chongkong's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, his anger barely contained. The beast sect, they truly have the audacity to lay hands on my people. In truth, through Tuoba Yun's descriptions, Jiang Chongkong deduced that the implications were far deeper than what was spoken. There must be someone manipulating events from behind the scenes, and that person was undoubtedly one of those who had harmed him in the past. The strength of the beast sect utterly eclipses that of your Lansong sect. Do you truly believe you can venture into such a den of danger alone? That would be tantamount to courting death. Tuoba Yun exclaimed, shock evident in his gaze as he regarded Jiang Chongkong, attempting to issue a cautionary note that, do not speak of the mere beast sect. There is no place in this world that Jiang Chongkong fears to tread. Jiang Chongkong scoffed at Tuoba Yun's warning that I hope your power matches your confidence. Tuoba Yun could not help but inquire, but who exactly are you to Guogua? Why would you risk your life for her? Just then, a peculiar light erupted in the distance that is that the communications signal from the law enforcement hall. Have they caught wind of this so soon? Tang Yunzhao exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of surprise. My connection to Guogua runs deep. I cannot explain it to you in a moment. I have urgent matters to attend to. You must go to the Lansong Pavilion and inform the guardian to provide you with a place of refuge. He will make the necessary arrangements. Jiang Chongkong instructed Tuoba Yun before preparing to depart. Xiao Yun, let us go. Without hesitation, Guogua climbed onto Tuoba Yun's shoulder. Seeing that Guogua's condition was temporarily stable, Tuoba Yun could only suppress his curiosity and turned to head toward the Lansong Pavilion with renewed determination. Kong Xiao, This lad's identity is undoubtedly complex. Should members of the beast sect find this place, it could spell disaster. Tang Yunjiao remarked gravely as he observed Tuoba Yun's retreating figure. And what if they do? Even if the beast sect does not come for me, I shall seek them out myself. Should they come to me, it would only make things easier. Jiang Changkong's eyes glinted with a frigid light, exuding a murderous aura. First, I must deal with Yi Qingfei. This is an excellent opportunity that I cannot allow to slip away. Tang Yunjiao, sensing the menace in Jiang Changkong's words, swiftly changed the subject. Before we go, have a disciple from the law enforcement hall relay the message to Zhou Jiao of the alchemy room. Otherwise, this grand spectacle will lack flavor. Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunjiao exchanged knowing glances, suddenly sharing a mischievous smile. That goes without saying, The moment I learned of this matter, I immediately used my token to inform my master. Upon hearing this, he promptly spread the word within the alchemy room. The buzz has been quite lively. I've heard that for days now, it has reached a fever pitch among all the disciples in hushed discussions that it is a pity that Zhou Jiao is currently in seclusion refining pills. There has been no movement from him yet. However, with Bai Jie and Yi Qingfei daringly operating in defiance today, Zhou Jiao will surely be unable to remain in seclusion for long with his temperament. Even if he dares not confront the formidable elder Feng Songyun, eliminating Yi Qingfei would be merely routine at that point. Yi Chengwan would not sit idly by, allowing us to catch them all in one fell swoop and reap the benefits. Tang Yunjiao could not help but praise Jiang Changkong's master for taking such initiative. Jiang Changkong was unable to suppress a thumbs-up directed at Tang Yunjiao. My nominal master is notoriously nosy, always eager to grasp the latest gossip within the sect. He cannot stand to be out of the loop, which is why he has no time to teach me cultivation, as he is preoccupied with these trivial matters. Tang Yunjiao rolled his eyes in exasperation, openly expressing his disdain for Jiang Changkong's nominal master. That being said, your solar body is fundamentally a meager existence. Your master's lax approach is, in fact, a form of guidance. As the solar body awakens, it merely requires the continuous accumulation of spiritual energy day after day, and, eventually, it will come to fruition. Yet many abandon the process before reaching that stage. And you are even more exceptional, which is why your master refrains from imparting knowledge to you. He is doing it for your own good. If not for Kong Shao's guidance, I truly would not know when I might awaken. Spare me the praise for him. Why should I sing his praises? Merely from your solid foundation. It is clear that Li Feihe holds high expectations for you, and my guidance aligns fundamentally with his. I simply possess knowledge of a more advanced nature. Chapter 24. Anonymous tip-off today in the alchemy room. A startling piece of news erupted about why Yi Qingfei was reportedly involved with Zhou Jiao's wife in secret. Initially, everyone dismissed it as a mere joke, yet it escalated, with some claiming to have witnessed them meeting in secret at the back mountain today. What? Yi Qingfei actually slept with the wife of the third elder of the alchemy room. Zhou Jiao, good heavens, this is monumental news. Is this true? Surely, someone must be slandering him. This has been circulating for several days. I heard he was caught red-handed today. Well, we could just go see for ourselves. Can't we? At that moment, an anonymous tip-off letter suddenly appeared in the hands of several core disciples of Zhou Jiao, who had been under his tutelage for years. The recipients of the anonymous letter felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, ultimately deciding to relay this information to Zhou Jiao. Thus, the scene unfolded where they recklessly rushed to Zhou Jiao's secluded location, shouting in a frenzy, "Master, something terrible has happened. Master's wife, bang!" At the critical moment of alchemy, Zhou Jiao's distraction caused the cauldron before him to explode, instantly obliterating all the elixirs within. You vile creatures, dare you destroy my concoctions? Today, I shall cleanse the sect. Enraged, Zhou Jiao flung open the secret chamber door and seized Feng Ping by the neck, wishing to rend him to pieces. Master, spare me. The situation is dire. Behold this anonymous report. Several disciples knelt, shouting frantically, shock. Lansong sect disciple Yi Qingfei not only secretly pilfers and sells inferior elixirs disguised as genuine ones, harming fellow disciples, but also clandestinely consorts daily with Master's wife, Bai Jie. For further details, hasten to the cave in the back mountain of Lansong sect to catch them in the act. Who dares to fabricate such slander? If I do not tear you limb from limb today, I shall not bear the surname Zhou. Furious, Zhou Jiao was ready to kill. Master, should you not first ascertain whether Master S' wife is at home? What if someone is framing us? One disciple cautiously glanced at Zhou Jiao and whispered, "Boom!" A terrifying purple flame surged forth, reducing the disciple to ashes before the eyes of the onlookers in an instant. The crowd, gripped by fear, fell silent. Zhou Jiao forced down his fury and suddenly remembered something. He hurried into his secret chamber, opening a purple golden wooden box, only to find a scroll of techniques had vanished. It was evident that it had been stolen, and the only one capable of such an act right under his nose was his wife, Bai Jie. That wretched Bai Jie dared to betray me. Recalling Bai Jie's unexpected visit days prior, Zhou Jiao's eyes brimmed with rage, his terrifying aura erupting instantly. Boom! The room behind him could not withstand the pressure, collapsing into nothingness. Puff! The nearby disciples were utterly defenseless, suffering grievous injuries and spitting blood. Master, we must resolve this matter swiftly to restore the reputation of my alchemy chamber. Another disciple bravely spoke up. You need to instruct me on what to do? Zhou Jiao glared viciously at them. Take care of your wounds. He took a deep breath, tossed aside a vial of elixir, and vanished in a blur. Who is behind today's events, daring to target my alchemy chamber? As Zhou Jiao departed, the crowd felt a wave of relief wash over them. They dare provoke our master. They truly seek death. Pay attention to Master's earlier reaction. It seems the Zhang technique has also been stolen. That is the strongest technique below the earth level in our Lansong sect. Who could it be? Who, other than Master S' wife, has the qualification and opportunity? Could it be that Yi Chengfei truly has an affair with Master S' wife? Hush! You're courting death. Stay far away from us. Who supports Yi Chengfei's audacity? It must be his elder brother, Yi Qinghuan, who has just awakened his royal physique and assumed the position of chief. That lad is now the hottest figure in Lansong sect. I hear the Grand Elder is fully backing him. Could it be? Shut your mouth. Do you dare to gossip behind his back? Do you wish for a short life? Focus on healing instead. I nearly thought I was done for just now. That smiled. Look at the sixth disciple, who was reduced to nothing for a single word. As they spoke, the disciples cautiously opened the elixir vial left by Zhou Jiao. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, invigorating them and making their eyes shine. That it was a fourth-tier elixir, the Hunyuan pill. This pill not only could heal their injuries in an instant, but also leave no lasting effects, accelerating their cultivation. Elixirs are graded from 1st to 9th tier, with legends of sacred and immortal elixirs beyond the 9th tier. Most present were junior alchemists, the highest rank among them being intermediate, and they had only ever concocted elixirs of up to 3rd tier. Now, Zhou Jiao casually bestowed upon them a 4th-tier elixir, akin to a treasure. Oh no, a blessing in disguise. Sonli Slope, one of the most desolate areas on the back mountain of Lansong sect. The spiritual energy here is thin, overgrown with weeds. Typically, it is a place of no interest, yet in its center lies an inconspicuous cave, artificially carved out from behind 3 overlapping peaks. This is Yi Chengfei's private lair, where he concocts elixirs, disguising inferior ones as genuine and secretly selling them to the sect's disciples who know little about elixirs, reaping substantial profits. But only a few know. This is also where Yi Chengfei secretly meets with Bai Jie, the wife of the alchemy chamber's elder. Zhou Jiao is precisely this connection that allows Yi Chengfei to thrive in the alchemy chamber, secretly amassing many high-quality elixirs, providing crucial support for Yi Qinghuan's awakening of the royal physique. At this moment, within the dim cave, Yi Chengfei was in a flurry, surrounded by various elixir vials he had collected through various means from the alchemy chamber. Most were half-finished or inferior elixirs. A small portion of complete elixirs had long been stored in exquisite jade vials and placed in a delicate box. Russell, a graceful figure, stepped lightly into the cave. Master S' wife, why are you here again? Did I not tell you that there have been rumors circulating lately, and we cannot meet for the time being? Yi Chengfei did not look up disdain evident in his voice that, "Ah, my dear Fei Fei, how much you withered in just a few days. It truly pains my heart." Bai Jie moved closer to Yi Ching-fei, tenderly caressing his face, her expression filled with concern. "Stop it, Master-S wife. Can you not see that I am busy? If you have something to say, hurry. If someone catches us, it will be disastrous." Yi Ching-fei shrugged off Bai Jie's hand and continued his work on the elixirs, as if they were far more important than her presence. How could that be? If they had discovered anything, it would have surfaced long ago. Besides, what whispers from the alchemy chamber could escape my notice? It's merely jealousy. I'll deal with them when I return. Let us see who dares to speak ill of you again. Bai Jie playfully patted Yi Ching-fei's cheek, a hint of reproach in her tone. "Master-S wife, please don't do this. I've genuinely received word that someone knows of our affair and my dealings in fake elixirs." Yi Ching-fei avoided Bai Jie's hand, shaking his head with a grave expression. Chapter 25. The spring is boundless, Fei Fei. With me here, nothing will go amiss, even if that useless Zhou Jiao were to see us himself. What of it? He owes his position to me. Why fear? Bai Jie spoke with an air of defiance, showing no signs of concern for the potential consequences. "That I know you are formidable and fear no one, but I am just a mere pawn. Zhou Jiao could crush me with a flick of his wrist. Please, Master-S wife, have mercy on me." Yi Ching-fei looked trepidatious. Seeing this, Bai Jie was not angered. Instead, she snatched the elixir from Yi Ching-fei's hand, sniffing it before glancing at him with delight. "Fei Fei, your skills are getting better and better. Even I can hardly distinguish between the real and the fake. That is all thanks to your diligent teaching. Master-S wife. Otherwise, how could I have made such rapid progress in such a short time?" Yi Ching-fei, though weary of her, still flattered Bai Jie. This was partly the truth. Without Bai Jie's careful guidance, Yi Ching-fei would not even be able to identify the different types of elixirs, let alone disguise them. Furthermore, Bai Jie held significant value for him, besides leveraging her influence to continue gathering elixirs in the alchemy chamber. He also aimed to extract high-level techniques from her. Yi Ching-wan's success had made him realize that possessing great strength not only earns respect, but also yields wealth, status, and power. He was not willing to remain subservient to Yi Ching-wan for life, to toil endlessly. He harbored his own ambitions. "Fei Fei, you sweet talker, I know you've been working hard lately to one day be like your brother. Thus, Master-S wife has gone to great lengths to procure the very thing you desire." Bai Jie gently ruffled Yi Ching-fei's hair and suddenly produced a book of cultivation techniques from her bosom. Winking at him, thought, "Why, Yi Ching-fei," who had been engrossed in his work and reluctant to acknowledge Bai Jie, abruptly lifted his head. Upon seeing the title of the technique, his eyes widened in disbelief as he could not help but shout, "Purple Sun Technique." The Purple Sun Technique, a top-tier cultivation method of the Xian level, is renowned as one of the most distinguished techniques of the Lansong sect, historically held in the hands of the elder Zhou Jiao from the alchemy room. To think that Bai Jie would go so far as to steal the Purple Sun Technique for Yi Ching-fei speaks volumes of her genuine affection for him. "Master, you truly are the kindest person in this world to me," he exclaimed. "Humph, just a moment ago, you were rather impatient with me." Yi Ching-fei felt a surge of blood rush to his head, and in an instant he tackled Bai Jie, yielding to his primal instincts. "Fei Fei, Master, you really like me so much." As they reveled in the ecstasy of their physical connection, Bai Jie tightly embraced Yi Ching-fei's neck, her eyes brimming with affection. In that moment, the cave was filled with an abundance of springtime warmth. The sounds of their gasps echoed, causing those lurking outside the cave to flush with embarrassment. Tang Yunzhou, blushing yet proud, nudged a nearby disciple of the law enforcement hall. "Sang-si, I told you I wasn't mistaken. They meet here at this time every day. Impressive, as expected of Brother Tang. Always the first to gather intel." The disciples of the law enforcement hall flattered him, their expressions filled with reverence. Although Tang Yunzhou's cultivation level was not particularly high at the moment, his status as the direct disciple of the head of the law enforcement hall was enough to overshadow others, garnering their admiration. Though Yi Ching-fei lacks notable cultivation, he certainly knows how to serve others well. Indeed, but it takes someone like Bai Jie, with her enduring charm, to truly engage him. Imagine if it were Elder Lu's wife. He would be petrified. I swear. Chun Yu was spot on. Who would have thought that while Yi Cheng Fei may not excel in cultivation, he possesses such prowess in pleasing his master. He even managed to acquire the legendary Purple Sun technique. Renowned as the strongest technique below the earth level, Tang Yunzhou grinned, peering into the cave with a curious gaze, unable to restrain himself from giving a thumbs dash up. Is the Purple Sun technique really that formidable? Zhang Chongkong asked, looking at Tang Yunzhou in surprise. The Purple Sun technique is heralded as the strongest technique below the earth level, although its actual rank is merely Xin level top tier. However, it is said that this is not its true rank, as the Lansong sect was once ransacked, leading to the loss of many techniques, which were later inscribed for memory by descendants. The Purple Sun technique is one such instance. Though incomplete, it remains immensely powerful, especially revered among the alchemical sect. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chongkong fell into deep contemplation. Could the Purple Sun technique possibly be the Purple Sun Nine Seals technique created by our esteemed founder? The onlookers from the law enforcement hall exchanged glances, taken aback by the commotion. This is quite the spectacle. One cannot help but admire the allure of Master Bai, who still possesses such charisma. Tang Yunzhou observed the tumultuous scene within the cave with great delight. Best not to stare too long. Such sights can lead to complications. Zhang Chongkong, having regained his composure, rolled his eyes at Tang Yunzhou. Is it really that serious? I've been sneaking peeks at the neighbor's sister bathing since I was 7, and I'm perfectly fine. Tang Yunzhou blurted out that SOU and Yi Chengfei share a common interest. Zhang Chongkong replied, somewhat speechless, that no. I merely appreciated the aesthetics. You understand, as a child, I was curious why she had things I didn't, and why I seemed different from her. I simply wanted to unveil the mystery. To hear you justify such a sordid act with such righteousness is truly enlightening. A real master, Zhang Chongkong remarked, giving Tang Yunzhou a thumbs up. Impressive, chorused the disciples behind him. Ahem. Chongkong, what should we do next? Are we merely to wait here for them to finish? Tang Yunzhou exclaimed, eager to divert the topic. Considering the time, Zhou Jiu should be arriving shortly. We must promptly notify Yi Qinghuan and Feng Congyan to witness Yi Chengfei's grand display. I am quite eager to see how Yi Qinghuan and Feng Congyan will react to this scene. Zhang Chongkong's eyes gleamed with mischief, but this could take quite a while. What if he's merely putting on a fade? You needn't worry. With me here, I guarantee today's grand performance will be continuous. As he spoke, Zhang Chongkong's gaze fell upon a peculiar patch of oddly colored weeds growing beside the cave. Quickly, summon the disciples of the law enforcement hall nearby to inform Yi Qinghuan and the Grand Elder. Remember, casually let slip some details, ensuring that other disciples inadvertently overhear. A splendid show is about to unfold, and what is a show without an audience? Tang Yunzhou narrowed his eyes with a sinister smile. Understood. The disciples of the law enforcement hall promptly set to work. Such underhanded machinations I have not engaged in for millennia. Yi Chengfei, you are indeed fortunate. At that moment, Zhang Chongkong suddenly grasped a yellow-green weed beside him. A sly smile on his face. This is mist spirit grass, a variant spiritual herb. It requires specific growth conditions, but has a gentle medicinal property. Once activated, it transforms into a unique mist. Under normal circumstances, it would never appear here. But Yi Chengfei has been concocting elixirs in this cave daily, saturating the air with the scent of medicinal herbs and their residual properties. This has inadvertently created a peculiar zone, not only allowing the mist spirit grass to thrive, but also attracting other normal spiritual herbs. It is highly probable that Yi Chengfei attempted to cultivate some herbs to assist with his alchemical endeavors, only to accidentally produce the mist spirit grass. Chapter 26. What I see is all a lie. With a gentle tear, Zhang Chongkong slowly plucked 2 leaves from the mist spirit grass and crushed them in his palm, turning them into powder, which he then released into the cave. As the powder met the air, it transformed into a peculiar gas that began to spread. Lost in their blissful moment, Yi Chengfei and Bai Jie remained blissfully unaware as they inhaled this mist. Yi Chengfei, whose cultivation was relatively weak, felt his eyes redden, his entire being seemingly invigorated as he unleashed a torrent of energy. Meanwhile, Bai Jie, entwined around him like a serpent, squealed in delight, reveling in the euphoric moment. This, indeed, was the essence of the mist spirit grass. The mist it emitted had the extraordinary ability to stir one's blood and heighten the atmosphere, and excessive inhalation could induce hallucinations, causing the body to repeat previous motions until the properties of the herb fully dissipated. Given the quantity of mist spirit grass nearby, it would not be an issue for them to indulge for 3 days and nights. What in the world is this substance that possesses such power? It far surpasses the potency of the golden gunpowder pill and the nightly 7 times powder, Tang Yunzhou exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. The disciples behind him were even more dramatic, staring at Jiang Changkong as if he were a ghost, contemplating how the former chief disciple had not only survived a tumultuous fall from grace, but had also been reborn, mastering the art of alchemy. Though they had entered the sect before Tang Yunzhou, they were aware of the properties of herbs. While they could not immediately identify the mist spirit grass, they were certain that Jiang Changkong had utilized his alchemical knowledge to orchestrate this spectacle in such a short time. This was the source of their shock. Even disciples who had spent 3 years in the alchemy room would struggle to replicate such effects in such a brief period, wouldn't they? Someone is approaching. We should hide. Suddenly, Jiang Changkong sensed a powerful aura rapidly nearing. He instinctively warned the others and then produced a silk-like barrier to envelop them. The main body of this barrier was forged from the silk of a millennia-old spider king, and under Jiang Changkong's command, it transformed into a translucent shield, isolating them from the outside world. Ordinary people would be utterly oblivious to their presence. Whoosh, a flash of red light streaked across the sky above Sonli Slope. Landing before the cave, the main event had arrived, and the show was about to begin. Hidden not far away, Jiang Changkong's lips curled into a smirk upon seeing the visitor. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Jiao, the elder of the alchemy room, who had been hilariously cuckolded. Wretched woman, come out. Zhou Jiao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fury as he let out a thunderous roar towards the depths of the cave. Initially, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, but the sounds emanating from within the cave struck him like a bolt of lightning, shattering his illusions. Over the years, he had been deeply engrossed in alchemy, striving to ascend from a high-level alchemist to a master alchemist, inadvertently neglecting his wife. By his utter dismay, he discovered that he had been cuckolded, and by none other than his own disciple. This was an unbearable humiliation. What Zhou Jiao did not anticipate, however, was that his furious outburst would not deter the two. Instead, it only fueled their fervor. This realization obliterated Zhou Jiao's final vestige of restraint, and he charged into the cave without a moment's hesitation. With a resounding crack, the rudimentary barrier set up by Jiang Changkong at the cave's entrance was shattered, and Zhou Jiao's figure plunged into the depths. "You shameless wretches, cease this at once," Zhou Jiao bellowed, his face contorted with rage as he beheld the two engaged in their frenzied coupling. Yet they seemed utterly oblivious to his presence, lost in their reckless abandon. Consumed by fury, Zhou Jiao unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed directly at them. With a thunderous crash, the two, who had been locked in an embrace, were forcefully separated and sent crashing against the cave wall. Astonishingly, they appeared impervious to pain, rising once more to resume their earlier passionate engagement. In that moment, Zhou Jiao finally sensed something amiss. He observed that their eyes were bloodshot, their minds clouded, as if they had fallen into a trance. Driven solely by primal instincts. Damn it. This is the smoke of mist spirit grass. Zhou Jiao quickly identified the source of the issue, muttering under his breath. Without delay, he retrieved a pill from his robe, crushed it with force, and cast it into the air. Instantly, a chilling wave surged into the depths of their souls, jolting them from their frenzied state. What just happened? I felt as though I were under a spell. Consumed by my desires, Yi Chengfei exclaimed, clutching his head, appearing utterly drained. Just as he instinctively turned to Bai Jie, he was met with Zhou Jiao's face, twisted in a rage that seemed capable of devouring him whole, rendering him frozen in shock. This is all a misunderstanding. We must have been drugged. Master, the entire situation is not as you imagine. Bai Jie and I are innocent. Someone must have plotted against us. Yes, someone must have deliberately schemed to pit us against one another. Bai Jie, in a state of panic, echoed Yi Chingfei's words. Misunderstanding, drugging, scheming. So you too are entirely innocent. Everything I witnessed was but a fabrication? Zhou Jio's gaze swept over their faces. Indeed, it is precisely as such. Master, you cannot allow yourself to be manipulated. Yi Chengfei insisted, nodding fervently while offering Zhou Jio a warning. Bai Jie leaned closer to Zhou Jio. Whispering sweetly, my husband, you must believe today's events. Slap. Before she could finish, Zhou Jio delivered 2 stinging slaps across her face, transforming her exquisite visage into a grotesque sight, blood streaming from her lips. Wretched woman. Do you take me for a fool? If not for the years of our marriage, I would have ended you right here. Master. Yi Chingfei, mustering his courage, attempted to explain, bang. However, Zhou Jio swiftly kicked him away, sending him crashing onto a nearby stone table laden with jars and bottles. How dare you still call me master? You wish to claim that this is all a scheme against you? Then how do you explain these pills, the recent clandestine trade of elixirs within the sect, all of which stem from your hands? Zhou Jio seized Yi Chengfei by the throat, exuding a murderous intent. Master, let me explain, it is not as it seems. Yi Chengfei cried out, feeling the threat of death looming over him. Suddenly, a manual slipped from his possession, revealing itself to be the purple sun technique that Bai Jie had stolen for him. Ah, you dare to steal my purple sun technique. You shall face the consequences. Zhou Jio's eyes glinted with malice as he tightened his grip. Seeing this, Bai Jie rushed to Yi Chengfei's side, pleading, my husband. Do not kill him. This is all my fault. If there is to be blame, let it fall solely upon me. And spare Fei. Oh, you call him Fei so affectionately, yet I have never received such endearments in our years of marriage. Zhou Jio's rage turned to mockery as he delivered a powerful punch to Yi Chengfei's chest. With a resounding crash, Yi Chengfei's chest burst open, leaving a gruesome gash. With his cultivation at only the 5th stage of the awakening realm, he was unable to withstand Zhou Jio's wrath and teetered on the brink of death. Zhou Jio, cease this at once. Bai Jie shouted at the sight of the injured Yi Chengfei. Wretched woman. After caring for you for so many years, I find myself overshadowed by this little beast. Today, I have lost all face. This beast must die, or how shall I maintain my standing in the Lansong sect? Zhou Jio glared at Bai Jie, his murderous intent surging. Daha. Care for you for so many years. You mean I have endured living as a widow, clinging to the alchemy furnace, only to have you show up for a fleeting moment? Zhou Jio, you cannot blame me for your own shortcomings. If you wish to kill Fei, you must first kill me. Do you truly think I fear you? Understand this. The only reason you became the 3rd elder of the alchemy chamber is because of the Bai family. Had I not married you, a useless coward, I would have long since become a master alchemist. Bai Jie stepped protectively in front of Yi Chengfei, fully severing ties with Zhou Jio. Wretched woman, are you truly willing to sacrifice everything for this little beast? Zhou Jio glared at Bai Jie, his teeth clenched in fury. And what of it? If you possess the courage, kill me. Otherwise, let us both go free, and I assure you the Bai family will offer due compensation, guaranteeing your ascension to master alchemist. Bai Jie, emboldened, stood tall before Zhou Jio, her demeanor transformed. You truly believe this matter could be resolved so easily? It has already spread far and wide, and a multitude of sect disciples are en route. If they catch sight of you in this state, do you think the Bai family will still support you? Zhou Jio sneered at Bai Jie. Zhou Jio, do not attempt to intimidate me. If it comes to it, we can simply part ways. I am nothing more than a powerless woman in the Lansong sect, and what if I bear the brunt of scorn? But you, Zhou Jio, are revered as the elder of the alchemy chamber. If you truly wish for mutual destruction, you need not waste words. You could have already struck us down. Bai Jie fixed her gaze on Zhou Jio, seemingly seeing through him. You wretched woman! Zhou Jio's eyes flared with rage, wishing to slay Bai Jie on the spot. Yet he refrained from delivering the fatal blow, for her words struck at his very core. Far more than eliminating the two, Zhou Jio was concerned with preserving his reputation and standing. Cease with the name-calling. Our priority should be to discuss how to quell this matter. You desire face, while I desire life. With his injury subsiding, Yi Chengfei sat up, looking Zhou Jio in the eye. His tone calm. With Bai Jie as counterattack, Yi Chengfei recognized that he now held the upper hand, compelling Zhou Jiu to relent. "You insolent little beast, how dare you negotiate with me?" Zhou Jiu seethed at Yi Chengfei, wishing to rend him asunder. Yet he was swiftly silenced by Bai Jia's declaration. "Fei Fei speaks on my behalf. If you refuse to negotiate with him, then we shall not negotiate at all. Wretched woman. You are indeed formidable. Little beast, speak your mind." Zhou Jiu swallowed his indignation, issuing a low growl. Emboldened by Bai Jia's backing, Yi Chengfei's pallid face brightened. "My meaning is simple. While no one else is present, we must swiftly tidy up this scene, stabilize the arriving disciples, and convince them that this is merely a baseless rumor. Do you truly believe they are all fools?" Zhou Jiu scoffed coldly. "Of course, it is not so simple. Have a bit of patience and allow me to finish. Stabilizing them is merely the first step. The second, which is of utmost importance, is that you must immediately declare that you have come here because I possess irrefutable evidence regarding the clandestine trade of elixirs and the deception of our disciples. This will provide a solid explanation for your hasty arrival here. As for the master, it is simply due to your prior seclusion that she has come in your stead to investigate the origin of the elixirs circulating among the disciples." Yi Chengfei revealed a playful smile as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Jiu. Since the Fade had already been shattered, he found no reason to refrain from weaving a few more tales that in this moment, Zhou Jiu, driven by his own pride, could do nothing but accept his counsel. "Continue," Zhou Jiu urged, suppressing his fury. His expression darkened. "Now that you are aware that the elixir is of my making, I shall not shy away from the truth. My motivations are solely for the benefit of my brother. You are well aware that my brother has awakened to a royal constitution and has become the chief disciple of Lansong sect. The position of sect leader is all but assured for him. To put it bluntly, you are merely an elder in the alchemy chamber, subordinate to others. However, should you consent to collaborate with us, you would become the singular authority over elixirs in the future." Yi Chengfei unveiled his this revelation. Zhou Jiu found himself somewhat swayed. Ever since Yi Chenghuan awakened to his royal constitution, the sect had lavished attention upon him, pouring forth all resources to ensure he became the true beacon of Lansong sect. If what Yi Chengfei claimed were true, then in the future, Zhou Jiu would wield sole dominion over the alchemy sphere. Moreover, there was an even graver concern. It was evident that someone was deliberately targeting me today, attempting to use your hand to eliminate me. This, I believe, is clear from a state you witnessed me and my master's wife in earlier. Once we resolve today's matter, our next step will be to unearth this individual. As long as we eliminate him, no one in Lansong sect will ever learn of what transpired today. Thereafter, we can navigate our paths smoothly, acquiring that which we desire, if you agree to dismiss the previous matters. How about we consider it settled? Of course, should you refuse, feel free to strike me down now. I am no match for you. Who is this person? Do you have any leads?" Yi Chengfei inquired, his eyes narrowed. His tone icy. "Isn't Chen Yu your most loyal subordinate? How could he suddenly betray you? And what connection could Jiang Chongkong, who has already been rendered a useless husk, possibly have with this matter?" Zhou Jiu raised an eyebrow, sensing that the situation was far more complex than Yi Chengfei had portrayed. "Regarding this, I believe you should immediately seek out Feng Ping. This fellow is well aware of my dealings. He must not be spared." Yi Chengfei pondered the events of the day, suddenly uttering a startling revelation. "What connection does Feng Ping have with this matter? What on earth have you done?" Zhou Jiu increasingly felt that Yi Chengfei was concealing more than one secret from him. "Feng Ping is my true partner, having consistently worked with me from within the alchemy chamber to secure advantages. You little rascal truly possess some skill, managing to corrupt even an honest person like Feng Ping. Continue. What else have you been hiding from me?" Zhou Jiu shot Yi Chengfei a cold glance, struggling to contain his rage. "Previously, when Jiang Chongkong and Tang Yunzhao discovered my clandestine sale of counterfeit elixirs, they sought to expose me. I had no choice but to act preemptively, spending money to bribe the Black Prison's twin demons. However, this matter must be clarified, which is why I forged a report letter and confession, tying Chen Yu and Jiang Chongkong together. The three of them conspired to infiltrate the alchemy chamber, producing deceptive elixirs from substandard and semi-finished products to sell to disciples within the sect who are only superficially knowledgeable about elixirs, thus reaping exorbitant profits that I intended for Feng Ping to silence them. According to my original plan, Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunjiao would either perish at the hands of the twin demons or be left severely wounded. Then, Feng Ping would eliminate all, with Chun Yu becoming the scapegoat, bringing a clever conclusion to the entire affair. With the situation reached this point, Yi Chengfei saw no further need for concealment. He had to enlist Zhou Jiu's strength to eradicate Jiang Changkong and the others completely, lest future troubles arise. Yet he remained oblivious to the peculiar stone that recorded everything in its entirety. Chapter 28. Who is scheming against us? Within the grand hall of Lansong sect, several elders and Yi Qinghuan sat below. The reason I have summoned you all today is that Tianyao Wuzong and Wanshiman have sent us an invitation. Feng Songyun stood above, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the assembly, his voice resonating with authority. Upon hearing this, the elders below immediately became restless, erupting in discussion. What? Tianyao Wuzong and Wanshiman have simultaneously sent an invitation. What could this possibly mean? Do they intend to exploit us again? Indeed, Lansong sect has only just regained its footing. How dare they presume we are easy prey? Exactly. We have struggled for so long, and just as Jiang Changkong has become a useless husk, we are fortunate to have Chenghuan awaken to a royal constitution, restoring our reputation. Lansong sect is no longer what it once was. If they dare to stir trouble, they shall face our wrath. Let us not forget, they were merely parasitic forces clinging to the two lowest tiers of our sect. Without past events, would they bask in today's glory? Enough of this clamor, as the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Feng Songyun suddenly bellowed, Why Yi Chenghuan grasped the unspoken meaning and rose, deriding, Dear elders, you seem overly hasty. The Grand Elder has yet to finish speaking, and you are already in disarray as if it truly were Tianyao Wuzong and Wanshiman arriving. Would we not be left in utter chaos? The elders, stung by Yi Chenghuan's mockery, wore expressions of displeasure, yet constrained by the support of Grand Elder Feng Songyun, they buried their ire deep within. The invitations from Tianyao Wuzong and Wanshiman are to congratulate us on producing a genius with a royal constitution. I have convened you all today to prepare in advance, demonstrating the splendor of Lansong sect and giving them a formidable impression, so they understand that we are no longer what we used to be, especially you, Qinghuan. Feng Songyun fixed his gaze upon the assembly, his voice booming. Rest assured, Grand Elder, Qinghuan is fully prepared and will undoubtedly uphold the dignity of Lansong sect. Yi Qinghuan replied confidently with a slight bow. Indeed, we must deliver a resounding message to Tianyao Wuzong and Wanshiman. The surrounding elders chimed in. Absolutely, after enduring for so many years, it is time for Lansong sect to shine. If we are to act, we must do so with the utmost excellence. I believe we should create a spectacle. Tianyao Wuzong and Wanshiman are not to be trifled with. They will undoubtedly come prepared. Imoli, do you have any suggestions? Upon hearing this, Feng Songyun suddenly called upon Imol, as all eyes turned towards him. Imoli felt an immense pressure. If he failed to provide substantial input, he would surely fall from favor with Feng Songyun. Taking a deep breath, Imoli blurted, Since we aim to showcase the splendor of Lansong sect, the best method would surely be to demonstrate our strength. Well said. Continue. Feng Songyun raised an eyebrow, gesturing for Imoli to elaborate that I propose we hold a grand competition within the sect, where each elder may recommend their most outstanding disciples to participate in an elite contest. This would not only allow us to assess the efficacy of the resources we have allocated for training, but also exhibit the prowess of Lansong sect before Tianyao Wuzong and Wanshiman. Imoli inhaled deeply as he put forth his suggestion. Agreed. It has indeed been far too long since we last held a grand competition. Typically, we only engage in basic assessments. Agreed. A sect-wide competition would significantly invigorate the disciples, enabling them to unleash their true potential through competition. Indeed, a sect competition is an exceptional proposal. Witnessing unanimous agreement among the assembly, Feng Songyun promptly affirmed, "Excellent. Mo Li's suggestion is splendid. Let us decide to hold the sect competition 7 days hence." Grand Elder, I have another detail to propose regarding the sect competition. At that moment, Yi Qinghuan stepped forward, addressing Feng Songyun. "Speak." Feng Songyun's eyes glimmered with interest. In 7 days, it coincides with my life and death duel with Jiang Changkong. Therefore, I hope to arrange a segment at the conclusion of the sect competition where Jiang Changkong and I engage in our duel. The victor shall claim the position of chief. Yi Qinghuan raised his head, locking eyes with Feng Songyun as he proclaimed, "Isn't that somewhat too generous to Jiang Changkong, that useless husk?" As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of elders erupted, clamoring ahead of Feng Songyun. Indeed, Jiang Changkong has already become a useless husk. What purpose would such elaborate arrangements serve? Have you all forgotten the life and death duel Qinghuan and Jiang Changkong agreed upon, set for 7 days hence? The victor claims the position of chief. That is correct. This matter has long circulated within the sect. We must not go back on our word. Otherwise, others might think I fear Jiang Changkong. Yi Qinghuan's gaze turned icy, an aura of killing intent involuntarily emanating from him. "Jiang Changkong, it is time to settle our grievances." At that moment, Feng Songyun slowly stepped forward and proposed a mutually beneficial solution. But Jiang Changkong must first pass the test of a sect's grand competition. Should he fail to endure until the end, it would merely indicate that he lacks the qualifications to contend with you, and he cannot blame anyone for that. Conversely, no one would accuse you of bullying a worthless individual. In accordance with the elder's words, Yi Qinghuan's lips curled into a faint smile as he bowed respectfully to Feng Songyun. Thus, the matter was settled. "The meeting is adjourned." Feng Songyun nodded and waved his hand dismissively. As he finished speaking, the other elders rose in unison to pay their respects to the Grand Elder. Once the crowd dispersed, a guard stealthily entered from outside, presenting an anonymous letter. "Grand Elder, someone has secretly sent an anonymous letter for your perusal." An anonymous letter? Feng Songyun's brow furrowed slightly as he took the letter from the guard and quickly tore it open. Why Yi Qinghuan dismissed the guard and leaned closer to Feng Songyun. In the next moment, both he and Feng Songyun were struck dumb, as if by a bolt of lightning. The anonymous letter contained but a single, simple line. Yi Chengfei and Bai Jie were caught by Zhou Jiao in a clandestine rendezvous at the back mountain. Urgent rescue required. Father, cough cough, Grand Elder, it is imperative that you verify the truth of the information presented in the anonymous letter. I urge you. Yi Qinghuan mustered his courage to remind him softly. Bang! In a fit of rage, Feng Songyun crushed the anonymous letter in his hand, his expression darkening to an extreme. This useless wretch dares to commit such an unthinkable act behind our backs. It would be one thing if he acted recklessly on his own. But today he even dares to involve his own master. Utterly outrageous. What is there to investigate? The mere fact that someone dared to send an anonymous letter indicates that this matter is undoubtedly true. Furthermore, his intention in doing so is to lure us out. If we go now, we will undoubtedly fall into his trap. But if we do not intervene, Qingfei is likely to be in grave danger. Yi Qinghuan took a deep breath and sighed in resignation. This useless wretch brings me nothing but trouble day in and day out. Feng Songyun seethed with fury. Yet, he is still my blood brother. I cannot allow him to perish at Zhou Jiao's hands. At this point, you still wish to protect him? One day, he will surely bring about your doom. Feng Songyun roared in exasperation. Therefore, I must even more resolutely prevent him from meeting his end at the hands of others. For he knows far too much about us after all these years. If we do not rescue him and he spills our secrets, all of our efforts over the past few years would be in vain. I cannot shake the feeling, however, that the timing of this incident is too convenient, especially with the sect leader about to emerge from seclusion. It seems as though someone has meticulously calculated this moment to stab us in the back. Who among them possesses such audacity to scheme against me? You are quite right. While this appears to be a strike against Qingfei, it is fundamentally aimed at us. Within the sect, the first person I can think of who would dare to oppose us is Jiang Changkong. Yi Qinghuan was suddenly struck by the weight of realization. Thus, we cannot afford to sit idly by. You must immediately take your trusted subordinates, and under the pretense of capturing Qingfei, move ahead of them to retrieve him, lest he fall into Zhou Jio's or the law enforcement hall's hands, which would lead to a disastrous fate. Even if we truly cannot rescue him, we must not allow him to perish at the hands of others. Feng Songyun patted Yi Chenghuan's shoulder, imparting a significant hint. With that, Yi Chenghuan nodded earnestly and then fervently summoned his internal spiritual energy, leading everyone swiftly toward the back mountain of Lansong sect. Chapter 29. The net tightens outside the cave at the back mountain. I can't believe Zhou Jio is calmly discussing cooperation with Yi Chengfei. How can such a person be deemed a man? How can he qualify to be the third in command of the alchemy room and manage the sect's talent supply? Tang Yunzhao stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene within the cave, unleashing a torrent of complaints. Exactly, who wouldn't want to beat the living daylights out of someone who has slept with their wife? The members of the law enforcement hall echoed in agreement. Perhaps, as Bai Jie suggested, Zhou Jio simply lacks the capabilities of a normal man. Thus, such behavior is hardly surprising. Yet, some offered differing opinions. Jiang Changkong's gaze swept across the crowd before he casually uttered a statement. He does not wish to kill Yi Chengfei. Rather, leaving him alive could yield greater benefits. Just as in your world, where most people adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest and the pursuit of profit, it seems there is no true loyalty. It merely depends on whether the price of betrayal is sufficient. The calm tone struck the hearts of the onlookers like a massive axe, causing significant shock at that moment. Zhou Jio, having grasped the truth within the cave, cast a deep glance at Yi Chengfei. Yi Chengfei, I never expected that after countless encounters, I would misjudge you. Though your cultivation is merely at the 5th rank of the awakening realm, your cunning and scheming surpass even that of your exalted brother. Yi Chenghuan, should you rise to power one day, few will stand against you. This lad has managed to ensnare everyone around him, even the ever-loyal Chunyu, showing no mercy in sacrificing him as a scapegoat. Most infuriating is that he has made Bai Jie utterly devoted to him, even to the extent of severing ties with me for his sake. Once he matures, I fear few in his generation will rival him. Step, step, step. Just then, Yi Chenghuan burst into the cave with a group of trusted aides, immediately surrounding Yi Chengfei. Why, Yi Chenghuan, I finally see you, you rascal. Tang Yunzhao's eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Chenghuan, and he quickly signaled the members of the law enforcement hall behind him. However, Jiang Changkong stopped him, saying, "Wait, what are we waiting for?" Tang Yunzhao asked anxiously, "Can't you see Yi Chenghuan brought his entourage?" Jiang Changkong replied without turning his head. He spoke half a statement, leaving the other half unsaid. "Brother!" Upon seeing Yi Chenghuan, Yi Chengfei was immediately overjoyed. Slap. Yi Chenghuan raised his hand and delivered a fierce slap across Yi Chengfei's face, burning with rage. "Silence. You have become increasingly audacious, daring to engage in such acts behind my back." He then turned to Zhou Jio, producing a handwritten decree from the Grand Elder. "I intend to take Yi Chengfei with me. I will ensure you receive a satisfactory explanation for this matter." With that, he sought to take Yi Chengfei and leave, but Zhou Jio blocked his path. "What does this mean? Just a moment ago, we were discussing cooperation, and now you turn your back on me. Are you two brothers treating this elder as a mere fool? Do you truly believe that the Lansong sect is solely under Feng Songyun's command? Zhou Elder, I respect you as an elder, but you ought to consider your own capabilities before speaking so recklessly to the Grand Elder." Yi Chenghuan's brow furrowed, his tone growing sharp. "Brother, before you arrived, I had already come to an understanding with Elder Zhou. Rest assured, he will not harm me." Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Yi Chengfei quickly pulled his brother aside and recounted the recent events in haste. After listening, Yi Chenghuan's expression shifted several times, ultimately settling on Zhou Jio as he exhaled slowly, slightly lowering his stance that I was impulsive earlier. "I hope you could forgive my offense toward Elder Zhou. You brothers truly have a knack for taking advantage of this elder. Don't you? Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Zhou Jio glared at Yi Chenghuan in irritation. "Why, Yi Chengfei stepped forward. Those are trivial matters that can be wiped away like chalk dust. I simply wish to know your final decision. Cooperation or mutual destruction? Cooperation is possible, but the premise is that you must secure a tangible promise from the Grand Elder. Once you ascend, the Grand Elder must fully support me in taking control of the alchemy room. Additionally, the Bai family must provide me with extra compensation, no matter the means. Otherwise, if you renege later, I will be left with nothing." Zhou Jio's gaze swept over the three of them, his words resolute. Agreed. I assure you that the Bai family will provide the necessary compensation. Bai Jia immediately agreed without hesitation, as long as you are willing to let this matter rest and cooperate with us from now on. I can guarantee there will be no issues with the Grand Elder. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Qinghuan also acquiesced. Make haste and tidy yourselves up. Being exposed like this is hardly amusing. Zhou Jio glared fiercely at Bai Jia and Yi Qingfei, speaking tersely. Understood. Yi Qingfei beamed, embodying the demeanor of a victor. However, as Bai Jia's clothing had been completely torn apart by Yi Qingfei earlier, she could only hastily don one of his loose garments. Upon seeing this, Zhou Jio became incensed and turned away, preferring not to witness the scene. Why Yi Qinghuan, feeling anxious, glanced around and grabbed Yi Qingfei, urging, "We should take our leave." "Brother, what on earth is wrong with you?" Yi Qingfei observed Yi Qinghuan's anxiety with some confusion. "Fool, have you not realized that today's events were orchestrated against us? Their objective is to use you to draw me and the Grand Elder here. Now that we have finally dealt with Zhou Jio, you want to linger and wait for death." Yi Qinghuan shot a fierce glare at Yi Qingfei, quickening his pace and lowering his voice as he moved toward the exit. The law enforcement hall is about to take action. Outside the cave, Jiang Changkong, who had witnessed everything, waved his hand at Tang Yinzhou. All members of the law enforcement hall, stop Yi Qinghuan and Yi Qingfei. With a furious shout from Tang Yinzhou, the ambushed members of the law enforcement hall sprang into action, blocking the path of Yi Qinghuan and Yi Qingfei, who were attempting to leave. What is the meaning of this obstruction? Yi Qinghuan demanded that I am acting on the Grand Elder's direct orders regarding urgent matters. Step aside immediately, or do not blame me for being impolite. The sudden appearance of the law enforcement hall members caused Yi Qinghuan's heart to shudder slightly, and his tone grew heavy. Tang Yinzhou approached Yi Qinghuan with an air of superiority. "You know very well why you are here. If you are wise, hand over Yi Qingfei willingly, or do not blame the law enforcement hall for being unfriendly toward you." Yi Qinghuan, you a mere fat fool, believe you can represent the law enforcement hall? Yi Qinghuan scoffed at Tang Yinzhou, dismissing him entirely. Jiang Changkong silently appeared before Yi Qinghuan, the sole disciple of Elder Li, the head of the law enforcement hall. "You think you are worthy to represent the law enforcement hall? What gives you the right?" Yi Qinghuan, "You're nothing but a pawn here." "Indeed, what are you?" Yi Qinghuan, to dare question the authority of the law enforcement hall? "Do not forget that we possess the power to override even the sect master. Even if you are the chief disciple of the Lansong sect, you are still beneath us. And do not forget that you are not even that now." Tang Yunzhou glared at Yi Qinghuan, smugly asserting his dominance. The purpose behind the establishment of the law enforcement hall was to uphold justice within the sect, preventing any form of favoritism. Thus, they were granted the authority to act independently, even from the sect master. Why Yi Qinghuan's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Fine, fine. Even if you can represent the law enforcement hall, I wish to ask you where my brother has offended you." Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from ahead. Why Yi Qinghuan focused his gaze and was astonished to see a large group of sect disciples rushing toward them. An ominous premonition surged within him. "Stand aside. I bear the Grand Elder's written decree to bring Yi Qingfei back for questioning regarding the illicit sale of counterfeit pills within the sect. He is the most crucial witness and must come with me. What business do you have that warrants the head of the law enforcement hall personally negotiating with the Grand Elder?" Yi Qinghuan shouted as he saw the multitude of disciples gathering, then seized Yi Qingfei in an attempt to force his way through. "Leave him." Tang Yunzhou bellowed that Wai Yi Qingfei has committed heinous crimes, and you will not shield him. Jiang Changkong swiftly moved to block their path, executing a powerful strike that sent Yi Qingfei crashing to the ground, although Yi Qinghuan managed to mitigate the impact of the blow with his own strength. He found his escape route completely sealed by Jiang Changkong. "Jiang Changkong, do you seek death?" A blaze of fury ignited within Yi Qinghuan as he prepared to charge at Jiang Changkong. "What? Do you wish to kill in defense of your brother?" Tang Yunzhou's words halted him in his tracks. "You dare accuse me falsely? Explain what crime my brother has committed." Yi Qinghuan seethed, struggling to contain his rage. Tang Yunzhou met Yi Qinghuan's gaze and declared loudly, Yi Ching-fei has been caught selling counterfeit pills and harming fellow disciples, and he has also been entangled with Elder Zhou's wife in illicit dealings. The evidence is irrefutable, and he must accompany me back to the law enforcement hall for public trial. Absurd! My brother could never do such a thing. You are slandering him. If you doubt that, we can summon Elder Zhou and his wife for confrontation. Yi Qinghuan shouted, his voice filled with agitation. Hearing the commotion outside the cave, Zhou Jiu exchanged glances with Bai Jie, and they stepped out together. Everyone, misunderstandings abound. Today's events are merely rumors. Yi Qingfei has not committed these acts, and my wife and I. Before he could finish, a spirit stone burst forth with radiant light before him, followed by an explicit projection of a scene that played out in full view of the crowd. Fei Fei, you are so rough? I love it. Shiji, the law enforcement hall's exclusive tool. The recording stone. It merely requires a touch of spiritual energy to capture everything happening in the vicinity. Upon seeing the footage, Zhou Jiu's face turned pale with shock, a blatant slap in the face. Yi Qinghuan, on the other hand, wished he could find a hole to hide in. Just moments ago, he had confidently defended Yi Qingfei, only to have the scene play out in front of everyone. With a surge of anger, Zhou Jiu forcefully threw Bai Jie to the ground. Yet, to the astonishment of both him and Yi Qingfei, the entire dialogue among the three was revealed, laid bare before all. Even a matter of infidelity was exposed, and they could endure such humiliation, even leveraging it for personal gain. Elder Zhou, you are truly a man. Jiang Changkong clapped his hands in mock applause, deliberately emphasizing the last word. Tang Yinzhou, shaking the recording stone in his hand, burst into laughter. Didn't he expect it, did you? The clowns are you. The content was indeed explosive. By the way, we've already witnessed the live broadcast earlier. This is merely a replay for our enjoyment. When Tang Yinzhou and Jiang Changkong first arrived, they had strategically placed the recording stone within the cave. They had refrained from rushing in when Zhou Jiu and Yi Qinghuan arrived, knowing that the recording stone would allow them to observe everything that transpired from outside the cave. Jiang Changkong. Tang Yinzhou, once again, you two despicable bastards. Yi Chengfei, humiliated, charged at them recklessly. Thud. Just as he lunged forward, a group of disciples unexpectedly pinned him to the ground. He looked up to find that those restraining him were neither Tang Yinzhou nor Jiang Changkong, nor members of the law enforcement hall, but the sect disciples who had merely come to watch the spectacle that moment. Their eyes glowed with fury, their expressions twisted in malice, as if they were ready to devour Yi Qingfei. Yi Qinghuan, witnessing this, attempted to rescue Yi Qingfei, only to be intercepted by Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong, you seek death. Yi Qinghuan hissed, his teeth clenched, murder in his eyes. Are you threatening me? Huh. Do not forget, you and your brother are accomplices. If you intervene now, you become an enemy of the entire Lansong sect. Jiang Changkong scoffed, striking at Yi Chenghuan's vulnerabilities. Earlier, during Yi Qingfei's conversation with Zhou Jiu, everything had been laid bare, all for Yi Qinghuan's sake. Now, no matter what Yi Qinghuan did, he couldn't escape the label of an accomplice. What is going on? This is a personal grudge between me, Tang Yinzhou, and Jiang Changkong. It has nothing to do with you. Yi Chengfei, pinned to the ground, seethed with anger. Why, Yi Chengfei, you dare shout at a time like this? Open your eyes and see what kind of situation you are in. Tang Yinzhou laughed mockingly. You don't need me to take your life. There are plenty who would be delighted to do so. Damn it, I have no grievances with you. Why are you helping Tang Yinzhou to deal with me? Yi Qingfei roared, glaring at the crowd. You have no grievances with us? I want your life. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist landed heavily on Yi Qingfei's face. Oh, you remember selling me a third-tier pill not long ago. Have you forgotten so quickly? A month ago, you sold me a gathering spirit pill, and as a result, I was left dehydrated and unconscious for 3 days. When I woke up, my cultivation had dropped instead of rising. I curse you. 3 days ago, you let Xinyu sell me a vitality pill, claiming it would give me endless stamina. What happened? I passed out before I could even take my pants off. You lot are nothing compared to my brother. He was about to become an elite disciple of the sect, but because he bought a pill from Yi Chengfei, his dantian shattered, and he hanged himself that very night. If we weren't so ignorant about pills, how could we have let you ruin our lives? If not for your impressive brother, We Wu Ti have tolerated this for so long. Yi Fei. Today we demand blood for blood. Oh, you are all buyers of the pills? Yi Fei stammered. This is a misunderstanding. Those things were all Chen Yu's doing. They have nothing to do with me. Really, I can compensate you for Chen Yu's actions. Just name your price. As he gazed at the furious crowd, Yi Fei was immediately struck by panic that he never anticipated that those who had come before him were all individuals who had previously purchased elixirs from him. And worse still, they were all victims of his concoctions. What an extraordinary coincidence. Of course, it was no coincidence. It was a premeditated scheme meticulously documented by myself and my master, merely awaiting the opportune moment that has now arrived. Tang Yunzhou struck Yi Fei's face with a resounding slap, spitting contemptuously. You damned scoundrel. I shall ensure that both you and Jiang Chongkong meet a fate worse than death. Yi Fei looked upon the overpowering figures of Tang Yunzhou and Jiang Chongkong, whose faces were twisted with rage. How brazen! Do you truly believe you can survive this day? Tang Yunzhou let out a sinister laugh, as the disciples behind him, filled with deep-seated hatred for Yi Fei, surged forward, threatening to engulf him. Even at the height of his prowess, Yi Fei would struggle against such a multitude, not to mention the prior blow he received from Jiang Chongkong's falling leaf palm. He was utterly bereft of the capacity to resist. Big brother, save me! Yi Fei cried out desperately amidst the merciless assault. Who dares to harm my brother? In a fit of urgency, Yi Qinghuan forcefully pushed past Jiang Chongkong's obstruction, bringing his hands together in a decisive clap. Boom! A wave of earthy light suddenly erupted before the crowd's eyes, swiftly raising 4 earthen walls from the ground, perfectly encasing Yi Fei and blocking the onslaught. 4 walls encircled. Chapter 31. A pretext for violence. Do you truly believe these mere walls can contain us? Upon witnessing Yi Fei sheltered by the 4 walls, Tang Yunzhou snorted coldly, retaliating with a powerful punch. The strength of his solar body surged forth, causing his fist to radiate an intense heat that melted the earthen barrier before him. You! Yi Qinghuan gasped in shock, taken aback by the remarkable increase in Tang Yunzhou's power over just a few days. Previously, even with all his might, Tang Yunzhou would have never been able to breach the 4 walls Yi Fei had erected. Now, with a single blow, he had shattered the very defense meant to protect Yi Fei. The most alarming revelation for Yi Qinghuan was the palpable threat emanating from Tang Yunzhou's unleashed strength. How is this possible? He is the only one in the Lansong sect to have awakened a royal physique in the past 30 years. Unless Tang Yunzhou has also awakened a royal physique? No, that cannot be. Boom! Before he could fully process his astonishment, Jiang Chongkong transformed into a blur, shattering the remaining 3 earthen walls in an instant, rendering Yi Qinghuan's defenses utterly futile. Jiang Chongkong, you continuously oppose me while seeking to endanger my brother. Today I shall take your life. Yi Qinghuan's fury surged to his head as he recklessly charged at Jiang Chongkong. The ability to dismantle his 4 walls in an instant indicated that Jiang Chongkong was no longer the useless individual he once was. The speed at which he had recovered from his injuries and regained his strength instilled a profound sense of threat in Yi Fei. Jiang Chongkong had to be eliminated before he could pose a greater danger. You dare speak so boldly? With your pathetic abilities, I could crush 2 of you with a single hand. Jiang Chongkong scoffed disdainfully, countering with a punch aimed at Yi Qinghuan. Boom! As the 2 collided, a tremendous force erupted, sending nearby disciples crashing to the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Yi Fei seized the opportunity to escape. However, the vengeful crowd was relentless and surged forward once more, determined to capture him. Just as the scene descended into utter turmoil, a commanding figure descended from the heavens. Everyone halt! The thunderous command bore an imposing authority that crushed the spirits of the crowd. Save for a few, including Jiang Chongkong, most individuals found themselves unable to resist, compelled to prostrate themselves on the ground. How dare you engage in such a public brawl within the sect? What a disgrace! The figure approached, unleashing a torrent of scorn upon the gathered assembly. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd bowed respectfully, daring not to utter a word. The individual was none other than Feng Songyun. The Grand Elder of the Lan Song sect, who held dominion over the sect's affairs, Yi Chung Fei, having suffered greatly, felt a surge of relief wash over him at the sight of Feng Songyin. As if he had consumed a calming elixir, the fear that had previously gripped him dissipated, and even the pain in his body seemed to lessen. Honorable Grand Elder, everything that has transpired today is the doing of Jiang Changkong and Tang Yinzhou. They have not only falsely accused Yi Qingfei, but have also instigated chaos, attempting to enforce their own brand of justice. I implore you to punish these vile miscreants. Yi Qinghuan suddenly sprang forward. His face flushed with fervor. It was evident to all that Yi Qinghuan was attempting to take the initiative, casting the first stone against the villains. Yet no one dared to defend Jiang Changkong or Tang Yinzhou at that moment. This was due to the fact that the Lan Song sect was effectively under the thumb of Grand Elder Feng Songyin, while Yi Qinghuan was the first genius in 30 years to awaken a royal physique, a talent personally nurtured by Feng Songyin himself. In essence, they were allies. Even if he were to twist the truth, who would dare to speak out? The only option was to endure in silence. Why? Because the consequence of resistance was singular, death. Only by enduring could one hope to survive. This was the essence of existence, survival of the fittest. As expected, upon hearing the accusations, Feng Songyin wasted no time in ordering the detention of both Jiang Changkong and Tang Yinzhou. You two dare to incite turmoil. According to sect regulations, I shall seal your spiritual powers and confine you in the black prison for 10 days. Utterly absurd. This is laughable beyond measure. Feng Songyin. You old fool. Do you truly believe the Lan Song sect is your personal fiefdom? You dare to boldly proclaim such distortions of truth as if everyone has forgotten the past, or that our evidence is insufficient. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jiang Changkong erupted into raucous laughter. Tang Yinzhou spat contemptuously. How preposterous! Even if they remain silent, do you think my enforcement hall is merely a decoration? Today, regardless of the circumstances, I will take Yi Chungfei back for harsh interrogation. Not even you, Grand Elder of the Lan Song sect, can intervene. Men, seize Yi Chungfei. While I am here, who dares? Feng Songyun's eyes turned icy as he bellowed. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged forth, crashing down upon Tang Yinzhou and Jiang Changkong. Bang! Taken by surprise, Tang Yinzhou was unable to mount any defense and was sent hurtling away. Fortunately, Jiang Changkong, quick on his feet, managed to grasp Tang Yinzhou's bulky form, yanking him back. At the same time, a figure emerged from the shadows, instantly dispersing Feng Songyun's formidable presence. You insolent wretch! What do you hold in your hand? Feng Songyun exclaimed, astonished as he sensed a hint of danger from what Jiang Changkong wielded, a treasure specifically designed to deal with you traitorous sect members. Jiang Changkong replied, brandishing his weapon with an unfriendly tone directed at Feng Songyin. You despicable old man, how dare you bully the weak? You disregard my enforcement hall entirely. A seething Tang Yinzhou spat, having narrowly escaped calamity. You dare to insult me? If it were Li Feihe here, I might show some leniency, but you are nothing. You presume to speak to me like that. You seek death. Feng Songyun's expression darkened abruptly, and with a low growl, he struck out. Bang! A thunderous explosion resounded. Tang Yinzhou emerged unscathed, while Feng Songyun was jolted by an overpowering force, nearly sent reeling backward. Who dares to ambush me? Feng Songyun roared in outrage, unable to regain his footing. You dare to shout at me? Feng Songyun, you have truly lost your way. Did you think that by becoming the de facto ruler of the sect, you could act with impunity? A figure materialized before the crowd. Smirking, Li Dian, you have finally arrived. If you had delayed any longer, I would have been done for at the hands of your enforcement hall. Tang Yinzhou exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer. Li Feihe. Feng Songyun's face darkened to an extreme as he recognized the person. How could that wretched man return so suddenly? He had clearly vanished into the dark barrier for 6 months, and despite my extensive efforts, I could find no trace of him. The newcomer was none other than Tang Yinzhou's nominal master, the true authority of the enforcement hall, and the second elder of the Lan Song sect, Li Feihe. You little brat, you didn't even bother to greet your master. How infuriating. Wait, you have awakened a physique? How did you manage that? You've achieved it in half the time I expected? Li Feihe shot a disapproving glance at Tang Yinzhou, only to be taken aback by the changes in his body. Tang Yinzhou defiantly glared back. This is all thanks to my master, or else I would have been done in by Yi Qinghuan and his brother long ago. Tang Yinzhou, you foul-mouthed slanderer! Yi Qinghuan shouted at him. Who invited you to speak? I was having a conversation with my esteemed disciple. How dare you interrupt? Li Feihe shot a piercing glare at Yi Qinghuan, unleashing a swift slap as if propelled by lightning. Do not use excuses to commit violence. Feng Songyun immediately shielded Yi Qinghuan, absorbing the impact of the blow. Who exactly is using excuses to perpetrate violence? Feng Songyun, you may have distorted the truth. But how dare you disregard my authority in the law enforcement hall? Do you truly believe that my absence grants you the liberty to act wantonly within the sect? Do not forget, even with the sect master present, respect must be shown to me. Li Feihe's tone shifted abruptly. He was not one to speak carelessly. He was the elder brother of sect master Li Feiyu. Ordinarily, the position of sect master should have been inherited by him, the eldest son. However, he willingly relinquished it to his brother Li Feiyu and declined all significant positions within the sect. Ultimately, it was only after repeated pleas from sect master Li Feiyu that he reluctantly took charge of the law enforcement hall. Thus, the law enforcement hall became a unique entity within the Lansong sect. Anyone who violated sect rules would face severe punishment from the law enforcement hall, with the sect master being no exception. This was the special authority granted to Li Feihe by Li Feiyu that in other words, the law enforcement hall effectively possessed the power to supersede that of the sect master of Lansong. Chapter 32. The abandoned Yi Chengfei outside the cave on the back mountain. Li Feihe and Feng Songyun faced each other with palpable tension. You? Very well. I shall not hold you accountable for previous matters. But Tang Yunzhao and Jiang Changkong have gathered a crowd today to cause trouble, violating sect rules. I will punish them both by throwing them into the black prison for reflection. Faced with Li Feihe, Feng Songyun found himself at a disadvantage and could only redirect the conversation to Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunzhao. Shut your foul mouth? I am fully aware of everything that transpired earlier. It was you who condoned the heinous crimes committed by Yi Qinghuan and even attempted to shield them. Feng Songyun, do you truly believe that the Lansong sect now belongs to you? Li Feihe pointed angrily at Feng Songyun, directly exposing his scheme to do not listen to their baseless claims. Li Feihe, just ask the people here who is right and who is wrong. Feng Songyun's expression shifted slightly, yet he maintained a confident rebuttal to do not attempt to deceive me with your tricks. Feng Songyun, do you think I can be fooled by your oppressive tactics? Are you not aware that everything Yi Chengfei did was meticulously recorded by the unique recording stone of the law enforcement hall? Furthermore, everything you have said and done since your arrival has also been comprehensively documented by this very recording stone in my possession. What do you say? Would you like me to play it for everyone? As Feng Songyun continued to argue, Li Feihe produced a recording stone identical to the one Tang Yunzhao possessed, a knowing smile on his face. You were already here, plotting against me in secret? Feng Songyun's face paled, realizing he had fallen into Li Feihe's trap. Thus, he discreetly signaled Yi Qinghuan that today's events could not be mitigated by destroying the recording stone, unless they could instantly eliminate everyone present. Which was clearly impossible to, in other words, at this juncture, their only option was to abandon Yi Chengfei. Otherwise, Yi Qinghuan too would find it difficult to escape. Do you truly believe that when I vanished within the dark barrier, the Lansong sect would fall completely into your hands? Feng Songyun? You underestimate me, Li Feihe, and overestimate yourself. Li Feihe cast a sidelong glance at Feng Songyun, his smile growing increasingly enigmatic. The misdeeds committed by Yi Chengfei were extraordinarily grave, resulting in the deaths of countless sect disciples. Now that the evidence was irrefutable, we must seek justice for ourselves and eliminate this great menace from the sect. At this moment, Jiang Changkong stepped forward to voice the sentiments of the crowd. Indeed, we must rid the sect of this calamity and reclaim justice for ourselves. Tang Yunzhao followed suit, fervently shouting. With Li Feihe's backing and their encouragement, those who had previously succumbed to Feng Songyun's tyranny began to rise. shouting fervently, "We must rid the sect of this calamity and reclaim justice for ourselves." Amidst the fervor, the crowd surged forward, overwhelming Yi Chingfei. Little did he dream that after narrowly escaping from Zhoujio, he would find himself ensnared in another calamity that it was as if he were destined to face disaster. "Everyone, cease this at once," Feng Songyun coldly scoffed, rescuing Yi Chingfei from the throng. "What do you mean by this? Are you openly shielding a sect criminal and opposing the law enforcement hall? Are you declaring war against the entire Lansong sect?" Li Feihe raised an eyebrow and bellowed, "Do not attempt to intimidate or slander me. As the saying goes, every family has its own rules, and every sect has its own regulations. Even if Yi Chingfei has committed heinous crimes, he must face public trial and receive a fair judgment, rather than being subjected to this private mob assault." Feng Songyun countered vehemently, yet he defended his actions. "Very well, then hand him over to my law enforcement hall." Li Feihe extended his hand toward Feng Songyun, demanding Yi Chingfei. Contrary to expectations, Feng Songyun suddenly waved his hand, conceding that he could hand him over, but insisted on personally verifying the evidence to ensure he was not being framed. "Good disciple. Activate the recording stone and render him speechless." Li Feihe immediately turned to Tang Yunzhao. Tang Yunzhao, cautious, glanced at Feng Songyun, and to be prudent, he handed the recording stone to Li Feihe for him to activate personally. To prevent Feng Songyun from secretly destroying the evidence, Li Feihe grasped the recording stone, swiftly releasing the images contained within. "Scoundrel! How dare you commit such heinous acts beneath my very nose?" Feng Songyun, upon witnessing only half of the footage, suddenly struck Yi Chingfei down in a fit of rage. "Grand Elder, they are framing me. You must believe me." A heavily injured Yi Chingfei fell to his knees before Feng Songyun, struggling desperately. For a long time, Feng Songyun and Yi Qinghuan had been his staunchest pillars of support. Otherwise, how could he have acted with such impunity within the sect, even daring to brazenly sell counterfeit elixirs? Slap! Yi Qinghuan stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Yi Chingfei's face, loudly rebuking, "Beast! How dare you commit such treacherous acts behind my back? Do you have no regard for your elder brother? You dare to bring harm to your fellow sect members. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs?" Now he audaciously dared to cry innocence before the Grand Elder. Yi Chingfei stood frozen, completely stunned by Yi Qinghuan's drastic change in attitude. His mind went blank, unable to comprehend that his own elder brother would stand against him at such a critical moment. "Feihe, I was deceived by this lad's facade earlier. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, I leave his fate in your hands." Feng Songyun seized Yi Chingfei from Yi Qinghuan and tossed him to Li Feihe with a show of righteousness. "Li Elder, I apologize for my earlier rashness. I never anticipated my brother would be such an irredeemable villain. Please, you must punish him severely and grant justice to the victims." Yi Qinghuan bowed deeply to Li Feihe. Adopting a demeanor of righteous indignation, Li Feihe gazed intently at Feng Songyun and Yi Qinghuan, his eyes brimming with significance as he remarked, "Feng Songyun, you truly are something, Grand Elder." Yi Chingfei, caught by Li Feihe, stared wide-eyed at Yi Qinghuan and Feng Songyun, his expression one of sheer terror. He could not fathom that the two individuals closest to him would so readily abandon him without regard for their familial bonds. "You would treat me this way?" Yi Chingfei angrily pointed at the two, yet he was horrified to find his voice gradually fading away. In the end, he could not even utter a single word, evidently due to the poison Yi Qinghuan had secretly laid upon him. "Calmly listen to me. The contents of the recording stone cannot be overturned. At this point, you have no choice but to confess. Your only option is to shift the blame onto Chun Yu and Feng Ping, minimizing your own culpability, thus leaving a slim chance of survival." Just as despair enveloped him, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. Yi Chingfei instinctively looked towards Yi Qinghuan, who nodded knowingly, igniting a flicker of hope within him once more. "Fei, the Master's wife has come to rescue you." Just then, a figure rushed in recklessly. Embracing Yi Chingfei tightly, it was none other than Bai Jie, Zhoujio's wife, the central figure of the recording stone incident. Before the eyes of all, Bai Jie boldly clung to Yi Ching-fei, glaring fiercely at Li Feihe. Dare you touch a single hair on Fei Fei? Those matters have nothing to do with him. It was all the doing of Chun Yu and Feng Ping. If you are willing to spare him, I will bear all the losses of the victims. Chapter 33, Public Execution. The sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly astonished. It was beyond belief that Bai Jie's feelings for Yi Ching-fei had reached such depths. Willing to protect him at any cost, in contrast, Zhou Jiu truly suffered a double loss, both in reputation and in resources. I see. This is genuine love. Tang Yunjiao could not help but give a thumbs up to Bai Jie and Yi Ching-fei. The reality was simply jaw-dropping, shattering his worldview. Bai Jie, as an elder of the Lansong sect, how could you publicly engage in such actions and utter such words? Have you lost your senses from being drugged? Li Feihe glared at Bai Jie, filled with frustration over her foolishness. For Fei Fei, I would sacrifice my own dignity, even my life. Bai Jie appeared as if she were a moth drawn to a flame. Bang! Just as her words fell, a figure suddenly appeared before Bai Jie, seizing Yi Ching-fei with an iron grip. That it was none other than the third elder of the alchemy room, Zhou Jiu, who had remained silent until now. Zhou Jiu, what are you doing? Let Fei Fei go at once. Bai Jie screamed upon seeing the newcomer. Elder Zhou, please do not kill me. Let us speak calmly. Did we not reach an understanding earlier? I apologize. It was my loose tongue. That I beseech you to spare me. I assure you that all I have said before will come to pass. Yi Ching-fei, grasped by the throat, was utterly panicked, flailing his arms wildly at Zhou Jiu. Unfortunately, Zhou Jiu could hear none of his words. Yi Chingwan's intention was to prevent Yi Ching-fei from revealing their misdeeds over the years due to excessive fright, for if that happened, there would be no turning back. Elder Zhou, let us discuss this rationally. Why brother has indeed committed crimes. However, it is imperative that he not face execution, but rather be handed over to the law enforcement hall for a public trial. Yi Chingwan stepped forward at that moment. That why Yi Ching-fei has privately sold counterfeit medicines, harmed fellow disciples, seduced the wives of elders, and even sought to eliminate witnesses. Such a vile creature deserves no mercy. What do you all propose we do? Zhou Jiu ignored Yi Chingwan and instead turned to the victim, questioning loudly. Kill him, someone shouted, raising their arm in fervor. Kill him. Instantly, the crowd's emotions surged, chanting wildly. Kill him. He must be put to death. Zhou Jiu, upon hearing this, grasped Yi Ching-fei with one hand and declared with righteous indignation, Yi Ching-fei, today I shall rid the sect of your scourge. Stop, 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 as Zhou Jiu was about to strike. Bai Jie, Yi Chinghuan, and Feng Songyun all cried out in unison. Crack! The response to their cries was a crisp, undeniable sound. Yi Ching-fei's neck was snapped instantaneously, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Zhou Jiu callously discarded Yi Ching-fei's corpse at his feet, then casually shrugged, apologizing. I could not hear what you said just now due to the wind. Yi Ching-fei must die. No one can stand in my way. Otherwise, I, Zhou Jiu, shall become the greatest joke of the Lansong sect, unable to hold my head high for the rest of my life. Bai Jie immediately lunged at Yi Ching-fei's corpse, her expression one of sheer anguish. Zhou Jiu, you dare kill Fei Fei. Bai Jie's eyes widened as she let out a piercing scream of rage. Vile woman, at this juncture, you still dare to disregard my dignity and throw yourself at this wretched creature in public. In that case, I shall grant you your wish to accompany this little beast to the underworld. Zhou Jiu roared, his eyes bloodshot, as he struck Bai Jie's forehead with a powerful palm. Boom! A searing purple flame erupted from his palm, engulfing Bai Jie in an instant, reducing her to a charred corpse that fell heavily beside Yi Ching-fei's lifeless body. Together, they were turned to ashes. The purple sun flame. This was a unique fire obtained from cultivating the purple sun technique, capable not only of refining pills, but also of vanquishing foes. This was precisely why the disciples of the Lansong sect cherished the purple sun technique as a treasure. The abrupt turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that Zhou Jiu would suddenly erupt and kill both Yi Ching-fei and his wife, Bai Jie. Only Jiang Changkong wore a smirk. as his earlier efforts to orchestrate this scenario had led to this very moment, that he had utilized Zhou Jio's hand to eliminate Yi Chengfei while simultaneously sowing discord between Zhou Jio and Yi Qinghuan. "Zhou Jio, you old scoundrel, how dare you kill my brother in public?" Upon seeing Yi Chengfei's remains, Yi Qinghuan could no longer contain himself and charged at Zhou Jio in a frenzy while Yi Chengfei engaged in the private sale of counterfeit pills, harming sect disciples, seducing the wife of an elder, and even stealing our core technique, the Purple Sun technique. Such a heinous individual deserves death. You wish to protect him? It is evident that he acted with impunity within the sect due to your influence as his older brother. Committing such egregious acts, you are now guilty of breaking the law and defying authority. I could just as easily kill you. Zhou Jio coldly glared at Yi Qinghuan, his tone abruptly shifting that a formidable pressure surged from his being. Aiming directly at Yi Qinghuan, Yi Qinghuan, not one to back down, summoned his own strength to resist. Though the disparity in their cultivation was vast, Yi Qinghuan, armed with his royal physique, managed to stand his ground against Zhou Jio. To punish my brother must be the law enforcement hall's responsibility. When did it become your prerogative to execute private justice? Yi Qinghuan confronted Zhou Jio defiantly. As the two faced off, Jiang Changkong continued to fan the flames, pointing out that Yi Qinghuan's brother had committed such treachery and still dared to act brazenly before the elders. Yi Qinghuan, you are utterly arrogant. Do you believe your brother's life is worth more than ours? Jiang Changkong, today's events are a result of your incompetence. I will kill you. Yi Qinghuan directed all his fury toward Jiang Changkong. He clashed with Zhou Jio because of the latter's actions that led to Yi Qingfei's death. But the root of all this turmoil lay with Jiang Changkong. Others might be oblivious, but Yi Qinghuan was acutely aware why Yi Chengfei had sought to eliminate Jiang Changkong due to a single word from him. Yet Yi Qinghuan never anticipated that Jiang Changkong would emerge unscathed, using Zhou Jio's hand to orchestrate Yi Chengfei's demise before his very eyes. Your brother has committed such grave offenses. He deserves to die. Do you still seek to maliciously retaliate against us? Do not forget that Yi Chengfei himself stated that all his actions were for the sake of you, his elder brother. Thus, you are the true mastermind behind this. Do you now wish to avenge your brother by killing us all? Jiang Changkong feigned panic, yet his words struck at Yi Qinghuan's deepest vulnerabilities. His utterance drew the attention of everyone present toward Yi Qinghuan. Jiang Changkong, do you dare slander me? Yi Qinghuan seethed with rage, charging at Jiang Changkong. Bang! Jiang Changkong did not evade. He allowed Yi Qinghuan's furious attack to rain down upon him, but a barely perceptible glimmer of golden light flashed. And Yi Qinghuan's assault was instantly neutralized, causing him to stumble backward uncontrollably. Chapter 34. Reluctantly agreeing to your demands. Look, Yi Qinghuan is about to kill to silence witnesses. The stone recording clearly shows that Yi Chengfei did all this for you. Jiang Changkong pretended to be gravely wounded, staggering and emitting terrified cries to the surrounding onlookers. Li Fei has swiftly stepped in front of Jiang Changkong, glaring at Yi Qinghuan. With me here, who dares to kill to silence witnesses? Zhou Jio directly pointed a spear at Yi Qinghuan, his words dripping with provocation. If you wish to avenge your brother, come at me. Yi Qinghuan, you are far too insolent. How dare you speak to the two elders in such a manner? Yi Qinghuan, unable to defy Feng Songyun's words, could only suppress his rage and step aside. Feng Songyun, oh Feng Songyun, is this the fine disciple you have raised? Indulging your brother in committing heinous crimes while still wishing to silence witnesses before me. Li Fei has seized the opportunity to attack Feng Kanyan in response. Feng Songyun, though displeased, maintained a facade of calm. Elderly, one may indulge in food, but one should not speak recklessly. Yi Qinghuan is utterly ignorant of Yi Chengfei's actions. His agitation stems merely from witnessing his brother's death and being unable to accept it. As he spoke, he cast a brief glance at Yi Qinghuan. The once furious Yi Qinghuan immediately bowed an apology to Zhou Jio and Li Fei. Elder Zhou, elderly, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you can overlook my transgressions and not hold it against me. And Feng Songyun, you truly have raised a well-behaved dog. Li Fei has scoffed derisively. denying Feng Songyun any semblance of respect. Zhou Jiu further insulted Yi Qinghuan, pointing a finger at him, saying, "Awakening a royal physique, and yet you are so disrespectful to your elders, not to mention your willingness to harm your fellow disciples at the slightest provocation. In the future, this cannot be tolerated. Here you are, Li Feihe, the esteemed leader of the law enforcement hall, turning a blind eye to others executing vigilante justice in public. Has the law enforcement hall truly fallen to such depths?" Feng Songyun retorted fiercely at Li Feihe, who claims that Elder Zhou was executing private vengeance. "Have you not noticed that I, from the law enforcement hall, had already conducted a public trial? Moreover, all the disciples unanimously demanded the death of Yi Qingfei. Is there anything inappropriate in that?" Li Feihe spread his hands, suddenly sporting a knowing smile. This matter is far from over. Why Yi Qingfei has mentioned that everything he did was for his elder brother, Yi Qinghuan. Now he dares to commit murder in public. Does that not amount to a confession? This is all due to Jiang Changkong's initial provocation. If I do not eliminate him, how can I ensure that no one dares to humiliate me in the future? How can I continue in my position as the chief? Yi Qinghuan immediately defended himself. Before he could finish, Jiang Changkong mocked him openly. "Chief disciple, did you declare that yourself?" "A farce. This is common knowledge." Yi Qinghuan scoffed disdainfully. "How could I forget that someone just a few days ago, in that grand hall, vowed with utmost conviction to face me on the life and death stage a month later, with the winner claiming the position of chief disciple? Have you forgotten so swiftly? No wonder you hesitated to agree to a duel on the life and death stage with me. It seems you were afraid to call for your grandfather." Jiang Changkong dug into his ears, chuckling in derision. "Useless fool. You seek death." Yi Qinghuan could no longer suppress his murderous intent. Today, even if Li Feihe intervenes, he will take Jiang Changkong's life to avenge Yi Qingfei. As the murderous aura radiated from Yi Qinghuan, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. The earlier rumors were indeed true. Yi Qinghuan intends to duel Jiang Changkong on the life and death stage, with the victor securing the position of chief disciple. Yet that is not the crux of the matter. The true concern is that Yi Qinghuan has cowardly retreated, and today he wishes to protect his brother while silencing witnesses. What does this imply? Could it be that Yi Qinghuan is the real mastermind behind the scenes? The inscriptions on the stone have long revealed everything. Otherwise, how could Yi Qinghuan suddenly rise to replace Jiang Changkong as the chief disciple? Such a person is unworthy to lead us as chief disciple. I would rather die than be led by someone of such character. Silence, Jiang Changkong. I know you are dissatisfied that your position as chief disciple has been usurped by Qinghuan. Thus, I offer you an opportunity. In 7 days, I shall hold a grand set competition, and the final event will be your life and death duel with Qinghuan. Feng Songyun waved his hand, silencing the crowd, then looked down upon Jiang Changkong with an air of authority. I had merely wished to discreetly torment Yi Qinghuan, to let him know that a mere royal-level physique is easier to crush than an ant. Yet you insist on organizing a grand set competition. It seems I am destined to make a grand appearance. Very well. I shall reluctantly accept your challenge. Jiang Changkong glanced at Feng Songyun in surprise, then, appearing rather troubled, acquiesced. Very well, very well. Seeing your confidence, I am quite eager to witness your performance. You have 7 days. Do take care. Feng Songyun restrained the enraged Yi Qinghuan, casting a strange smile at Jiang Changkong before departing with Yi Qinghuan. Zhou Jiu followed closely behind, seemingly intent on catching up with Feng Songyun. Thus, the crowd gradually dispersed. Damn it, they left just like that? Yi Qinghuan is a prime suspect. He must come with us to the law enforcement hall. Tang Yinzhou, watching Feng Songyun's retreating figure, suddenly recalled something and attempted to pursue. However, he was stopped by Li Feihe, who said, "Do not chase. It's a waste of effort. Yi Qingfei is dead. This matter is effectively concluded. Even if you manage to capture Yi Qinghuan, he will brush you off entirely. Are we to let this slide?" Tang Yinzhou protested indignantly. Of course, we will not let this slide. But for now, our objectives have been achieved. Yi Qingfei is dead. The false elixir incident will not resurface soon. Given Feng Songyun's caution, he will surely order Yi Qinghuan to destroy all related evidence in the shortest time possible. Attempting to dig deeper at this juncture would be futile. Jiang Changkong comforted Tang Yunzhou with a pat on the shoulder. You are right, Kong Xiao. After all, Yi Chengfei is dead, so our efforts were not in vain. Tang Yunzhou quickly adjusted his mindset, reassuring himself. I could see that moment. A message suddenly arrived on the sect tokens of the three. It was Feng Tsungyun announcing the details regarding the Grand Sect competition set to occur in 7 days. Participants must be recommended by elder-level members, with each able to recommend up to 2. It seems there are requirements. They must be placing great importance on this competition. No wonder I felt that the sudden announcement was somewhat suspicious. Jiang Changkong remarked suddenly. Tang Yunzhou replied without hesitation. This grand occasion is certainly for your life and death agreement with Yi Qinghuan. They are deliberately amplifying its significance. Not so. There must be another underlying reason. Jiang Changkong firmly rejected this notion. Li Feihe, beside him, nodded in agreement. Noting, you are correct. Given Feng Songyun's character, he would never engage in pointless endeavors. Every action he takes must significantly impact him or bring substantial benefit. Thus, it stands to reason that something significant is about to occur in the Lansong sect. Or perhaps someone is coming. Jiang Changkong's eyes suddenly brightened upon hearing Li Fei's words. Indeed, 7 days from now marks the day the sect master emerges from seclusion. Moreover, both the Tian Yao martial sect and the Wan Shou sect sent us invitations today. This must be the reason Feng Songyun is organizing this competition. Li Fei has suddenly recalled the news received a few days prior and connected it with Feng Songyun's actions today. That it is highly probable. Jiang Changkong nodded in agreement. Hey, you young lad, that object in your hand is quite a unique shape. Wait, does it look somewhat familiar? May I borrow it for a moment? At that moment, Li Fei's gaze fell upon the ball of silk behind Jiang Changkong. Chapter 35. Mutual benefit and cooperative prosperity here. Take it. Seeing that Li Fei had noticed the ball of silk behind him, Jiang Changkong promptly handed it over without a second thought. Li Fei received the ball of silk and scrutinized it closely, suddenly taken aback by its aura. Could it be? No wonder it was able to withstand Feng Songyun's power earlier, but I can only confirm its significance once my brother emerges from seclusion. Where did you acquire this item? I happened upon it in a corner of the artifact pavilion. Jiang Changkong replied truthfully. Indeed, I was present at the time. Tang Yunzhou quickly chimed in at a corner of the artifact pavilion. No wonder our Lansong sect has fallen into decline. Upon hearing this, Li Fei has suddenly sighed heavily. Is this item important to the sect? Tang Yunzhou instinctively glanced at Li Fei. The implications of this matter are profound. For now, I cannot determine if this item is indeed significant. We must wait until the sect master emerges from seclusion to ascertain its value. Jiang Changkong smiled nonchalantly but refrained from revealing the origins of the ball of silk. Perhaps because its form had been overlooked by them in the past. Perhaps this was an act of divine intervention by our ancestors that allowed me to acquire it. You make a fair point. Yet if you carry this item into the sect competition in 7 days, it is likely that no one will stand a chance against you. This would undoubtedly be unfair. Li Fei shot a pointed glance at Jiang Changkong. You are overthinking it, elderly. The sect competition poses no challenge for me. Besides, this item is intended for dealing with the sect's pests. Jiang Changkong chuckled in response that Li Fei retorted, What nonsense are you spouting here? Do you take me for a fool? Ever since he acquired this item, every time he has acted, he has taught those who bully the weak with their strength a lesson. Even my Li Yang physique awakened due to his influence. Considering this ability, how many in the entire sect could rival him? Why would he need this item to compete in the sect competition? This is utterly infuriating. How could you even utter such words? I disown you as my disciple. Unexpectedly, this remark thoroughly enraged Tang Yunzhou, who pointed his finger at Li Fei and shouted. He showed no respect for Li Fei as a master, treating him almost as an adversary. You dare speak to your master in such a manner. This is sheer rebellion. Wait a moment. What did you just say? You awakened the Li Yang physique. Am I mistaken? The Li Yang physique is a royal-level physique. According to my estimation, you should have only awakened a heavenly-level physique. Li Fei glared fiercely at Tang Yunzhou, ready to explode in anger, but suddenly caught the key point in his words. Bang! Tang Yunzhou stomped his foot. instantly unleashing his Li Yang physique. A radiant glow erupted from his body, and a powerful aura swept through the scene in an instant. Hiss! The previously tranquil sky seemed to respond, and an extraordinary phenomenon began to unfold. This is unique to royal-level physiques. The descent of an anomaly. Li Feihe, who had been skeptical, was now in awe as he witnessed the peculiar phenomenon forming above. He leaped towards Tang Yunzhou, overwhelmed with excitement, and exclaimed, "No way! The Li Yang physique, truly a royal-level physique. Our Lansong sect has produced a second royal-level physique. At long last, the Lansong sect is poised to bask in glory." Bang! However, before he could register his astonishment, Jiang Chongkong suddenly swung the puller in his hand, dispersing the celestial phenomenon above, thereby obscuring the momentum exuded by Tang Yunzhou. "What do you try to do, kid?" Li Feihe, caught off guard, glared at Jiang Chongkong. "Stop shouting. Young Master Kong has always said one should remain humble. Haven't they been proclaiming that Yi Cheng Huan is the only awakened king-level physique in the Lansong sect in the past 30 years? I intend to ruthlessly slap their faces during the sect competition," Tang Yunzhou retorted, evading Li Feihe's advance with a loud reprimand. "Indeed, their expressions will surely be quite the spectacle." Li Feihe nodded vigorously, exchanging knowing glances with Tang Yunzhou. Tang Yunzhou, adopting an air of distancing himself from Li Feihe, declared, "Enough! My awakened king-level physique is solely due to young Master Kong's efforts. It has nothing to do with you. Even if it did, your earlier offense to young Master Kong has erased any connection." All right, I apologize and retract what I said about Chong Kong," Li Feihe conceded with a look of resignation. To this, Tang Yunzhou huffed, "Consider yourself wise. Now that the anger has subsided, can we leave?" "Where to?" "To the 7 days of hellish training, so you can shine spectacularly in the sect competition." "Nonsense, with young Master Kong here. Why would I need such hellish training?" Ultimately, Li Feihe didn't grant Tang Yunzhou any chance and forcibly took him away. Just before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Jiang Chongkong, leaving behind a weighty remark. "Your physique is far from a waste, isn't it? Guess." After bidding farewell to the two, Jiang Chongkong walked alone within the sect, attempting to find a suitable place for his cultivation and residence. Though Yi Cheng Fei had perished today, it had not inflicted a substantial blow or harm upon Yi Cheng Huan and Feng Songyun. Thus, in the sect competition 7 days hence, he intended to make Yi Cheng Huan pay a painful price and reclaim all that rightfully belonged to him. Therefore, he must seize the time to cultivate, striving to reach the pinnacle of his inner body realm within these 7 days. However, after today's events, Yi Cheng Huan and Feng Songyun would undoubtedly not let this matter rest, and would surely dispatch someone to deal with him in secret. Particularly, Feng Songyun had issued him a warning before departing. Consequently, Jiang Chongkong needed to find a suitable cave abode where he could cultivate in peace, free from disturbances in a secluded cave 3 miles away from the alchemy room. Yi Cheng Huan stood guard outside, frequently glancing towards the interior at that moment. Zhou Jiao and Feng Songyun exchanged silent glances. "Let us get straight to the point, Brother Zhou," after a prolonged silence. Feng Songyun took the initiative to speak. "What, does Brother Feng wish to let today's event slide?" Zhou Jiao retorted, his tone unfriendly. "You personally killed Cheng Fei. I assent that enough of a release? What more do you want?" Feng Songyun replied with a dissatisfied snort. "Why Yi Cheng Fei, that little wretch, was peddling fake elixirs and harming his fellow disciples, while also seducing Bai Jie to tarnish my reputation and attempting to steal the Ziangong. He was indeed deserving of death. If that is the case, why did you summon me here, Brother Feng? Being an astute individual, please don't feign ignorance here. Had it not been for Yi Cheng Huan and your support, Yi Cheng Fei would not have had the audacity to commit such heinous acts. Brother Zhou, one can eat recklessly, but must not speak carelessly, as the esteemed grand elder of the Lansong sect. I would never instruct Yi Cheng Fei to commit such treachery." "Ha, is that so? Yet before the incident, Yi Cheng Fei divulged everything to me, much of which is recorded in that recording stone. Are you suggesting I should call Li Feihe to have you remove your hypocritical mask? Are you trying to intimidate me? I stand tall and proud. Brother Feng, at this point, you still dare to remain so composed. Your audacity truly impresses me. No wonder you occupy the position of Grand Elder and oversee the Lan Song sect. I shall not waste further words with you. The purpose of summoning you here is solely for the promise Yi Chang Fei made to me earlier. You personally killed my brother and still have the audacity to mention cooperation? At that moment, Yi Chang Huan burst in, pointing accusingly at Zhou Jio. Had it not been for that wretched Bai Jie protecting your brother in public, would I have resorted to such measures? Moreover, my killing him benefits you, not harms you to. In fact, you should be thanking me. How dare you speak so brazenly? When did it become your turn to speak? Get out. Yi Cheng Huan, infuriated, was abruptly pushed out of the cave by Feng Song Yun's palm. Furthermore, Yi Chang Fei knew too much that, if he remained alive, he could not withstand the tortures of the law enforcement hall and would likely spill everything. Rather than keep such a burden, it is better to directly collaborate with me. This proposition seems somewhat enticing, but why would you willingly collaborate with me? You desire supreme power, while I seek endless elixirs and resources. Let us each take what we need for a mutually beneficial partnership. Whoosh! Just as he finished speaking, a recipe suddenly shot forth from Feng Song Yun's sleeve, landing steadily in Zhou Jio's hands at a 6th grade recipe. 8 Desolations Harmonizing Pill. Zhou Jio's eyes gleamed as he received the recipe. Consider this compensation for today's events and a show of good faith for our collaboration. From this day forth, you must mobilize all resources within the alchemy room to assist me wholeheartedly. No problem. Now it's your turn to show your sincerity. Speak. What do you desire? Today's events were orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could they be recorded in the stone? Are you implying Tang Yunzhou and Jiang Changkong? Tang Yunzhou is currently under Li Fei's protection and cannot be touched for the time being. However, Jiang Changkong must die, just a mere waste recovering from injuries. Leave him to me. Then I shall await your good news. With that, Feng Song Yun departed. Grand Elder Yi Cheng Huan, who had been knocked aside by Feng Song Yun, approached as if nothing had happened, and no need for explanations. As an elder brother, it's natural to react this way. However, from this moment forth, I do not wish to see this again. Understood. Chapter 36. Sorcery. It must be sorcery. Whoosh. Jiang Chang Kong finally found a cave that met his satisfaction, only to be confronted by an uninvited guest. You are Su Lu from the alchemy room? What brings you here? Jiang Chang Kong frowned slightly at the newcomer. Su Lu, a nominal disciple under Zhou Jio, was known for his arrogance. To his surprise, he had come to seek him out today. And why master wishes to see you? Su Lu didn't even spare Jiang Chang Kong a glance, speaking with an air of superiority as if issuing an order. What does Elder Zhou want with me? Jiang Chang Kong replied, unperturbed. That year to go. Stop asking questions. Su Lu shot Jiang Chang Kong an impatient glare. Very well. Lead the way. Jiang Chang Kong's attitude shifted suddenly. One must enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. In the blink of an eye, Su Lu brought Jiang Chang Kong to the cave where Zhou Jio resided. Master, the person has arrived. You may leave. Upon seeing Jiang Chang Kong, Zhou Jio waved Su Lu away. What is the reason for summoning me? Elder Zhou. Jiang Chang Kong glanced around, noticing a powerful force sealing the entire cave. It seemed that Zhou Jio had indeed summoned him with ill intent. Zhou Jio scrutinized Jiang Chang Kong closely, then replied with a question. What do you think? Is Elder Zhou jesting? You called for me. And now you are asking me why. Do you dare to feign ignorance with me? The matter of Yi Chang Fei was concocted by you and Tang Yunzhou. How could it be so coincidentally recorded in the stone and fall into your hands? Elder Zhou, have you forgotten? You were the one who killed Yi Chang Fei with your own hands. Why do you now act as if you seek vengeance? You insolent fool. All of this is due to you and Tang Yunzhou. Do not pretend to be confused with me. So, you are not seeking vengeance against Feng Song Yun, but rather colluding with them. What if I did? Since you have come, do not expect to leave alive. I, Zhou Jio, have never endured such humiliation. You must pay with your life. So this is your true nature, Zhou Jio. There is no point in further discussion. While Tang Yunzhou has Li Fei backing him, I cannot touch him for now, but you as a mere waste shall be an easy target. Clang. As he spoke, a purple flame erupted from his palm, exuding an overwhelming aura. So it truly is the Zhang 9 locking heaven technique. Zhou, today is your unlucky day. Jiang Chong Kong gazed at the purple flame in Zhou's hand, feeling not the slightest fear, but rather a sense of delight. Fool, are you so frightened that you are babbling nonsense? What Zhang 9 locking heaven technique? Zhou scoffed at Jiang Chong Kong's bravado. Oh, you think you're worthy of intimidating me? Jiang Chong Kong let out a disdainful cold snort. How dare such a young brat refer to himself as my true self in my presence? Jiang Chong Kong, you are truly mad. Perish, kill. Zhou unleashed the blazing purple sun flame, transforming it into a colossal fire column that surged towards Jiang Chong Kong, intent on incinerating him on the spot. Anyone who dares to offend Zhou must pay a grievous price. Die. Boom, a towering pillar of flame, several zhang high, engulfed Jiang Chong Kong in an instant, vanishing from Zhou's sight. This is the consequence of offending me. The purple sun flame is finally manifested. Who in the Lansong sect can rival me henceforth? Zhou, gazing at the purple fire in his hands, erupted into an unrestrained laugh. Ever since he successfully cultivated this purple fire, his temperament had undergone a drastic transformation. Whimsical and unpredictable. Just then, the fire column before him trembled violently, then rapidly contracted at an astonishing speed, wholly absorbed into Jiang Chong Kong's body. How is this possible? Zhou stood frozen in disbelief at this scene. How could he have rejoiced too soon? A waste like you dares to claim mastery over it. You have no idea of its true nature. Now, allow me to demonstrate the genuine might of the purple sun 9 locking heaven technique. Bang! Zhou smashed the table before him with a punch. What is this purple sun 9 locking heaven technique? You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? I have wielded the purple sun technique for a decade. No one understands it better than I do. He could not believe Jiang Chong Kong's words, yet the earlier spectacle had genuinely caught him off guard. The attack conjured by the purple sun flame was poised to annihilate Jiang Chong Kong. Yet at the critical moment, it was entirely absorbed into his body. For someone of Zhou's experience, this was a first. Could it be that Jiang Chong Kong possesses a physique capable of absorbing flames? If that were the case, the earlier scenario would not be so astonishing. After all, Lu Yu's disciple, Zhang had a similar fire phoenix physique, which not only absorbed flames, but also enhanced her strength through the varied flames absorbed. You claim no one understands it better than you? Open your eyes and behold. Jiang Chong Kong bellowed, as a streak of purple light slowly ascended from within him. In an instant, the purple light transformed into a violet flame, radiating an enchanting brilliance. How could you condense the purple sun flame in an instant? This is impossible. Even with my innate talent, it took me 3 whole months to gather the flame and a year to reach your level of power. Even the predecessors who practiced this technique took at least half a year to master it. How could you possibly grasp it instantaneously? It must be an illusion. Zhou, witnessing the unique flame coalescing in Jiang Chong Kong's hands, was struck with horror, as if he had seen a ghost. The purple sun technique, being one of the most formidable techniques outside of the earth-level techniques within the Lansong sect, had been mastered by countless predecessors. Yet, no one had ever attained its pinnacle, for it remained incomplete. Otherwise, it would overshadow any technique within the Lansong sect. Even so, it remained the most popular choice, especially revered among the alchemy lineage, for it could elevate the grade of alchemical flames, doubling the tier of the crafted elixirs. This was precisely why Zhou had gone to great lengths to monopolize it for over a decade. He firmly believed that one day he could transcend his own limitations and reach the zenith of alchemy. Yet today, Jiang Chong Kong had condensed the purple sun flame in an instant, a realm Zhou had toiled for an entire year to achieve. This was nothing short of a nightmare. With your qualifications, even 100 years would be futile, for it is not merely the purple sun flame, but the purple sun heavenly fire. Jiang Chong Kong looked down at Zhou with a cold, mocking smile. You wretched beast, do not presume to be audacious. You have merely absorbed my earlier flames through your own physique, barely managing to consolidate them. You truly believe I could be deceived by you? Zhou, in a fury, suddenly struck out. I shall see how much you can contain, daring to bluff here. Whoosh! The searing purple flames erupted from Zhou Jio's body, wildly surging towards Jiang Changkong. Return. In response, Jiang Changkong casually waved his hand, uttering two words nonchalantly. Boom! The once roaring purple flames abruptly reversed course, striking Zhou Jio with blinding speed, igniting him in a frenzy. Oh, what is happening? What witchcraft is this? Why does my purple sun flame obey your commands? Caught off guard, Zhou Jio screamed in agony, plunging into a sea of flames, unleashing heart-wrenching roars. He could not accept the reality that he was being consumed by his own purple sun flame. How could Jiang Changkong control his purple sun flame? This was nothing short of sorcery. Sorcery, Chapter 37. Inner body completion, for in this world, only I can command it. Only I can unleash its true power. For it is the purple sun 9 locking heaven technique that I have created, and only I know its secrets. Jiang Changkong gazed serenely at Zhou Jio, who was gradually being engulfed by the flames he had unleashed. You created it? Impossible! Zhou Jio, while desperately attempting to fend off the flames, shouted loudly. Ignorance is truly terrifying. Do you not realize that this technique, although incomplete, still wields such tremendous power, especially in the realm of alchemy? Do you know why, after much toil, you could finally cultivate the purple sun heavenly fire, yet your temperament changed drastically, spiraling beyond your control, as if the heavenly fire were wielding you? Because the original intent of this technique stemmed from a nefarious art of the demonic clan, primarily used to cultivate others as furnace vessels, and once the time was ripe, to refine them into a part of oneself. Now, those of you who have practiced the purple sun technique have become my furnace vessels. With a mere thought, all your decades of hard work will fall into my grasp. Originally, a wastrel like you would never uncover the truth in your lifetime, but in light of today's events that reminded me of this forbidden art, I shall graciously allow you to die with dignity. Jiang Changkong fixed his gaze upon Zhou Jio, unveiling the truth. The Purple Sun 9 locking heaven technique was the most formidable offensive art he had created millennia ago. Derived from a nefarious technique seized from the demonic clan that it could absorb the fire of the 9 heavens for one's own use, transcending 3 realms to vanquish foes and refine all things. A truly terrifying and defiant art. Before his incident, to prevent this technique from falling into the hands of others and wreaking havoc, he had painfully destroyed it. Little did he expect that his disciple, Li Er, had surreptitiously transcribed a portion of it, which later circulated within the Lansong sect, and upon encountering it today, Jiang Changkong was reminded of this forbidden technique. One must say, Zhou Jio's luck was abysmally poor. This was a transcendent technique capable of overcoming 3 realms to slay enemies. No, you wretched beast must be deceiving me. I will never be fooled by you. Do you think this can kill me? Fantasies. Die. Zhou Jio, overwhelmed by the stimuli, lost all reason and charged madly toward Jiang Changkong. Flames engulfing him. Clearly intent on mutual destruction, he had already crossed into the first tier of the soul expansion realm, sufficient to crush Jiang Changkong before him. Yet today he seemed bewitched, entirely suppressed by Jiang Changkong, unable to control even his hard-won purple sun flame. This was an utter humiliation. For this, he was willing to risk everything to eliminate Jiang Changkong. You wish to perish alongside me. You are the one with delusions. Purple locking heavenly chain, Jiang Changkong shouted at Zhou Jio. Whoosh! Boom! Zhou Jio barely had time to react before being fully consumed by his own purple flames. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, he was instantly reduced to ashes. Subsequently, a purple iron chain arose from the ashes, merging into the purple sun heavenly fire. Jiang Changkong waved his hand gently, and the once mighty Zhou Jio was completely erased from existence. The purple sun heavenly fire absorbed all of Zhou Jio's remaining power. Enveloping the purple sun flame he had painstakingly coalesced over the years, then surged into Jiang Changkong's body, settling upon his heart. Thump, 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 but in an instant, his heart meridian resonated with a thunderous sound that echoed through the heavens and earth. It was as if war drums were beating, shaking the very skies. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Changkong's inner body underwent a remarkable transformation at an astonishing pace. his bones, immersed in the radiant golden light of his inner body, swiftly completed the process of strengthening in the blink of an eye. He advanced boldly, refining blood, differentiating orifices, and achieving unity. In mere moments, Jiang Changkong completed the remaining cultivation of his inner body, achieving inner body unity. Blazing golden light erupted from within him. All of his bones transformed into gold in an instant, his vital energy surging like a tumultuous sea, shaking the very heavens. This was the terror of the Purple Sun 9 locking heaven technique. Capable of serving as a furnace, all of Zhou Jiu's remaining power became Jiang Changkong's, allowing him to swiftly complete the remaining cultivation of the inner body. The residual power completely merged into Jiang Changkong's body, perfectly integrating with his dual life essence, causing Jiang Changkong's remnants of soul to rapidly restore. In the blink of an eye, it reached a consistent level. Two distinctly different powers emerged behind him, and the once ethereal shadows began to take on substance. His eyes suddenly radiated an extraordinary light, and as his inner self reached a state of unity, his cultivation level ascended to the 9th tier of the inner realm. A terrifying aura, as if looking down upon all things, surged forth, soaring into the sky. At that moment, an invisible formation unexpectedly manifested above the Lan Song sect, transforming into a resplendent beam of light that descended upon Jiang Changkong, causing his residual soul to uncontrollably ascend and merge into this intangible array. In the instant of their union, Jiang Changkong felt as though he had become one with the Lan Song sect, and everything within his line of sight lay within his grasp. With merely a thought, he could effortlessly annihilate any region or individual within it. Following this, fragments of memories and data slowly flowed into Jiang Changkong's mind, as if they had been awaiting him all along. This moment, he noticed an elderly man within the artifact pavilion, bowing repeatedly towards a completely rusted longsword, performing a gesture that he found exceedingly familiar. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man, who was in seclusion, emitted a violent tremor as if attempting to forcibly break through. Above the Lan Song pavilion, by foam transformed into a streak of white light, hastening towards this location, seemingly intent on uncovering the truth. Within the dim boundary, a surge of power emerged, issuing a strong summons to Jiang Changkong. Boom! In the next instant, a dark and terrifying force erupted, forcibly severing the connection between Jiang Changkong and the formation, restoring everything to its original state. The source of this force was the dim boundary, and this aura could not be mistaken. Absolutely not. Jiang Changkong's eyes widened as he gazed into the distance, his expression filled with excitement. The entity that had interrupted him earlier must be the treasured artifact he had left behind a millennium. 8G IT could not be wrong. He had never expected it to exist within the dim boundary. Even more astonishing was that his inner self's great accomplishment had triggered the hidden formation of the Lan Song sect, simultaneously granting him a truly comprehensive understanding of the sect. It seemed imperative for him to venture into the dim boundary as soon as possible to investigate just how many trump cards Li Erniu had left behind. His resurrection was indeed no mere coincidence. Jiang Changkong gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself. The previously mentioned invisible formation was none other than his own creation from years past, the Mind Refinement Array. The essence of this array lay in its ability to perceive an area, a piece of land, or even an entire sect or plane as a singular entity, refining it into a tool to form a unique array. As long as one merged their mind into it, they could manipulate it at will. Apart from him, only Li Erniu had ever witnessed this array, and he could hardly believe that today he had inadvertently triggered the Mind Refinement Array within the Lan Song sect. Although this formation paled in comparison to the one he had originally crafted, for Li Erniu's caliber, it was still a tremendous surprise. Most importantly, this array could instantly detect his presence and unify with his residual soul. This led him to firmly believe that his rebirth was no coincidence, but rather the result of unseen forces orchestrating everything. Otherwise, Li Erniu would not have laid out these measures for him in advance. For aside from Jiang Changkong, no one else in the world could control them. Jiang Changkong slowly regained his focus and surveyed the area he had just cleaned up, which yielded considerable rewards. In addition to the Ziyang technique, there was a book on fire control techniques and pill refining insights, personally compiled by Zhou. Though these items were of little interest to Jiang Changkong, they were invaluable treasures for any disciple of the Lan sect. Besides the techniques, there was also a 6-tier pill formula, the key to this cave abode, and 10 upper-grade spirit stones along with 50 middle-grade spirit stones. Jiang Changkong promptly tucked the 6-tier pill formula within the book on pill refining. For him, a mere 6-tier formula was no different from refuse. It was far less substantial than the spirit stones before him. Spirit stones are unique stones capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate spiritual power, categorized into 4 grades: low grade, middle grade, upper grade, and top grade. Their purpose extends beyond rapid absorption of spiritual power. They also serve as a medium for trade, existing above mundane gold coins. Having secured the spirit stones, Jiang Changkong contemplated the cave abode in his hand, and a sudden thought struck him. Why search for another cave when he already had a ready-made one? He would consider it a compensation from Zhou for his earlier offense against him. With his inner self newly perfected, he needed to solidify his progress before seeking out Shao. Chapter 38. A visitor from afar, who could it be? Who has triggered the relic left behind by the ancestor? When Jiang Changkong inadvertently activated the mind refinement array hidden within the Lan sect, deep within the dim boundary, a stone coffin slowly opened. An emaciated old man suddenly opened his eyes and screamed. Could it be that Fei Yu has perfected the thunderous 8 trigrams? Another voice echoed from within a different stone coffin. What nonsense! The thunderous 8 trigrams have been lost for over 1,000 years. Even if it were perfected, it wouldn't be enough to trigger that. Who could it be? Could it be that the prophecy left by our ancestor is about to come true? Our savior from the Lan sect is finally arriving. No, the savior of the entire Qingyun realm. That prophecy is only something you believe in. How many years has it been? The Qingyun realm has already been renamed the Lioli realm. If you don't believe it, then gamble on it. Farewell. I have no time to waste with you that I can't afford to lose the last 2 drops of blood. Wait, this might be our last opportunity. Creak, the stone coffin shut, and everything returned to its original state. Rustle, rustle. Beneath the gates of the Lan sect, 2 groups unexpectedly collided from different directions. What a stroke of irony. I didn't expect the Tianyao martial sect to move so swiftly. Leading the charge was a young man adorned with a golden-haired head and a longevity painting on his chest, his brow furrowed. After all, they possessed flying demons capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. Not surprising, the elder beside him smiled slightly. In response, the golden-haired youth scoffed. You misunderstand it, my point is, what worth does a mere Wang-level physique from a declining third-rate sect hold for us of the Wanshou sect and the Tianyao martial sect to make such a grand display? Young master, do not underestimate the Wang-level physique, especially that of the Lan sect. Though it has been in decline for centuries, it was once the strongest sect in the entire Lioli realm. Even our Wanshou sect and the Tianyao martial sect once depended on it. The elder cautioned the youth solemnly. Enough with the ancient history. Why bring it up? While the Lan sect may not rival our Wanshou sect, we cannot afford to stand by idly as the Tianwu demon sect extends its goodwill towards them, that if they were to ally, we in the Wanshou sect would be in deep trouble. After all, the geographic significance of the Lan sect is paramount. Of course, our most important purpose for coming here is to find that bastard Tuoba. According to reliable sources, he was last seen in this vicinity, and we absolutely cannot let him escape this time. Tuoba, Qi waved his hand impatiently, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He simply could not comprehend why a mere Lan sect was treated with such urgency by the Wanshou sect, especially after the emergence of a Wang-level physique. This was the first time he had witnessed his father act in such a manner, so despite his reluctance, he had to come in person. Of course, he had an even more pressing objective, to eradicate that bastard Tuoba. Not only was Tuoba a thorn in Tuoba Chi's side, but he also bore a colossal secret for the Wanshou sect. It was crucial that he never uncovered it. Otherwise, the Wanshou sect would plunge into an abyss of despair. Rest assured, young master, I have already dispatched the Dark Bat squad to discreetly search for his whereabouts. The elder spoke respectfully. I trust you to handle this. Toobachi nodded, suddenly sensing something and casting his gaze into the distance. Just then, he collided with the team from the Tianyao martial sect. There are more than 15 individuals, marching in unison, with a terrifying demonic aura seeping from their ranks, particularly from the proud figure seated at the center, whose demonic aura surged skyward, the manifestation of demonic energy. Could it be that the third princess has broken through? Shangguan Lai felt this imposing presence and couldn't help but glance towards the center of the group. There, amidst the throng, was a figure being hoisted as if surrounded by stars. The third princess of the Tianwu demon sect, Xin Yuanming, and no matter how much she trains, she's still just a demon. Toobachi scoffed disdainfully. Young master, your words are misguided. Though the Tianwu demon sect was founded by powerful demons, one cannot generalize, especially since the Xianyuan clan's ancestors are said to be descendants of the Blood Moon clan from ancient times, a terrifying existence that once dominated an era, though they have since vanished. The Xianyuan family, as their descendants, still possesses numerous extraordinary abilities, and Xianyuan Mingwei is reputed to be the most gifted among the younger generation of the Xianyuan clan. She recently broke through to the 7th tier of the Gathering Cycle realm and has unexpectedly made another breakthrough in just a month. Shangguan Lai's gaze sharpened as he reminded Toobachi. The Blood Moon clan? And so what? A hint of arrogance lifted on Toobachi's face, revealing his utter lack of fear. Just then, a corner of the palanquin's curtain was suddenly lifted, revealing a cold, exquisite face that peeked out, hastily glancing at the reassuring side of San Libo before promptly covering it again. She paid no heed to the Wan Shou men nearby, particularly to Toobachi, who had been observing them intently. What an audacious display! To dare disregard this young master. Feeling slighted, Toobachi's anger flared. Young master, this is unwise, a voice cautioned. The sect leader explicitly instructed against provoking the Tianwu Yao sect. Observing this, Shangguan Lai swiftly intervened to quell Toobachi's impulsive actions. The relationship between Wan Shou men and Tianwu Yao sect had always been fraught with tension, frequently resulting in friction. This animosity stemmed from an ancient grudge between the founding ancestors of both sections. Had Toobachi not been forewarned before their departure to avoid unnecessary conflicts, he would have ambushed the Tianwu Yao sect long ago. Now, reminded by Shangguan Lai, Toobachi promptly calmed down. Languished sect. How could a declining sect command such attention from my master? Is it merely for an ethereal promise? Murmured Xianyuan Mingwei, seated gracefully within the palanquin. Holy maiden, that promise pertains to a secret left behind by our ancestor. A secret that remains unsolved to this day. Furthermore, Wan Shou men is aware of our intention to extend goodwill towards Languished sect, and they are here to assert their presence. I fear they may hinder our plans. We must be prepared for any eventuality. An elderly woman guarding the palanquin spoke slowly. Toobachi is of little concern. He is no true opponent. It is the elder beside him that perplexes me. I cannot see through him. Xianyuan Mingwei replied with a measured tone. Shangguan Lai. He was once the foremost guardian of Wan Shou men, the most formidable individual aside from the sect leader. I never anticipated that he would now serve as Toobachi's protector. The old woman cast a scrutinizing glance at Shangguan Lai before continuing, in terms of strength, how do you compare to Tong Lao? Xianyuan Mingwei inquired. Curiosity piqued. In our previous encounters, it was a near draw. Presently, he could barely match me, but should I unleash my full might, I could assuredly vanquish him. After all, he suffered grievous injuries in that legendary battle. Despite lying low for years, he could not have fully recovered. So the holy maiden need not worry. The elder, known as Tong Fei, analyzed the situation with composure and confidence. Very well. It is a pity for Jiang Chong Kong, who shall not partake in this battle. Xianyuan Mingwei smiled faintly and ceased her speech, her gaze drifting through the palanquin once more to the reassuring sight of San Libo. Earlier, she had sensed a disturbing force emerging from that vicinity, which had unexpectedly triggered a breakthrough in her cultivation. Consequently, her curiosity about this power intensified. What was it? Where did it originate? Yet, the overarching situation demanded her focus. This matter must be set aside for now. In the next moment, Feng Tsongyun, who had long awaited their arrival, led Yi Qinghuan and others forward with enthusiasm. The third princess of Tianwu Yao sect and the young master of Wan Shoumin have graced us with their presence. We are remiss in not welcoming you properly. Please allow us to convene in the Great Hall. Chapter 39. A silent contest at Lansong sect. Within the Great Hall, that on behalf of Lansong sect, I extend a warm welcome to the young master of Wan Shoumin and the third princess of Tianwu Yao sect, Feng Songyun proclaimed, adopting a host demeanor, his face adorned with a broad smile as he waved energetically at Tuoba Qi and Xin Yuan Mingwei below. This occasion marked the most grandiose day since he assumed control of Lansong sect, with representatives from both Tianwu Yao sect and Wan Shoumin simultaneously attending. These two sects were among the most formidable forces in the Liuli realm, far surpassing Lansong sect. Once they had merely been subordinate to Lansong sect. Time had indeed shifted, leaving only memories of days gone by. However, today they broke tradition by sending representatives to congratulate Lansong sect for producing a king-level physique. The Sanshin Ut, after a 30-year hiatus. This signified that the existence of a king-level physique had instilled a measure of pressure upon them, prompting their desire to curry favor with Lansong sect. It was evident how significant Yi Qinghuan was to Lansong sect, with a bright future ahead, although he had nearly faced ruin due to Yi Chengfei's actions days prior. Fortunately, with Yi Chengfei's demise, Yi Qinghuan now had no vulnerabilities. Allow me to formally introduce our esteemed disciple, Yi Qinghuan, who has just awakened his king-level physique. The Sanshin Ut, Feng Songyun took a deep breath and gently pushed Yi Qinghuan forward. Understanding the cue, Yi Qinghuan stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Shangwan Lai. I have the honor of meeting the young master of Wan Shoumin, Protector Shangwan, and the third princess of Tianwu Yao sect, as well as Elder Tong. You are Yi Qinghuan? Indeed, a hero emerges from youth, Shangwan Lai remarked, offering a slight smile of praise. Tuoba Qi simply nodded, engaging in no verbal exchange. Although Yi Qinghuan felt a twinge of displeasure, he suppressed it. Xin Yuan Mingwei shot a cold glance at Yi Qinghuan, expressionless as she uttered a single word. Congratulations, congratulations. After 30 years, Lansong sect has finally produced a genius with a king-level physique. The sect leader has sent Elder Tong and the third princess to convey their congratulations. Tong Lao stepped forward with a beaming smile, eager to maintain the atmosphere. They had come with significant intentions today. They could not allow Wan Shoumin to steal the spotlight. Thus, Tong Fei and Shangwan Lai began their silent contest. Feng Songyun observed the two subtly contesting, and his smile grew even brighter. One was seemingly unremarkable, yet in truth was the foremost guardian of Wan Shoumin, Shangwan Lai, who had awakened the exceedingly rare tyrant body among the 96 king physiques. Had it not been for the injuries he sustained a decade ago, he would have long since claimed the position of sect leader. Why would he settle for being in the shadows, serving as the protector of the young master Tuoba Qi? The other was the guardian of the previous holy maiden of Tianwu Yao sect, whose cultivation and status were on par with Shangwan Lai. These two individuals, who typically would not spare a glance for Feng Songyun, were now actively seeking to ingratiate themselves with him, even lowering their stature. This was undoubtedly a tremendous shock for Feng Songyun, lifting his spirits. Such respect stemmed from the elevation of strength. The emergence of a king-level physique signified that Lansong sect would soon become a force to be reckoned with. Additionally, Lansong sect's unique geographical position, nestled between Wan Shoumin and Tianwu Yao sect, while also connecting to the Dark Barrier and the earthly refinement Demon Cave, made it an undeniable center of influence. To celebrate Chenghuan's awakening of the king-level physique and ascension to the top position, I have prepared a special gift. I hope my esteemed nephew will not disdain it. At this moment, Shangwan Lai clapped his hands, presenting a grand gift. A warm, earthy yellow glow radiated from it, instantly enveloping the crowd in a palpable heaviness. This the earth essence. Upon witnessing this object, Yi Qinghuan trembled uncontrollably with excitement. The earth essence is a divine treasure formed from the earth's absorption of the sun and moon's essence. It contains the quintessence and mysteries of the earth, with greater age yielding greater benefits. For Yi Qinghuan, who possessed the same elemental affinity with the Sanshin Ut, This treasure could indeed facilitate a transformative enhancement to his power. Clearly, this earth essence was of utmost importance to Yi Qinghuan. Wan Shoumen's gift was exceedingly generous. Your eye is sharp. It is indeed 30-year-old earth essence. Shang Wanlai nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Wan Shoumen is far too courteous. Your presence here at Lansong Sect is already a privilege. This 30-year-old earth essence is simply too precious. It cannot be accepted. Feng Songyun gazed at the resplendent earth essence before him. Elated internally, yet outwardly he continued to refuse with gestures of modesty. This was a classic strategy of feigned reluctance. Hearing this, Tuoba, who had been mostly silent, suddenly stepped forward, thrusting the earth essence into Feng Songyun's arms, proclaiming, "Elder Yi, to say such a thing would hurt our feelings. Our sect leader has repeatedly instructed us to ensure this is delivered into your hands. Not only is it a congratulatory gift, but it also symbolizes the long-standing friendship between our two sects. If you refuse, I will undoubtedly face severe consequences from the sect leader." As he spoke, his gaze casually swept towards the members of Tianwu Yao sect. Particularly Xianyuan Mingwe. It was evident that part of his statement was deliberately aimed at Xianyuan Mingwe, the representative of Tianwu Yao sect. Their purpose for visiting today was to extend goodwill towards Lansong sect, making it crucial to take the initiative. Given the current circumstances, Wan Shoumen held the upper hand. In contrast, Xianyuan Mingwe had remained silent since her arrival, offering no indication of goodwill, which inevitably suggested a lack of sincerity from Tianwu Yao sect. For the sake of enduring friendship between Lansong sect and Wan Shoumen, I shall graciously accept. Feng Songyun ceased his refusals and accepted Wan Shoumen's generous gift. Subsequently, in front of everyone, he passed it to Yi Qinghuan, instructing him not to disappoint the sect's expectations. Yi Qinghuan's face radiated with unrestrained joy as he respectfully accepted the offerings from the esteemed elder, expressing, "I shall undoubtedly live up to the sect's benevolence and expectations." Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What gifts has the heavenly demon martial sect brought this time? Why not present them for all to behold?" Observing that their matters were concluded while the representatives of the heavenly demon martial sect remained silent, Tuoba could no longer restrain himself and provocatively remarked, "Their purpose for this visit was to undermine the heavenly demon martial sect while simultaneously ingratiating themselves with the Lansong sect." Witnessing the expressions of Feng Songyun and Yi Qinghuan, one could easily infer that they were treating the group with utmost reverence, as if they were their ancestors. Clearly, their objective had been achieved. Feeling somewhat bored, Tuoba took the initiative to provoke Xianyuan Mingwe. In the face of Tuoba taunt, Xianyuan Mingwe remained unfazed. Her countenance bore no trace of emotion, resembling a true iceberg, aloof and regal, forbidding any approach to suggest that our Lansong sect is deliberately seeking to benefit from the heavenly demon martial sect would be utterly inappropriate. The arrival of the third princess is already a monumental honor for us. Although Feng Songyun felt a tinge of displeasure, he maintained a veneer of politeness. After all, the strength of the heavenly demon martial sect was formidable, far beyond what he and the Lansong sect could provoke. Tong Fei shot Tuoba a glare, her cold smile betraying her disdain. "What concern is it of yours what sincerity the heavenly demon martial sect possesses? You are but a child with little prowess. Yet your tongue is quite loquacious." As Tong Fei took the offensive, Shang Wanlai immediately retaliated. "What do you mean by that? How dare you speak disrespectfully to our young sect master? Clearly, your heavenly demon martial sect has come here with designs against our 10,000 Beast sect." Just as Tong Fei and Shang Wanlai were at odds, Xianyuan Mingwe suddenly raised her head, her gaze sweeping across the crowd, and spoke with startling gravity. "I have come today on the orders of the Demon Emperor to fulfill the agreement made between our two sects 20 years ago. However, this matter requires the personal involvement of your sect master to be completed." Her words struck like thunder in a clear sky. Both Shang Wanlai and Tuoba expressions shifted dramatically. 20 years ago. An agreement? Why had the 10,000 Beast sect received no news of it? What could it possibly entail? Observing Xianyuan Mingwe's calm demeanor, Tuoba instinctively considered whether it involved a marriage alliance with the chief disciple of the Lansong sect. Oh no, With the heavenly demon martial sect's stature, strength, and Xianyuan Mingyue's own potential, it was more apt to say they sought a suitor. The notion of a 20-year agreement was nothing but sheer folly. It was evident that they were using this pretext to absorb the future of the Lansong sect under their wing. Should this occur, the Lansong sect would be unwittingly bound to the heavenly demon martial sect, inevitably gaining renown and power in the short term. This was undoubtedly a perilous signal for the 10,000 Beast sect. They could not allow it to succeed. Young master, do not rush. Let us first patiently listen to their discourse. With my presence, I shall ensure the heavenly demon martial sect does not prevail. You require our sect master to personally intervene. However, he is currently in seclusion. Any matters can be directed to our esteemed elder, as he now oversees the entirety of the Lansong sect. Yi Qinghuan's smile was exuberant. Feng Songyun then stepped forward, asserting, "Indeed, you may discuss this directly with me." Yet before he could finish, Xianyuan Mingyue interjected. "I apologize, but my lack of trust in Elder Feng is not the issue. The agreement was established between the Demon Emperor and your sect master, and can only be fulfilled by them in person. I am merely a messenger. Is that not a bit too unreasonable?" Yi Qinghuan's brow furrowed, revealing his dissatisfaction. "Fear not. In just a few days, the grand competition of our Lansong sect will take place, and our sect master will undoubtedly emerge to preside over the proceedings." Feng Songyun suddenly interjected, smiling as he waved his hand dismissively. "Excellent. By the way, there is one more matter. The Demon Emperor has heard that you recently replaced your chief disciple." Xianyuan Mingyue's tone shifted abruptly. Feng Songyun's expression tightened. "What does this matter have to do with the agreement?" Somewhat, Xianyuan Mingyue nodded, yet refrained from elaborating. "How do you know about this?" "That was merely a reckless fool who, unable to accept reality upon losing his position, insisted on a duel to the death with me. No matter how he struggles, he cannot change the fact that I, Yi Qinghuan, am the chief disciple of the Lansong sect." Upon hearing this, Yi Qinghuan's countenance shifted slightly, though he casually remarked, "Who would have thought Xianyuan Mingyue would be aware of the agreement between him and Yi Qinghuan? Why does that useless Jiang Chongkong seem to be everywhere? Especially today, his schemes led to Yi Chengyufai being publicly judged and tragically dying before my eyes. It has thoroughly struck a nerve." Though Yi Qinghuan appeared indifferent toward Yi Chengyufai, he held deep concern for him. In his youth, Yi Chengyufai was the only one who stood by him, even going so far as to steal to ensure his survival. Feng Songyun was correct. Yi Chengyufai had always been Yi Qinghuan's greatest vulnerability. Therefore, he was determined to avenge Yi Chengyufai by personally slaying Jiang Chongkong. However, Yi Chengyufai's death also made Yi Qinghuan realize that Jiang Chongkong had not been rendered a useless husk due to the previous ambush within the Dark Barrier. Otherwise, he would not have remained unscathed and even turned the tables on all those who sought to kill him. Just a reckless fool? Xianyuan Mingyue raised her delicate brows slightly, yet smiled silently. He had once been the only one to defeat her. Although she had not awakened her abilities at that time, a loss is a loss. It was precisely because of this that Xianyuan Mingyue had kept a close watch on the movements of the Lansong sect, yearning for a day to confront Jiang Chongkong once more. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would suffer grave injuries, becoming a mere shadow of his former self, and losing his position as chief disciple. Feng Songyun, fearing that Yi Qinghuan's good fortune might be disrupted, hastily interjected, attempting to steer the conversation back on track. "Indeed, he is a person of little consequence. When is your agreement set to take place?" Xianyuan Mingyue, however, directed her attention back to Yi Qinghuan, breaking the stalemate 0.7 days from now at the grand competition. Yi Qinghuan replied candidly, "Then I shall eagerly await to witness Brother Ye's prowess at the competition." Xianyuan Mingyue cast a glance at Yi Qinghuan, uttering a disingenuous compliment. "Lady Mingyue's gracious acknowledgement is my greatest motivation," Yi Qinghuan replied with a bow, unabashedly revealing his admiration for her. The timeless truth remains: a graceful lady is a gentleman's pursuit. This principle is immutable, especially when it concerns an exceptional woman like Xianyuan Mingyue. Tong Fei seamlessly took the conversation forward. "In a few days, it seems I shall need to reside within the Lansong sect." "That works well. I haven't seen Songyue in quite some time. It will be a perfect opportunity for us to reunite. Xinyuan Mingyue suddenly recalled someone and nodded enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Feng Songyun's heart soared with joy, and he readily agreed. So, Sang Yue and the third princess are old acquaintances? That is wonderful indeed, to think that Sang Yue and Xinyuan Mingyue were familiar with one another. If utilized wisely, this connection could foster a good relationship between Sang Yue and the heavenly demon martial sect. Then, I shall rely on Brother Yi. Tong Fei nodded, smiling warmly at Feng Songyun. Xinyuan Mingyue, however, returned to her icy demeanor, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Shangguan Lai and Tooba Chi exchanged glances and bowed to Feng Songyun. Such a fortunate event. How could our 10,000 Bees sect possibly miss it? This is the perfect opportunity for us to learn from the Lansong sect and engage in mutual discussions. The Lansong sect is evidently a land of heroes and spirits. Having traveled thousands of miles, it would be a shame not to linger for a few days to exchange insights. Tooba Chi stepped forward, extolling the virtues of the Lansong sect, that I believe the young master's proposal is excellent. Brother Yi would not reject our humble request. Would he? Shangguan Lai smiled, casting a meaningful glance at Feng Songyun. Such words from Brother Shangguan are too courteous that it would be an honor for the young master of the 10,000 Beast sect to stay and offer guidance. Xinghuan, I entrust this matter to you. Feng Songyun dared not utter a negative response, immediately agreeing and assigning the task to Yi Qinghuan. Yes, esteemed elder. Yi Qinghuan bowed and swiftly led the members of the 10,000 Beast sect and the heavenly demon martial sect to their accommodations. He understood that the elder must appease both parties without offending either. After all, the strength of either the heavenly demon martial sect or the 10,000 Beast sect could easily overwhelm the Lansong sect. It was imperative to maintain cordial relations with both. Seeing Feng Songyun's agreement, Shangguan Lai and Tooba Chi exchanged knowing smiles. Thus they could bide their time, monitoring the movements of the heavenly demon martial sect while scheming to undermine them. Moreover, their visit had a private agenda, to capture Tooba Yun, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble from the Lansong sect discovering traces later. The most prudent and mutually beneficial course of action is to remain within the confines of the sect for the time being. When a moment arrives, even if they are discovered afterwards, it can be easily explained without raising suspicions about their true intentions. Chapter 41. Who on earth are you? At the Lansong Pavilion, Tooba Yun and Guogwa had been there for several days. However, they had never interacted with the disciples who came to select martial arts techniques, as they had been assigned to an independent room in the back mountain after delivering Jiang Chongkong's instructions to Baifeng. Wow, this place is so vast. One day, Guogwa emerged from the back mountain and excitedly spun around outside the Lansong Pavilion. Ever since Jiang Chongkong subdued the void extreme ice, Guogwa's condition had remained remarkably stable. But during these few days at the pavilion, she had become increasingly childlike. Guogwa, don't run around. This is someone else's territory. Our task is to quietly wait here. Tooba Yun caught Guogwa firmly, his gaze involuntarily drifting to Baifeng, who was reclining in a chair outside the pavilion. Following Tooba Yun's line of sight, Guogwa saw Baifeng, and her large eyes blinked rapidly in surprise as she timidly hid behind Tooba Yun. Whispering, Xiaoyan, why does he have a broken horn on his head and scales on his body? Guogwa, what nonsense are you spouting? How rude. Tooba Yun hurriedly covered Guogwa's mouth, casting a wary glance at Baifeng. Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared before Guogwa like a phantom. It was Baifeng, who had been napping in the chair. You little girl. No, it's your eyes that are peculiar. Who are you? His azure eyes, reminiscent of the deep sea, fixed on Guogwa, as if a terrifying tsunami was about to engulf her. Terrified, Guogwa cowered behind Tooba Yun, her petite body trembling uncontrollably. Tooba Yun quickly spread his arms to shield Guogwa and sincerely apologized to Baifeng, saying, my sister is still young and often speaks nonsense. I apologize on her behalf. I hope you, esteemed one, can overlook her words. Step aside. I am not questioning you. Baifeng waved his hand with some displeasure. Boom! Tooba Yun's body was unexpectedly lifted off the ground, crashing violently against a nearby stone tablet. Who exactly are you? How can you perceive my true form? Baifeng's expression darkened as he stared at Guogwa, questioning her word by word. Wah, you're so fierce. I won't talk to you. Wah, already frightened. lost Tuoba Yun's protection and collapsed to the ground, wailing loudly. Guoba! Tuoba Yun struggled out from the stone tablet, frantically rushing toward Guoba. However, an exceptionally powerful force intercepted them, forcefully pushing Tuoba Yun back. Damn it, break through! In a fit of rage, Tuoba Yun unleashed his full strength, throwing punches at the air. Boom, boom, boom. His body began to condense its fur. A massive power surged within him, and with wild swings of his fists, a scorching light suddenly illuminated the surroundings, causing the air to shudder. Tear. In the next moment, that invisible barrier was cracked by Tuoba Yun's assault. But that was all. Despite his utmost effort, Tuoba Yun could only achieve this "Oh, not bully my Xiaoyun, you wicked person." Witnessing Tuoba Yun's setback, a hint of anger surged on Guogua's delicate face. Hiss. Chilling energy uncontrollably surged from her body, attempting to entwine around Baifeng. Yet, an invisible force firmly blocked the cold energy from penetrating Baifeng's body, producing a chilling, piercing sound. This? The void extreme ice? Who exactly are you? Speak quickly, or I will not treat him kindly. Baifeng's expression turned serious. I am Guo. What I see is how you look. Wah, Guo cried out in grievance once more. What did you say? You see me like this. It's impossible. Unless your eyes are. Baifeng's expression flickered with surprise, involuntarily leaning closer to Guo to scrutinize her eyes. Wah? What are you going to do? Xiaoyun, save me. As Baifeng approached, Guo began to wail uncontrollably. The terrifying cold surged once more, moving a step closer to Baifeng, yet still unable to make contact. Guo! Tuoba Yun let out a beastly roar, unleashing his latent potential at that moment. A gigantic illusion of a Kunping erupted from behind him, amplifying his strength exponentially. With a furious punch charged with endless rage, he swung wildly. Boom! The force of his punch surged forth as if it were a tangible entity. This was the evolution of his fist, the essence of his martial intent. To his surprise, fury had allowed Tuoba Yun to break through his limits, instantly comprehending the essence of his fist. Crack! The barrier that had originally stood before him shattered in response. And Tuoba Yun, elated, charged through, only to be intercepted once again by another barrier. T turned out to be a barrier composed of countless shields. Even with his potential ignited, Tuoba Yun had only managed to shatter one of them. Yet the chasm between him and Baifeng was like that between heaven and earth. No matter how furious he was, he could not bridge this be able to awaken one's physique merely through anger and inflict injury upon my water curtain barrier. Truly worthy of the Kunpeng physique, it's a pity you have yet to find the key to unlock its true power. Otherwise, today would have taken quite some effort. Baifeng glanced at Tuoba Yun with a hint of astonishment, shaking his head in disappointment. Return Guo to me. In a fit of rage, Tuoba Yun charged at Baifeng without a second thought. Even a speck of dust dares to vie with the moonlight. Go cultivate for 1,000 years, Baifeng scoffed dismissively, then waved his hand. Boom! The crazed Tuoba Yun was instantly struck hard, his vision going dark as he fainted. Xiaoyun! Witnessing Tuoba Yun collapse, Guo let out a heart-wrenching scream. Do not be afraid, little girl. Your Xiaoyun has merely fainted and is unharmed. Allow me to see your eyes. Baifeng leaned closer to Guo, attempting to soothe her. Boom! At that moment, the void extreme ice erupted, coalescing into a ball, successfully breaking through Baifeng's water curtain barrier, causing Guo's figure to vanish before Baifeng's eyes. In an instant, she appeared before Tuoba Yun, collapsing onto his chest and crying bitterly. Xiaoyun, please wake up. She had merged with the void extreme ice, passed through my water curtain barrier. How is this possible? Baifeng was utterly shocked by the scene before him. Even the mightiest cultivators of the myriad realms could not easily breach his water curtain barrier. Yet today, it had been breached by these two siblings, one creating a gap and the other passing straight through. What on earth is happening? Just as Baifeng attempted to approach Guo again, a figure suddenly appeared, blocking his path and scolding loudly. What kind of person bullies a child? I see your 1,000 years of life have been wasted. It was Jiang Chongkong, who had just emerged from seclusion. Remembering his agreement with Tuoba Yun, he arrived just in time to witness the unfolding scene. Itsu. Baifeng's gaze sharpened upon seeing Jiang Chongkong. Apologies, little Gua, for arriving late and causing you fright. Jiang Chongkong gently stroked Guogua's head, softly apologizing. Brother Chongkong, he was fierce and even injured my Xiaoyan, just because I said he had a broken horn and scales on his body. How strange, Guogua, finding solace in Jiang Chongkong, threw herself into his embrace, bursting into a storm of tears. Look at the state you frightened her into. Truly disrespectful of your elders. Jiang Chongkong comforted Guogua while shooting a fierce glare at Baifeng. Reprimanding him, in response, Baifeng erupted with fury. A mere disciple dares to chastise me. Even if your sect leader were present, he would still treat me with utmost respect. A terrifying aura surged forth from his body, sweeping toward Jiang Chongkong and Tang Yunjiao. In an instant, the sky above the Lansong Pavilion changed dramatically. Jiang Chongkong, unafraid, unsheathed his sword, policy, protecting himself and his companions, as Baifeng's terrifying aura clashed violently against it. Boom! The policy remained steadfast, while Baifeng's aura collapsed in an instant. What are you to speak so arrogantly to me? If it weren't for your connection to Bai Qianfan, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Let me tell you, reprimanding you is already giving you face. Do not overstep your bounds. Be wary, or I shall strip your dragon bones to fashion a spear. Jiang Chongkong cast a cold glare at Baifeng. The first time he unleashed his oppressive aura in front of others. Chapter 42. Unexpectedly, a casual threat was enough to intimidate him. Boom! A terrifying and unassailable majesty emanated from Jiang Chongkong, directed straight at Baifeng. Even though his soul was merely a remnant, it still contained a trace of the pressure from an ancient divine ruler. Despite the passage of eons, it was a force that Baifeng could not withstand. Caught off guard, Baifeng was initially overwhelmed by this aura, his body involuntarily bending down, a faint impulse to prostrate himself stirring within him. Impudent, how dare you directly invoke my father's name? Baifeng's expression abruptly darkened, and he summoned all his strength to resist Jiang Chongkong. What are you? I could call him by Qianfan, and he would be delighted for 3 days and nights. Otherwise, I would simply refer to him as the little white dragon. How dare you, a mere snake that cannot even transform into a dragon, act so arrogantly before me? Jiang Chongkong glared at Baifeng, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Who? Who are you? And how do you know my true form? Even my father's name? Baifeng exclaimed, panic-stricken, trembling uncontrollably as if he had seen a ghost. His father was the legendary White Dragon Emperor, renowned throughout the ancient divine realm. How could this young brat possibly know of him? You dare to question me? Jiang Chongkong sneered, pressing down his oppressive aura towards Baifeng. Thud! Unable to bear the weight of this aura, Baifeng collapsed to his knees before Jiang Chongkong, bowing his once proud head. Forgive me, it was my ignorance that offended you. I hope you can overlook my transgressions. I am willing to do anything for you. As long as you enlighten me, terrified that a single misstep could cost him his life, Baifeng immediately chose to submit. Tang Yunzhou, standing nearby, was utterly astonished, the esteemed guardian of Lansong Pavilion, whom even the sect master of Lansong would treat with utmost respect, was now bowing before Jiang Chongkong. This completely shattered Tang Yunzhou's understanding, and his admiration for Jiang Chongkong reached unprecedented heights. At that moment, Jiang Chongkong appeared almost divine in his eyes. You dare to negotiate with me? Jiang Chongkong's expression suddenly darkened. Baifeng quickly retracted his words. I admit my mistake. I am willing to serve you unconditionally. For the sake of the little white dragon, I shall spare your life today, but your service depends on your performance. Not everyone is qualified to serve me. Your father was merely a pitiful creature I saved. Yet he ultimately became what he is today. Such fortune cannot be grasped by mere desire. Jiang Chongkong slowly withdrew his majesty, looking down on Baifeng with disdain. Yes, I understand. I will do my utmost to prove myself worthy of such great fortune like my father. Baifeng nodded fervently, showering Jiang Chongkong with flattery. Where was the arrogance he had shown earlier? Where was the demeanor of a guardian of Lansong Pavilion, revered even by the sect master? Stand aside. Give me some 9 Heavens green spiral tea to rinse my mouth. Jiang Chongkong plopped down on the ground, casually waving at Baifeng. Bai Feng's face instantly contorted with difficulty. My lord, I have only had the nine heavens green spiral tea a few times when I came of age, and now I truly do not know where to procure it for you. Ah, I almost forgot. Then bring me your very best. Jiang Chongkong paused for a moment before issuing another command. Yes, yes, I shall fetch it at once, Bai Feng replied without hesitation and immediately set about his task. Brother Chongkong, you are so powerful. To have subdued him in an instant. You have avenged Xiao Yun and me. Xiao Guo bounced over to Jiang Chongkong, her previous liveliness restored that I never expected a casual threat would be enough to intimidate him. Jiang Chongkong slumped on the ground, responding casually, this moment. Xiao Guo was completely oblivious to the pallor of his face. Brother Chongkong, you are far too modest. How could it be so easy to intimidate him? Xiao Guo chuckled, shaking her head. Jiang Chongkong was not lying. Earlier, he had indeed intimidated Bai Feng with his oppressive aura merely to frighten him. With his current remnant soul, he was incapable of truly overpowering Bai Feng, let alone suppressing or killing him. Most, it was a display of imposing presence, effective for intimidation. Fortunately, having utilized the Ziyang Nine Locks heavenly technique to slay Zhou Jiao and absorbing his cultivation, Jiang Chongkong's remnant soul had recovered to a certain extent, coupled with his intimate knowledge of Bai Feng's bloodline, which allowed him to successfully subdue Bai Feng. However, he was taken aback by how easily the descendant of the little white dragon crumbled, timid as a mouse. Yet upon reflection, it was indeed remarkable. Eons ago, he had inadvertently saved the little white dragon, leading to the emergence of the unparalleled White Dragon Emperor. Now, encountering his descendant in this life seemed to be a fateful encounter. However, the force he had forcibly drawn from his remnant soul had left him momentarily drained, rendering him unable to gather spiritual energy for about the duration of a tea break. Big brother, are you all right? Guo finally sensed something amiss and hugged Jiang Chongkong tightly, her face etched with worry. Clearly, her keen eyes had perceived Jiang Chongkong's true condition. In response, Jiang Chongkong affectionately ruffled Guo's hair, assuring her, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Yun is also well. She will awaken shortly." Guo nodded and scrutinized Jiang Chongkong once more before suddenly mumbling, "Brother Chongkong, why are there two different phantoms behind you? That black phantom looks so terrifying. Guo, come here and let me see your eyes." Jiang Chongkong's heart jolted as he leaned closer to examine her eyes intently. His astonishment. Within those large eyes lay an unfathomable, vast starry expanse. Just a single glance ensnared Jiang Chongkong, as if he were being drawn into that infinite abyss. Could this be the legendary void eye that perceives the essence of all beings? Jiang Chongkong hurriedly withdrew his focus, murmuring in shock, with the void ice emanating from Guo and the existence of what appeared to be the void eye. What on earth was going on? Why did Xiao Guo have such a deep connection with the dark realm of the void? Suddenly, three shadows sprang from the side, rushing towards Toba Yun and Guo. "Finally found you. Capture them." Jiang Chongkong's heart sank at the realization of the impending danger. Earlier, his forceful use of his remnant soul's power to intimidate Bai Feng had inadvertently dulled his senses, allowing others to take advantage of the situation. Bang! Just as the three figures were about to seize Toba Yun and Guo, they suddenly let out a grunt and crashed to the ground. "Damn it, there's a barrier. Be careful." The three, now aware of the situation, exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. It turned out that Toba Yun and Guo were within an invisible barrier, and their unanticipated ambush had left the three in a state of disarray. "Shadow bats, you are not from Lansong sect. Where did you come from?" Jiang Chongkong finally discerned that the three shadows were, in fact, three shadow bats, yet they possessed humanoid forms and spoke in human tongues. This bizarre scene startled Jiang Chongkong. No wonder he had previously failed to detect their presence. Shadow bats are fierce beasts dwelling in dark and damp environments, capable of transforming into shadows, and are adept at stealth and ambush, particularly in the night. Their only weakness is sunlight, which significantly diminishes their combat abilities during the day. This was precisely what astonished Jiang Chongkong. The three shadow bats before him appeared completely unaffected by this weakness. Moreover, through the eye of destiny, Jiang Chong Kong realized that this was not a mere trait, but a unique form that bridged the gap between humans and beasts, allowing them to overcome their original flaws. As evidenced by their humanoid forms and ability to speak, could it be that they were a hybrid of humans and beasts? This was a grave taboo. It was known that thousands of years ago, interbreeding between humans and beasts was strictly prohibited to preserve the purity of the human bloodline, and the ferocity of the beastkin could lead to dominance in their offspring, causing them to spiral out of control. Who would have thought that after 10 millennia, someone would dare to commit such a transgression? Chapter 43. The Shadow Bat Squad Boom. A suffocating and terrifying power suddenly descended, causing the three who were poised to strike to be struck by a tremendous force in an instant. They were firmly pinned down, unable to move. Who dares to intrude upon my domain? The imposing presence was at least that of a skyward realm expert. To think such a powerful being lurked within Lansong sect. The intelligence was incorrect. Retreat. The three individuals exchanged glances, their hearts gripped by an overwhelming terror, and swiftly reached a decision. No sooner had the words left their lips than their figures flickered, transforming into three ethereal shadows in an attempt to escape the imposing presence and seize the opportunity to flee. As if to challenge their audacity, a thunderous voice boomed in their ears. Do you think this old man's domain is so easily forsaken? Suddenly, an unparalleled force descended upon them. The trio had scarcely registered the threat before being utterly pierced by this power, meeting their demise in an instant. Master, please enjoy the tea. White Maple, who had silently executed the three, nonchalantly presented the brewed tea to Jiang Chong Kong with utmost respect. Jiang Chong Kong accepted the cup. Taking a sip, the tea, imbued with a unique fragrance, transformed into a rich spiritual essence that swiftly nourished his body. The profound weakness he had suffered from forcibly wielding the remnants of a soul dissipated, restoring him to his former state, even surpassing it. This tea is rather decent. Xiao, you should have some too. Jiang Chong Kong nodded slightly, handing a cup to Xiao. She took the tea, blowing on it vigorously several times before cautiously bringing it to her lips and sipping slowly. How could tea brewed by White Maple be anything but extraordinary? Boom! The moment the tea entered her body, it rapidly transformed into spiritual energy, filling her entire being and causing an explosive surge. In the next instant, her form visibly expanded, quickly blossoming into that of a graceful young maiden. Her once loose clothing shrank to barely conceal her modesty. At long last, we meet again, fire. Oh no, I should now call you Brother Chong Kong. Xiao Gua exclaimed, excitement dancing in her eyes as she licked her lips while gazing at Jiang Chong Kong. Buffed, caught off guard, Jiang Chong Kong spat out his tea. He turned to glare at White Maple. What kind of tea is this, that it transformed Gua like this? Xiao Gua clutching her teacup, sniffed it delicately before interjecting. This is brewed from three-leaf agarwood grass. Not only does drinking it increase one's spiritual energy, but even inhaling it can enhance it tremendously. The three-leaf agarwood grass is a 6th-tier spiritual herb, capable of producing 6th-grade elixirs, even 7th-grade ones, if in the hands of an alchemist. Its value is immeasurable and exceedingly rare. Perhaps only a few could be found within the entire Lansong sect. Yet, White Maple had the audacity to brew tea with it, truly an extravagant indulgence. White Maple waved his hand dismissively. It's merely a 6th-tier spiritual herb. In my heyday, I would use 8th-tier herbs for foot baths and 9th-tier herbs for tea. Not to mention royal-grade herbs for a wash. Enough of this. Is your family's penchant for boasting hereditary? Jiang Chong Kong remarked, rolling his eyes in annoyance. My apologies, master. White Maple's expression sank as he began to apologize profusely. Jiang Chong Kong gestured dismissively. Stop calling me master. It's rather irritating. Just address me as young master like Little Bai Long did back in the day. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master, White Maple exclaimed, dropping to his knees, bowing repeatedly in excitement. This was genuine elation, to follow in the footsteps of someone who had once accompanied his father, the White Dragon Emperor, was an unparalleled honor for White Maple. It has been so long. How about a kiss? Xiao Guo suddenly threw herself into Jiang Chong Kong's embrace, holding him tightly. Xiao Guo, what has gotten into you? Jiang Chong Kong stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. I can't maintain this state for long. You must hurry. Xiaoguo looked up, playfully winking at him. You're not Xiaoguo. Who are you? Jiang Chong Kong furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss. Though this was Xiaoguo's body, the person before him was undoubtedly not her. Quick to react. What a pity you've forgotten me, you heartless man. Truly, all men are deceivers. I held steadfast for you until the very end, only to end up in such a plight. She covered her face, feigning tears. Who are you really? With so many clues laid before you, how can you remain oblivious? The void ice, the eye of the void. It's you. I had always felt that these two elements were utterly incongruous with Xiaoguo. Hush, she suddenly raised a finger to silence Jiang Chong Kong. You mustn't speak of this. Otherwise, that wretched person will come knocking at the first opportunity. If that happens, all our efforts will be in vain. But why are you in Xiaoguo's body? Jiang Chong Kong took a deep breath. Guess, she replied playfully, winking again. Stop joking. Jiang Chong Kong's expression turned serious. All right, I won't tease you any longer. It's just a shame that the seal has reformed. I'll be locked away in a little dark room again. Help me find the rebirth pill, the 10,000 beast wheel. She leaned in, planting a swift kiss on Jiang Chong Kong's cheek before collapsing to the ground, shivering. Following this, her body deflated like a deflating balloon, rapidly shrinking before Jiang Chong Kong's eyes. In an instant, she reverted to her childlike form, falling into a deep slumber. This girl's condition is indeed peculiar. White Maple, who had witnessed everything, wore a grave expression. It seems that only by completely healing can the fundamental issue be resolved. The rebirth pill, the 10,000 beast will. Jiang Chong Kong gazed at the sleeping Xiaoguo. Reflecting on the crucial bits of information, his fists clenched tightly, his expression serious. Who are these three individuals? At that moment, his gaze suddenly fell upon the three corpses, their unfamiliar faces and attire, not belonging to our Lansong sect. Could they be disciples of another sect? White Maple glanced at the bodies and nodded, confirming that they were indeed not disciples of the Lansong sect, and their bloodlines appeared unusual. They are members of the 1B sect's Shadow Bat team. At that moment, Tuoba Yun slowly stirred from his stupor, speaking up. What are 1B sect members doing here in the Lansong sect? White Maple cast a meaningful glance at Tuoba Yun. You guessed correctly. They came for me. They possess neither the Shadow Bat physique nor the ability to transform into human form. Yet they managed to wield the powers of the Shadow Bat while retaining their human shape, perfectly overcoming the Shadow Bat's inherent flaws. Jiang Chong Kong approached Tuoba Yun step by step, firing questions. You can see through their essence. How is that possible? Aside from the 1B sect, no one else knows of this matter. The less you know, the better for you. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly invite disaster. Tuoba Yun regarded Jiang Chong Kong intently, speaking as he suddenly slapped his own head with force. Ever since he had forcibly activated his physique to break through White Maple's barrier, his soul sea had spiraled out of control, undoing all the painstaking suppression he had maintained. What troubled him even more was that, although he had sensed Jiang Chong Kong was extraordinary, he had not anticipated that he could discern the peculiarities of the Shadow Bat team at a glance. Coupled with his connection to Guo, who exactly is this person? You think I wouldn't have guessed even if you hadn't spoken, since I can see through their essence. Jiang Chong Kong glared at Tuoba Yun, scoffing da-da, before he could finish. Tuoba Yun suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, with a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Tuoba Yun, what's wrong? The sudden turn of events caught both Jiang Chong Kong and White Maple off guard. They exchanged glances, and White Maple, raising his hands innocently, exclaimed, I swear, young master, this wasn't me. I know why you're anxious. Jiang Chong Kong rolled his eyes in exasperation, slowly moving closer to Tuoba Yun. Chapter 44. Soul-eating Gu, reflecting on Tuoba Yun's earlier odd behavior of repeatedly striking his own head, Jiang Chong Kong's gaze fixated on his skull. In the next moment, the Eye of Fate activated. Jiang Chong Kong's vision pierced through Tuoba Yun's head, revealing the hidden soul sea within. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning flashed above Tuoba Yun's soul sea, crashing violently into the depths and triggering a fierce upheaval. This is the soul-eating goo. Jiang Chong Kong's eye of fate emitted a soft glow, locking onto the purple flash and revealing its true form. It was an exceptionally rare soul-eating goo, a creature that thrived on parasitizing the heads of other beings, relentlessly eroding their essence. At its mildest, it would influence one's thoughts and judgments. At its worst, it could seize control of one's will entirely. But that's not the most terrifying part. The most horrifying aspect is that once it has absorbed enough nourishment, it will devour your soul and take its place, then seek out a new host, a soul-eating goo. How could such a vile creature be harbored within this young man? The one who placed this curse must have a vendetta against him. Even Bai Feng, with his formidable cultivation, could not help but shudder upon hearing the name of the soul-devouring goo, exclaiming in a stern voice that it was highly likely that the people from the 10,000 Beast sect had employed this to control him while simultaneously forcefully suppressing his Sun Kuan Peng form, preventing its awakening for an extended period. Unexpectedly, he managed to escape and even temporarily sealed the range of the soul-devouring goo's activities. Regrettably, in his desperate attempt to save Guogua, he had inadvertently broken free, thus allowing the soul-devouring goo to escape and wreak havoc once more. After carefully observing the situation, Jiang Chong Kong gradually articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng immediately knelt on one knee, proactively seeking to atone for his actions, pleading for the young master's punishment. "Enough, I am not blaming you," Jiang Chong Kong replied, his tone turning gravely serious. "However, if we disregard this matter, Tuoba Yun might not survive the day." He waved his hand dismissively. With a thought, Jiang Chong Kong slowly unleashed his life and death twin body. This was the first time he showcased his extraordinary constitution before others. Two enormous phantoms, one black and one white, materialized behind him, emanating two distinctly different auras that a twin body constitution. Could it be the so-called useless life and death twin body? Bai Feng stared in astonishment at the two figures that appeared behind Jiang Chong Kong, his eyes widening in shock. This was indeed the first time he had witnessed the life and death twin body. Wasn't it reputed to be utterly devoid of merit? Your reaction is strikingly reminiscent of the one displayed by the little white dragon upon first encountering it. Jiang Chong Kong turned his head to glance at Bai Feng, instinctively smiling. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Feng's eyes, followed by a hint of embarrassment as he remarked, "Although my father has many offspring, I'm certain I am his biological child. Furthermore, please rest assured, young master, that no one outside my barrier can see anything by Qian Fan. For all his merits, was notoriously unable to restrain his carnal desires. Otherwise, I would not have given him the nickname Little White Dragon in the Waves." Jiang Chong Kong recalled past events with a wry smile. Bai Qianfan's life could be described as legendary, yet his penchant for indulgence had always been a point of criticism. "It is simply his nature. His nature." Bai Feng sheepishly scratched his head and murmured in response, "Let us cease this idle chatter. Focus your mind, for I shall require your support at any moment." Jiang Chong Kong instinctively made a peculiar gesture towards Bai Feng, speaking with utmost seriousness. Having just recovered, he was acutely aware that he lacked absolute confidence in confronting the troublesome soul-devouring goo. Given the soul-devouring goo's inherently greedy and cunning nature, engaging it directly within Tuoba Yun's Sea of Souls would likely result in mutual destruction, ultimately benefiting the soul-devouring goo. The only viable approach was to lure it out. Upon seeing this gesture, Bai Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, an overwhelming tide of emotions surging within him. "Yes, young master." He nodded fervently, disregarding all else. This gesture had been emphasized repeatedly by the White Dragon Emperor. Upon witnessing it, one must comply with all demands without hesitation, even at the cost of their own life. Could it be that he is the invincible figure my father spoke of from 1,000 years ago? Jiang Chong Kong remained oblivious to Bai Feng's unusual reaction, concentrating intently as he urged his life and death twin body closer to Tuoba Yun's Sea of Souls. He intentionally opened his own Sea of Souls and deliberately stirred his residual soul. Although it was merely a wisp of remaining essence, the power contained within it caused the very heavens and earth to tremble. not to mention the inherently greedy soul-devouring goo. Sure enough, the moment the soul-devouring goo sensed the presence of Jiang Chong Kong's residual soul within his sea of souls, it became immensely excited, yet it did not rush to attack. Instead, it waited patiently for a moment before slowly writhing forth from Tuoba Yun's sea of souls. However, its movements were exceedingly slow, as if it were intentionally delaying its advance. After much effort in emerging, it would swiftly retreat back to its original position, only to gradually crawl out again moments later. Jiang Chong Kong understood that the soul-devouring goo was wary of a potential trap. Hence it was testing the waters. Throughout this encounter, patience was key. After several such repetitions, the soul-devouring goo finally began to lower its guard and completely departed from Tuoba Yun's sea of souls. Yet, Jiang Chong Kong did not strike immediately, maintaining his previous calm demeanor. He merely urged his residual soul once more, deliberately showcasing its frail state. This time, the soul-devouring goo did not hesitate, darting towards Jiang Chong Kong's sea of souls like lightning, attempting to invade his body and seize control of his consciousness. Now is the moment. Jiang Chong Kong acted in an instant, enveloping the soul-devouring goo with the power of his cursed body, tightly binding it and rendering it immobile. Simultaneously, the force of his life essence surged into Tuoba Yun's mind, slowly repairing the severely damaged sea of souls afflicted by the soul-devouring goo. Balancing the suppression of the soul-devouring goo, while simultaneously mending Tuoba Yun's sea of souls, significantly intensified Jiang Chong Kong's burden. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting in the next moment. A surge of pure power flowed into Jiang Chong Kong's body, instantly replenishing his drained energy. Jiang Chong Kong's heart jolted. Only the advancement of spiritual energy into true essence could yield such an effect. He instinctively glanced back, discovering that Bai Feng had noticed Jiang Chong Kong's unusual state and had taken action. Excellent. Thank you for the praise, young master. Bai Feng beamed with joy, akin to a child who had just received candy. This soul-devouring goo was proving far easier to subdue than anticipated. Jiang Chong Kong chuckled softly, but just as he breathed a sigh of relief, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. The soul-devouring goo, which had appeared to be thoroughly suppressed by the cursed body, suddenly exerted its strength, radiating a blinding purple light. Countless tentacles surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. It transformed into a force of lightning, ruthlessly crashing against the cursed body, catching Jiang Chong Kong off guard and inflicting severe damage. The soul-devouring goo, having struck successfully, did not press the attack. Instead, it swiftly retreated back into Tuoba Yun's sea of souls. The life seal, which had only begun to coalesce, was shattered in an instant. It was on the verge of complete disintegration. If it succeeded, all their efforts would be in vain. Jiang Chong Kong would undoubtedly find himself in a dire predicament. Bang! The phantom representing the cursed body behind Jiang Chong Kong suddenly dissipated, unable to withstand the pressure and falling into a dormant state. This is bad. The soul-devouring goo has evidently devoured lightning power before. It feigned weakness earlier to deliver a crushing blow at a critical moment. I have been careless. Jiang Chong Kong's expression changed drastically, realizing the gravity of the situation. The soul-devouring goo twisted its body in triumph, all its tentacles simultaneously surging forth. Violently rising, it aimed to obliterate Jiang Chong Kong's life seal, while simultaneously seeking to reclaim its hold over Tuoba Yun's sea of souls. Chapter 45. You seem to lack confidence in your own strength. Bai Feng, in a moment of critical urgency, Jiang Chong Kong called out sharply. Bai Feng, who had been watching from the sidelines, sprang into action without hesitation, but a powerful force surged from within him, crashing into Tuoba Yun's sea of souls and colliding fiercely with the soul-devouring goo's power. Crush it! Jiang Chong Kong gritted his teeth, consumed with frustration. Once a revered ancient god, today he found himself bested by a mere goo worm. He felt an overwhelming urge to find a block of tofu to smash his head against. With Bai Feng's assistance, the soul-devouring goo was immediately dealt a heavy blow, retreating in defeat. Initially, it had intended to employ the same tactic of feigned weakness to find an opportunity to turn the tables. But having witnessed Bai Feng's capabilities, it could not hope for any reprieve. Humph! Watch as I eradicate you, Bai Feng scoffed, unleashing his full power without reservation. Unexpectedly, the still unconscious Tuoba Yin suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his sea of souls trembled violently, showing signs of imminent collapse. This is not good. Bai Feng, stop immediately! Jiang Chong Kong exclaimed in alarm. Hastily calling for Bai Feng to halt, it turned out that this was the soul-devouring Gu's true intention. Better to shatter like jade than to remain intact. If it were to die, then Tuoba Yin would not survive either. Young master, if we stop now, Tuoba Yin likely won't make it either. Bai Feng's face revealed a hint of distress. Forcing himself to cease now would result in one of two outcomes. Either he would suffer backlash from his own power, sustaining grave injuries, or his power would lose control and explode within Tuoba Yun's body. In either case, Tuoba Yun's outcome would be death. Use the Bai Bo Luli technique to seal his sea of souls. Quickly, Jiang Chong Kong understood the implications behind Bai Feng's words and swiftly formulated a countermeasure. The Bai Bo Luli technique. Bai Feng suddenly appeared hesitant, momentarily frozen in place. Hurry and act. Why are you just standing there? Jiang Chong Kong, visibly displeased, let out a cold reprimand. Bai Feng, not daring to exhibit any hint of negligence in response to Jiang Chong Kong's command, steeled himself and initiated the incantation. A low hum echoed as the soul-devouring Gu sensed an imminent threat, recklessly retaliating in an attempt to plunge into Tuoba Yun's sea of souls. With hands clasped together, Bai Feng swiftly formed a series of intricate seals, coalescing a formidable binding force. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the soul-devouring Gu abruptly ceased all activity. Completed. Has it truly been accomplished? Bai Feng gazed vacantly at Tuoba Yun's soul sea, somewhat incredulous. You seem to lack confidence in your own abilities. Jiang Chong Kong wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a bewildered glance at Bai Feng. At last, we've emerged from this perilous encounter unscathed. Subsequently, both he and Bai Feng surveyed Tuoba Yun's soul sea in unison. What on earth? We only managed to seal half of it. What is happening? Jiang Chong Kong was instantly taken aback. The soul-devouring Gu had fortuitously evaded the sealing boundary, collapsing into a state of unconsciousness. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chong Kong urged his remaining soul to imprint the soul-devouring Gu, subsequently extracting it from Tuoba Yun's soul sea and placing it within his own dantian. I knew it, Bai Feng remarked with an air of prescience, smirking slightly. What does this mean? Did you foresee your own failure? Jiang Chong Kong regarded Bai Feng with confusion. Bai Feng took a deep breath, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. It is simply that I have no mastery of the Bai Poluli Ju. What I am currently practicing is merely a fragmented compilation of my father's oral teachings from years past. Jiang Chong Kong was utterly bewildered by Bai Feng's words. What nonsense! Isn't Bai Poluli Ju the core technique of your clan? One that every descendant must cultivate. Bai Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes ablaze with intensity as he questioned, Are you truly the person my father spoke of? Could it be that you are not the son of the little white dragon? Although your lineage boasts an exceptionally long lifespan, with your current cultivation, you would not surpass a millennium. Coupled with that fellow's reckless nature and propensity for making enemies, his offspring typically do not live long either. Jiang Chong Kong scrutinized Bai Feng closely, growing increasingly convinced of his assertion. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng's face unexpectedly flushed, and he murmured softly, cough, cough. According to incomplete statistics, I should be the 9,999th descendant. The reason I cannot wield Bai Poluli Ju is that when I attempted to do so, the White Emperor city vanished. No, to be precise, the ancient divine realm was shattered by the heavenly calamity. Given that notorious rogue's proclivity for seduction, I would wager 99,999 is more accurate. I simply wonder if he still possesses such vigor. Jiang Chong Kong squinted, reminiscing about past events, and jested. The heavenly calamity in the ancient divine realm. Does our current plane have any relation to it? Indeed, you are correct. My father disappeared shortly after that calamity. Bai Feng suddenly paused, his gaze dimming. What did you say? The little white dragon vanished. That is impossible. Who could possibly have slain him? Jiang Chong Kong's countenance shifted dramatically, unable to accept the notion. That was a being who had fought alongside him against the invasion of myriad clans, enduring countless life and death situations without ever faltering. Moreover, he was most adept at preserving his life, making it inconceivable for him to be easily killed. Bai Feng regarded Jiang Chongkong with a profound gaze before slowly speaking. It was the luminous empress who conspired with the demon god, the queen of all beasts, and the 12 sovereigns of the void dark realm. As to whether my father truly perished, no one knows. He simply vanished after that battle. Of those who escaped from the White Emperor's city, all were slaughtered except for the youngest, who was sent away by my father in advance. The luminous empress? How dare that wretched woman crown herself as an empress and audaciously strike against the little white dragon? What in the world transpired back then? Jiang Chongkong clenched his fists, letting out a furious roar. If you are indeed that person my father often mentioned, then your reaction is entirely understandable. The divine white dragon has deigned to bow before you. Bai Feng suddenly knelt on one knee, crossing his hands in front of his chest to form a unique gesture. You must elucidate this matter. Jiang Chongkong looked down upon Bai Feng, forcing the words through clenched teeth. I could see the time of the incident. I was merely a child and knew little. All I am aware of is that my father must have discovered something prior to the catastrophe, which led to his tragic fate. The luminous empress and her allies accused my father of orchestrating the heavenly calamity to annihilate all beings in the ancient divine realm, ultimately uprooting the entire White Emperor city, resulting in a massacre of nearly all descendants, with only a few choosing to surrender, barely surviving because I was the youngest, with the weakest cultivation and the most diluted bloodline. I narrowly escaped the calamity. Speaking of this unfounded accusation, I recall that after the heavenly calamity, many were condemned for this very crime, and the mastermind behind their orchestration was said to be you. It is precisely for this reason that the human race has faced calamity, rendering you an eternal villain among humanity. Succeeding generations have erased your monumental achievements from history. Bai Feng stared into Jiang Chongkong's eyes, recounting all that he knew in detail. Olu Li, how dare you conspire with outsiders to obliterate humanity? You have made me a pariah among my own kind. Zhang Chang Kongsuo Vimori. I vow to cast you into the depths of the underworld, ensuring you never reincarnate. I shall subject you to endless torment to repay the suffering I have endured over countless eons. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the skies above suddenly transformed, rumbling with thunderous roars, as ominous storm clouds rapidly converged, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. The heavenly calamity? Jiang Chongkong's expression hardened, perplexed. Could it be that even the heavens have sensed my fury? But why is this calamity targeting me, specifically? Oh no, I forgot to warn you. Never utter the luminous empress's true name. This realm is referred to as the luminous realm precisely because it is governed by her. Anyone who offends the empress will invoke the punishment of the heavenly calamity. Bai Feng exclaimed in alarm. He had calculated every possibility, yet this had completely slipped his mind, though he possessed the strength to withstand the heavenly calamity. Doing so would obliterate his cultivation amassed over millennia. Chapter 46. Provocation of the heavenly calamity, the luminous realm. Pa! Such a mere heavenly calamity. Come at me if you dare. Jiang Chongkong disregarded Bai Feng's warning and brazenly provoked the heavenly calamity further. Boom! In an instant, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a tree trunk, descended from the roiling storm clouds. Heavenly thunder! Bai Feng's eyes widened in terror as he glared at Jiang Chongkong. Gritting his teeth, very well. Even if it costs my cultivated essence of a millennium today, I must not disappoint my father. I was merely jesting. I am not foolish enough to throw my life away. There will be many more days ahead. Just as Bai Feng prepared to intervene against the descending bolt of heavenly thunder, a glimmer of cunning flashed across Jiang Chongkong's face. In the next moment, Bai Feng witnessed Jiang Chongkong's previously vibrant form rapidly dimming like a shadow, before vanishing completely from sight. The shadow body technique allowed him to obliterate his presence in an instant. However, the ease with which he evaded the heavenly calamity's detection took Jiang Chongkong by surprise. The descending heavenly thunder lost its target. Its potency significantly diminished. It seemed that this heavenly calamity was indeed under human manipulation. Given Mo Lu Li's character, she was undoubtedly capable of such a scheme. Jiang Chong Kong coldly mused to himself. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Feng acted swiftly to disperse the remaining energy, and the heavenly calamity, after circling ominously for a moment, dissipated. Had the colossal crisis been thus resolved? Bai Feng felt as though he had awakened from a dream, one that had whisked him through the gates of death. This person possesses an audacity beyond measure. It reminded him of his own father from years past. As the heavenly calamity retreated, all strange phenomena vanished in an instant. So, you do not truly possess mastery of the Bai Palu Li Ju, which explains your earlier hesitation. How presumptuous of me. Jiang Chong Kong realized with a sense of clarity. He then examined Toby Yun's condition, breathing a slight sigh of relief. While only half of the task had been accomplished, it had nonetheless managed to suppress that power temporarily, allowing Toby Yun to evade danger. A fortunate miscalculation. It is my failure to act efficiently. Please punish me, young master. Bai Feng immediately knelt before Jiang Chong Kong, seeking forgiveness. You have only performed admirably. There is no question of guilt. Jiang Chong Kong waved his hand dismissively. Bai Feng slowly rose, summoning his courage to address Jiang Chong Kong. The life-ending twin body can actually manifest the abilities of the shadow body, and it can completely shield itself from the heavenly thunder's detection. How can the life-ending twin body, a mere waste, wield the power of the shadow body, especially when one would normally be unable to escape under the heavenly calamity? Waste. Ha! You are utterly ignorant of the life-ending twin body's capabilities. What you witnessed earlier was merely me absorbing the attributes of a shadow body, granting me the ability to utilize its powers. Jiang Chong Kong stated nonchalantly. I seem to recall my father mentioning the life-ending twin body. It was once considered the most promising mortal physique in ancient times. No matter how much potential the mortal body possesses, it is destined to fall short of the formidable prowess of an immortal physique. Bai Feng reflected on the past, expressing his confusion. Jiang Chong Kong cast a glance at Bai Feng, shaking his head in disappointment. A mortal body is doomed to achieve nothing. You are far behind your father in this regard. No wonder you have spent a millennium only to reach this level. Upon hearing these words, Bai Feng's expression faltered. How did you arrive in this realm on that day? And why are you here guarding the Lan Song Pavilion? Jiang Chong Kong chose not to continue to berate Bai Feng, but shifted the topic. On that day, a mad old man claimed that great calamity was imminent. He came to fulfill a promise made with my father, bringing me to this realm to entrust me to the founding patriarch of the Lan Song sect. Subsequently, I devoted myself to cultivating the remnants of my father's teachings. Yet for reasons unknown, I often fell into a deep slumber. Sometimes for decades, sometimes for over a century. By the time I awoke, the Lan Song sect had already fallen into decline and vanished without a trace. One day, that mad old man suddenly reappeared and informed me, just as I had awakened, that the only variable had emerged. If I recall correctly, you entered the sect around that same time. Bai Feng reminisced about his awakening in detail. After absorbing this information, Jiang Chong Kong fell into a prolonged silence. Who was that mad old man who had made a pact with the little white dragon? How could he foresee that Jiang Chong Kong would be the variable for Bai Feng? Could it be that he had known all along that he would one day be reborn as Jiang Chong Kong? A sense of foresight. Could it be that old charlatan? Jiang Chong Kong's gaze flickered intensely. A distant memory surfaced from the depths of his mind. It was 10,000 years ago, before he had achieved the status of eternal sovereign, when he had traveled with a white-haired youth, obsessed with alchemy and mischief, and a soothsayer whose predictions were notoriously unreliable. After enduring countless dangers and brushes with death, the three ultimately parted ways. The white-haired youth left with nothing, but asked Jiang Yi for 3 drops of his life essence. The unreliable soothsayer made a prophecy, stating merely 4 words: calamity, return. Centuries later, Jiang Yi ascended to the highest heavens, becoming the eternal sovereign. The white-haired youth became the revered god of medicine. As for that soothsayer, he transformed into a sage of secrets, capable of divining the heavens. Who would have thought that many years later, it would indeed come to pass? Young master, what troubles you? Bai Feng asked, noticing Jiang Chong Kong lost in thought. It is nothing. Jiang Chong Kong snapped back to reality. shaking his head that uncover the entire truth. I must personally seek out that old charlatan. Perhaps that Liernyo fellow was deceived by him into establishing the Lansong sect. Thus it dawned on him that his own rebirth was undoubtedly part of their meticulous scheme. When you entered the Lansong sect, did Liernyo say anything to you? Liernyo? The founding patriarch of the Lansong sect. I believe he mentioned something, but I cannot recall it now, perhaps due to my long slumber. Do you happen to know him? Liernyo is my disciple. He is your disciple. Though I have lost part of my memory, I am quite familiar with the current head of the Lansong sect. Isn't he in seclusion? In truth, he encountered issues with his cultivation and had to enter seclusion to resolve them. It seems I must meet Li Fei Yu. Perhaps he can shed light on matters from back then. Unleash your true form. Let me assess whether you are suited for the Bai Bo Lu Li Ju. Jiang Chong Kong suddenly stated, surprising Bai Feng. Bai Feng's body trembled, his eyes widening. You have seen the complete Bai Bo Lu Li Ju. What is so strange about that? Did your father never inform you that this technique was originally developed collaboratively by him and me? Jiang Chong Kong replied, casually, as soon as the words left his mouth. Bai Feng soared into the air, shedding his mortal form to reveal his true self. A colossal white serpent, several meters long, adorned with black scales and a single remnant horn atop its head. Boom! A tremendous aura surged forth, enveloping the entire martial arts pavilion in a frenzy of tremors. Your true form is a black-scaled dragon python? Could it be that your mother is the revered Feng Tian dragon python, known as the mightiest beneath the dragon ancestor? That little white dragon truly has a knack for attracting such extraordinary beings. Jiang Chong Kong exclaimed, utterly astonished by Bai Feng's true form. Feng Tian dragon python. Wasn't that merely a lowly water-scaled white serpent? Bai Feng replied bitterly, and why father publicly claims so. Thus my sister and I have long been marginalized due to our humble origins. Wandering in obscurity, unable to access the core cultivation techniques. Nonsense. Your father was once a pitiable water-scaled white serpent who, after great difficulty, transformed into a dragon and attained the imperial throne, completely altering the lineage of his descendants. How could he possibly let history repeat itself? Such absurdity is hard to believe. However, given your father's tendency for tall tales, he likely dares not speak the truth. This matter might not be particularly honorable, and you could interpret it as a form of protection for you. No wonder he deliberately severed your dragon horn and forbade you from practicing the Bai Bo Lu Li Ju. Cough, cough. At present, the only techniques I possess are a few phrases I inadvertently learned from my father, that he once told me that my physique could never cultivate anything remarkable. Practicing would be in vain. But at least I could live longer, which is an advantage. It is no wonder you believe yourself to be of dull aptitude. You have been deceived by that scoundrel of a father. Thud. Bai Feng suddenly knelt on both knees before Jiang Chong Kong, sincerity etched on his face. May I humbly request the young master to impart the complete Bai Bo Lu Li Ju to me? Teaching you the Bai Bo Lu Li Ju is a matter of course. There is no need for such formality. However, with your unique physique, perhaps one day you will surpass your father, the little white dragon, and grasp the Bai Bo Lu Li Ju to its utmost depth. Jiang Chong Kong halted Bai Feng's kneeling, a smile gracing his lips, a glimmer of brilliance igniting in his eyes. Did my father not reach the highest realm in his cultivation? Of course not. Bai Qian Fan had indeed played a grand game, managing to secure even the Feng Tian dragon python. Bai Feng's aptitude was not just commendable, but rather extraordinary, should he fully unleash his potential. Even Bai Qian Fan at his peak would not stand a chance against him. This might explain why Bai Qian Fan had deliberately distanced himself from Bai Feng. Yet, Jiang Chong Kong surmised that Bai Qian Fan's ambitions extended far beyond that. Otherwise, he would not have concealed that particular item within Bai Qian Fan's body, leaving the poor lad bewildered as to why his dragon horn had been severed. My head no longer aches. It seems that thing has vanished. That moment. Tuoba Yun suddenly awoke from his slumber, instinctively rubbing his head, only to find no pain whatsoever. He quickly sensed that his soul sea had miraculously returned to its original state, and the culprit was nowhere to be found. What on earth is happening? Could it be that heaven has finally opened its eyes? The soul-eating goo in your soul, sea, has been removed by my young master. From now on, You will no longer endure that inhuman suffering, nor will your own talents be suppressed. You can fully awaken your true nature. Bai Feng glanced at Tuobi Yun and revealed the truth. Brother Jiang, you would go to such lengths for someone so unrelated to you. This great kindness I, Tuobi Yun, cannot repay. If you do not mind, I am willing to serve you in whatever capacity you require. Tuobi Yun had never expected Jiang Chongkong to exert himself to save him and knelt before him, overwhelmed with emotion. Who is so cruel as to place the soul-eating goo upon your soul sea? It was the master of the 10,000 Beast sect, Toba Tonlong. One day, I shall personally sever his head as an offering to my mother in the heavens, Xiao Guer, and I share a deep bond. Had it not been for your assistance, she might not have escaped the clutches of the 10,000 Beast sect to withstand the onset of void ice. Therefore, you need not make any promises to me. Jiang Chongkong helped Toba Yun to his feet. No, Brother Jiang, you have it wrong. It was Guogua who rescued me from the 10,000 Beast sect, giving me hope to live. Otherwise, would I have been able to endure until today? Fortunately, I encountered Brother Jiang, and I entrust Guogua's care to you in the future. What do you mean by that? Jiang Chongkong keenly sensed that Tuobi Yun's words carried deeper implications, and a wave of foreboding washed over him. Brother Jiang, although the Dark Bat Squad has perished, the 10,000 B sect will undoubtedly seek revenge, now that they have found this place, even if they must dig 3 feet into the ground. They will locate me, that I will not reveal Guogua's whereabouts, nor do I wish to implicate you. Thus, the best course of action is for me to offer myself as a diversion. Nonsense. Do you think I, Jiang Chongkong, fear a mere 10,000 Beast sect? Even if they do not come to me, I shall seek them out to demand justice for Xiao Ge. You can rest easy here. There will be no danger. However, the fact that the people from the 10,000 Beast sect have managed to locate this place indicates that someone has already arrived at the Lan Song sect. Why panic? If one comes, I shall slay him. If 2 come, I shall dispatch a pair. Regardless of whether they hail from the 10,000 Beast sect or the Beast sect, anyone daring to harm those under my protection, Jiang Chongkong, will find their existence rendered unnecessary. In his eyes, the 10,000 Beast sect is but a mere insect, easily obliterated with a flick of his finger. Brother Jiang, I do not question your prowess. I am aware of your formidable abilities that elude comprehension, yet you remain utterly ignorant of the 10,000 Beast sect and the forces that lie behind it. Allow me to enlighten you in this realm. Very few possess the capacity to extinguish the 10,000 Beast sect. Tuobi Yun regarded Jiang Chongkong with a complex gaze. Disappointment lacing his words, he sought to awaken Jiang Chongkong to the vastness of the world, which is far from the simplicity he perceives, even if he is invincible within the Lan Song sect. What of it? Ultimately, he is merely a grain of sand among countless others in this vast universe. Are you aware that in this world, I have personally exterminated no fewer than 80,000 sects akin to the 10,000 Beast sect, and the realm you speak of was once merely the first peak I conquered. Everything you deem impossible or non-existent in this world merely hinges on my whim to bring it to fruition. Jiang Chongkong lifted his gaze to the sky above, a confident smile gracing his lips. I admire your courage and confidence, yet I have witnessed many formidable individuals meet their demise at their hands, even being used by them. In any case, my advice is to steer clear of them. Impudent, how dare you belittle my young master? Bai Feng, incensed by Tuobi Yun's disrespect towards Jiang Chongkong, erupted with fury, yet he was swiftly restrained by Jiang Chongkong. He approached Tuobi Yun, gently caressing Guogua's face, his expression shifting dramatically. You have indeed witnessed the might of the 10,000 Beast sect, yet you have yet to experience my true strength. Jiang Chongkong, I did not save your life merely for you to throw it away. Rather, I intend for you to awaken the great sun Kunping physique and unleash your true potential, to follow me in personally obliterating the 10,000 Beast sect and avenging your deep-seated enmity. Of course, you may choose to decline this opportunity. Young man, being granted an opportunity by my young master is a blessing you earned in your previous life. Should you not seize it, do you truly wish to court your own demise? Bai Feng glared at Tuobi Yun, exasperated by his apparent hesitation. Since discovering Jiang Chong Kong's true identity, he would have willingly shattered his skull to serve him. What a jest! Even his own father was cultivated by the young master. Such an extraordinary existence, and Tuoba Yun still hesitated? Tuoba Yun observed the powerful by phone bowing to Jiang Chong Kong, reflecting on his relationship with Guogua and everything Jiang Chong Kong had done for him. He could not help but take a deep breath that I was reckless before, if my young master does not mind. From this day forth, I shall be your vanguard. He bore a deep-seated grudge and would never foolishly seek his own demise. All along, he had sought a means to resolve the soul-eating goo afflicting his soul sea, thus lifting the seal on his physique to unleash his potential, longing for the day he would stand before the 10,000 beast sect and wreak havoc. Now, the opportunity lay before him. Tuoba Yun certainly would not let it slip away. Now free from the control of the soul-eating goo, he could challenge the awakening of the great sun Kunping physique at any moment. Only by taking this step could he gain the capital for revenge. Thank you, young master. Little Bai, Guogua's slumber may require considerable time before she awakens. Place her within the water curtain barrier, and allow no one to disturb her. Rest assured, young master, I have made all necessary arrangements. Excellent. Before the grand competition of the sect, I shall impart the Bai Bo Lu Li Ju to you. As for how much you can comprehend, that depends on your own fortune. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Chapter 48. Old acquaintances at the Lan Song sect. Within the inner disciples' training ground, there lies a mountain perpetually shrouded in black mist, accessible only by a precarious iron chain suspended along its steep cliff. This is the Black Mist Peak, used by the sect to punish inner disciples through confinement. Boom! A resounding explosion suddenly erupted from within Black Mist Peak, followed by a figure leaping forth, silently traversing the iron chain and landing steadily upon the ground. It was Tsang Yu, who over half a month ago had angered Yi Tsong Yun by defending Jiang Chong Kong, only to be forcibly confined by her master, Lu Yu. She had spent a full 20 days within this Black Mist Peak. During these 20 days, she devoted nearly all her time to cultivation, reaching a state of forgetfulness in her zeal. Today, her efforts finally bore immense fruit. Hiss, scorching flames enveloped a piercing chill, gradually rising from her hands, radiating a terrifying aura. Brother Chong Kong did not deceive me. This Qingxin Ju is indeed a perfect match for my ice prison fire. Not only has it resolved my issues, allowing me to master it completely, but the Qingxin Ju has also transformed my phoenix physique. Tsang Yu gazed at the extraordinary ice prison fire in her hands, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The very problem her master Lu Yu had struggled to resolve was effortlessly alleviated by this low-tier technique. Qingxin Ju. Previously, Tsang Yu had been somewhat skeptical of Jiang Chong Kong's words. Now, her heart brimmed with astonishment. The Qingxin Ju not only solved the long-standing troubles that plagued her, but astonishingly, during these 20 days of practicing the technique, her physique had unexpectedly undergone a significant enhancement. Undergoing a complete transformation, it is worth noting that from the very first day, Tsang Yu awakened her physique and embarked on the path of cultivation. She had been informed that a person's physique level could not be altered. This meant that a profound-grade physique could never advance to an earth-grade physique, and an earth-grade physique could never ascend to a heavenly-grade physique. Yet today, a change had occurred within Tsang Yu, completely overturning her understanding. You have finally mastered the ice prison fire. At last, you have not disappointed your master's expectations. This punishment has not been in vain. Suddenly, a figure emerged nearby, approaching Tsang Yu with pride and acknowledgement gleaming in his eyes. It was Lu Yu, one of the elders of the Lan Song sect. Master, you have been waiting here for my emergence? Tsang Yu expressed surprise upon seeing Lu Yu. She had always believed that Lu Yu had imposed such a harsh punishment on her due to her support of Jiang Chong Kong. Now, it seemed the severe punishment was merely a pretext. Lu Yu's true intention was for her to focus on her cultivation and fully master the ice prison fire, rather than provoke trouble and bring calamity upon herself. I occasionally came to check in on you, Lu Yu replied nonchalantly, though his gaze betrayed a sense of pride in her. Master, I know I was wrong. Please do not be angry with me. The Grand Elder did not make things difficult for you regarding that incident, did he? Tsang Yu affectionately wrapped her arm around Lu Yu's and playfully inquired. Lu Yu smiled knowingly and waved his hand. Just some verbal warnings. As for me, I have always refrained from meddling in worldly affairs or seeking trouble. Even as a grand elder, managing the sect, it would not be an easy task to trouble me. I understand, just as you have taught me. If we do not seek trouble, then trouble shall not seek us. Song Yu responded with a knowing demeanor. You must truly heed this advice. Do not repeat the same mistakes as last time by failing to assess the situation and blindly taking sides. Lu Yu admonished earnestly, tapping Song Yu lightly on the forehead. I promise I won't. Master, during my confinement, nothing major happened within the sect, did it? Song Yu raised her hand, assuring Lu Yu, only to suddenly shift the topic. Lu Yu shot her a sidelong glance. You just promised, and now you're immediately gossiping? Oh, Master, it is not that I do not care. I simply wish to stay informed to avoid inadvertently courting trouble. Song Yu replied, shaking Lu Yu's arm in a bid for favor. With a sigh, Lu Yu shook his head in exasperation. As far as major events go, yesterday the Tian Yao martial sect and the 10,000 Beast sect sent representatives to congratulate us on the emergence of a royal-grade physique from our Lansong sect. And the sect's grand competition will be held in 7 days. Beyond that, it seems Yi Chengfei has died. What? Yi Chengfei is dead. How did he die? Song Yu gasped in surprise. She had completely overlooked the significant information regarding the sect's grand competition. While Yi Chengfei was not a particularly pivotal figure, merely a disciple at the 5th rank of the body awakening stage, his brother Yi Chenghuan's identity alone granted him unbridled power within the sect. With disciples trembling in fear of his wrath, such a scourge had suddenly perished. He was publicly killed by Elder Zhou. Lu Yu replied casually. How could Elder Zhou suddenly kill Yi Chengfei in public? There must be something significant behind this, Song Yu asserted firmly. I am not entirely certain. I only heard that Yi Chengfei had been secretly selling inferior pills under the guise of quality, harming many disciples of the sect. He was later caught and was found to have been involved with Elder Zhou's wife, Bai Jie, which escalated the situation, ultimately leading to his demise at Elder Zhou's hands. Lu Yu furrowed her brow and rapidly recounted to Song Yu the events of the past few days. Song Yu clenched her delicate fists, her face twisted in righteous indignation. The audacity of Yi Chengfei to privately peddle counterfeit elixirs while daring to seduce an elder's wife was truly egregious. Such a scoundrel deserved nothing less than a fitting punishment. Allowing such a menace to remain within the sect would only instill fear among the disciples. You may vent your frustrations to our master, but please refrain from discussing the recent mysterious disappearances of disciples. Although it is uncertain whether they are related to this matter, they were once among the victims. Moreover, Yi Chenghuan has pointed the finger directly at Jiang Changkong. All in all, while the sect may appear calm on the surface, turbulent currents are stirring beneath. You must draw a clear line with Jiang Changkong, especially now that the Grand Elder has allied with the Heavenly Demon Martial sect and the 10,000 Beast Gate. Yi Chenghuan's influence is burgeoning, and he is certainly not someone we can afford to provoke. Lu Yu firmly grasped Song Yu's hand, speaking with earnest gravity. Master, I understand, but you are unaware that Changkong. Song Yu was about to share the events of the past few days with Lu Yu when she was suddenly interrupted by two unexpected figures. Whoosh! Two silhouettes abruptly entered Lu Yu and Song Yu's line of sight, none other than Xianyuan Mingyue, the representative of the Heavenly Demon Martial sect, accompanied by her guardian, Tong Fei. It has been quite a while. Song Yu, Mingyue, what brings you here? Song Yu expressed both surprise and joy upon seeing Xianyuan Mingyue. Although she resided within the Lansong sect, she was born into the Heavenly Demon Martial sect as the second young lady of the Tsong family, one of the 8 prominent families. She had an elder brother, Tsong Hai, who was the current eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Demon Martial sect, and also Mingyue Sr. Thus they had known each other since childhood, having practically grown up together. However, Song Yu chose not to join the Heavenly Demon Martial sect, and instead entered the Lansong sect, which lacked both strength and cultivation resources by a considerable margin. Greetings, Elder Lu. Xianyuan Mingyue initially greeted Lu Yu before turning to Song Yu, rarely displaying a smile. I am here as the representative of the Heavenly Demon Martial sect, sent by the Demon Emperor to fulfill an agreement previously made with the Lansong sect. An agreement? What agreement? Song Yu asked, astonished. I cannot divulge this matter. Xianyuan Mingwei replied succinctly. Sensing that the other party had her own difficulties, Song Yu chose not to press further. Let us not speak of this. Accompany me for a stroll. Your brother has entrusted me with some items for you. Xianyuan Mingwei quickly changed the subject. Allow me to show you around. Song Yu responded in kind, eagerly taking on the role of guide for Xianyuan Mingwei. Chapter 49. You are bound to lose, Xianling Peak. The most picturesque peak within the Lansong sect. It is bathed in sunlight year-round, adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants. Song Yu enthusiastically introduced the scenery of the Lansong sect to Xianyuan Mingwei. Mingwei, this is Xianling Peak, the most beautiful spot in the entire Lansong sect. That towering peak to the north is known as the One-Line Sky Gorge, claimed to have been cleaved open by a single sword strike. It is indeed remarkable. Xianyuan Mingwei glanced briefly, then slowed her pace. You seemed reluctant to speak earlier. Is the Demon Emperor once again imposing a challenge upon you? Song Yu slowly sat down, her expression heavy with concern as she queried Xianyuan Mingwei. The command of the Demon Emperor is not to be disregarded. Moreover, this agreement was established 20 years ago. Xianyuan Mingwei turned to Song Yu, speaking calmly. Sigh. This is precisely why I chose not to join the heavenly demon martial sect. Everything would be beyond my control. Of course, if the chief disciple were still Jiang Changkong, I would wholeheartedly support that. However, that fellow Yi Qinghuan is utterly unworthy of you. Song Yu shook her head slightly, her expression laden with regret. Xianyuan Mingwei looked at Song Yu in surprise, revealing the truth. Are you not here because your awakened constitution was too poor to meet even the minimum requirements of the heavenly demon martial sect, and thus your family forced you to come here? Oh dear, Mingwei, what is this? Have you never heard the saying, do not strike the face when hitting someone and do not expose the shortcomings when scolding someone? Song Yu exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. What of Yi Qinghuan? He is the only royal grade constitution within the Lansong sect. Even among us in the heavenly demon martial sect, he would be considered a prodigy. Xianyuan Mingwei said with narrowed eyes, her tone somber. Upon hearing this, Song Yu scoffed, oh, what if he has a royal grade constitution? The most crucial aspect of a person is their character. His character is utterly lacking. He cannot be compared to my Changkong. The Changkong you speak of, is he not the former chief disciple of the Lansong sect, Jiang Changkong? Xianyuan Mingwei turned at Song Yu, her tone suddenly shifting. Indeed, he has made tremendous contributions to the Lansong sect, only to be met with betrayal. No, I recall that on the day the Grand Elder announced Yi Qinghuan as chief, Changkong was dissatisfied with the sect's actions and challenged Yi Qinghuan to a life-and-death duel. With the victor claiming the position of chief, I almost forgot about that. There is still hope. Song Yu suddenly recalled the events of that day, her expression brightening as she grasped Xianyuan Mingwei's arm. You seem quite optimistic about Jiang Changkong. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for him? Xianyuan Mingwei pierced through Song Yu's thoughts, her gaze sharp. What nonsense! You speak without basis. By the way, speaking of Changkong, I seem to remember that you two once had a match. And you lost, did you not? If I'm not mistaken, a flicker of panic crossed Song Yu's eyes as she swiftly redirected the topic back to Xianyuan Mingwei. Indeed, I did lose to him once. But that is not something to be ashamed of. I had intended to challenge Jiang Changkong again on this visit, but unfortunately, I recently heard he's been gravely injured and rendered a waste. I fear I will not have that opportunity. Not at all. If it were before, I might have shared your thoughts, but now I believe your wish will not only be fulfilled, but you may even face defeat once more. Oh, when did you begin to hold such high regard for another man? Xianyuan Mingwei teased, a playful glint in her eyes as she regarded Song Yu. Humph. I'm only considering your reputation. If it were known that the esteemed third princess of the heavenly demon martial sect had lost twice to a single individual, your reputation as the foremost genius of the heavenly demon martial sect would be in jeopardy. How could it be twice? I have yet to face Jiang Changkong a second time. A secret. Hee. Could it be that you have fallen for that lad? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I understand. How infuriating. In an instant, the two began to playfully tussle with each other. Am I right? Have you perhaps already surrendered your heart to him? Xianyuan Mingwei laughed mischievously. If you keep babbling nonsense, I shall ignore you. Song Yu stamped her foot, feigning annoyance. Your face is flushed, yet you refuse to admit it. Xianyuan Mingwei raised an eyebrow, continuing to tease. Take this. Song Yu, disregarding her decorum, playfully retaliated against Xianyuan Mingwei. Xianyuan Mingwei's smile was radiant, as though she only allowed herself to shed her usual icy facade in front of Song Yu. After their playful antics, Xianyuan Mingwei, with a flourish, produced a small pouch from her waist and handed it to Song Yu. This is what your brother entrusted me to bring you, aside from spirit stones. It also contains a strand of the blazing fire soul, which can enhance your strength. A storage pouch. Truly, as the third princess of the heavenly demon martial sect, you possess such valuable items with ease. Song Yu gazed at the small pouch at Xianyuan Mingwei's waist, her eyes sparkling with delight. Do not underestimate this small pouch. It contains a world of possibilities. Inscribed with formations, it harbors a fragment of spatial power, creating a unique small space capable of storing numerous items. Do you like it? If so, I shall gift it to you. Without hesitation, Xianyuan Mingwei pressed the storage pouch into Song Yu's hands. No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept such a generous gift. Song Yu repeatedly declined, shaking her head. Take it. This is merely the most basic storage pouch. I have better ones. Xianyuan Mingwei smiled, firmly placing the storage pouch into Song Yu's hands. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Song Yu relented, taking the pouch and securing it at her waist. Xianyuan Mingwei observed as Song Yu accepted the storage pouch without inspecting its contents, a hint of surprise crossing her features. Aren't you going to check the blazing fire soul? Your brother dedicated considerable effort to gather that for you. No need. I already possess the ice soul inferno. This blazing fire soul can merely serve as supplementary energy. It would be better to save it for infusing into a spirit artifact later. Song Yu waved her hand, explaining her reasoning. The Ice Soul Inferno, that is a fire ranked within the top 20 on the fire ranking. How did you come by it? Xianyuan Mingwei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The Ice Soul Inferno not only ranks highly, but its origin lies within the second layer of the demon refining abyss. Ordinary individuals cannot even approach it, let alone enter. One would need to be at least at the 5th tier of the Gathering Wheel realm to barely enter. Song Yu could not possibly have achieved that. It was Jiang Chongkong who obtained it for me, and oh wonder you hold him in such high regard. The Ice Soul Inferno in exchange for our Song Yu's affection. Worth it. Xianyuan Mingwei's eyes widened with understanding, giving a thumbs up that not speak carelessly. What Jiang Chongkong has done for me far exceeds merely obtaining the Ice Soul Inferno. What else has he done? Mingwei, do you believe that a person's physical constitution can change? Song Yu cast a deep glance at Xianyuan Mingwei. Of course not. A person's level of constitution has been determined from the moment of awakening. It is absolutely impossible to alter if that were the case. Why would the sect place such importance on the level of constitution? They would rather concentrate all resources on a single individual than squander them on others, Xianyuan Mingwei declared emphatically. Yet, what brings Yiqinghuan here? Just as Song Yu was about to retort, she was abruptly interrupted by the unexpected entrance of Yiqinghuan. Song Yu, you are here too? I have come naturally to speak with the third princess. Yiqinghuan glanced at Song Yu before turning to Xianyuan Mingwei. Is there something you wish to discuss? Xianyuan Mingwei coldly inquired without so much as a glance at Yiqinghuan. I merely wish to take the third princess on a tour of Lansong sect, to foster mutual understanding. Might the third princess consider this? Yiqinghuan said with a polite smile. There is no need. Song Yu has already taken me around. We have matters to discuss. Xianyuan Mingwei flatly refused, issuing an order to dismiss. Although Yiqinghuan felt a flicker of displeasure within, his face remained composed, even going so far as to sit directly beside Xianyuan Mingwei. I shall simply add my insights. After all, Song Yu is not as familiar with many aspects of the sect as I am. With such idle time, it would be better to diligently cultivate and strive to defeat Jiang Chongkong. Xianyuan Mingwei shot a cold glance at Yiqinghuan, her formidable aura suddenly erupting, and icy breath swept forth, directly targeting Yiqinghuan. This, a flicker of dissatisfaction flashed in Song Yu's eyes. How could this girl use Jiang Chongkong as a shield? You, a mere Jiang Chongkong, are fit to be compared with me. Yiqinghuan had not anticipated that Xianyuan Mingwei would take immediate action over a mere disagreement, and furthermore, Associate him with Jiang Changkong. Boom! Xianyuan Mingyue stepped forward, her presence as imposing as a glacier bearing down upon Yi Qinghuan, 7th grade of the Gathering Wheel realm. You are far too weak. A chilling aura surged into Yi Qinghuan's body, invading him like a dagger. How dare you? In response, Yi Qinghuan's ire ignited, the authority of the 3,000 Yu physique erupting as he clashed against Xianyuan Mingyue. Both of them stood at the same 7th grade of the Gathering Wheel realm. Bang! An imperceptible clash caused both figures to stagger slightly. Cease this at once. Yi Qinghuan, the 3rd princess, is a distinguished guest of Lansong sect. Your behavior is exceedingly disrespectful. San Yue immediately intervened between the two. Visibly displeased with Yi Qinghuan, Yi Qinghuan simmered with anger. Yet recalling Xianyuan Mingyue's status and Yi Tsongyan's admonitions, he forcibly suppressed his fury and managed a strained smile. 7 days hence, I invite the 3rd princess to the life and death platform to witness my contest with Jiang Changkong. You will undoubtedly be defeated, Xianyuan Mingyue scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. You may find yourself sorely disappointed. Jiang Changkong's very existence is questionable at this moment. Yi Qinghuan suddenly sneered. Zhou Jiu's side should have already made a move. Jiang Changkong is as good as dead. Yi Qinghuan. What do you mean by that? What have you done to junior brother Changkong? San Yue rushed to confront Yi Qinghuan, her voice raised in demand. Realizing he had let slip too much, Yi Qinghuan ignored San Yue and turned back to Xianyuan Mingyue, his expression one of furious embarrassment. You have such confidence in Jiang Changkong. If I were to win, what then? Xianyuan Mingyue blurted out. If you can indeed defeat Jiang Changkong, I, Xianyuan Mingyue, will publicly apologize to you and grant you one request. It is a promise. San Yue, let us depart. Xianyuan Mingyue turned, and with a flick of her sleeve, walked away with San Yue. That wretched girl dares to be so ungrateful. Once I have fully absorbed the essence, she shall pay dearly. Yi Qinghuan glowered at Xianyuan Mingyue's departing figure, his expression dark as he raged inwardly. Chapter 50. Bestowing techniques. A mysterious sensation suddenly resonated from atop Lansong Pavilion. Waves of energy rippled outward, revealing a boundary that was entirely isolated from the outside world. No, to be precise, this was a self-contained space. 2 figures emerged amidst the fluctuations, gradually descending outside the Lansong Pavilion. Young master, how is this space so extraordinary? I merely spent 3 days within, yet it feels as if 3 months have passed. Not only has my constitution awakened, but my cultivation has skyrocketed to the 6th grade of the Gathering Wheel realm. Could there be any side effects? Tuoba Yin cautiously glanced at Jiang Changkong, his inquiry laced with trepidation. Why do you harbor such doubts? Jiang Changkong replied with a half-smile. Looking at Tuoba Yu ended him, why mother often said that the path of cultivation is most averse to impatience. Haste makes waste. Fear not, foolish boy. This place is a unique space constructed around by Feng himself, imbued with a fragment of the laws of time, allowing time to accelerate and thus creating a disparity with the outside world. To put it simply, although it seems you have only practiced here for 3 days, in reality, you have indeed cultivated for 3 months. Consider it a fortunate opportunity granted by Xiao Bai. Others would envy such a chance. This space was not deliberately created by Bai Feng, but rather formed gradually alongside his own cultivation over the years. 3 days prior, Jiang Changkong had imparted the Bai Shui Luli Ju and other techniques to Bai Feng. The Bai Shui Luli Ju was a collaborative creation of Jiang Changkong and Bai Feng's father, Bai Qianfan, and now passing it to Bai Feng serves as a form of legacy exchange. Simultaneously, Jiang Changkong also imparted a top-tier auxiliary technique he had collected from his past life to Bai Feng, which could complement the Bai Shui Luli Ju, facilitating Bai Feng's rapid progress through the early stages while maximizing his potential. Shall we not test our strength? Jiang Changkong suddenly turned to Tuoba Yun and winked. Tuoba Yun approached a massive stone, casually throwing a punch. Boom! The stone shattered with a resounding explosion, disintegrating into dust before Tuoba Yun's eyes. Foolish boy, you could break this stone even before awakening. It merely differs in the extent of destruction. Moreover, stones are lifeless. How can you gauge your power? Jiang Changkong remarked, slightly exasperated. You mean? Tuoba Yun looked at Jiang Changkong. Puzzled. Attack me. Remember to use your full strength. Hold nothing back. Jiang Changkong beckoned to Toba Yun. Then, young master, I must apologize. Toba Yun took a deep breath, channeling his inner strength as he launched an attack toward Jiang Changkong. Boom, boom, boom. What appeared to be an ordinary punch created a cacophony of explosive sounds. Jiang Changkong stood firm, allowing Toba Yun's onslaught to rain down upon him like a tempest, producing deafening roars. Glimmers of golden light seeped from Jiang Changkong's body, not only leaving him unscathed but also forcing Toba Yun to stumble back 3 steps uncontrollably. Golden light within. The young master's physical form is astonishingly robust. Toba Yun gazed in disbelief at Jiang Changkong's figure. Have you not eaten? I told you. To attack with all your might. Do not hold back. Have you forgotten how the Beastmaster sect treated you and your mother? Have you forgotten the sight of your mother dying before your very eyes? Treat me as your enemy and unleash your full power. Jiang Changkong's brow furrowed as he shouted at Toba Yun. Instantly, the scene of his mother tragically dying before him at the hands of the Beastmaster sect flooded Toba Yun's mind. His hands turned crimson, and he charged at Jiang Changkong like a furious beast. Heedless of the consequences, return my mother's life. Kill, kill, kill. The spirit energy within Toba Yun surged forth, merging with the Dari Kuan Peng physique to form a colossal phantom that struck down upon Jiang Changkong with great force. An overwhelming aura enveloped Jiang Changkong in an instant, crashing down with ferocity. Boom! Everything within the vicinity of the two was consumed and obliterated, reduced to rubble in an instant. Fortunately, with Bai Feng's water curtain barrier in place. Otherwise, even the Lansong Pavilion would have suffered the consequences of such destructive force. As the mist dissipated, Toba Yun collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Jiang Changkong remained unmoved, standing resolutely in place, though a small dent had formed in his chest. The golden light within flickered, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Not bad, not bad. You possess such power even without having practiced any techniques or martial arts truly worthy of the Dari Kuan Peng physique. Jiang Changkong helped Toba Yun to his feet, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Young master, Yun was not only astonished by his previous destructive power, but was also engulfed in a sense of dread at Jiang Changkong's unfathomable strength. Yet, what troubled him more was the fact that, as Jiang Changkong had mentioned, although he had already reached the 6th tier of the Gathering Wheel realm, he had never practiced any cultivation techniques or martial arts. This reminded him of his mother, who had repeatedly cautioned him in her lifetime that he must not cultivate any techniques before awakening his physique. Toba Yun had always found this puzzling. Why would his mother impose such a requirement? It seems your mother was well aware of your extraordinary physique. The great Sun Kunping body is indeed a rare and exceptional constitution, seldom seen in a century. Ordinary martial arts techniques cannot possibly match it. One must cultivate corresponding techniques after awakening their physique to truly unleash its power. Otherwise, not only will you fail to enhance your own strength, but you may also severely diminish your physique's potential. No wonder the Beast Gate was so wary of me, willing to go to any lengths to destroy me. Now I finally understand that my mother fought to protect me, so that one day I could awaken this great Sun Kunping body and wield true power to protect myself. Today, I shall formally impart the 6 absolute techniques of the Kunping to you, but you must swear with your life essence that you will never teach it to anyone without my consent. Jiang Changkong said solemnly, gazing intently at Toba Yun. Toba Yun, hereby swear with my life essence that I will not reveal a single word to anyone. Should I violate this oath, I shall be struck by 5 thunders, and my soul shall scatter. Without a moment's hesitation, Toba Yun knelt on one knee and swore to the heavens. Breathe deeply and concentrate. Jiang Changkong pointed directly at Toba Yun's forehead in the next moment. Information regarding the 6 absolute techniques of the Kunping surged into Toba Yun's mind. Moments later, Toba Yun slowly rose and bowed deeply to Jiang Changkong. Thank you, young master, for your generous gift. I will strive to master the 6 absolute techniques of the Kunping. That determination is commendable. As you stated, haste makes waste. To truly master it, one must continuously experiment and practice in real combat to achieve genuine breakthroughs. Young master, I have noted that. The last breath of the Dark Bat squad vanished right here. How strange. How could they have disappeared without reason? Could it be that they had provoked someone from the Lan Song sect? Surely they haven't been exposed. Stop your nonsense. What kind of expert could possibly discover the Dark Bat squad in a third-rate sect like the Lan Song sect? Unless they expose themselves, there's another possibility. Speak quickly. They may have discovered Toby Yun and that girl's whereabouts, which led to their demise. Given Toby Yun's strength, that is impossible, unless that girl intervened. Just then, amidst their conversation, a group of several figures suddenly burst into their view. Toby Yun, it truly is you. How fortuitous that we found you without any effort. Chapter 51. Roll or die. In a flash. The group of figures surrounded Toby Yun and Jiang Chongkong. Fool, don't you see where you are? How dare you shout again? The Beast Gate is far too arrogant. Toby Yun's expression darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Do you think the Lan Song sect would choose to oppose the Beast Gate for the likes of you? The leader, Lu Rong, coldly scanned Toby Yun and sneered. What wild dog dares to bark here? Open your eyes. This is my Lan Song sect, not your Beast Gate. Jiang Chongkong stood protectively before Toby Yun, casting a cold gaze over Lu Rong and his companions from the aura surrounding these individuals. They were evidently the same as those from the Dark Bat squad who had perished at Bai Feng's hands a few days prior. Clearly, they had come for Toby Yun and Guba. Lu Rong's eyes sharpened as he shot a glare at Jiang Chongkong, snorting. You know we are from the Beast Gate, yet you still dare to block our way, considering the current amicable relations between our two sects. Do not hinder us from capturing the wanted criminal Toby Yun. You are spewing foul nonsense. In my Lan Song sect, when did it become your Beast Gate's prerogative to seize people here? Disappear from my sight immediately, or else die. Lu Rong's expression darkened at the warning. You, a mere brat who emerged from who knows where, dare to speak to me like that. Even Yi Qinghuan, the chief disciple of your Lan Song sect, would not be so bold. If it weren't for our young sect master's orders to keep a low profile, I would have killed you by now. His words drew the attention of the disciples inside the Lan Song pavilion, who were selecting cultivation techniques and martial arts. They rushed out, exclaiming, "Who dares to intrude upon our Lan Song sect? What kind of person dares to disrupt the sanctity of our Lan Song sect?" They claim to be from the Beast Gate, saying they've come to capture someone. Jiang Chongkong scoffed at they not realize this is the Lan Song pavilion, where we store our martial arts techniques. How dare they act with such impunity? Damn it, this is a sacred place of our Lan Song sect. Do they seek to seize our martial arts techniques by barging in so brazenly? Even if we were to capture someone, it should be done by our Lan Song sect. When has it ever been the prerogative of outsiders? Exactly. They act as if they are in an unguarded territory. The Beast Gate has truly underestimated the Lan Song sect. The crowd clamored for Bai Feng to intercede, as the guardian of the Lan Song pavilion. How could he allow such an affront to occur under his watch? Boom! Just as the last word fell, an immensely powerful force suddenly descended from above the Lan Song pavilion, directly sending Lu Rong and the others from the Beast Gate flying. Get lost before anyone could react. An authoritative voice echoed throughout the Lan Song pavilion. Everyone except Jiang Chongkong bowed in subservience to this overwhelming authority, their gazes instinctively turning to Jiang Chongkong. I am Lu Rong, the captain of the young master of the Beast Gate as personal guard. I mean, no offense, senior. However, I must capture the traitor from my Beast Gate. Lu Rong attempted to explain, facing the wrath, but before he could finish, he was brutally thrown to the ground, spitting blood. You think invoking the Beast Gate will intimidate me? Even if your sect master were here in my presence, it would only be one word. Roll. Whoosh, a golden token suddenly fell from the sky into Jiang Chongkong's hand. From this moment forth, what Jiang Chongkong said would be law. And everything within the Lan Song pavilion would be dictated by him. Bai Feng swiftly delivered his words and fell silent. In an instant, Jiang Chongkong became the focal point of the gathering. Although surprised, Jiang Chongkong understood that Bai Feng was currently in a crucial moment of meditation and could not be disturbed. Furthermore, Lu Rong posed no threat to him whatsoever. Who is Jiang Chongkong? Why would the guardian of the Lan Song pavilion entrust such an important task to him? Under the suffocating weight of authority, Lu Rong glared at Jiang Changkong, filled with both rage and confusion. The Lansong sect is not a playground for your beast gate. I will count to 3. Take your people and leave, or die. Jiang Changkong's tone turned icy as he suddenly sensed Lu Rong's gaze upon him. Roll or die. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices filled with fury. Jiang Changkong, today's events will be remembered by the beast gate. We will have our reckoning in due time. Lu Rong glared deeply at Jiang Changkong before gesturing for his followers to retreat. And you, Tobian, do not think that just because someone is protecting you, you can remain unscathed. You may escape for now, but the young master will never let you go. He shot Tobian a fierce glare, issuing yet another warning. Seeking death. Jiang Changkong suddenly stepped forward, his figure flashing like lightning as he unleashed a powerful strike, the falling flower palm, upon Lu Rong. The combination of the shadow step and falling flower palm unleashed an unstoppable wave of terrifying power. Lu Rong had no time to react, and his followers fell to the ground, lifeless. You! Lu Rong was stunned, witnessing the lifeless bodies strewn about. His legs trembled uncontrollably. In an instant, he had annihilated all of his elite companions. Who on earth is this Jiang Changkong? The only reason I spare your life is to send a message. This is just the beginning. Tuoba Yun is under my protection, Jiang Changkong. Soon, we will come to settle this score with you. Jiang Changkong, appearing like a specter behind Lu Rong, warned him before tossing him out of the Lansong pavilion. Jiang Changkong, just you wait. Lu Rong scrambled to his feet, his eyes filled with fury, as he fled in disgrace. Brother Jiang, how majestic and powerful! As Jiang Changkong swiftly vanquished his opponents, the disciples of the Lansong sect behind him transformed into fervent admirers, waving flags and cheering wildly. Brother Jiang is magnificent and imposing. Brother Jiang is magnificent and imposing. To everyone's astonishment, after enduring grievous injuries, Jiang Changkong not only avoided becoming a mere shell of his former self, but instead underwent a rebirth. Reclaiming his past glory, he stepped forward for the safety of the crowd, instilling fear in the hearts of the beast sect members. The once illustrious chief disciple of the Lansong sect has returned. Continue your training and selection of martial skills, and remember the rules of the Lansong pavilion. Violators will face severe punishment. Jiang Changkong raised his hand, offering his admonition to the crowd. Yes, they responded emphatically. Quickly returning to the Lansong pavilion. Young master, Lu Rong is a personal guard of Tuo Ba Chi, the young master of the beast sect. This means Tuo Ba Chi must also be at the Lansong sect. Tuo Ba Yun leaned closer to Jiang Changkong, his expression darkening. We haven't sought them out for retribution, yet they dare to come knocking. What a perfect opportunity for you to take revenge yourself. How can you still find time to joke around here? Do you even realize whom you just provoked? At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the narrow canyon, entering the sight of the gathered crowd. It was none other than San Yu, whom they hadn't seen in quite some time. Beside her stood a young woman, whom Jiang Changkong recognized from memory as Xianyuan Mingyue, the 3rd princess of the heavenly demon martial sect. They had crossed swords 3 years prior, and he had bested her in a single move. Senior sister San Yu, junior brother Changkong. So, who exactly did we just provoke? Jiang Changkong turned to Xianyuan Mingyue, adopting a demeanor of attentive listening. Lu Rong, a core disciple ranked within the top 10 of the beast sect and the leader of Tuo Ba Chi's personal guard, Xianyuan Mingyue stated coldly. Oh, Jiang Changkong replied, drawing out the sound. Just an ant. Lu Rong will undoubtedly report the entire incident to Tuo Ba Chi at the earliest opportunity. You shall find yourself in grave peril then. Xianyuan Mingyue warned ominously. Just a defeated foe, like yourself. Jiang Changkong smiled meaningfully at Xianyuan Mingyue. Not only Xianyuan Mingyue, but even Tuo Ba Chi, the young master of the beast sect, had once tasted defeat at his hands 3 years ago. You dare to challenge me again? Xianyuan Mingyue exclaimed, her anger palpable. When did this insufferable fellow become so infuriating? Senior sister San Yu. Jiang Changkong ignored Xianyuan Mingyue, turning his gaze at San Yu, his brow suddenly raised. It seems your tranquil heart technique has reached a level of mastery that allows you to wield it at will. How about it? I didn't deceive you, did I? Could it be that you are the sovereign of this world? Is it possible? I hadn't even spoken, and you already knew? I was planning to surprise you when I saw you. Song Yu gazed at Jiang Chongkong in astonishment, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. She had intended to showcase her progress to him and commend this young it. Was I who selected the tranquil heart technique for you? Whether or not you practiced it, and whether it would yield results, is of course evident to me. Jiang Chongkong smiled as if it were self-evident. You are truly dull, Song Yu pouted, glaring at Jiang Chongkong. Are we engaging in flirtation here? Xin Yuan Mingyue interjected teasingly, unable to hold back her amusement. Song Yu immediately turned around, tugging at Xin Yuan Mingyue. Mingyue, don't say such things. Then she winked at Jiang Chongkong, indicating, you know who this is, right? The third princess of the heavenly demon martial sect, my defeated foe. It's been 3 years since we last met, and you've made significant progress. Are you here to seek revenge? Unfortunately, no matter how hard you try, the outcome will remain unchanged. You must face reality. Jiang Chongkong provocatively responded. The old tales from 3 years ago. Now that I have awakened my physique, you are no match for me. Xin Yuan Mingyue retorted icily, her tone filled with arrogance and a hint of disdain. A mere new moon physique. Does one from the Blood Moon clan dare to show off before me? Jiang Chongkong scoffed dismissively. You can actually see through my physique? You even know about my Blood Moon clan? Xin Yuan Mingyue's expression changed instantly, her gaze fixated on the young man before her. What is this? I not only know you have awakened the new moon physique, but I also know you have yet to fully condense your blood eyes. Correct? Jiang Chongkong's lips curled into a smirk, astonishing all present once more. Bang! At that moment, Xin Yuan Mingyue could no longer maintain her composure and grasped Jiang Chongkong, demanding, how could you possibly know this? Only my closest confidants are aware of such matters. Who are you? There's nothing in this world that Jiang Chongkong does not know, and show me some respect. Although I never lay hands on women, it does not mean I will tolerate your rudeness. Jiang Chongkong shot a cold glare at Xin Yuan Mingyue. All right, we are all on the same side. Mingyue was merely surprised at how you know such sensitive matters. Give me some face, and let us keep things amicable. Observing the tension between them, Song Yu quickly intervened. I have always been amicable. It is others who lack understanding. Jiang Chongkong chuckled lightly. Xin Yuan Mingyue's anger flared. Mingyue, give me some face. My junior brother Chongkong may be blunt, but he has indeed revealed many things we are unaware of. If you wish to know, there will be ample time to inquire later. Song Yu hurriedly calmed Xin Yuan Mingyue. Senior sister, is there a specific reason for your visit today? Primarily to accompany Mingyue on a stroll. We've known each other for many years. I just didn't expect to find you here, which saves me the trouble of seeking you out, Song Yu answered candidly. What do you want from me? Jiang Chongkong inquired, bewildered of course. It is to express my gratitude. Had it not been for your suggestion to practice the tranquil heart technique, how could I have mastered the eye-soul hellfire in such a short time? Surprisingly, even my physique has improved. Song Yu gazed at Jiang Chongkong with immense gratitude that it was but a trifling effort. After all, senior sister was the only one who stood up for me when the sect abandoned me. Such kindness will always be repaid with great gratitude. Jiang Chongkong waved his hand, his expression sincere, and no sooner had he spoken than Xin Yuan Mingyue stepped forward, her imposing presence blocking his path. Was it Song Yu who misspoke? Or did I misunderstand? You can actually enhance someone's physique? Mingyue, your reflexes are rather slow. I intended to tell you earlier, but you interrupted me. Song Yu nudged Xin Yuan Mingyue, exasperated. What does it matter to you whether it is true or not? Jiang Chongkong raised an eyebrow, his tone unfriendly. How dare the third princess of the heavenly demon martial sect question me so arrogantly? Who does she think she is? Prove it to me, Xin Yuan Mingyue commanded coldly, as if issuing an edict. This immediately enraged Jiang Chongkong. What makes you think you are worthy to issue commands to me in such a haughty manner? Junior brother Chongkong, Mingyue did not mean it that way. She simply cannot accept that, according to everyone's understanding, once a physique is awakened, it cannot be changed. Song Yu hurriedly clarified for Xin Yuan Mingyue. That is what you believe, Jiang Chongkong replied coldly. What gives you the right to alter this ancient theorem? Are you the sovereign of this world? Xin Yuan Mingyue argued passionately, her emotions causing her pupils to take on a blood red, eerie hue. Humph. A little girl who cannot even condense her blood eyes dares to question me. Where do you find your courage? Even the ancestors of the Xianyuan clan would bow respectfully before me. Jiang Chongkong scoffed disdainfully, ignoring Xianyuan Mingyue entirely. Xianyuan Mingyue's fury reached its peak, at that moment. A powerful and intense aura suddenly descended before everyone. Xianyuan Mingyue and Song Yu's expressions changed dramatically. Royal-level physique? Tang Yinzhu, how could it be you? Song Yu exclaimed as she recognized a newcomer. Of course. It is me, senior sister Song Yu. It has been a long time. Have you missed me? Don't I look more handsome? Tang Yinzhu laughed heartily, winking at Song Yu in a playful manner. Ugh, to his surprise. Song Yu showed no mercy, immediately mimicking a retching gesture. Tang Yinzhu clutched his chest, shooting a wounded glance at Song Yu. Senior sister, you have deeply wounded my tender heart. After all, I am the second most handsome in the Lan Song sect. Second only to young Master Kong. At least give me some recognition. If you weren't so self-absorbed, we might have been friends, truly. With a serious expression, Song Yue gazed intently at Tang Yunzhao and spoke, after suffering a setback. Tang Yunzhao swiftly redirected his focus and approached Xianyuan Mingyue with enthusiasm, grasping her delicate jade-like hand. You must be the third princess of the heavenly demon martial sect. Greetings. I am Tang Yunzhao. You may call me Tang Xiaoping. Xianyuan Mingyue raised an eyebrow slightly, swiftly retracting her hand. Tang Yunzhao, are you the son of Tang Exin, the president of the Qian Duo Chamber of Commerce? Coughing lightly, he quickly distanced himself, saying, I am not very familiar with Tang Sanjin. If the third princess has any grievances with him, please do not spare my feelings in dealing with him. Upon hearing Tang Exin's name, Tang Xiaopong's expression changed instantly, and he hurried to clarify his relationship. Rest assured, the Qian Duo Chamber of Commerce is indeed the backbone of our heavenly demon martial sect. President Tang is a benefactor to our sect, and there are no grievances as you claim. Xianyuan Mingyue responded with a smile that was not quite a smile. Then it seems that you and the third princess are merely friends. Tang Yunzhao promptly shifted his tone, wearing a cheeky grin at this. Xianyuan Mingyue chose to ignore him entirely. Frustrated by the series of humiliations, Tang Yunzhao shot an annoyed glare at Jiang Chongkong. This is all your fault. Your presence has overshadowed my charm and brilliance. You must compensate me. After several days apart, Jiang Chongkong cracked his knuckles, pretending to threaten Tang Yunzhao. Immediately, Tang Yunzhao turned away and began reprimanding Xianyuan Mingyue. You should question anyone, but not me, Jiang Chongkong. Changing one's physique is nothing. It was Jiang Chongkong who helped me awaken mine. Did I question it? Am I proud? Yes, I am. Chapter 53. Be my personal maid for 3 years. Royal grade physique. Fiery sun physique. Tang Yunzhao unabashedly unleashed his aura, reveling in his display. Xianyuan Mingyue was utterly stunned by the spectacle before her, rendered speechless. The ability to awaken a royal grade physique at will. Just who is Jiang Chongkong? To break the ancient laws of the Lioli realm that have persisted for millennia? All right, we all know how exceptional you are, but do tone it down. If you keep this up, you'll cause quite a stir. If your master finds out, he might come to force you into seclusion for rigorous training, Sun Yue remarked after observing for a moment. Had it been before, she would have been far more astonished than Xianyuan Mingyue. Yet now, under Jiang Chongkong's guidance, and having cultivated the heart-purifying technique, she had also transformed her physique and appeared much more composed. Wait, I just escaped his clutches. Please do not mention the word master around me. I tremble at the mere thought. Upon hearing the term, Tang Yunzhao involuntarily shivered, recalling a terrifying figure, and withdrew his imposing aura somewhat begrudgingly. Jiang Chongkong cast a curious glance at Tang Xiaoping. I thought you were undergoing the 7 heavens and hell-like training. How did you emerge so quickly? What 7 heavens and hell training? I finished it in 3 days. Even my master praised my extraordinary talent. Not to mention who I associate with, haha. Tang Xiaoping quickly fell silent, seemingly reluctant to elaborate on the matter. Remarkable. You managed to boast about Jiang Chongkong while praising yourself. 2 birds with 1 stone. Sun Yue couldn't help but give Tang Yunzhao a thumbs up. So, do you think my sister feels I am impressive? Tang Yunzhao perked up again, eager to flaunt himself. Apologies, but no. Song Yue's face was awash with rejection. At that moment, Xianyuan Mingyue suddenly directed her gaze at Jiang Changkong. Your ability to alter others' physiques and awaken royal-grade physiques. Who exactly are you? It's just me, Jiang Changkong. Tang Yunzhao replied, bewildered by Xianyuan Mingyue's inquiry. Song Yue patted Xianyuan Mingyue's shoulder, and why junior brother Jiang Changkong is simply that remarkable. No matter how much you inquire, you will not uncover the whole truth. Only Jiang Changkong noticed that Xianyuan Mingyue's eyes had turned a blood-red hue, as if reflecting blood itself, instinctively smiling at the realization that the descendants of the Blood Moon clan could not truly control their blood pupils. The power had regressed to such a degree. It was indeed regrettable. No wonder she could only awaken the new moon physique. Although it is still a royal-grade physique, it should have been at least an imperial-grade physique. Right? How do you know? Why does the blood pupil have no effect on you? Even if my blood pupil is merely at the initial level, it should not be like this, seeing that Jiang Changkong remained unaffected. Xianyuan Mingyue was completely flabbergasted. Anyone gazed upon by the blood pupil would be compelled to obey its owner's will, even falling into different illusions based on the owner's thoughts. What is so strange about it? It was thanks to me that your Blood Moon clan's ancestors truly understood the power and utility of the blood pupil. But why dwell on those old matters? Jiang Changkong recalled an ancient event from millennia ago regarding the blood pupil and chose to stop there. Since you know, you must have a way to resolve the shortcomings of my Blood Moon clan. Could you please offer me some guidance? Xianyuan Mingyue lowered her head, speaking softly to Jiang Changkong. Entirely devoid of her previous ice-cold demeanor. Even the air of the third princess of the heavenly demon martial sect had dissipated. Jiang Changkong glanced at Xianyuan Mingyue, a sly smile flashing across his face. Given my connections with the Blood Moon clan, it is not impossible, but only if you agree to be my personal maid for 3 years. Personal maid. In your dreams, Xianyuan Mingyue was taken aback by Jiang Changkong's audacious request. Instantly infuriated. Then be gone. Jiang Changkong's tone turned icy. Daring to act pretentious before me? Humph. Without a backward glance, Xianyuan Mingyue vanished from the crowd's view. Tang Yunzhao looked up at Jiang Changkong with immense admiration, nearly bowing down in reverence. To think you would require the third princess of the heavenly demon martial sect to be your personal maid. Jiang Changkong, my admiration for you is as boundless as the rivers. Being a personal maid is already quite a concession. Previously, she would have been merely a servant. Jiang Changkong stated matter-of-factly. What is the difference? Tang Yunzhao inquired, curiosity piqued. Of course, the difference lies in personal. Do you have any idea how many celestial maidens sought to be my personal maid back in the day? Yet I never even glanced their way? Jiang Changkong explained earnestly, casting a glance at Tang Yunzhao. Tang Yunzhao was left utterly dumbfounded, completely oblivious to Guwen nodding in agreement at Jiang Changkong's words in the distance. Then why would you treat the third princess in such a manner? Could it be she fits your type? Tang Yunzhao's curiosity grew. You think too much. The only reason I would offer her this opportunity is purely due to her lineage as a descendant of the Blood Moon clan. Stemming from a promise I made long ago, Jiang Changkong sighed softly, unwilling to elaborate further. Junior brother, how can you bully Mingyue like this? She must despise you now. Seeing Xianyuan Mingyue storm away in anger, Song Yue shot Jiang Changkong an accusatory glare. Jiang Changkong remained unfazed, confidence emanating from him that do not worry. It won't be long before she returns to acknowledge her mistake and willingly becomes my personal maid. Taking pride in it, Song Yue rolled her eyes at Jiang Changkong, utterly speechless. Daydreaming are we, but just how much are you hiding? With your concealed realm and ability to alter physiques, if the elders found out, they would surely be kneeling before you, begging for your favor. To this, Jiang Changkong replied evasively, your fire phoenix physique is still undergoing transformation. It is time to begin cultivating the second layer of the heart-purifying technique. The second layer? How can there be a second layer to the heart-purifying technique? Isn't it just a single mantra from start to finish? Song Yue exclaimed in astonishment. The heart-purifying technique you possess is incomplete. The true heart-purifying technique has 3 layers. Each layer represents a metamorphosis, perfectly capable of unlocking your utmost potential. Jiang Chongkong divulged the secret. Did you recommend I cultivate the heart-purifying technique not merely to enable me to control the ice-soul inferno, but primarily to alter my physique? Song Yue regarded Jiang Chongkong with profound understanding, devoid of any doubt. Guess. Jiang Chongkong winked at Song Yue. Quickly give me the complete heart-purifying technique, and do it promptly, Song Yue demanded without reservation. I prepared it for you long ago. Jiang Chongkong swiftly produced the already prepared heart-purifying technique from his robe and handed it to Song Yue. From the day, he kindly reminded Song Yue to begin transforming. He had been ready for this day. His motives were twofold: to repay the favor from when Song Yue bravely supported him against tyranny, and to uphold his original intent, to reshape the legacy of humanity. It seems I was truly mistaken earlier. Jiang Chongkong's type is actually Song Yue, Senior's sister. After all, a generous bosom holds an advantage. Tang Yunjiao remarked softly while observing the interaction between the two. Get lost, Jiang Chongkong and Song Yue simultaneously shouted in anger. That I won't. Tang Yunjiao stood valiantly, adopting a stance of 1 against 3, exuding an impressive aura. Bang! Before he could finish his words, he was sent flying by Jiang Chongkong with a single glance. As he soared through the air, he was further scorched by the flames of Tsung, truly enduring great torment. Speak, what price must I pay? Shall I also become your servant? Tsung, having acquired the complete version of the Qingxin Sutra, earnestly addressed Jiang Chongkong. Without my permission, you are forbidden to teach the Qingxin Sutra to anyone else. This is no idle talk. I would rather die than impart the Qingxin Sutra to others, let alone divulge your secret of altering one's physique. If you are worried, I can swear an oath with my life's essence, Song Yue confidently assured. No need. I trust you, senior sister. I was initially concerned about your life and death agreement with Yi Qinghuan, but now it seems that worry was unnecessary. Song Yue suddenly turned and gazed deeply at Jiang Chongkong. Did I not tell you from the beginning? It was you who did not believe. Jiang Chongkong helplessly spread his hands and shrugged. I believe you. I'm leaving. See you at the set competition. Chapter 54. Killing with a borrowed knife within an opulent courtyard, Tuoba Chi was engaged in conversation with Shangwan Lai. Bang! Suddenly, a figure stumbled in from outside and crashed heavily to the ground. Insolence. Lu Rong, have you forgotten the most basic etiquette? Upon seeing the newcomer, Tuoba Chi's expression darkened as he bellowed furiously. You re-injured. Who did this? And where are your teammates? Shangwan Lai, noticing the clues, interjected sharply. They are all dead. Lu Rong hung his head, unable to meet the gaze of Shangwan Lai and Tuoba Chi. Even my captain of the personal guard dared to act against them. Tell me who it was. Tuoba Chi stepped closer to Lu Rong, his face clouded with fury. Lu Rong took a deep breath and replied sternly. It was a person named Jiang Chongkong. Did you mention my Wanshou sex name beforehand? Tuoba Chi raised an eyebrow. He was no stranger to Jiang Chongkong. In fact, he was quite familiar with him, having lost to Jiang Chongkong 3 years ago. Of course, that was 3 years ago now. Tuoba Chi was confident that even 10 Jiang Chongkongs would not be his match. Naturally, Lu Rong nodded noncommittally. Despicable. He dares to disregard our Wanshou sex dignity. This Jiang Chongkong is truly audacious. Gather the men. Tuoba Chi fumed, ready to rally his forces to settle accounts with Jiang Chongkong. However, he was abruptly stopped by Shangwan Lai. Young master, do not. They have already stepped over our heads. If we do not retaliate, will others not see our Wanshou sect as a target for Lan Song sect as humiliation? Tuoba Chi, filled with wrath, argued. Young master, do not act impulsively. We must first ascertain whether this is the intention of Lan Song sect or merely Jiang Chongkong's personal vendetta. Lest we harm the current peace between our two sects. Lu Rong, tell me, what exactly transpired? Why did Jiang Chongkong turn against you? Shangwan Lai cast a glance at Lu Rong, quickly inquiring. The incident began thus. I discovered that the members of the Dark Bat squad we dispatched a few days ago had suddenly lost all contact, and I feared the worst for them. Following the clues they left behind, I ultimately arrived at Lan Song Pavilion, only to find Tuoba Yun there. Lu Rong recounted rapidly, not daring to slacken his pace. Tuoba Yun, continue. Tuoba Chi and Shangwan Lai exchanged glances, urging him to elaborate. Naturally, I was to capture him immediately. However, I was thwarted by Jiang Chongkong. I specifically explained the situation to him, hoping he would not interfere in our Wansho sect's internal matters. But Jiang Chongkong not only refused to give face, but also incited the guardian of Lansong Pavilion to act against us. Lu Rong looked at the two, hesitating to continue. Before he could finish, Tuoba Chi smashed the nearby furniture with a palm, his killing intent soaring. How audacious is Jiang Chongkong? He dares to meddle even in my family affairs, clearly showing no respect for my Wansho sect. Now we have ample reason to eliminate him, do we not? As he spoke, Tuoba Chi glanced at Shangwan Lai. Indeed, but young master, do not forget that this matter involves the powerful individual from Lansong Pavilion. That is the most troublesome aspect of this entire situation. Shangwan Lai's expression grew grave as he regarded Tuoba Chi. Who is it? Are they very strong? Bai Feng of Lansong Pavilion, one of the two protectors of Lansong sect. It is said that he possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, his cultivation unfathomable. He is so formidable that merely hearing of him instills terror. Yet he has caused our entire personal guard to be annihilated. Lu Rong suddenly raised his head, a lingering fear evident in his voice. Such a powerful being, we must never provoke them. Otherwise, we would only meet our demise. Shangwan Lai promptly made a decision. I it to say that my personal guard died in vain. If this spreads, where will I place my face? Where will Wansho sect's dignity be? Young master, I have long told you that the Lansong sect harbors hidden talents, far beyond what you may perceive. However, your and Wansho sect's reputation must not be tarnished. Therefore, we must adopt a more moderate approach. Old Lai, what method do you propose? Speak plainly. Kill with a borrowed knife? Old Lai, are you jesting? If Jiang Chongkong learns that we are plotting against him, he will undoubtedly flee in terror. How can we kill with a borrowed knife? Tuoba Chi, consumed by rage, instinctively retorted, Young master, your words are mistaken. Have you forgotten that we are in Lansong sect? And the current steward, Feng Songyun, is striving to please us? Moreover, there is a life and death duel between Yi Qinghuan and Jiang Chongkong approaching. Thus, we need not exert ourselves greatly. We simply need to inform Feng Songyun that Jiang Chongkong has indiscriminately slain your elite subordinates. He will know what to do, and the remaining matters will require no effort from us. Once Jiang Chongkong is dead, Tuoba Yun will be easily captured, will he not? Shangwan Lai smiled ominously. Old Lai speaks wisely. How did I not think of that? Brilliant. Tuoba Chi suddenly felt enlightened, his anger dissipating as he strode purposefully to go and see to it. He then waved his hand at Lu Rong, who swiftly disappeared. In a dim room, Feng Songyun paced back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression was grave, and a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Creak. A figure quietly entered, stealthily approaching Feng Songyun and respectfully calling out, "Father!" It was Yi Qinghuan, who had previously suffered a setback at Xian Yuan Mingyue's hands. How goes the progress with the third princess? Upon seeing Yi Qinghuan, Feng Songyun instantly inquired anxiously that it is going well. However, the third princess's attitude is somewhat strange. She seems to hold Jiang Chongkong in high regard, even stating that I will definitely lose to Jiang Chongkong in the life and death duel. Yi Qinghuan lowered his head, concealing the panic and anger in his eyes as he recounted the events to Feng Songyun. Again with Jiang Chongkong, why does everything revolve around him? Is this the third princess's own intention or that of the heavenly demon martial sect? I have spent several days investigating, yet I still cannot uncover the agreement they speak of from 20 years ago with Lansong sect. At the mention of Jiang Chongkong's name, Feng Songyun erupted in fury, his temper flaring. Why? Yi Qinghuan looked at Feng Songyun in surprise, unable to comprehend why his father was so restless today, even revealing a hint of palpable unease. This was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, as if he were completely flustered. Father! Yi Qinghuan lifted his head, intending to probe for more information. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Hiss! A strange light suddenly surged from the dim room, swiftly coalescing into a dark visage. In an instant, a chilling and violent aura enveloped the entire room. The terrifying and suffocating pressure caused Yi Qinghuan to uncontrollably kneel, his eyes filled with dread and tea that moment. He finally understood why Feng Songyun was so uncharacteristically agitated today. It was because that esteemed individual had arrived. No, to be precise, it was the monthly meeting. Feng Songyun struggled against the pressure, kneeling on one knee and respectfully addressing, "My lord, how have you prepared for the tasks I assigned you?" The sinister face slowly writhed, emitting a low, gravelly voice. "Everything is proceeding very smoothly. 3 days from now is the sect competition. Once Qinghuan ascends to the top position, it will be our moment to act against the sect master." Feng Songyun took a deep breath and cautiously reported, "What did you say? How can Yi Qinghuan still not be the chief disciple? I awakened your royal-level physique and even helped you eliminate Jiang Changkong within the shadowy barrier while secretly providing you with substantial support. Having bribed nearly 40% of Lansong sect's elders, and yet you still fail. Are you two useless wretches wasting my time? Do not forget that you, Feng Songyun, owe your current standing entirely to me. Without me, you would merely be a useless leech. Having achieved this little success, you do not know how to cherish it. Do you want me to strip you of everything right now?" The fierce visage erupted with wrath, a terrifying majesty exploding in an instant, plunging the entire room, including Feng Songyun and his son, into a frenzied uproar, as if they were on the brink of annihilation. "My lord, please quell your anger. Please quell your anger. It was not our intention to delay progress, but rather, Jiang Changkong is not only alive but has allied with Li Feihe to retaliate against us and obstruct our plans. Furthermore, the sudden visit of the heavenly demon martial sect and the 10,000 B sect today has exacerbated the situation," Feng Songyun frantically explained, sensing death drawing near. Chapter 55. Is it Jiang Changkong again? Jiang Changkong is still alive. Do the heavenly demon martial sect and the 10,000 B sect also covet a share of the spoils? In that case, it cannot be entirely blamed on you. The fierce countenance suddenly restrained its fury, and all anomalies vanished in an instant. Feng Songyun hurriedly recounted the recent events. It appeared that the heavenly demon martial sect and the 10,000 beast sect had sensed something amiss. The fierce visage muttered to itself, "In 3 days, the sect competition will present them with a grand spectacle. Once Cheng Huan has fully secured the position of chief, you shall propose a re-election for the sect master. At that time, I will command the underworld army to infiltrate the Lansong sect in advance. My patience is wearing thin. What if Li Feiyu forcibly breaks through, even though we have control over nearly 40% of the elders of the Lansong sect? It remains under the dominion of the Li family. Rest assured, the Li family's thunderous 8 trigrams has a significant flaw. Any cultivator who steps into the true fate realm will suffer a backlash on their physique. Otherwise, he would not have frequently secluded himself these past years. Of course, to be safe, I will impart the soul-seizing banner and the ghostly curse to you if Li Feiyu dares to forcefully break through. He shall undoubtedly meet his demise. At that time, you and the underworld army shall thoroughly cleanse the Lansong sect. Unless they can utilize the relics left by the ancestors of the Li family, they cannot possibly alter the situation. Naturally, if they could use them, the Lansong sect would not have fallen to this state. We would not have cough cough. In any case, you must do whatever it takes to swiftly take control of the Lansong sect and fulfill my orders. As for the heavenly demon martial sect and the 10,000 beast sect, you must merely placate them on the surface, never engage in any transactions or alliances with them. Remember, if I discover that you dare to secretly ally with them, I will ensure you pay an excruciating price. But we have just... Yi Qinghuan looked at the Lord with some confusion, only to be silenced by Feng Songyun's restraining hand, that I shall obey the Lord's commands. Feng Songyun replied respectfully, "I do not wish to hear any bad news next time. Otherwise, I can replace you at any moment." The fierce visage coldly uttered a warning before vanishing without a trace. The room returned to its original state, and Feng Songyun seized Yi Qinghuan by the throat, his murderous intent surging. "Do not think that just because you are my biological son, I would hesitate to kill you. Everything you possess now is granted by me. If you dare to let slip any words before the Lord again, I will twist your neck." Yi Qinghuan, terrified and flustered, could only nod repeatedly at that moment. A talisman suddenly ignited before them. Following that, a voice emerged, reporting to the Great Elder, "Someone from the 10,000 Beast sect has arrived. Tell him to wait a moment. I will be there shortly." Feng Songyun replied calmly, gradually releasing his grip on Yi Qinghuan. With a thud, Yi Qinghuan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes fixated on Feng Songyun, a flame of hatred slowly igniting within. It dawned on him that no matter how hard he tried or how exceptional he became, in Feng Songyun's eyes he was merely a dog, devoid of even basic rights to speak, subjected to Feng Songyun's scolding, humiliation, and even slaughter. Once upon a time, he had practiced diligently, striving for the day when Feng Songyun would acknowledge his identity before all, to take pride in him. Yet recently, he had come to a stark realization. He was nothing more than a trivial pawn in Feng Songyun's pursuit of ambition. Nothing more. If that is the case, why should I, Yi Qinghuan, continue to toil for you? Why should I not live for myself and seek the greatest benefits for myself? A frenzied thought surfaced in his mind. How has your earth spirit essence absorption progressed? Feng Songyun inquired as he led Yi Qinghuan to the courtyard where Tuoba Chi resided. Thank you for the Great Elder's generous gift. Qinghuan has nearly completed the absorption of the earth's spirit essence. In just a few days, it will be fully integrated. Yi Qinghuan promptly replied with utmost respect. Excellent. Once the earth's spirit essence is fully integrated, your 3,000 peak body will experience a qualitative leap, fully unleashing your potential. At that time, not only the younger generation of the Lansong sect, but even the third-level elders will not be your match. Feng Songyun nodded in satisfaction, his earlier anger dissipating. His eyes filled with approval and anticipation. Rest assured, Great Elder, Qinghuan will not disappoint your efforts and expectations. Yi Qinghuan nodded and bowed, making a solemn promise. Yet his gaze no longer held the brilliance of the past. Instead, it was overshadowed by gloom and a hint of repressed hatred. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at Tuoba Chi's residence. Brother Yi, Shangwan Lai rushed out first, opening his arms eagerly. Brother Shangwan, Feng Songyun similarly greeted with warmth. Senior Shangwan, young sect master. Yi Qinghuan followed respectfully, bowing. A hint of surprise crossed Tuoba Chi's proud face as he rarely extended his hand first. Brother Yi, it seems you have truly lived up to the reputation of a genius of the Lansong sect. In just a few short days, your cultivation has reached an unfathomable level. Yi Qinghuan was indeed not living off false pretenses. His royal-grade physique was not to be underestimated. In merely a few days, his cultivation had risen to a point where even Tuoba Chi felt a sense of pressure. The young sect master exaggerates. This rapid progress is all thanks to the earth spirit essence bestowed by your 10,000 Beast sect. Otherwise, how could I advance so swiftly? Yi Qinghuan humbly lowered himself, shedding all previous arrogance. Seeing this, Tuoba Chi's lips involuntarily curled upward, his pride swelling, yet his words grew warmer. Here in your Lansong sect, calling me young sect master is a bit inappropriate. I am merely slightly older than Brother Yi, if you're not averse. You may call me Qi Ge. It is a tremendous honor for me, Yi Qinghuan, to befriend you. I shall call you Qi Ge from now on. Yi Qinghuan exclaimed with delight, swiftly engaging in animated conversation with Tuoba Q. At this sight, a glimmer of joy flashed in Feng Songyun's eyes. This lad seemed to have finally awakened. Brother Yi, I apologize for troubling you to come to your own sect. It is indeed, Shangwan Lai said with a hint of embarrassment, glancing at Feng Songyun. Feng Songyun, sensing Shangwan Lai's difficulty, waved his hand and inquired, Brother Shangwan, please do not say that. Has something unpleasant occurred within my Lansong sect? I implore you to be frank. Otherwise, how can I maintain my dignity? At Feng Songyun's words, Shangwan Lai glanced at Tuoba Chi with some hesitation. Understanding the unspoken cue, Tuoba Chi gestured to Lu Rong, signaling him to recount the entire incident to Elder Yi. Bruised and battered, Lu Rong limped to Feng Songyun's feet, wincing in pain, unable to utter a single word. Clearly, his current condition was far more severe than when he had returned. What on earth happened? Who did this to you? Speak boldly, and I shall seek justice for you. Feng Songyun frowned upon seeing Lu Rong's plight. Taking a deep breath, Lu Rong, suppressing his pain, lamented, It was a fellow named Jiang Changkong. Jiang Changkong, Yi Qinghuan, and Feng Songyun exclaimed in unison. How is this possible? Zhou Jiu promised me he would personally deal with Jiang Changkong. How could this useless person still be alive? Again, Jiang Changkong. Why did he strike you so ruthlessly? Feng Songyun, struggling to contain his inner doubts and fury, pressed Lu Rong for answers, although I know my next words may very well jeopardize the friendship between our two sections. I cannot hold back any longer. Lu Rong took a deep breath, locking eyes with Toba Chi. Previously, I led my personal guard team to conduct our daily training within the Lansong sect. As we passed by the Lansong Pavilion, I inadvertently spotted someone resembling the traitor who escaped from my 10,000 Beast sect 6 months ago. Just as I approached to verify his identity, Jiang Changkong suddenly intervened, questioning why our 10,000 Beast sect members were present in the Lansong sect. He incited the disciples of the Lansong sect to heap insults and shove us, trying to provoke discord between our two sects. I attempted to explain, but he distorted the truth, accusing us of attempting to steal the martial arts techniques from the Lansong Pavilion, which alarmed the powerful guardians of the pavilion, who then attacked us. Ultimately, under Jiang Changkong's leadership, my personal guard team was completely annihilated, and I was the only one fortunate enough to escape. I humbly beseech Elder Yi, in light of the amicable relations between our two sects, to champion my cause and deliver justice for the Wanshou men and the fallen brethren of my guard. Lu Rong knelt before Feng Songyun, weeping inconsolably in profound grief. Chapter 56. Is the black market actually run by my family? Upon hearing this, Toba Chi was incensed, exclaiming, Damn that Jiang Changkong for daring to affront the Wanshou men. I cannot possibly swallow this grievance. Come, let us go. Shang Wanlai hastily restrained Toba Chi, urging him to temper his rage, for they were in the Lansong sect, not the Wanshou men. As he spoke, he deliberately cast a sidelong glance at Feng Songyun. Brother Yi, is it true that your Lansong sect harbors such wicked malefactors? It is truly astonishing that such a villain could exist within your esteemed sect. Before Feng Songyun could respond, Yi Qinghuan suddenly lunged forward, dropping to one knee in a fit of righteous fury. This Jiang Changkong is utterly lawless, daring to incite the disciples of our sect to aid him in his nefarious deeds. Such a rogue, if left unchecked, will bring disgrace upon the Lansong sect. I respectfully report to the Grand Elder that I, Qinghuan, boldly volunteer to venture alone to the Lansong Pavilion to apprehend Jiang Changkong and challenge him to a life-and-death duel. Ridding our sect of this menace, let us restore the camaraderie between the Lansong sect and the Wanshou men. Well said, truly worthy of being the chief disciple of the Lansong sect, committed to upholding our sect's reputation and eradicating evil. I shall personally issue a decree for Elder Shifei of the Law Enforcement Hall to accompany you in capturing the nefarious Jiang Changkong and bringing him to justice. Feng Songyun promptly praised Yi Qinghuan's fervent initiative. Jiang Changkong, a thorn in their side, was a target they had longed to eliminate. Now, with the Wanshou men involved, it felt like a divine opportunity. Brother Feng, hold on. This matter must not be handled so openly. At that moment, Shang Wanlai intervened to halt Feng Songyun. What is the meaning of this, Brother Shangwan? Both Feng Songyun and Yi Qinghuan looked on in confusion. They were merely seeking justice. Why had the situation suddenly become so convoluted? The truth is, although Jiang Changkong instigated this discord between our two sects, he did so with the aid of Elder Bai of the Lansong Pavilion. Indeed, Elder Bai publicly declared that Jiang Changkong would be calling the shots at the pavilion from now on. If you attempt to capture him now, it may result in failure and could even provoke Elder Bai's ire. Indeed, I heard this with my own ears, Lu Rong affirmed. Upon hearing this, Feng Songyun and Yi Qinghuan exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of dismay. What devilry has Jiang Changkong employed to gain such favor from Elder Bai, allowing him to manage the Lansong Pavilion? No wonder Zhou Jiu was unsuccessful. This complicates matters considerably. Though we cannot apprehend him at the Lansong Pavilion, I recall that Qinghuan is soon to engage Jiang Changkong in a life-and-death battle. The Wanshou Min is willing to offer a 30-year Earth Essence as a reward, provided you could deliver justice for the souls lost from our sect. Toba Chi interjected. Brother Chi, how could you doubt our bond? Given our relationship, no recompense is required. I shall certainly slay Jiang Changkong on the life and death stage to honor the spirits of the fallen elite of the Wan Shou men, of course a 30-year Earth essence. Who would refuse such a boon? Yi Qinghuan chuckled inwardly. Feng Songyin took a deep breath and turned to Shangwan Lai and Tuoba Qi, solemnly bowing. It is indeed my lax supervision that has led to the Wan Shou men suffering such great losses. I, Feng Songyin, vow once more to provide you with a satisfactory resolution to this matter. Your word is sufficient, Young Yi, Shangwan Lai declared, helping Feng Songyin to his feet. Then we of the Wan Shou men shall await your response. Tuoba Qi added, his tone somewhat haughty as the young master of the Wan Shou men. He regarded himself as superior to the Lan Song sect. Had it not been for Shangwan Lai's intervention, he would have already dealt with Jiang Changkong. Why should he continue to engage in this pretense with Feng Songyin and Shangwan Lai? Outside the Wangjiang Tower, murmurs circulated among passers-by regarding the recent unrest within the sect. What is going on? Is it merely coincidence or something more? Ever since the arrival of the Tian Yao martial sect and the Wan Shou men, numerous disciples have mysteriously disappeared or met untimely deaths. Is that true? Yu Shunti speaks so carelessly. If the Tian Yao martial sect and the Wan Shou men catch wind of this, it could spell trouble for you. I was just confiding in you. Be wary of eavesdroppers. Nonetheless, it seems the Wan Shou men caused quite a ruckus at the Lan Song Pavilion the other day, only to be driven off by Jiang Changkong. Isn't Jiang Changkong incapacitated? Who knows? Let us go. Jiang Changkong and Tang Yunju walk side by side, their brows furrowing at the discussions around them. There is something amiss a short distance behind. Tuoba Yun instinctively clenches fists at the mention of the Wan Shou men, his expression darkening with rage. Little Yun, hold your temper. After the sect tournament, there will be ample opportunities. Besides, the Wan Shou men is already aware of your presence here. Even if you don't act, they will surely come looking for trouble. Tang Yunju advised, noticing Tuoba Yun's agitation. Revenge is inevitable, but first, master the Kunping 6 extremes. Otherwise, you will be no match for him. Jiang Changkong clarified the issue at hand. Understood, young master. Tuoba Yun inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress his anger. Before he fully mastered the Kunping 6 extremes, he needed to maintain his composure. Otherwise, he would only meet his demise. The more he contemplated, the more suspicious he felt. He needed to investigate the recent incidents thoroughly. Listening to the conversations around him, Tang Yunju grew increasingly uneasy. Such a sense of responsibility is uncharacteristic of you. Tuoba Yun remarked, surprised at Tang Yunju's demeanor, teasing him lightly. After spending a few days together, Tuoba Yun found himself influenced by Tang Yunju's character, even adopting a similar way of speaking. Don't joke, he is the disciple of Elder Li, the foremost expert of the law enforcement hall. He bears the crucial responsibility of safeguarding the sect and must be accountable for everyone within. Jiang Changkong winked at Tuoba Yun, jesting with Tang Yunju. Young master, why are you laughing at me and Little Yun together? That hurts my feelings, Tang Yunju protested, immediately expressing his discontent. Why call me Little Yun? Tuoba Yun retorted, somewhat speechless. Little Guo, Little Yun. Don't they go well together? Tang Yunju replied nonchalantly. Get lost. Tuoba Yun shot a middle finger at Tang Yunju. If the rumors we heard earlier are true, I believe your master has already initiated an investigation. There is no need for us to concern ourselves. Jiang Changkong raised an eyebrow at Tang Yunju. True enough. Let us indulge ourselves with a feast before the sect tournament, Tang Yunju declared, waving his hand as they boldly entered the Wangjiang Tower. He plopped down in the central seat and bellowed. Waiter, quickly bring all the finest food and drink for my young master. In an instant, Tang San appeared before Tang Yunju, bowing deeply with a beaming smile. Young master, you've finally arrived? I hope nothing untoward has occurred. The waiter greeted Tang Yunju warmly, this time openly declaring his identity. Simultaneously, several figures materialized before Tang Yunju, kneeling in unison and calling out, Young master. Upon seeing these figures, Tang Yunju smashed the table beside him in a fit of rage. I knew the food at this black shop wouldn't suit my tastes. It turns out it's run by Tang San. It's one thing to deceive me, but now you're charging me for it. Please, young master, calm your anger. The master forbade us from revealing our identities to you, fearing that you might attract the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals within the sect. We established this tavern under the guise of business to secretly gather information and resources for your benefit. After witnessing your altercation here, the master sent us to protect you, but we arrived just as you did. The waiter hastily knelt before Tang Yunju, explaining, "What is your name?" "I'm called Tang San." Return and inform Tang Sanjin that this matter is far from over. However, I have pressing matters at hand, so I shall spare you for now. Now bring me the finest food. I must indulge. Tang Yunju ordered after glancing at Tang San. Rest assured, young master, the dishes will be served within 5 breaths. Otherwise, you need not lift a finger, for I shall smash my own skull. Chapter 57. The Lurking Yu Ming Clan. Preposterous. In 5 breaths. Even washing the vegetables wouldn't be possible, let alone serving the dishes. Tuoba Yun shook his head in disbelief, finding it hard to believe that the waiter shared the same love for food as Tang Yunju. "Dear sir, if you do not believe me, I shall count to 5. Tang San cast a confident smile towards Yun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Chong Kong swiftly counted to completion. Not even taking a breath, Tuoba Yun barely had the chance to speak, only managing to cast a disgruntled glance at Jiang Chong Kong. In return, he was met with a massive pig's trotter. Tuoba Yun was astonished to find that the previously empty table was now laden with a dazzling array of dishes, many of which she had never seen before. Goodness, this is quite exaggerated. Akin to a magic trick, how could the table be filled in less than 5 breaths? This was a succulent, tender, boneless pig's trotter. Yun had no time to heed the introductions, being tall and wild-looking. She seized the trotter and stuffed it directly in her mouth, swiftly devouring it. Jiang Chong Kong and Tang Yunzhou were equally dramatic, annihilating a plate of food with each opening of their mouths. Gradually, an unspoken competition arose among the 3, their target being the delectable dishes on the table. What began as elegant use of chopsticks soon devolved into a frenzied grasping with bare hands, as they disregarded any semblance of decorum, driven solely by the singular resolve to obliterate every morsel before them. However, they had not anticipated the extent of Tang San's meticulous preparation. As soon as the food was cleared, freshly cooked dishes were seamlessly replenished. In short, it was an endless supply. Why are their dishes served so swiftly while ours take ages, and they keep coming as if they cost nothing while ours are exorbitantly priced? Is there a disparity in treatment at the Wangjiang Tower? Are they guests and we not? This scene immediately provoked discontent from another nearby table. That moment, 3 individuals entered and seated themselves in the farthest corner. Rapping on the table, they unleashed a chorus of dissatisfied growls towards Jiang Yunzhou and the others, their voices sharp and piercing, akin to wild beasts disturbed during a meal. Dear gentlemen, if you find your meal unsatisfactory or unpleasing, feel free to leave. This meal is on me. But please do not disturb my young master while he dines, lest I become impolite. Tang San gradually appeared before the group, leaving behind his words before turning with grace to address the trio that had just entered Wangjiang Tower. Strangely, these 3 were shrouded in voluminous black robes, their tones icy as they commanded, "Raw meat, the fresher, the better. Very well, it shall be ready shortly." Although Tang San was curious, he did not inquire further, promptly instructing the servants to prepare. In the blink of an eye, several plates of blood-soaked, raw meat appeared on their table. Tang San, having encountered many individuals with unique tastes, understood precisely what they desired: raw meat. They grasped the plates with their bare hands and bit into the meat, each displaying a look of satisfaction, giving Tang San repeated thumbs up. "Enjoy your meal, and if you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me." Tang San slightly bowed to the 3 and then began to withdraw. Just then, without warning, the earlier instigators surged towards Tang San, intent on violence. Caught off guard, Tang San reacted with remarkable speed, retreating with a nimble leap, while hidden experts within Wangjiang Tower, including Tang Song, sprang into action. Whoosh! Yet, to Tang San's astonishment, there were those even faster. 3 shadows darted past Tang Song, the very individuals who had been feasting on raw meat. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared behind Tang San, claws extending threateningly. In a flash, they incapacitated the troublemakers, rendering them utterly defenseless. Lightning claw. The assailants collapsed to the ground, howling in pain, blood gushing forth like a torrent. What a delightful flavor! Upon seeing the blood, the three could not help but move closer, licking it eagerly. This, Tang Sin gazed in horror as the trio voraciously consumed the bloodied remains of the defeated, his scalp tingling with dread as he instinctively recoiled. Hiss that moment. An eerie glow began to emanate from beneath the black robes of the three. The Yomi clan, Jiang Chong Kong and Tang Yun Zhou, both shouted in unison, springing into action. "Young master, be careful," Tang San instinctively called out to Jiang Yun Zhou. "What nonsense! How could these ghastly creatures possibly harm me?" Jiang Yun Zhou waved his hand, unleashing a blazing radiance from his blazing sun body towards the three. Whoosh, whoosh, the Yomi clan sensed the imminent danger and fled in a frenzy. Their greatest fear was light and heat. Jiang Yun Zhou's blazing sun body was their nemesis. "Where do you think you're going?" Jiang Chong Kong extended a hand, capturing a small Yomi spirit that had also attacked, regardless of its frantic struggles to escape his grasp. "What manner of monsters are they?" "Tuh," Yun exclaimed, witnessing the Yomi spirits for the first time. "Yomi spirits," Jiang Yun Zhou replied, his brow furrowed. "And oh wonder they lack any physical form. They are indeed Yomi spirits. But how did they come to be within the Lan Song sect? And why have they disguised themselves as members of our human race?" Tua Bayun gazed at the Yomi spirit in Jiang Chong Kong's hand, an unsettling premonition rising within her. Yomi spirits are the lowest forms of life that dwell in the realms of darkness. Lacking physicality and nearly devoid of intelligence, they can devour corpses and human souls to gain awareness and strength, allowing them to evolve. The Lan Song sect has always devoted itself to eradicating the Yomi clan within the dark realms, leading to frequent fierce confrontations. This is why the Yomi clan is nearly impossible to find within the Lan Song sect. They are not merely disguised as human forms. Rather, they have devoured the flesh and souls of the sect's disciples to replace them. This is a unique talent of a Yomi clan and a common ruse. This is not something that can be accomplished in a short time, indicating that they did not suddenly appear here, but had long been lurking within the sect. Jiang Chong Kong toyed with the two struggling Yomi spirits in his hand, narrowing his eyes with profound meaning. His cursed body allows him to control the sinister entities of the world. Two mere Yomi spirits are hardly a challenge. Jiang Yun Zhou pondered Jiang Chong Kong's words, and suddenly a flash of insight connected previous events in his mind. Does this mean the disciples who mysteriously disappeared or were found dead in the wilderness were not harmed by an external force, but rather by these ghastly creatures? Who dares to collude with the Yomi clan to harm my Lan Song sect? Yomi spirits cannot appear without reason within the Lan Song sect. Someone must have orchestrated this. If no one had deliberately arranged for them, they could not have easily entered the Lan Song sect, let alone harm the disciples of the sect. They specifically targeted those disciples involved in the incident with Yi Chung Fei, clearly under someone's orders. Could it be Feng Song Yun and his son? The memory of the ambush in the dark realms that nearly cost Jiang Chong Kong his life resurfaced, pointing to the Feng family as the masterminds behind it, indicating an undisclosed relationship between them and the Yomi clan. Now, with Yomi spirits lurking within the Lan Song sect, all signs suggest that Feng Song Yun and his son are up to some nefarious scheme. This matter must be reported to the law enforcement hall immediately. The consequences of failing to act could be dire. We cannot allow Feng Song Yun and his son to act with impunity. Continuing to wreak havoc on the sect, Jiang Yun Zhou clenched his fists, fury etched across his face. Feng Song Yun and his son are utterly deranged, secretly colluding with the Yomi clan to harm the Lan Song sect. I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye. If it were only the two of them, they shouldn't have been able to concoct the concealment pill that perfectly masks the aura of the Yomi clan. Jiang Chong Kong suddenly remarked. Indeed, the concealment pill, a fourth-grade elixir, Jiang Yun Zhou exclaimed. Could it be from the alchemy room? With a single punch, Jiang Yun Zhou shattered the chest of the Yomi spirit in Jiang Chong Kong's grasp, discovering a concealment pill within. The concealment pill is a high-grade elixir specifically designed to obscure the aura of sinister entities, allowing the Yomi spirits to masquerade as ordinary humans. No, while the alchemy room has the capability to produce the Yin concealment pill, the Lansong sect has always sought to eradicate the Yomi clan. There is no area within the sect that could provide the necessary sinister aura. It seems this pill was not created by the alchemy room, but rather originates from outside. Jiang Chongkong deduced, unveiling the hidden truth. Hearing this, Jiang Yunzhou patted his stomach, his gaze falling upon the Yomi spirits with a cold smile. Having eaten their fill, it is time for them to work. I shall deliver the Yomi spirits to the law enforcement hall for rigorous interrogation. As he spoke, the Yomi spirits instinctively shivered. Chapter 58. Advanced Preparation, the Law Enforcement Hall. The most imposing location within the Lansong sect. Upon passing through the guards at the entrance, one is greeted by the bold and unyielding inscription, Justice and Impartiality, the creed upheld by the Law Enforcement Hall. Li Dian, come out. We have a serious situation. Tang Yunzhou strode into the scene with an air of nonchalance, as if he were traversing an uninhabited realm, and then bellowed loudly. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly contain their laughter, covering their faces in an attempt to stifle their mirth. Li Feihe, as the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, commanded absolute authority in the eyes of all. Yet, Tang Yunzhou showed him no deference whatsoever, directly seizing upon Li Feihe's distinctive physical trait, his mismatched eyes, and dubbing him Li Big Eye. This audacious act left everyone in the Law Enforcement Hall momentarily speechless. Believing that Tang Yunzhou had sealed his own fate, surprisingly, Li Feihe did not mete out any punishment. Instead, he accepted the nickname with a good-natured disposition. However, apart from Tang Yunzhou, no one else dared to utter such a name. As Li Feihe's sole disciple, Tang Yunzhou was regarded more as his nemesis than as his pupil by the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Approaching Li Feihe's inner hall, Tang Yunzhou called out 3 times. Li Big Eye, Li Big Eye, Li Big Eye, what could possibly be more pressing than your audacious intrusion? Li Feihe's figure suddenly appeared in the grand hall, raising an eyebrow at Tang Yunzhou. What have you brought here? Tang Yunzhou suddenly waved his hand towards Li Feihe. With a resounding thud, 3 shadowy figures crashed heavily to the ground before Li Feihe. What in the world are you doing bringing these individuals here? What crime have they committed? Li Feihe, glancing over hastily without a thorough inspection, looked at Tang Yunzhou with perplexity. Li Big Eye, take a good look at who they are. Tang Yunzhou suddenly dropped his jovial demeanor and shouted at Li Feihe. Seeing that Tang Yunzhou was not jesting, Li Feihe turned his gaze back to the 3 figures shrouded in black robes, their faces obscured. This is... Li Feihe's imposing aura erupted, shaking the Law Enforcement Hall thrice, startling all the disciples within. They turned their gazes towards the inner hall, wondering what could provoke such fury from Li Feihe. Underworld spirits. How could underworld spirits appear within our sect? Is it possible that the underworld clan has come to invade? That cannot be. If the underworld clan were to attack, we would have received some forewarning. So how could these underworld spirits appear here without cause? There must be a traitor among us. The revelation that these 3 figures were disguised underworld spirits caused an uproar among the disciples. It was inconceivable that underworld spirits could infiltrate the Lansong sect without a sound. Someone must have provided them with cover. Li Feihe glared at the underworld spirits before him, seething with rage. From their ability to masquerade as ordinary individuals, it was clear that this was not a feat accomplished in a mere day or 2. It required the consumption of substantial amounts of essence and the accumulation of souls. Several elders of the Law Enforcement Hall furrowed their brows, realizing the gravity of the situation. Moreover, someone must have administered the shadow transformation pill to them beforehand, perfectly concealing their auras, allowing them to successfully disguise themselves while lurking within the sect. Tang Yunzhou dropped another bombshell. What did you say? The shadow transformation pill. The mere mention of it left the elders dumbfounded. The shadow transformation pill, a 4th-grade elixir. There were no more than 5 individuals capable of concocting it within the entire Lansong sect. However, the sect lacked the essential Yin energy required to forge the shadow transformation pill. It seems that the pill did not originate from within the sect. Li Feihe, upon hearing Tang Yunzhou's words, analyzed the situation calmly. Indeed, I concur. If the shadow transformation pill had been concocted within the sect, it would inevitably attract attention, as it is impossible to be completely discreet in such matters. Furthermore, viewed from another perspective, the shadow transformation pill belongs to the category of malevolent elixirs, which easily draw the ire of heavenly retribution and leak their auras. Jiang Chong Kong cast a glance at Li Feihe and slowly remarked, "Are you suggesting that the shadow transformation pill came from outside the sect, but that the one colluding with the underworld clan is certainly within the sect?" With a crash, Li Feihe smashed the table before him, his fury palpable. "Jiang Chong Kong, you must take responsibility for your words. How dare anyone within the sect collude with the underworld clan? Do you have any idea what consequences that would entail? Who doesn't understand the stakes involved? Li Big Eye, why are you yelling at me? We came to find you as soon as we realized the severity of the situation. Recently, several disciples have gone missing and met tragic ends, and we suspect this is connected to the infiltration of the underworld clan." Tang Yunzhou shot Li Feihe an exasperated glare and declared loudly, "And oh wonder the deaths of those disciples were so peculiar. Now that we encounter these underworld spirits, we finally have an answer." Connecting the dots with the previous bizarre deaths of the disciples, Li Feihe nodded grimly. "We must not allow them and their progeny to continue wreaking havoc within the sect." Tang Yunzhou leaned closer to Li Feihe, his expression grave. "Their progeny? Do you mean to say you already know who is behind this?" Li Feihe's expression shifted dramatically as he caught the knowing glance Tang Yunzhou shot him. Understanding the implication, Li Feihe instinctively commanded the remaining individuals in the inner hall, "Take these 3 underworld spirits away and subject them to rigorous interrogation. We must extract useful information from them." After the 3 underworld spirits were removed, Li Feihe swiftly closed the inner hall doors, sealing them off from the outside world. "Truly worthy of being my master. You understood with just a glance." Tang Yunzhou praised Li Feihe, albeit rarely. "The law enforcement hall is rife with spies. If Feng Songyun were to learn that we are aware, it would spell disaster. But how can you be sure that this matter is instigated by Feng Songyun?" "It's quite simple. Do you recall how Jiang Chong Kong was besieged in the Dark Barrier and nearly lost his life?" Tang Yunzhou gazed intently at Li Feihe, his tone shifting abruptly. "Of course. That day, not only Jiang Chong Kong, but even I, your master, was nearly done in. Fortunately, we were protected by our ancestors." Li Feihe shot Tang Yunzhou a look of exasperation. "But what does that have to do with today's events?" Before his demise, Chen Yulin explicitly stated that this matter was orchestrated by Feng Songyun, intending to eliminate Jiang Chong Kong to pave the way for Yi Qinghuan's ascension. That old scoundrel Feng Songyun is willing to collude with the underworld clan for the sake of Yi Qinghuan. Of course, Feng Songyun and Yi Qinghuan are father and son. You mean to say they are father and son? How can this be possible?" Li Feihe exclaimed in shock. Tang Yunzhou swiftly recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Feihe. "So, it appears that this entire scheme is indeed a collusion between Feng Songyun and the underworld clan. What could be his ulterior motive? Is he seeking to seize control of the Lansong sect?" Li Feihe's expression shifted multiple times, the implications of this situation far exceeding his expectations. Everyone knew of Feng Songyun's insatiable ambition, yet no one anticipated his actions to be so swift, even resorting to collusion with the underworld clan. If our suspicions are correct, after the sect competition, he will undoubtedly strike. Jiang Chong Kong proposed a bold hypothesis. This old scoundrel has concealed himself for so many years, and now his true colors are finally showing. The Lansong sect shall never fall into his hands. I will handle this matter. You all focus on preparing for tomorrow's sect competition. Remember, this information must not leak out." Li Feihe inhaled deeply, leaving behind a parting remark before vanishing from the law enforcement hall. "Just like that, we discovered this." Tang Yunzhou expressed his dissatisfaction with Li Feihe's decision. "You should heed your master's advice. What lies ahead is beyond your capacity to manage. It is better to strive to perform well in the sect competition, demonstrating to Yi Qinghuan that the Lansong sect is not solely defined by him." Jiang Chong Kong patted Tang Yunzhou on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Do not worry. I will not disappoint the expectations of you and my master. Yet, I fear that if we cannot prevent Feng Songyun and his son, the Lansong sect may. Rest assured, As long as I am here, the Lansong sect will not perish at the hands of Feng Songyun and his son. Chapter 59. Why am I not qualified? The Lansong sect. The life and death platform, as the name suggests, is a place where life and death are determined. It serves as a platform specifically designated for disciples of the sect who have encountered irreconcilable disputes. Only one side can leave the life and death platform alive. However, it was unexpected that the sect would host a competition on this platform. As soon as the news broke, disciples flocked in droves, completely surrounding the life and death platform. It had been precisely 3 years since the last sect competition. Unlike before, this time the competition would feature the most outstanding disciples personally recommended by the elders of the Lansong sect. This would not only be a contest among elites, but also the finest opportunity to showcase the talents of the Lansong sect. Whoever emerges as the ultimate victor will be hailed as the greatest genius of the Lansong sect. Moreover, they will become the chief disciple of the Lansong sect. 3 years prior, Jiang Chongkong single-handedly triumphed over all to claim the title of chief disciple, subsequently leading the Lansong sect to sweep through the surrounding elites, achieving unparalleled glory. 3 years later, Yi Qinghuan emerged as the first genius to awaken a royal-level physique in nearly 3 decades, making him the prime candidate for the position of chief disciple. However, being the favored candidate does not guarantee acceptance. Everything must be proven through genuine ability. Every participant possesses the qualification and opportunity to claim the title of chief disciple. Certainly, the most anticipated event is the life and death duel between the former chief disciple, Jiang Chongkong, and the current frontrunner, Yi Qinghuan. It is well known that Jiang Chongkong suffered severe injuries after penetrating the dark boundary, rendering him virtually incapacitated. In stark contrast, Yi Qinghuan has awakened a royal physique, propelling him to unprecedented heights. The disparity between the two is immense, and discerning eyes unanimously believe that Yi Qinghuan will undoubtedly crush Jiang Chongkong to ascend to the position of chief disciple of the Lansong sect. However, until their official confrontation, all remains a matter of theoretical uncertainty. Moreover, while Yi Qinghuan is indeed the first individual in 30 years within the Lansong sect to possess a royal physique, this does not inherently designate him as the strongest disciple in the sect. This sentiment echoes in the hearts of the disciples personally selected by their masters for the grand competition. A royal physique does not equate to invincibility. It is through combat that one discovers who truly reigns supreme in the sect. Whoosh! Several beams of light streak from a distance, swiftly landing in the stands surrounding the life and death arena. It was the entourage from the heavenly demon martial sect and the Beastmaster sect, who had visited the Lansong sect a few days prior. Their arrival instantly elevated the atmosphere to new heights. After all, the heavenly demon martial sect and the Beastmaster sect are widely recognized as formidable forces within the current Liuli realm, their overall strength surpassing that of the Lansong sect. This significantly ignited the competitive spirit among the disciples participating in the grand competition. That moment, Feng Songyun accompanied Yi Qinghuan to take their seats. Today, we shall hold the grand competition of the Lansong sect here, and I trust everyone is well acquainted with the rules. Feng Songyun slowly rose and surveyed the surroundings, proclaiming in a resonant voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden commotion erupted around the life and death arena. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, several brand new competition platforms rose from the ground, presenting themselves before the crowd. This spectacle ignited the fervor of the observing disciples. Wow! Platforms appearing out of thin air. This is truly eye-opening. Incredible. The Grand Elder has discreetly showcased his prowess. But who will ultimately emerge victorious this time? Of course, it will be Yi Qinghuan, no question about it. The first royal physique in nearly 30 years at the Lansong sect playing games with you? TSK. Until the end, everything remains an unknown. What do you mean? Do you have some inside information? Nothing, I just have a disdain for Yi Qinghuan's character. Have you all forgotten about the incident with Yi Qingfei? Remembering it changes nothing. What can you do to him? With the Grand Elder backing him and such talent, who wouldn't act recklessly? After all you've said, have you considered why this grand competition is solely determined by the Elder's personal recommendations, rather than being open to all? Wouldn't that directly undermine our daily efforts? what significance remains for us in the sect? If your talent pales in comparison, what can you do? Accept your fate at that moment. Feng Songyun waved his hand before the crowd. I hereby announce that the grand competition officially begins. This time, the sect will not adopt any lottery system, but rather a single elimination format. You may choose your opponents or challenge the winners of the previous rounds. Any participant who secures 2 victories shall advance to the next round. The announcement sparked another wave of fervent discussion. The single elimination format is exhilarating. There are no deep waters or hidden traps to overturn the game. Fool, didn't you hear that you can choose your opponents? Simply select someone weaker than you to ensure victory. And what of it? Others can also take the opportunity to select you as their opponent and win. This rule seems a bit crafty, making it easy for someone to cheat. Every rule has its pros and cons. If you possess true skill, you need not worry about such matters. Whoosh, amidst the heated discussions. The various elders of the Lansang sect had already brought forth the disciples they had personally selected to the competition platform. Qinghuan. Feng Songyun signaled Yi Qinghuan with a glance. Understanding the cue, Yi Qinghuan lightly tapped his toes and gracefully soared from the observation platform, landing effortlessly on the competition stage. Why Yi Qinghuan is here? Who dares to challenge me? His declaration sent a shockwave through the assembled contestants. This was an unabashed provocation. Yet, despite this, none dared to be the first to challenge Yi Qinghuan. Every disciple selected by the elders harbored a burning desire to prove themselves, yet defeating Yi Qinghuan seemed nearly impossible. A loss would mean a definitive farewell to the grand competition. Yi Qinghuan's dismay. Not a single individual from the vast sect stepped forward. He scanned the faces of the crowd, shaking his head in profound disappointment. This scene further galvanized everyone present. Since no one dared to challenge Yi Qinghuan, I declare that Yi Qinghuan shall automatically advance to the next round. Feng Songyun chuckled lightly, ready to make a decision. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by a voice. Hold on. The participants aren't even all present. And you declare what? Who says that in such a large sect, no one dares to challenge you? Open your eyes and see clearly. There are 3 right here. The crowd instinctively turned to the source of the voice, which belonged to Jiang Changkong, Tang Yinzhou, and Sanyue. Sanyue, how could you be with those 2? You almost missed the grand competition. Upon seeing Sanyue, Lu Yu rushed forward and pulled her aside, softly admonishing her, as if warning her to distance herself from Jiang Changkong. What a coincidence. I also had some questions for junior brother Changkong, which caused a slight delay, but it seems I haven't arrived late. Sanyue blinked and smiled at Lu Yu. Still daring to talk back, Lu Yu glared at Sanyue with displeasure. Then, she coldly eyed Jiang Changkong. What can he teach you? Be careful not to fall into the abyss. Humph. Jiang Changkong paid no heed to Lu Yu, merely chuckling softly. Jiang Changkong, you do not yet possess the qualifications to challenge Qinghuan. Upon seeing Jiang Changkong's appearance, Feng Songyun suddenly barked sharply in public. In response, Jiang Changkong scoffed repeatedly. Why do I lack qualifications? Do you intend to forcibly prevent me from fulfilling the life and death duel agreement with Yi Qinghuan? Are you afraid of losing Qinghuan? How absurd. Am I, Yi Qinghuan, afraid of you? Yi Qinghuan's gaze turned icy, his aura surging. Chapter 60. I refuse. Jiang Changkong, do not be insolent. When did I ever state I would forcibly obstruct the life and death agreement between you and Yi Qinghuan? Feng Songyun locked eyes with Jiang Changkong, his voice laced with fury. Then pray explain what you meant when you said I lack qualifications. Jiang Changkong fearlessly retorted. The agreement you made regarding the life and death duel is one matter. But challenging Yi Qinghuan is an entirely different affair. Feng Songyun shot Jiang Changkong a bemused glance. Are you attempting to engage in a battle of wits with me? The esteemed grand elder of the Lansang sect can treat others with such disdain? Humph. You do not meet the qualifications to participate in today's grand competition. On what grounds do you challenge Yi Qinghuan? What makes you think I do not qualify to participate in the grand competition? You lack an elder's recommendation and have not passed the selection process. You are not one of our sect's elite, so what gives you the right to challenge Yi Qinghuan? Jiang Changkong's voice dripped with contempt. Suddenly, he produced a golden token from his robe and held it before Feng Songyun, asserting, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the emblem of the Songlong Pavilion. The bearer of this token represents the Songlong Pavilion. Dare you claim I lack the qualifications to participate in the grand competition? How could the emblem of the Songlong Pavilion be in your hands? Is this the will of Elder Bai? Upon seeing the golden token, Feng Tsunyan's expression shifted dramatically. It is widely known that the Lansong sect has two guardians, one of whom is the protector of the Songlong Pavilion, Bai Feng. Not only is he exceptionally skilled, but he also holds an esteemed position within the Lansong sect. Thus, the sect leader entrusted the most crucial part of the Lansong sect, the Songlong Pavilion, to Bai Feng's stewardship. This emblem, signifying the authority of the Songlong Pavilion, had never left Bai Feng's side. Yet it now appeared in Jiang Chongkong's possession, unmistakably signaling to all that Jiang Chongkong was the chosen one of Bai Feng. What further words do you have now? Jiang Chongkong, clutching the golden token, advanced menacingly toward Feng Tsunyan. Let us consider your claim of having the qualifications to participate in the grand competition. Yet you must still prove yourself as an elite disciple of the sect before you can directly challenge Yiqinghuan. Feng Tsunyan continued to press Jiang Chongkong on the issue of qualifications. Tang Yinzhou, unable to endure any longer, interjected forcefully, Grand Elder, what you are doing is clearly an intentional obstruction against my junior Kong. Do you have some special connection with Yiqinghuan? Otherwise, why would you go to such lengths to eliminate his rivals? Enough. Tang Yinzhou, do not presume that your status as a direct disciple of Li Feihe grants you the liberty to speak disrespectfully to me. Merely uttering those words constitutes an act of insubordination. Feng Tsunyan's countenance darkened with fury, fixing a piercing glare upon Tang Yinzhou. Humph. Do not think that your master's absence gives you the right to threaten me. Unfazed, Tang Yinzhou met Feng Tsunyan's ire with defiance. Antiquity that moment. Su stepped forward, declaring, Elder, your words today are indeed lacking in fairness. Brother Chong Kong is undeniably qualified. Why then do you persist in making things difficult for him? Such actions are bound to invite criticism. Songyue. Louis gasped in shock, rushing to intercept Songyue. Feng Tsunyan turned his gaze, studying Songyue intently. Do you believe I am being unfair? Absurd. Have you forgotten that Jiang Chongkong was grievously injured? His prowess diminished to that of a mere waste. Although he has now regained eligibility, who can attest to his possessing the strength of an elite disciple? To allow him to challenge Yiqinghuan directly would indeed be a grave injustice. Therefore, if you wish to challenge Yiqinghuan, you must first demonstrate your strength through the Grand Sect competition, at least over 2 rounds. Should you succeed, then all shall acknowledge your right to challenge Yiqinghuan. Otherwise, do not disgrace yourself here. At that moment, on the spectator platform, Tuoba suddenly rose, deriding Jiang Chongkong. Well said. What qualification does a waste have to participate in the Grand Sect competition? If you are not a waste, prove it to everyone. Otherwise, take your leave and do not waste our time. Li Qi, after 3 years, you still dare to provoke me. Are you seeking punishment? Jiang Chongkong shot a fierce glance at Tuoba. Like Xianyuan Mingwei, Tuoba had also been one of Jiang Chongkong's contemporaries who had been thoroughly suppressed 3 years prior. However, few within the ranks of the 10,000B sect were aware that Tuoba and Jiang Chongkong shared a past. Who are you calling a waste? Tuoba's expression shifted slightly, raising his voice abruptly. That moniker was his greatest taboo, a haunting memory he loathed to revisit. Oh, feigning amnesia, are we? Who was it that sought me out for a private duel only to deny their defeat? Your surrender is still etched upon the back mountain of the Lansong sect. A proud record of 29 losses and 0 victories remains vividly apparent. Jiang Chongkong smirked, unrelenting in his revelation. Get lost. It was clearly 9 wins and 0 losses. Where does this 29 losses come from? Tuoba seethed with rage, yet unwittingly revealed the truth that you've only acknowledged those 9 times. The unacknowledged defeats number at least 20 more. Otherwise, how could you be dubbed Li Qi? Jiang Chongkong scoffed. Tuoba's face darkened, teeth clenched. That time, I had yet to awaken my physique. It does not count. If you have a capability, let us settle this on the battlefield. It is the perfect opportunity to resolve the grievances between you and the 10,000B sect. This declaration. Shang Wanlai was taken aback, astonished to learn that Tuoba had once engaged in a private duel with Jiang Chongkong, and had lost so miserably. Should this information reach his father, Tuoba Tianlong, the sect leader of the 10,000 B sect, it would surely cause an uproar. Stay aside from a queue, before Jiang Chongkong could respond. Xinyuan Minghua shot, Tuoba Chia cold glared. If there is to be a duel, it shall be I, Xinyuan Minghua, who challenges him first. What business is it of yours, Tuoba Chi? What do you mean by that? Xinyuan Minghua, Tuoba Chi glared fiercely at her, expressing his strong dissatisfaction with her sudden interjection. Xinyuan Minghua looked at Tuoba Chi and replied indifferently, I have only lost to him once, and that was merely with a single move. Naturally, you who have lost over 20 times must wait behind me. Her seemingly casual remark was laced with a potent sting, inflicting deep humiliation. Instantly, Tuoba Chi was consumed with rage, ready to challenge Xinyuan Minghua on the spot. The two, heedless of the astonished onlookers, found themselves at an impasse. Seeing this, Yi Qinghuan's expression darkened. Shouldn't the two of you allow me to resolve my grievances with him first? After all, he came here targeting me. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan Minghua displayed no sign of displeasure, rather raising her hand with intent that I too wish to ascertain whether his current strength warrants my involvement. Agreed. Yi Qinghuan, was it? Please put forth your utmost effort. Otherwise, I shall not be able to gauge your true depth. Tuoba Chi echoed the sentiment. These two insufferable individuals, relying on their own strengths. How infuriating. Why does everything change the moment Jiang Chongkong appears? Today was meant to be my stage, my moment to ascend to the pinnacle of the grand sect competition and eliminate Jiang Chongkong. Yet, why has everything shifted upon his arrival? Even Xinyuan Minghua and Tuoba Chi, whom I must tread carefully around, now rush to challenge Jiang Chongkong, as if I, Yi Qinghuan, am but a mere specter. Enough. Once I have dealt with Yi Qinghuan, I shall provide you all with an opportunity to seek punishment. But do not dare to sulk when you lose. Jiang Chongkong's gaze swept across the trio, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Someone, indeed. Xinyuan Minghua elongated her tone, fixing her gaze upon Tuoba Chi. You. Tuoba Chi gritted his teeth, filled with a desire to confront Jiang Chongkong immediately. Jiang Chongkong, what are you waiting for? Let us ascend to the life and death platform. Yi Qinghuan, who had been stifling his frustration, directly called out to Jiang Chongkong. I declined. To his surprise, Jiang Chongkong flatly rebuffed him. Chapter 61. Your strength is simply too weak, Jiang Chongkong. What do you mean by this? Are you afraid? Yi Qinghuan could hardly believe Jiang Chongkong would retreat at such a moment. Grandson, how dare you speak to your grandfather in such a manner? It was you who had previously cowered. You are the real grandson. If you are not afraid, why do you not dare to accept the challenge? Yi Qinghuan roared, ablaze with fury. This is not my issue. The elder decreed that I must first prove my strength through the grand sect competition before I may ascend to the life and death platform to settle our feud. So, remain silent and wait. Jiang Chongkong pointed to the elder, a playful smirk adorning his face. You say I lack qualifications, then I lack qualifications. You say ascend to the life and death platform, then I ascend. Do not presume I am at your beck and call. The initiative will always remain firmly in my grasp. Just for sport. Does it not infuriate you? Yi Qinghuan was rendered speechless, his fury boiling within him. He could not possibly blame the elder standing beside him. What are you waiting for? Little fatty, senior sister Tsanyua, it is time to showcase our true strength. Let us not allow those who dwell at the bottom of the well to believe that awakening a pitiful royal physique within our Lansong sect makes them a genius. The strongest, Jiang Chongkong, disregarded Yi Qinghuan and Feng Songyun, turning to address Tang Yunzhao and Sanyue. Young Master Kong, I have been waiting for your words. My fists are eager for action, Tang Yunzhao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he brandished his fire gauntlets. Brother Chongkong, should we meet in the later rounds, do ensure you show me mercy. Sanyue playfully winked at Jiang Chongkong. Rest assured, senior sister, I shall crush the blossoms. Jiang Chongkong replied with a blunt earnestness. As his words fell, the three of them shared a tacit understanding and leaped into the air, with a series of resounding thuds. They landed deftly upon three distinct battle platforms. Esteemed brothers and sisters, please bestow your guidance upon me. As soon as Tang Yunjiao touched down, he provocatively waved to the participants below, exuding confidence. Song Yue and Jiang Chongkong merely adopted a simple gesture of invitation. Unlike the earlier situation with Yi Qinghuan, who had been met with indifference, the appearance of Jiang Chongkong and his companions provided the spectators an opportunity to vent their frustrations, the pent-up anger and resentment that had simmered within them, arising from Yi Qinghuan's previous taunts and provocations, finally found an outlet. Though they may not be able to defeat Yi Qinghuan, taking down the three of you should be a trivial matter, especially Jiang Chongkong, who had recently fallen from being the chief disciple of the Lansong sect to being derided as a waste. He had become the object of desire for many. He was now perceived as an easy target. Regardless of the attention garnered from his prior exchanges with the third princess of the heavenly demon martial sect and the young master of the 10,000 B sect, it is crucial to note that their discussions were from 3 years ago. Back then, Jiang Chongkong was a force to be reckoned with, far more formidable than the current Yi Qinghuan. However, times have changed. Now, Jiang Chongkong is merely a waste unable to accept his failures. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a robust young man appeared before Jiang Chongkong, but he was Chang Zhai, an elite disciple handpicked by the sect's elders. Jiang Chongkong, I respect you for once being the chief disciple. I shall give you 3 moves, lest others claim I won against a waste. Chang Zhai evidently held Jiang Chongkong in contempt, his words dripping with jealous disdain. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chongkong casually brandished his hands in 3 swift motions, declaring, "Your turn now. You squander the opportunity one afford you and dare to mock me. This is a predicament of your own making." Upon witnessing this, an uncontainable surge of fury ignited within Chang Zhai. Jiang Chongkong, it seemed, was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Chang Zhai had intended for his opponent to lose with some semblance of dignity, thereby avoiding accusations of bullying a worthless adversary. However, he was astounded that Jiang Chongkong failed to recognize the favor he had been granted, and thus he could hardly be blamed for adopting a ruthless demeanor. The incessant buzzing of the flies was increasingly vexatious, and Jiang Chongkong, growing impatient, rubbed his ears with an expression of disdain. Seeking your own demise. Chang Zhai, of course, discerned that Jiang Chongkong's remarks were a veiled reference to himself, and in his anger, he exploded with a resounding thud. As Chang Zhai took a step forward, the entire arena seemed to tremble under the pressure. In the blink of an eye, his form vanished. The next moment, Chang Zhai appeared like a specter above Jiang Chongkong, his fists raised, ready to strike down with ferocity. Falling heavy fist, with a thunderous crash, immense power cascaded down upon Jiang Chongkong's frame, producing a deafening sound. Prepare to be reduced to a mere pancake, Jiang Chongkong. This is the consequence of your provocation. Chang Zhai cackled maniacally, gazing upon Jiang Chongkong as a conqueror would. In his estimation, Jiang Chongkong's strength was insufficient to withstand even a casual blow from him, let alone the falling heavy fist capable of creating a crater in a mountain. Even if Jiang Chongkong were not mortally wounded, he would surely be left in tatters. It was a guaranteed one-hit kill, with no alternative. Next time you boast, ensure you grasp the reality of the situation. Otherwise, being publicly humiliated by me would be a most embarrassing fate. Before Chang Zhai could fully revel in his triumph, Jiang Chongkong's voice suddenly pierced through his reverie, interrupting his fantasies. Chang Zhai, incredulous, lifted his gaze only to behold Jiang Chongkong standing before him. Entirely unscathed, the fists that should have flattened him were firmly held in place, suspended in midair. What on earth could halt my falling heavy fist? Could it possibly be a single finger? Chang Zhai instinctively leaned closer for a better look, only to be jolted back in shock. Nearly losing his footing, that it was indeed Jiang Chongkong's solitary finger that had immobilized Chang Zhai's fists. Jiang Chongkong had merely extended a finger to effortlessly block the falling heavy fist. How could this be? It was simply impossible. Yet, the reality lay starkly before Chang Zhai that I had no intention of blocking, but your strength is simply too feeble. Even if you struck me, I would feel nothing to I merely allowed it to remain there. Jiang Chongkong offered Chang Zhai a resigned smile. You dare to claim my strength is too weak? Jiang Chongkong, Before Chang Jai could finish, Jiang Chang Kong's finger that had trapped Chang Jai's fist suddenly flicked forward. Bang! In an instant, Chang Jai soared into the air like a cannonball, uncontrollably hurtling away, crashing into the opposite side of the arena with a resounding thud. Boom! A massive human-shaped crater formed upon the arena's surface. Chang Jai's figure plummeted into it, and for a moment, silence ensued. So weak, utterly weak, such strength is still labeled as a mighty warrior. Have the disciples of Lan Song sect fallen to such depths? Or has the entire human race's foundation deteriorated to this extent? Jiang Chang Kong sighed in exasperation as he gazed at the crater that was once Chang Jai, a wave of concern washing over him. Thousands of years ago, he had poured his every effort into leading the human race to its zenith, investing countless resources to establish a complete cultivation system and legacy. Who could have foreseen that a millennium later, upon his rebirth with a fragmented soul, the human legacy would have been forcefully shattered, severed, and even his own cultivation system would suffer such grievous damage, descending to this abysmal state? Bang! At that moment, a sharp sound erupted from the arena as Chang Jai, somewhat disheveled, slowly crawled out of the human-shaped crater. His face twisted in rage as he glared at Jiang Chang Kong and let out a furious roar. How despicable! Truly, you are the epitome of contempt. Jiang Chang Kong, you dare to insult me. I will kill you! I will kill you! Chapter 62. Seeing your confidence, I will allow you 3 moves. Chang Jai bellowed to the heavens, his already towering form swelling in an instant. Ripping sounds echoed as his previously fitted clothing burst apart. In the blink of an eye, Chang Jai had grown an entire size larger, that mysterious grade physique. Mighty body, first-tier amplification technique. This technique allowed the wielder's body to expand in an instant, effectively doubling their strength and defensive capabilities. If Chang Jai had been a mighty warrior before, now, with the amplification technique activated, he had transformed into a super mighty warrior. With a single step, Chang Jai charged forth like a moving mountain, barreling toward Jiang Chang Kong. That all? Jiang Chang Kong faced Chang Jai's fierce assault without flinching, and just as it seemed he would be knocked aside, he suddenly extended a leg with lightning speed. Bang! Taken by surprise, Chang Jai found himself tripped, soaring uncontrollably into the air, that a profound sense of crisis surged within him. Down you go! Jiang Chang Kong raised his hand, delivering a swift knife-hand strike to Chang Jai's back. Crack! The massive Chang Jai felt darkness envelop him, and he plummeted onto the arena, losing consciousness instantly. This scene ignited a fervor of discussion among the surrounding disciples. I can't believe it. Chang Jai was actually defeated by Jiang Chang Kong in a single move. Emphasize this point. This was Chang Jai with the amplification technique activated. Wasn't Jiang Chang Kong supposed to be a failure? How could he possibly defeat Chang Jai, let alone so effortlessly? Did you not notice that Jiang Chang Kong had merely used a finger to block Chang Jai's falling heavy fist? How could he be a failure? Isn't it premature to label him a failure? The important question is, have you considered that perhaps it was merely a fluke? Show me a fluke if you can. Not far off. Yi Chung Huan remained unperturbed, having long since concluded that Jiang Chang Kong was not the failure he once appeared to be, especially after witnessing the tragic demise of Yi Chung Fei. Thus, he found Jiang Chang Kong's current display of prowess unsurprising. However, even if Jiang Chang Kong had regained his peak cultivation, Yi Chung Huan still regarded him as utterly unremarkable. On the arena, Jiang Chang Kong shook his head in disappointment, effortlessly lifting Chang Jai and tossing him before the elder he represented. You insulted yourself by trying to act the part without the strength to back it. Jiang Chang Kong, killing is but a matter of striking the ground. You have won. Why must you further humiliate my disciple? One of the sect elders, Zhang Guang, glared at Jiang Chang Kong as he aided the unconscious Chang Jai. Chang Jai was his disciple, and the one he had meticulously chosen to participate in the sect's grand competition. Initially, he had been filled with confidence. Though he did not expect to win the final victory, securing a place in the top 10 seemed certain. Who could have imagined that he would be eliminated in this round? Even more infuriating was the fact that the victor was none other than Jiang Chang Kong, this so-called failure. In his view, Jiang Chang Kong was deliberately humiliating his disciple, simply to boast about his victory. Indeed, it was merely luck. If Changzhi had not been so careless, how could a failure like you have won? Zhang Guang's words resonated with those around him. Exactly. You should be secretly celebrating your luck. And yet you dare to provoke us? Does this failure truly believe he remains the same Jiang Changkong of old? I, Zhao Lin, detest the face of a petty man in triumph. Allow me to teach you a lesson about humility. With that, a figure suddenly leaped onto the arena, landing firmly opposite Jiang Changkong. Oh no, Zhao Lin has entered. Zhao Lin is one of the top 10 elite disciples of the sect, possessing the Kuei Shui Xian body. His cultivation has reached the first tier of the gathering wheel realm. Jiang Changkong is finished. Everyone knew that Jiang Changkong had merely come to embarrass himself. Winning even once was already a stroke of luck. Yes, if he manages to win this time, it would be a remarkable conclusion to his participation in the sect's grand competition. However, Jiang Changkong paid no heed to Zhao Lin's taunts, his gaze wandering to the elders observing from the sidelines. What is your intention, Jiang Changkong? If you are afraid, you should quickly step down. Do not waste time here, Zhao Lin muttered under his breath, visibly displeased. Jiang Changkong, however, remained unfazed, instead addressing the elders watching from the arena. Shouldn't there be elders present to act as judges on the arena to ensure that every match is fair and just? One by one, they merely criticize my victory over Changzhi as mere luck. Why not come forth and witness for themselves whether I, Jiang Changkong, am truly fortunate or genuinely skilled? Ah, such words instantly ignited a fervor among the audience. It was at this moment that everyone realized there was not a single elder present on the arena where Jiang Changkong stood. It is essential to note that during this grand competition of the sect, each fighting platform must have an elder serving as a judge. Furthermore, after each match, the elders are supposed to rotate to prevent favoritism towards their chosen disciples, thereby ensuring that every contest is fair. And just at this moment, every fighting platform, except for Jiang Changkong's, had its own designated judge. This was the responsibility of every elder, yet a glaring oversight had occurred. Typically, as a disciple of the sect, one would not dare confront the elders directly, opting instead for more subtle expressions. However, Jiang Changkong displayed an unexpected boldness, directly targeting the gathered elders. This caused their faces to shift from green to pale, revealing their discomfort. Jiang Changkong, you are exceedingly audacious to speak so insolently to the elders. Allow me to see just how much weight you carry. Zhang Guang, who had previously lashed out at Jiang Changkong after Changzhi's defeat, stepped onto the platform and loudly reprimanded him. Silence. As the judge, you must embody the awareness and responsibilities of your role. This moment is between Zhang Lin and myself. Your incessant chatter seeks to disrupt my focus, giving the upper hand. Yet Jiang Changkong showed no fear of Zhang Guang and boldly retorted in public. At that moment, Zhang Guang found himself at a loss for words. Jiang Changkong's momentary display of bravado was meaningless once on the platform. One must rely on genuine skill. Winning against Changzhi was merely a stroke of luck. Do not presume there will be a second time, at least not against me. Zhang Lin provocatively taunted Jiang Changkong once more. Seeing your confidence, I shall permit you 3 moves lest you claim later that I won by chance. Jiang Changkong casually dug in his ears and addressed Zhang Lin with a nonchalant demeanor. You worthless fool, dare to insult me. Allow me 3 moves, and I shall make you regret it. Zhang Lin erupted in a fit of rage. With that, Zhang Lin summoned his internal energy and suddenly extended his arms wide. A blue light flashed behind him, followed by the power of water coiling from his arms, coalescing into 2 robust water columns that shot forth. Dual water bullets. Jiang Changkong did not flinch or evade. He stood resolutely as the water columns crashed against him with tremendous force. Boom! With a resounding impact, Jiang Changkong remained unmoved, while the 2 water columns, as thick as arms, shattered upon contact, scattering like droplets of rain. It was as if they had struck a rock, failing to penetrate. Is that all? Jiang Changkong stood firm, his expression reflecting disappointment. Worthless. This is merely the beginning. Watch closely. Zhao Lin felt a flicker of astonishment, yet his words remained unyielding. Upon finishing, Zhao Lin's hands came together in a swift motion, causing the previously scattered water droplets to converge instantaneously into several water chains that surged toward Jiang Chong Kong with lightning speed. Chapter 63. Do you think mastering a few superficial techniques equates to true mastery? Whoosh! Whoosh, the water chains twisted like vines, swiftly ensnaring Jiang Chong Kong's arms and legs, restricting his movements while spreading over his entire body. Sun water chains. Bang! Jiang Chong Kong's figure was tightly bound by the sun water chains, forcefully pinned to one end of the fighting platform. Oh, you really think you can contend with me? Allow me to enlighten you, worthless. You should remain in the trash bin and spare us your disgrace. Having successfully ensnared him, Zhao Lin mocked Jiang Chong Kong mercilessly while controlling the chains. Jiang Chong Kong casually shifted his body, only to find a restraining chains tightening further. Keep struggling. Why have you stopped? Is it painful? Did you think my sun water chains merely confined you? Once they ensnare your entire being, escape will be nearly impossible. The more you move, the tighter they constrict, so tight they could shatter your bones. At the same time, the water energy I've gathered will continuously infiltrate your body, forcibly obstructing your spiritual energy, torturing you to death. If you wish to live, surrender obediently and bow 3 times to me. Feeling secure in his upper hand, Zhao Lin looked down on Jiang Chong Kong with disdain. This scene naturally incited shouts from the onlookers, particularly from those elite disciples who had previously been ridiculed by Jiang Chong Kong. Once the elite make their move, the outcome is evident. Jiang Chong Kong. This worthless fool can't possibly rise again, can he? Indeed, before Zhao Lin, Jiang Chong Kong is merely a subordinate. The sun water chains will teach him his place. It is evident that the disparity between the so-called elite disciples and the worthless is immense. You may have achieved a stroke of luck against an ordinary disciple, but you will never prevail against an elite disciple. The judge of this match, Zhang Guang, wore a satisfied smile. Yet he did not forget his duties and kindly warned Jiang Chong Kong to concede. You have no chance of victory. Continuing to struggle will only endanger your life. Cracked just as those words left his mouth. A subtle golden light flickered across Jiang Chong Kong's body. Following that, the once binding sun water chains shattered, disintegrating into dust. Ridiculous. Do you think such trivial techniques can restrain me? Jiang Chong Kong, with skills as meager as yours. You dare to call yourself an elite disciple? No wonder the sect has languished over the years. Jiang Chong Kong effortlessly broke free from the sun water chains, a look of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. How could you possibly break my sun water chains? This is impossible. Witnessing Jiang Chong Kong shatter his chains, Zhao Lin let out an incredulous scream. Jiang Chong Kong dusted off his clothes and scoffed at Zhao Lin, stating that he had failed to grasp the essence of the sun water chains, merely skimming the surface and believing he had mastered them. You have one last opportunity. You best utilize all your strength and resources, otherwise you shall become the laughingstock of all. Enough of your nonsense, Jiang Chong Kong. Go die. Zhao Lin, feeling humiliated in front of everyone, completely lost his composure. He frantically channeled all his strength into the sun water chains. Thud, thud, thud. His aura surged dramatically, reaching its peak in an instant. Subsequently, he joined his hands together, chanting incantations. A torrent of water energy erupted from his body, swiftly covering the entire fighting platform, transforming it into a flowing river. Prepare to meet your demise, Zhao Lin roared, thrusting his hands forward. Roar, a water dragon, towering a full 10 feet high, materialized out of thin air, accompanied by an enraged roar, hurtling toward Jiang Chong Kong with incredible speed. Sun water transformation, dragon, boom. A terrifying force erupted in an instant, poised to engulf Jiang Chong Kong entirely. Freeze! Just then, Jiang Chong Kong abruptly raised his right hand and slowly uttered a single word toward the approaching water dragon. Whoosh! In the next moment, an icy chill erupted from Jiang Chong Kong's body, swiftly freezing both the water dragon conjured by Zhao Lin and the entire fighting platform into a massive ice sculpture. You managed to conjure such a hollow fade with all your effort. Is your talent truly that lacking, or is the one guiding your training a fool? In your pursuit of superficial aesthetics, have you overlooked the importance of a solid foundation? Jiang Chong Kong chided, pointing forward. Pop! A towering ice sculpture shattered as if made of paper, disintegrating before the eye. Yu-yu-pft, witnessing his strongest attack effortlessly dissolved by Jiang Chong-kong. Zhang Lin felt a surge of blood rush to his head. The previous attempt to summon the water dragon had drained his internal energy in an instant. He could neither retaliate nor even defend himself. For Zhao Lin, that strike was a matter of life or death. What he did not expect was that Jiang Chong-kong could counter it, and so easily, even more so than the previous Sunwater chains. How can you still call yourself an elite disciple and not feel ashamed? Jiang Chong-kong stepped closer to Zhao Lin, his voice sharp. How dare you? A gentleman may be slain, but he cannot be humiliated. Jiang Chong-kong, if you have the courage, then kill me. Zhao Lin, pale-faced and collapsing to the ground, used his last ounce of strength to shout at Jiang Chong-kong. The moment the water dragon was countered, Zhao Lin, as the caster, bore the brunt of the backlash now. He was suffering from a severe backlash of his spiritual energy, teetering on the brink of death. Zhang Guang, witnessing the scene, immediately reprimanded Jiang Chong-kong, warning him not to act recklessly on the fighting platform. His refusal to concede signifies that the duel is far from over. Asked the appointed referee, your interference at this moment. Are you attempting to engage in favoritism? Jiang Chong-kong cast a sharp glance at Zhang Guang, reproaching him without reservation. Jiang Chong-kong disregarded Zhang Guang and stepped directly in front of Zhao Lin, slowly raising a hand. Do you believe you deserve my humiliation? Open your eyes and see clearly. What do you intend to do? Please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. Zhao Lin, sensing impending doom, cried out in desperate supplication. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation coursing through his body. Strands of water energy surged forth from within him, coalescing into chains that bound him in place. The water chains? Zhao Lin immediately recognized this technique as one he had previously employed, his expression shifting dramatically as he shook in panic. Silence, focus, and feel. Jiang Chong-kong flicked his finger against Zhao Lin's forehead, instantly silencing him. Zhao Lin's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Jiang Chong-kong. Rendered speechless, he was horrified to discover that his body was utterly beyond his control, completely immobilized. Just when he believed his fate was sealed, the water chains that ensnared him suddenly began to writhe, slithering across his body like a serpent. Following this, his depleted body visibly began to heal, even the exhausted spiritual energy within him rekindling. In the blink of an eye, he was restored to his former self. At the moment his spiritual energy surged back, a colossal water dragon materialized out of thin air and forcefully plunged into Zhao Lin's being, granting him the ability to move once more. Have you understood? Jiang Chong-kong observed him calmly, inquiring with an air of indifference. What was happening? Zhao Lin stared blankly at Jiang Chong-kong, utterly bewildered. Water can both carry a boat and capsize it. A towering building rises from the ground. To master powerful techniques, one must possess a solid foundation, but if you have yet to grasp the fundamentals and intricacies of water energy, how can you wield it against an opponent? Return and ponder this thoroughly. Jiang Chong-kong offered a direct explanation without holding back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin was plunged into a profound silence. After a long while, he slowly raised his head and respectfully bowed to Jiang Chong-kong. Brother Jiang, it was my folly to underestimate you. I have learned my lesson. He then turned to Zhang Guang and the others, conceding with sincerity, I accept my defeat in this contest. With that, he leapt down from the dueling platform and vanished into the crowd. Chapter 64. Advancing to the next round. Zhang Guang glared at the vanishing figure of Zhao Lin, irritation gnawing at him as he clenched his teeth. How could Zhao Lin, who had clearly held the upper hand, so suddenly be overturned by Jiang Chong-kong, especially to the point of publicly bowing to Jiang Chong-kong? In Zhang Guang's eyes, this not only humiliated Zhao Lin, but also insulted every elite disciple of the Lansong sect. Elder Zhang, why has the result not yet been announced? I find myself growing quite impatient. At that moment, Jiang Chong-kong suddenly called out to Zhang Guang, his words laced with provocation and smugness. Who knows what luck this kid has stumbled upon? But he certainly cannot expect to maintain such fortune indefinitely. Zhang Guang shot a venomous glare at Jiang Chong-kong, cursing him silently in his heart. I declare that the winner of this match is Jiang Chongkong." He then reluctantly announced the result to the crowd. Since Jiang Chongkong has achieved 2 consecutive victories, he will automatically advance to the next round, although the onlookers were already aware of the outcome. Zhang Guang's announcement sparked a fresh wave of fervent discussion. The spectacle of Jiang Chongkong's performance was simply astonishing. If his previous victory over Chang Zhai was a stroke of luck, then this triumph over Zhao Lin was not merely well-deserved but undeniably meritorious. Incredible! Jiang Chongkong has even bested Zhao Lin. He is certainly no fool. This is irrefutable evidence, but that is not the crux of the matter, is it? Then what is the crux? The crux lies in the fact that Jiang Chongkong not only overwhelmed Zhao Lin with absolute strength, but he also spared Zhao Lin's life rather than ruthlessly pursuing him. Who else could achieve such a feat? It even appears that he offered Zhao Lin some guidance. I am utterly astounded. Have you forgotten how Jiang Chongkong conducted himself during his tenure as our chief senior brother? The consecutive victories earned Jiang Chongkong considerable applause, and he managed to deliver quite a few slaps to faces in public. In the stands, Tuoba, after observing the 2 matches, offered his insights. Though this fellow is heavily injured, his skill remains intact. Aside from the first match being somewhat fortuitous, the second was genuinely commendable, providing a lesson to his opponent. Truly a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Who said the first match was mere luck? If that were the case, then today, 99% of victories would also be attributed to luck. At this, Xinyuan Mingwei suddenly scoffed and coldly retorted. Xinyuan Mingwei. What do you mean by that? Are you intentionally provoking me? Tuoba shot an angry glare at Xinyuan Mingwei, but was intercepted by Shangguan Lai, who advised, "Young master, do not lose your temper. We are merely here to observe." Were it not for that insufferable girl provoking me, would I be this furious? Tuoba's anger escalated further. "Young master, Xinyuan Mingwei is not wrong. Jiang Chongkong's earlier victory was not mere luck, but rather a display of exceptional skill." Shangguan Lai glanced at Tuoba and spoke slowly. "What do you mean, even you, Lai?" Tuoba immediately became unsettled. How could even his own protector begin a side against him? If you had truly paid attention, you would have noticed that Jiang Chongkong struck at his opponent's weak point in an instant, achieving a decisive blow. Not by chance, Xinyuan Mingwei sneered coldly at Tuoba. "You assert that Jiang Chongkong identified his opponent's weak point and struck instantaneously? Nonsense. That is not something easily accomplished." Although Tuoba was awakened to the truth, he still wore a stubborn expression, unwilling to accept it. Shangguan Lai subtly tugged at Tuoba and smiled. "The blood pupils of the 3rd princess are indeed remarkable. TCH, it is merely a slight advantage gained through the use of their ocular technique." After Shangguan Lai's reminder, Tuoba promptly realized, no wonder Xinyuan Mingwei could perceive everything so clearly. It turns out she activated the unique blood pupils of the Xinyuan clan. "Young master, look over there." At that moment, Lu Rong stepped forward, pointing to a spot not far away. Tuoba followed the direction of his voice and was astonished to see Jiang Chongkong, who had just claimed 2 victories, sitting in a certain area of the stands, and beside him sat none other than Tuoba's long-desired quarry. "Tuoba Yun, what a stroke of luck to find her without any effort. Tuoba Yun, you dare to walk right into my trap." "Lu Rong, gather people and apprehend Tuoba Yun for me." Tuoba's gaze turned icy as he called to Lu Rong. "Young master, to act in front of all the disciples of the Lansong sect may be somewhat inappropriate." Lu Rong hesitated. "What does it matter about the Lansong sect? Do you have any idea how crucial the secrets hidden within Tuoba Yun are to me?" In a fit of rage, Tuoba Yun kicked Lu Rong to the ground. "Young master, please temper your anger." Lu Rong spoke wisely. Today is indeed the grand competition of the Lansong sect. Taking action now could not only allow Tuoba Yun to escape, but also alert the Lansong sect to our true intentions. It would be counterproductive. Shangguan Lai furrowed his brow, advising Tuoba, "Are you suggesting that I simply watch as she stands before me, doing nothing? How can I explain this to my father?" Tuoba glared fiercely. Shangguan Lai remained calm, continuing patiently, "Young master, do not be anxious. While Tuoba Yun has revealed herself, that woman has yet to appear. She is our most important target. In my opinion, it would be wiser to wait until the competition concludes and then secretly follow Toba Yun, capturing both her and the woman when they meet, allowing us to swiftly leave the Lansong sect without arousing suspicion. This way, we achieve two objectives in one fell swoop. That makes sense, no matter what. We must bring the woman back, otherwise, let it be as you say, Lai. Lu Rong, take the Shadow Bat Squad, and keep a close watch on Toba Yun. If there is the slightest misstep, I will hold you accountable. Tuoba Chi took a deep breath to suppress the fury simmering within him and turned sharply to Lu Rong beneath his feet, admonishing him in a stern voice, without uttering a word. Lu Rong immediately set to work. Not far away, Xinyuan Mingwei, who had been observing everything, appeared contemplative as she turned to engage in hushed conversation with Tong Laoi in the viewing stand. Jiang Changkong and Toba Yun sat side by side, their gazes fixed on the contest stage in the distance. There, Tang Yunzhao was about to face his second opponent. In the first match, he had effortlessly dispatched his adversary without shedding a drop of blood. This was largely due to his status as an elite disciple of the sect, and since Jiang Changkong had awakened his blazing sun physique, Tang Yunzhao's potential had been significantly unleashed. Now, confronted with an opponent of similar caliber, he felt no pressure whatsoever, as if he had undergone a qualitative leap. With a swift motion, a towering figure leaped onto the contest stage, landing before Tang Yunzhao. It was Jiang Feng, the 8th-ranked elite disciple of the Lansong sect, possessing a mysterious physique known as the Xian Tai Tong Ti, proficient in martial techniques. Begin. The elder presiding over the contest waved his hand, officially commencing the duel. Junior Brother Tang, we are somewhat familiar. Shall we get straight to the point? Jiang Feng greeted Tang Yunzhao with a smile and a respectful gesture. I have long desired to experience the prowess of Senior Brother Zhang's Xian Tai Tong Ti. Today, I finally have the opportunity. A flicker of excitement ignited in Tang Yunzhao's eyes upon recognizing Jiang Feng as his opponent. Jiang Feng was a seasoned elite disciple of the Lansong sect, distinguished in both talent and temperament. Then I shall not hold back. Jiang Feng laughed heartily, stepping forth with a force that propelled him towards Tang Yunzhao like a cannonball. His speed was astonishing, utterly disproportionate to his physique. Tang Yunzhao remained unfazed, raising his fists in readiness to meet the charge. Boom! The two figures collided violently, generating a thunderous sound that sent tremors through the contest platform. Neither retreated an inch, their strengths perfectly matched. I apologize. As they grappled, a glint of cunning flashed in Tang Yunzhao's eyes. In an instant, a flame erupted from his Liuhua gauntlet, exploding with ferocity. Chapter 65. Wasn't this just a warm-up? Bang! The unexpected explosion of flames sent Jiang Feng tumbling backward. However, his reflexes were remarkably quick, allowing him to perform a somersault mid-air and land gracefully on the ground. Junior Brother Tang, your strength has certainly seen a considerable enhancement, Jiang Feng remarked, brushing off the smoldering remnants of the flames on his chest, his expression one of admiration. Naturally, otherwise how could Senior Brother Jiang enjoy himself? Tang Yunzhao laughed heartily, raising his hand for another powerful strike aimed at Jiang Feng. Seething flames erupted from the Liuhua gauntlet, transforming into a fiery fist that hurtled towards Jiang Feng. Fire fist. A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Feng's eyes as he chose to remain rooted in place, allowing Tang Yunzhao's assault to connect. Boom! After the resounding impact, Jiang Feng stood unscathed, though his shirt had been consumed by the fiery blow, revealing his enviable, muscular physique. Tang Yunzhao was not surprised. He swiftly launched another fiery punch. Such a tactic will not work on me, Junior Brother Tang. Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, suddenly executing a swift hand chop. Swish! The massive fire fist was effortlessly cleaved in two by Jiang Feng, falling to the ground with a sizzling sound. Truly impressive, Senior Brother Jiang, to shatter my fire fist with bare hands. But how about this? Tang Yunzhao teased, unleashing a dual fire fist aimed squarely at Jiang Feng's vital points, with a surge of profound energy coursing through the Liuhua gauntlet. The red gemstones embedded within erupted, releasing two immense waves of heat that engulfed Jiang Feng in an instant. The power seems commendable, yet relies solely on external forces that if Junior Brother could harness his innate talents, to explore his own potential. His future would be limitless. Jiang Feng emerged slowly from the waves of heat, disappointment evident in his demeanor as he stomped his foot. Bang! A silver-black light enveloped Jiang Feng's entire form, transforming his skin to a hue reminiscent of mysterious iron. His very presence shattered the heat waves surrounding him, rendering them non-existent. This was the essence of Jiang Feng's awakened physique. The Xian Tai Ti, skillfully wielding one's weapon, cannot be merely considered reliance on external forces. Can it? Tang Yunjiao smiled gently, undeterred by his consecutive setbacks. In that case, allow me to impart a lesson to you, junior brother. Only through self-discovery can one truly pursue the path of cultivation, Jiang Feng declared, his voice firm as he propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of speed. Swish! In the next moment, his figure darted forward like a leopard, unleashing a lightning-fast whip kick towards Tang Yunjiao. Crack! Tang Yunjiao was sent soaring by the strike, crashing heavily to the ground, that he scrambled to his feet, astonished. Just moments ago, Jiang Feng had struck with such speed that he was unable to react in time. It was clear that Jiang Feng's swiftness was beyond Tang Yunjiao's visual grasp. Crack, crack, crack. Before he could formulate a response, Jiang Feng's relentless assault was upon him once more, even with a mental preparation. Tang Yunjiao found himself easily struck by Jiang Feng's blows. His eyes could scarcely keep pace with Jiang Feng's speed, forcing him to endure repeated impacts, sent flying again and again. Damn it, strike back. Tang Yunjiao fumed, overwhelmed and losing control, flailing his fists wildly at the air. The Liuhua gauntlet erupted with searing flames, yet he failed to inflict any damage. Not even Jiang Feng's hem was grazed. Just then, a sharp crack echoed from the red gemstones on the Liuhua gauntlet. Unable to withstand the pressure, they began to fracture, on the verge of shattering completely. It's over. Jiang Feng suddenly materialized before Tang Yunjiao, raising a silver hand chop poised to deliver a decisive blow. Instinctively, Tang Yunjiao raised his fist to shield his chest, bracing for the impact. Boom! The result was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Tang Yunjiao was sent tumbling into the contest stage, the Liuhua gauntlet utterly destroyed by Jiang Feng's silver hand chop. I apologize, junior brother Tang. Jiang Feng descended slowly, offering a slight bow of apology to the motionless Tang Yunjiao. The elder officiating the contest approached Tang Yunjiao, his expression grave as he sought to ascertain whether he could continue fighting. The spectators watching the match were immediately awestruck by Jiang Feng's prowess. Senior brother Zhang Xian Tai Ti is simply astounding, a perfect blend of offense and defense. Otherwise, how could he have cultivated his martial arts to such a level? My eyes can hardly keep up with his speed. Indeed, I initially believed Tang Yunjiao's strength would at least make for a fair contest, yet he was utterly dominated. After witnessing the match, the onlookers could only liken it to a father effortlessly defeating his son, an absolute massacre. In the stands, Tuoba Yin looked quizzically at Jiang Chongkong. What is up with that chubby fellow today? He seems like a completely different person. Is he doing this deliberately? Haha, you've caught on. It's because before participating in the sex grand competition, he made a wager with senior sister Tsang Yue. They wanted to see who could secure more victories without activating their physique. So unless absolutely necessary, that chubby fellow will not reveal his true abilities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chongkong burst into laughter. This chubby fellow is playing for high stakes? Isn't he afraid of it backfiring? Realizing the truth, Tuoba Yin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Rest assured, though he may appear foolish, he is quite astute. Just then, Jiang Chongkong, with a light chuckle, noticed a disturbance nearby and discreetly signaled to Tuoba Yin. Young master, I will deal with these bothersome pests, Tuoba Yin declared before vanishing from the viewing stand. That rascal Tuoba Yin must be going after that woman. Keep up and don't let him escape. Lu Rong and the Dark Bat Squad, who had been covertly monitoring Tuoba Yin, swiftly set off in pursuit. On the contest stage, the elder referee tugged at Tang Yunjiao's body, his expression stern. Tang Yunjiao, answer me. Can you continue the fight? If you do not respond, I shall declare this match. Bang, before he could finish. The previously motionless Tang Yunjiao suddenly performed a nimble leap, returning unscathed to the contest stage. You are unhurt? The elder looked at Tang Yunjiao in surprise. Rest assured, elder, I am perfectly fine. Tang Yunjiao laughed heartily. as if the earlier humiliation had never occurred. Let the contest continue. Upon witnessing Tang Yunjiao's exuberance, the elder chose to refrain from further comment, gesturing for the duel to continue. Junior brother Tang, surrender can sometimes be a viable option. Jiang Feng offered a friendly reminder as he observed Tang Yunjiao returning to the arena. Brother Jiang, you jest. Wasn't that merely a warm-up? Tang Yunjiao replied with a confident smile directed at Jiang Feng. A warm-up, you say? Given your level of confidence, I shall not hold back any longer. Jiang Feng declared, by all means, do not hold back, or you may find you won't even have a chance to strike. Tang Yunjiao's demeanor shifted dramatically. Junior brother Tang, your arrogance knows no bounds. Jiang Feng's expression darkened, and he launched himself forward like a cannonball. Tang Yunjiao instinctively raised his fists in defense, only to realize that his fire gauntlets had been returned to Jiang Feng. Without the fire gauntlets, let's see what grounds you have to be so boastful. Jiang Feng struck with a powerful punch. Activating his Xian iron body, his entire form became as indomitable as iron itself. The blow fell like a 1,000-pound weight. Boom! With a resounding crash, the arena was shattered. This is impossible. Jiang Feng was momentarily stunned, his confidence evaporating as he beheld the scene before him. For there stood Tang Yunjiao. One arm braced across his front, having withstood the blowed as I mentioned. That was merely a warm-up. As Tang Yunjiao lifted his hand, a searing brilliance erupted from within him, causing Jiang Feng to retreat in shock. When did your body become so formidable? Jiang Feng steadied himself. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Tang Yunjiao. Brother Jiang, I am not the only one capable of unlocking my potential. Tang Yunjiao chuckled, a hint of pride gracing his features. That's so? Jiang Feng growled, springing forth once more to attack Tang Yunjiao. This time, Tang Yunjiao chose not to remain passive but to strike back proactively. Boom, boom, boom. The two figures clashed violently in mid-air, engaging in a fierce exchange. Tang Yunjiao matched Jiang Feng's prowess, bolstered by his physical strength. To Jiang Feng's astonishment, he had not anticipated that Tang Yunjiao had honed his body to such an extraordinary degree. What was even more alarming was that Jiang Feng had yet to decipher the nature of Tang Yunjiao's physique. This indicated that throughout their previous exchanges, Tang Yunjiao had been concealing his true strength. Feigning weakness. How dare you underestimate me? Tang Yunjiao. Jiang Feng's anger flared. His usual composure was cast aside, and a singular thought consumed him. To annihilate Tang Yunjiao at any cost, to redeem the humiliation he had suffered. A silver-black radiance enveloped him, causing his figure to vanish from Tang Yunjiao's sight in an instant. Xian iron light. Bang! Tang Yunjiao was momentarily blinded by a flash, only to feel a sharp kick from Jiang Feng strike his back. He instinctively turned, yet Jiang Feng had once again eluded his notice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the activation of Xian iron light, Jiang Feng surged forward, his speed reaching its zenith, darting around Tang Yunjiao, waiting for the opportune moment. The tables turned once more, and Jiang Feng relentlessly pressured Tang Yunjiao, landing blow after blow, while Tang Yunjiao struggled to retaliate. With each strike, Jiang Feng's ferocity escalated, and even Tang Yunjiao's remarkable physical resilience began to falter. If this continued, he would inevitably have to resort to his solar body's power. Should that happen, he would lose the wager with sister Sang Yue. No, that cannot be allowed. In desperation, Tang Yunjiao swung his fists in an attempt to block Jiang Feng's onslaught. Unwittingly playing into Jiang Feng's hands, Jiang Feng appeared above Tang Yunjiao, spinning like a top before plummeting downwards. The Xian iron light unleashed an astonishing force, crashing down upon Tang Yunjiao. Killing move. Xian light spin. Tang Yunjiao. In the end, I shall emerge victorious. In that moment, Tang Yunjiao realized he would have to unleash his power. With mere moments to spare, he raised his hands in despair. The strength of the solar body erupted. A glimmer. Boom. A blazing light swept across the arena, obliterating everything in its path. The vast arena vanished in the blink of an eye, dissipating completely. The figures of Jiang Feng and Tang Yunjiao also disappeared from view. Who won? This astonishing scene left the surrounding disciples in shock. Team must be Brother Jiang. Poor Tang Yunjiao is surely doomed. Did you see that? I saw a flash of light. And then, nothing. So where did Brother Jiang and Tang Yunjiao go? What on earth just happened? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the elder's voice finally rang out, declaring the victor of the duel to be. Turning to look, they beheld a disheveled, dirt-covered figure barely standing atop the ruins of the arena. Tang Yunjiao. How could it be Tang Yunjiao? What of Brother Jiang? Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the rubble, seemingly ravaged as if scorched by the sun. None other than the defeated Jiang Feng. Incredible! Tang Yunjiao actually won. How did he manage that? Why did Brother Jiang lose so badly? From a distance, it was painful to watch. What did Tang Yunjiao even do? All we saw was a flash of light. Could it be that Tang Yunjiao's physique is related to light? A light shadow body? But that should be an ordinary physique. Surely it can't be that impressive. I suspect Tang Yunjiao cheated, after all. His master is the head of the law enforcement hall. Silence. Even if we cannot discern any cheating, do you think the elder serving as the judge would be oblivious? The fact remains, Tang Yunjiao won, albeit beyond our comprehension. This indicates his strength is far beyond what we can perceive. Forgive me, Brother Jiang. I did my utmost to restrain myself. Tang Yunjiao felt a wave of shame upon seeing Jiang Feng's plight. This was precisely why he had agreed with Sun Yue to refrain from revealing his true potential too early. The power of a royal-level physique was simply overwhelming. Even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Did you just unleash royal-level power? Jiang Feng gasped, finally regaining his breath, pointing at Tang Yunjiao, his voice trembling. Sure. Tang Yunjiao quickly gestured for silence, then hoisted Jiang Feng up and entrusted him to the disciples of the alchemy chamber for treatment. With 2 consecutive victories, Tang Yunjiao advanced to the next round. After confirming Jiang Feng was all right, he temporarily left the arena to find Jiang Chongkong seated in the stands, as expected of you. Chongkong, advancing to the next round so swiftly, Tang Yunjiao began to flatter him immediately upon sight. Flattery won't change the fact that you used your solar body. Jiang Chongkong saw through Tang Yunjiao's intentions without difficulty. Tang Yunjiao's expression fell. Chongkong, I only utilized a fraction of it. Couldn't you just overlook that? Am I the type to be biased? Jiang Chongkong shot Tang Yunjiao a stern look. All right, I concede. Tang Yunjiao raised his hands in surrender. He lowered his head, gazing into the distance, when suddenly a thought struck him. Wait, Sun Yue's time isn't up yet. It seems I still have a chance. Give up on that notion. You have no chance. Jiang Chongkong shot Tang Yunjiao a knowing glance. Silently smiling, I refuse to accept that. Until Sister Tsang Yue's match concludes, I still have a chance. Tang Yunjiao crossed his arms defiantly. Whoosh! A young man slowly ascended the arena, approaching Tsang Yue. Sister Tsang Yue, Sun Wei here offers his respects. Upon seeing Tsang Yue, Sun Wei's eyes sparkled, displaying the utmost courtesy. Tsang Yue was the acknowledged beauty of the Lan Tsang sect, a goddess in the eyes of many disciples. Sun Wei was no exception. He had longed for an opportunity to draw closer to her. Unfortunately, due to her exceptional talent, she was taken as a direct disciple by Elder Lu Yu early on, quickly becoming a prominent figure within the sect. For ordinary individuals, it was nearly impossible to approach her. Thus, Sun Wei had diligently trained, striving for the day he could engage with Tsang Yue. Little did he know, during his first participation in the sect's grand competition, he would encounter her. That it was truly a stroke of fortune. Happiness had arrived far too suddenly. He must seize this opportunity to leave a profound impression on his goddess. Sun Shitty, please make your move. Tsang Yu smiled politely at Sun W. in Sun Wei's eyes. That smile instantly transformed into a captivating glance that could enthrall 100 hearts. Sun Wei was overjoyed, his mind blanking out completely as he cast aside thoughts of the sect competition. He could only manage a foolish grin. Chapter 67. Preparing adequately. The goddess smiled at me. As Sun Wei continued to beam foolishly, countless fantasies danced through his mind, completely neglecting Tsang Yu, who stood opposite him, and failing to grasp the ongoing competition. Sun Shitty. Sun Shitty? Noticing Sun Wei's distraction, Tsang Yu suppressed her annoyance and called out to him 3 times in quick succession, Senior sister, did you call me? Sun Wei, jolted back to reality, instinctively inquired. Tsang Yu forced a smile. Yes, please make your move. Don't zone out again. Oh, oh dear, the goddess smiled at me again. Just as Sun Wei regained focus, he fell victim once more to Song Yu's smile. He remained oblivious to how strained her smile truly was, nor did he detect her impatience. Seeing Sun Wei lost in thought again, Song Yu could only helplessly direct her gaze towards the elder beside her. Upon noticing this, the elder, unable to contain himself, sternly addressed Sun Wei. Sun Wei, if you continue to space out, I shall regard it as a withdrawal from the competition. This is your first warning, another offense. And I will consider you forfeited. The sudden reprimand pulled Sun Wei back from his stupor. Sun Wei, what on earth are you doing? This is the sect competition. Snap out of it. Don't forget why you've worked so hard to cultivate. Only by proving yourself can you attain what you desire. A man on the competition stage, with veins bulging on his forehead, shouted angrily at Sun Wei. That man, filled with exasperation, was none other than Sun Wei's master. Guiyong was a seasoned elder of the Lansong sect, with deep roots in the organization. With his innate talent, he should have achieved greater heights. Yet years ago, a calamity left him gravely injured, nearly costing him his life. Despite the arduous recovery, he discovered his foundation was compromised, and he could no longer make any progress. Undeterred, he resolved to cultivate the finest disciple for the sect, thus proving his worth. Sun Wei was the best prospect he had unearthed in recent years, both in talent and temperament. Therefore, Guiyong held high hopes for Sun Wei in this competition. However, the moment Sun Wei entered the arena, he acted foolishly, losing all semblance of his usual composure, landing a heavy blow to Guiyong's expectations. And no wonder he was so furious. Realizing his master's wrath, Sun Wei instinctively shrank back, repeatedly bowing in apology. I apologize, senior sister Song Yu. I was lost in thought just now. I will give it my all from here on out, and I hope you will not go easy on me. Sun Wei took a deep breath to steady himself. Bowing slightly toward Song Yu, and oh trouble at all. Please make your move, shitty. Song Yu dully raised her hand. My apologies. Sun Wei's gaze sharpened, and in an instant he vanished from Song Yu's line of sight. Whoosh! In the next moment, a silent azure wind blade appeared behind Song Yu, slicing fiercely through the air. Song Yu reacted swiftly, utilizing her agility to create distance. Rip! Accompanied by a crisp sound, a fragment of Song Yu's sleeve was severed. She had indeed been struck. Song Yu looked at the piece of her sleeve drifting before her expression growing grave. Moments ago, she had successfully executed her evasive maneuver to avoid Sun Wei's ambush. Yet now she was grazed. In other words, her evasion had failed. Before she could reflect further, another azure wind blade materialized. This time, it was a direct assault. Song Yu swiftly stepped forward, employing her agility once more. It was one thing to be caught off guard previously. There was no way she would allow him to succeed in a frontal clash. Whoosh! Just as Song Yu evaded, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The approaching azure wind blade seemed to have anticipated her movement, splitting into three in a pinwheel formation, effectively sealing off all her escape routes. Song Yu had no choice but to endure the hit. Bang! Song Yu could only roll to the ground, protecting her vital spots from being struck. The extreme speed combined with precise calculations. Sun Shitty, you truly have opened my eyes. I've learned a great deal. Song Yu, slightly wounded, quickly rose to her feet, genuinely praising Sun Wei. This was not mere flattery, but sincere commendation. From the two attacks, it was evident that Sun Wei's first strike was ostensibly a display of speed. But in reality, it was a test of Song Yu's reflexes and the distance of her evasive maneuvers. Thus, during his second attack, he perfectly calculated the timing and distance of her evasion, concealing two additional wind blades within the first. Feeling the weight of Song Yu's praise, Sun Wei abandoned his initial intent to pursue, grinning widely as he replied, "Senior sister, you're too kind. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet." Sun Shitty, I know. Song Yu attempted to interrupt Sun Wei. However, he was undeterred, continuing to speak at length. My constitution is the wind elemental light body, one of the celestial constitutions, possessing both wind and light attributes, although the light attribute is far too profound for me to fully grasp at the moment. Its power should not be underestimated. My advantage lies in speed, while my disadvantage is— Stop! Enough! Song Yu interjected forcefully, her voice laced with annoyance that we are in a competition. It must be fair and just, please conduct yourself accordingly. Observing the scene from below, Guiyong was infuriated, his face turning red with rage as he pointed at Sun Wei, shouting, Sun Wei, have you lost your mind? If you keep this up, I might just come up there and take you down myself. Master, I was wrong. I promise I won't speak again. Please don't eliminate me. I still plan to honor you until I reach 100. What would you do if I were gone? Sun Wei quickly offered his sincerest apologies. Guiyong was both furious and amused. This boy nearly drove him to the brink of fainting. Senior sister, though I greatly admire you, I cannot go against my master's orders. No matter what, I must claim victory today. Sun Wei turned at Song Yu, speaking earnestly. With that, he raised his hand, unleashing several azure wind blades towards Song Yu. Simultaneously, Sun Wei's figure vanished from his original position. To secure victory, you must first overcome my ice soul hellfire. Song Yu declared, a blend of red and blue flames erupting from her palm. With a resounding boom, the oncoming azure wind blades were obliterated in an instant. Truly impressive, ice soul hellfire. One glance is enough to shatter my wind blades. Thankfully, I prepared adequately. Sun Wei's figure suddenly appeared behind Song Yu, chuckling softly. Song Yu, without turning, enveloped herself in the radiant flames of ice soul hellfire, rendering her impervious to any of Sun Wei's surprise attacks. Instead, he would face the flames' wrath. Good strategy, but I mentioned that I had prepared ahead. Sun Wei made no attempt to launch a surprise attack, but remained stationary, a confident smile gracing his face. With that, he slammed his hands down onto the competition platform. Buzz! In an instant, a blue circle emerged, centered around Song Yu. Countless wind blades surged forth, swiftly engulfing her. Wind blade array. Endless wind blades. This was Sun Wei's hidden card. His true, killing move. The previous wind blades had merely been a diversion. His real intention was to set up this devastating wind blade array while Song Yu was preoccupied with the first assault. Every step Song Yu took was within Sun Wei's calculations, while Sun Wei's every move far exceeded her expectations. Boom! As Song Yu was completely enveloped, Sun Wei slowly raised his right hand, coldly uttering a single word. Chapter 68. Turning the Tables. Boom. With Sun Wei's icy command, the competition platform was instantaneously engulfed in azure light. Sun Wei gazed expressionlessly at the unfolding scene, a smile gradually forming on his lips. The current him was a far cry from the foolish boy who had been entranced by Song Yu's smile just moments ago. The sudden turn of events sparked heated discussions among the onlookers. Leading the charge was Sun Wei's master, Guiyong, who finally stood tall, able to hold his head high. This boy has finally lived up to my expectations. In the next decade, aside from Yi Chingwan, Sun Wei will undoubtedly claim his place in the Lan Song sect. I must say, is Sun Wei truly this formidable? His usual foolish demeanor seems to have transformed entirely. I am convinced that Sun Wei will undoubtedly emerge as the dark horse of this sect competition, ready to deliver a stunning upset. Yet he seems utterly oblivious to the notion of cherishing beauty. Sister Song Yue is, after all, the most exquisite beauty of our Lan Song sect. How could he lay a hand on her? It is simply a case of brutalizing a delicate flower. In the stands, Jiang Chongkong nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing Sun Wei's performance, accurately calculating his moves and skillfully employing his spiritual energy in conjunction with his physical prowess, integrating it with the formation. This lad's display is quite intriguing. Upon hearing Kong Xiao's remarks, I began to silently recite Sister Tsuyue's name, unable to contain my excitement at the prospect of her activating her innate abilities. Upon hearing this, Tang Yunzhao, who had been somewhat dispirited, suddenly regained his vigor. If Song Yue were to utilize even a fraction of her innate talent, she would be evenly matched with Tang Yunzhao. My apologies. Sister, I may have struck a bit too hard. Sun Wei, gazing at Tsuyue engulfed by the gale formation, offered a slight bow of apology. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A resounding sound erupted suddenly from within the gale. In the next moment, a colossal red figure forcefully tore through the gale formation, soaring into the sky. The fire phoenix body. Boom! Tsuyue's figure reappeared on the competition stage, surprisingly only sustaining minor injuries. Sun Shidi's tactics have truly broadened my horizons. I had underestimated you before, Tsuyue. Having escaped a predicament, offered a respectful bow to Sun Wei. I did not anticipate that even my gale formation would fail to ensnare you completely. Sister has indeed taught me a significant lesson. It appears my preparations were insufficient. Sister-S cultivation must have seen tremendous progress recently, upon witnessing that Sang Yue had suffered no real harm from the gale formation. Sun Wei's eyes ignited with fervor. This meant his fighting spirit had been completely awakened. This lad is about to get serious. Below the competition stage, Gu Yong, upon witnessing this scene, suddenly had a spark of light in his wrinkled face. Why not have Shidi personally verify it? Sang Yue regarded Sun Wei with a slight smile. Sister, be cautious, Sun Wei shouted, transforming into a streak of azure light, charging directly towards Sang Yue. Having learned from his previous missteps, Sang Yue understood that relying solely on her agility would not suffice for a direct confrontation. Swish! The ice soul inferno erupted from within her, enveloping her in an armor of intertwining ice and fire. This signified that Sang Yue had completely refined the ice soul inferno, achieving a state of total mastery. Bang! Just then, Sun Wei's azure light struck. Boom! The collision between the two generated a dazzling brilliance that engulfed the entire competition stage. At that moment, the onlookers found their vision obscured by the intense radiance, experiencing a brief moment of blindness. Even Sang Yue on the competition stage was affected, yet Sun Wei appeared to have foreseen this. Swiftly darting out like lightning, utilizing the combination of wind and light attributes, he flickered around Sang Yue's surroundings a total of 8 times in the blink of an eye. Clang, clang, clang. 8 almost tangible blades of wind coalesced effortlessly, slicing through the defenses of the Ice Soul Inferno and striking into her body. With the impediment of the Ice Soul Inferno eliminated, the blades of wind easily tore through Sang Yue's defenses, plunging deep into her form. Boom! Sang Yue's body reverberated with a series of thunderous sounds, but this was merely the beginning. Sun Wei's true objective was to sever the connection between Sang Yue and her spiritual energy in an instant, rendering her utterly powerless to resist in the short term. It's over. Sun Wei struck down with his palm, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy in an instant. The ultimate move. Azure Light Gale Break. Boom! Sang Yue was unable to react in time and was engulfed in Sun Wei's assault. Hiss hiss. Just as Sun Wei believed victory was assured, Sang Yue before him dissipated unexpectedly like a dying flame. This is an illusion. Sun Wei's expression changed dramatically. That was not Sang Yue at all, but rather a false image conjured through the fusion of Ice Soul Inferno and spiritual energy. Flame clone. Whoosh! Sang Yue's figure appeared spectrally behind Sun Wei, and the Ice Soul Inferno soared into the air, transforming into a spear that plunged fiercely into Sun Wei's body. Boom! Huff! The taken aback Sun Wei was sent flying, crashing onto the competition stage. Blood uncontrollably spewing forth. Sun Wei attempted to struggle to his feet, but found himself utterly immobile. I have lost. He took a deep breath, mustering the last remnants of his strength to concede. Shidi, I concede. Tseng, pale-faced, landed on the competition stage and offered a respectful bow to Sun Wei. Having suffered an unexpected setback at Sun Wei's hands earlier, Sang Yue had already taken precautions against him. She understood that speed was Sun Wei's greatest advantage, and she could not compete with him on that front. Of course, if she were to fully activate her innate power, Sun Wei would undoubtedly stand no chance against her. However, due to the wager with Tang Yanzhao, she was determined not to reveal her trump card prematurely, no matter the circumstances. While Sun Wei's advantage lay in speed, his corresponding weakness was glaringly apparent. His defense was exceedingly fragile. To counter this, she feigned vulnerability, allowing Sun Wei to unleash his ultimate move. At that moment, Sun Wei would surely let his guard down, exposing a weakness, giving her the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. This was a case of using his own strategy against him. Thus, she created a false image using the azure light emitted by Sun Wei, all while taking advantage of the Ice Soul Inferno. Naturally, given her current cultivation level, creating the flame clone in such a short span was quite taxing and immensely draining, leading to her present state of considerable fatigue. Once Sun Wei regained his breath, he managed to muster a smile towards the Sang Yue, acknowledging, compared to me, Sister is truly the one with a meticulous mind, able to devise a countermeasure in such a brief time. I concede this match wholeheartedly. Do not belittle yourself, Sun Shitty. With your talent and brilliance, you will undoubtedly become an integral part of the sect in the future. Sun Yue approached, helping Sun Wei to his feet with a genuinely sincere smile. Sister S' smile is truly enchanting. Upon seeing Tsu's smile, Sun Wei's heart soared. He felt no trace of the despondency of defeat. Rather, he felt fortunate to have left a profound impression on Tsang Yue. I hereby announce that the victor of this match is Tsang Yue. Having won 2 consecutive matches, she shall advance to the next round according to the rules. An elder on the competition stage confirmed the situation and declared the result. Tsang Yue turned and leaped onto the stage, approaching her master. Lu Yu, Master, you did well, but why didn't you activate your innate abilities from start? If you had, you wouldn't have found yourself in such a predicament. Though Lu Yu felt pleased with Tsang Yue's victory, she was not satisfied with Tsang Yue's performance on the stage. Overall, she felt that Tsang Yue's display was vastly inferior to her usual standard. To put it bluntly, it was riddled with errors. Perhaps it was her first time participating in the sect competition, and she was a bit too nervous. Tsang Yue cast a furtive glance at Lu Yu, sticking out her tongue sheepishly. You little rascal, are you not coming down? You're embarrassing me up there. On the other side, Gu Yong, witnessing Sun Wei lost in thought and reluctant to descend, could not contain his anger and dragged him down, giving him a thorough reprimand. Chapter 69. Do not rely solely on your beauty to have your way, alas. It seems I'm the last among the 3 to advance. Tsang Yue arrived at the stands, only to find Tang Yunzhao and Jiang Changkong already seated, feeling somewhat disheartened. Sister, do not say such things. After all, your opponent Sun Wei was quite formidable. Tang Yunzhao immediately stepped forward to console Tsang Yue. Yet, he was met with a fierce glare from Tsang Yue. With how easily Jiang Changkong advanced and is seated here, I certainly feel no surprise. But why did you take even less time than I did? Sister, saying that hurts my feelings. Tang Xiaoping clasped his chest, feigning a wounded expression while unable to suppress his laughter. Clearly, he was speaking in jest. Seeing this, Tsang Yue became increasingly irate. Something unusual is definitely afoot. I need not elaborate, right? To her surprise, Jiang Changkong suddenly spoke up, winking at Tsang Yue, being a remarkably astute individual, immediately connected the dots, her eyes lighting up. Tang Xiaoping, confess honestly. Did you utilize the Sunfire body? I did not. That is absolutely not the case. You must not speak recklessly. Tang Xiaoping immediately unleashed a barrage of denials. However, his panic gaze had already betrayed him. Tsang, with a languid tone, remarked, I once thought Tang Shitty was a man of great stature. Yet it turns out he is so incapable of accepting defeat. Who says I cannot accept defeat? I merely utilize a slight bit. Strictly speaking, it doesn't count. Tang Yunzhou struggled in his dying moments, exclaiming, once used, it is used, even if it is but a trace. Turning to his junior, he added, thank you, Tang Shitty. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Tsang Yue's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she struck a victorious pose towards Tang Yunzhou. Wait, if that counts, then senior sister, you have lost as well. You also employed your physical prowess earlier. I saw it quite clearly, protested Tang Xiaoping, unwilling to concede defeat. I did use my physique, but what of it? I did not break any rules, Tsang Yue replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Tang Xiaoping. Using one's physique, not a violation. Senior sister, do not presume upon your beauty to act with impunity, Tang Yunzhou retorted indignantly. Tang Shitty, you must understand. Our wager was to refrain from using royal-level physiques, correct? Yes, and yet you claim you did not utilize yours? But I distinctly utilized the Fire Phoenix physique. Where's the transgression? Tsang Yue winked innocently at Tang Xiaoping. Very well, I concede. You are indeed cunning. Her words left Tang Xiaoping in a state of shock. Resigning himself to admit defeat, Tsang Yue erupted into laughter upon witnessing Tang Xiaoping's dismay. Jiang Changkong, observing their quarrel, shook his head helplessly and remarked, what's the big deal about using it? Isn't that the very purpose of your participation in the sex grand competition? Not at all. The later one showcases their abilities, the more impactful the revelation. Using it too early diminishes the thrill, Tang Yunzhou asserted earnestly in rebuttal. Sun Yue wholeheartedly agreed, exclaiming, "Exactly. Besides, our primary aim in this discussion is to instill fear in the sect and Yi Qinghuan, demonstrating that Lansong sect is not solely represented by his royal physique. Furthermore, we are doing this to avenge you. Indeed, Kong saw, your words wound our hearts." Tang Yunzhou gazed at Jiang Changkong with an air of melancholy. "Oh, the jester turns out to be myself?" Jiang Changkong shrugged helplessly that moment. The first round of battles on the competition stage was drawing to a close. Most participants in this sect's grand competition had been eliminated, resulting in only 7 individuals, including Jiang Changkong, advancing. Among them, Yi Qinghuan advanced automatically due to a lack of challengers. There were a total of 8 spots for the second round, meaning one more contender would emerge shortly. Not far off in the stands, Feng Songyun observed the previous match results, engaging in quiet conversation with Yi Qinghuan. "What is your opinion?" "A group of useless individuals, utterly incapable of being my opponents. Reaching the second round is their utmost limit." Yi Qinghuan smirked disdainfully I meant Jiang Changkong's earlier performance. Feng Songyun inquired again. "Mediocre at best. Previously, Cheng Fei attempted to eliminate him but ended up perishing at his hands." From that moment, I knew Jiang Changkong was no longer a mere waste. Thus, I am not surprised by his display today. As it stands, he seems far from regaining his peak power, rendering him inconsequential. Yi Qinghuan's eyes reflected utter contempt. "Caution is the mother of safety. Do not forget, he has evaded death on multiple occasions, continuously thwarting him. This is no mere coincidence." Feng Songyun regarded Yi Qinghuan intently. "I understand, but let us assume for a moment. Even if he regains his peak strength, he would still be a mere insect before my 3,000 U physique, easily crushed. Moreover, I have perfectly absorbed all the earth essence. I am virtually invincible." A powerful surge of confidence radiated from Yi Qinghuan. "Excellent. As long as your side is foolproof, the task assigned by the master will be accomplished flawlessly." Upon witnessing that surge, Feng Songyun's face broke into a smile. While Yi Qinghuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Will the plan be executed after the sect competition?" "Foolish boy, the plan has already been set in motion. Did you not notice that nearly all the elders present today are our people?" A strange glimmer flashed in Feng Songyun's eyes. "The plan was advanced? How could I not know? Since when do I need to report my actions to you?" Feng Songyun's gaze turned cold, his displeasure evident. While Yi Qinghuan suppressed his fury, lowering his head in apology. "I did not mean it that way. It is best to keep it that way. Do not forget that Li Feihe has yet to make an appearance today. This is entirely out of character for him. I suspect he may have learned something in advance. That is impossible. This matter cannot possibly have leaked. Better safe than sorry. Caution is the mother of safety. Furthermore, early action has its advantages. Once I successfully seize the position of sect master, I can demand that Tianyao Wuzong reveal the agreement from 20 years ago, and the Wanshuman will undoubtedly seek to ally with us." "Why is that? Have you forgotten that Tianyao Wuzong and Wanshuman have always been at odds? They will never allow Tianyao Wuzong to join forces with us, Lansong sect. So, this is the true purpose of Wanshuman's visit. You need not worry about these matters. Focus on preparing for the second round of competition. Rest assured, for me, this is but a slaughter." The playful smile graced Yi Qinghuan's lips, though his gaze towards Feng Songyun shifted in tone. "That esteemed individual has repeatedly instructed me to ensure that no connections arise between us and either Tianyao Wuzong or Wanshuman. Yet you insist on pursuing this course. It seems you have long had your own agenda. Simply never deemed it necessary to inform me. In that case, I should not be held accountable for what follows." Lowering his head, Yi Qinghuan meticulously polished the pendant hanging from his chest. A barely perceptible glimmer of dark light suddenly flickered from within, only to vanish in an instant. Boom! At that moment, the final bout of the first round commenced on the competition stage. The combatants were none other than Su Lu and Gao Yuan, both hailing from the alchemy chamber. However, Su Lu was a disciple of the third elder, Zhou Jiu, while Gao Yuan was a disciple of the second elder, Su Ming. What appeared to be a routine match was, in reality, a contest embroiled in the internal strife of the alchemy chamber. Senior brother Gao, it has been a while. Su Lu clasped his hands towards Gao Yuan, his smile lacking sincerity. Gao Yuan responded with indifference. Cut the pleasantries and make your move. Wait, senior brother Gao. I have a proposal. Shall we change the method of competition? Su Lu suddenly called out, his smile laced with mischief. Dare you change the way we battle? What? Are you afraid? Gao Yuan turned to Su Lu, a cold smile gracing his lips. Senior brother Gao lacks the courage to even hear me out. Who is truly afraid here? Su Lu maintained a facade of a smiling tiger, his words dripping with provocation. You think someone your caliber could intimidate me? One should be wary of a strong wind, lest it injure your tongue. Gao Yuan scoffed, his gaze growing colder. Then let me ask you once more, do you dare to change the method of competition? Su Li's voice suddenly rose. Speak your mind. Engaging in the same old battles is exceedingly dull. Let us employ the unique competition style of our alchemy chamber, shall we? You wish to compete in alchemy? To determine the victor through that. Su Lu, have you lost your mind? A mere wretch who cannot even concoct a second-grade pill dares to challenge me in alchemy. Gao Yuan shot a disdainful glare at Su Lu, mocking him openly. Unfazed by Gao Yuan's derision, Su Lu seized upon his words to reveal his true intention. Senior brother Gao is indeed correct. In a contest of cultivation or alchemy, I may not be your match. Thus, I choose to challenge you in fire control. Knowing full well that your cultivation and alchemy skills are inferior, you still wish to compete in fire control? Very well, I shall see how you intend to do so. Gao Yuan erupted into laughter at the absurdity of it all. He thought to himself that Su Lu was truly foolish, aware of his lack of odds, yet still opting for trickery. It would be far wiser to engage in a straightforward battle. Yet, one could not solely blame Su Lu for his folly. After all, he was Zhou Jio's disciple, within the alchemy chamber, aside from the legendary elder. The remaining 3 elders operated independently, forming a precarious balance of power. Among them, the rivalry between second elder Su Ming and third elder Zhou Jio was particularly fierce, akin to water and fire. This led to their respective disciples being embroiled in constant conflict, perpetually at odds with each other, whether through alchemical contests or outright battles. Peaceful coexistence was utterly impossible. However, in recent times, Zhou Jio had rarely appeared in the alchemy chamber, causing his disciples to grow increasingly low-key. This left Gao Yuan without an excuse to vent his frustrations, prompting his participation in the sect's grand competition to seek some amusement. Little did he expect that Su Lu would come knocking at his door. Truly a blessing from the heavens. Speak. How do you intend to compare fire control? Surely, one cannot manipulate flames in the air for a longer duration. Can they? Gao Yuan, regaining his composure, inquired at Su Lu, having anticipated this moment. Leaned slightly closer to Gao Yuan, a glint of subtle cunning flickering in his eyes as he lowered his voice. It is quite simple. We shall limit our contest to the duration of an incense stick. Both of us will simultaneously execute the fire control technique, channeling our flames. In the moment the incense burns out, whoever's flames are stronger shall be declared the victor. Is it truly that simple? Gao Yuan questioned incredulously, peering at Su Lu for confirmation. The fire control technique is a fundamental practice that every alchemist in the refining chamber is required to master. It is a prerequisite for becoming an alchemical apprentice. For both Gao Yuan and Su Lu, practicing this technique had become as habitual as eating and sleeping. Given Gao Yuan's cultivation and innate talent, he possessed a mastery of the fire control technique that surpassed Su Li's. Under normal circumstances, Su Lu would never have dared to propose such a challenge unless he had lost his mind. Hence, Gao Yuan was taken aback. There must be something amiss. However, he was astonished that Su Lu had so readily declared it so straightforward. Elder Wu shall bear witness. Brother Gao and I will demonstrate our fire control techniques in this competition. Regardless of the outcome, neither party shall retract their agreement. Su Lu, sensing Gao Yuan's lingering skepticism, included Elder Wu, the judge presiding over the duel. Wu Yi, his expression impassive, nodded. I care not how you choose to duel, as long as both parties consent. Please, Brother Gao. Su Lu flashed a sly smile and gestured invitingly. You may proceed as well. Gao Yuan waved dismissively, exuding an air of confidence. With a synchronized motion, the two unleashed their fire control techniques. Two flames, nearly identical in size and hue, materialized simultaneously from their hands, illuminating the dual arena with a dazzling brilliance. As they infused their spiritual energy, the flames grew ever more radiant, eventually soaring skyward, leaving the onlookers in awe. How clever of Su Lu to devise such a competitive method. Was this not akin to children playing with fire? It hardly appeared remarkable. As the saying goes, an expert perceives the subtleties, while the uninitiated merely watches in wonder. Those who were not disciples of the alchemical chamber, having no experience in alchemy, could not discern the nuances. How pretentious! I can hardly stand the sight of you alchemical disciples, perpetually gazing down from your lofty heights. On the spectator's platform, Tang Yunjiao found amusement in the antics of Su Lu and Gao Yuan. Expressing his disdain, what exactly are they competing for? Is it merely a matter of whose fire burns more fiercely? If it were as simple as you claim, it would be splendid. Do you think that a fiercer blaze equates to greater power? Song Yu shot Tang Yunjiao an exasperated glance. Tang Yunjiao, defiant, retorted, "As long as the spiritual energy input is sufficient, the fire will naturally burn stronger. This is the essence of the fire control technique. Do you truly believe a more vigorous flame could yield less impact?" They were speaking past one another, and Song Yu could only shake her head in disbelief, choosing to disengage from the conversation. Fearful of being infected by Tang Yunjiao's foolishness, "Isn't it obvious that it was the Sky Master who aided in awakening my powers?" Tang Yunjiao boasted, raising his chin proudly. "Yet you have yet to truly unlock the potential of your fiery constitution." Jiang Chongkong flicked the top of Tang Yunjiao's head in disdain. "Sky Master, your words may hurt his feelings." Tang Yunjiao feigned injury, his expression comically woeful. Song Yu accurately pointed out that the strength of a flame is not necessarily correlated with its intensity. Just as an empty shell can be easily pierced by a mere pebble, this exemplifies the distinction between substance and illusion. The crux of the fire control technique lies in control, rather than the fire itself. So do be patient and observe. Jiang Chongkong, while playfully tapping Tang Yunjiao's head, earnestly explained, "Truly, you are a master of wisdom, Sky Master. Listening to your insights is worth more than a decade's worth of meals." Tang Yunjiao nodded, though his understanding was tenuous at best. As he flattered Jiang Chongkong, "How many times must I correct you? It is better to read for 10 years than a feast for 10 years. Jiang Chongkong shook his head in exasperation. Feeling defeated, Tang Yunjiao laughed heartily, unperturbed. "It's all the same. To me, eating for 10 years is far more significant than reading for 10. Song Yu stifled a laugh behind her hand. "At last, my senior sister understands me." As the incense stick neared its end, the duel between Su Lu and Gao Yuan reached its climax. The flames Gao Yuan controlled were not only larger in form, but also more imposing in spirit, demonstrating a complete dominance over Su Li's efforts. "You fool, daring to compete with me in fire control. Victory is assured." Gao Yuan mocked, glancing at the incense, which was about to extinguish within mere moments. With renewed vigor, he channeled every last drop of his spiritual energy into the flames. Suddenly, the fire he commanded surged to an unprecedented height, enveloping the entire arena in searing heat. Now is the moment. Su Li's expression turned icy, and the flame in his hands, noticeably smaller, began to flicker violently. From its core, an eerie violet light began to rise. Chapter 71. The kill zone. He had secretly practiced the purple sun technique. Gao Yuan had been outmaneuvered. On the spectator platform, Jiang Chongkong immediately sensed the anomaly in Su Li's flame, his heart racing. With the emergence of this violet light, Su Li's flames suddenly surged in intensity, spreading outward. Gao Yuan, lost in self-admiration, felt an inexplicable sense of crisis wash over him. Instinctively turning to glance at Su Li in that fleeting moment, he witnessed a nightmare he would never forget. The flames in Su Li's hands had somehow transformed into a haunting violet fire, appearing before him like a specter, and in an instant, it engulfed him along with the flames he controlled. Boom! The terrifying force erupted mercilessly, overwhelming the arena, which could barely withstand such power. It shattered instantly. Elder Wu, serving as the judge, had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of this sudden, mutated flame. Thus, he failed to react in time. By the time he attempted to intervene, it was far too late. Su Lu descended, enveloped in an otherworldly violet glow, his aura soaring. Even Wu Yi, standing nearby, found it difficult to gaze directly, an inexplicable fear creeping into his heart. What on earth had this young man done to ascend so dramatically in power in the blink of an eye? He appeared to be an entirely different person compared to moments ago. Wu Yi steadied himself, gazing deeply at Su Lu, astonished. Bang! Su Lu raised his hand and effortlessly hurled a figure weighing as much as a person. Crashing down upon the remnants of the arena, Wu Yi cast a hurried glance, his expression shifting drastically. It was the previously vanished Gao Yuan. Now he was utterly depleted of power, his body a charred testament to the flames that had scorched him, with nary a whole part remaining. Fortunately, he still drew breath, a sign that he lived. Gao Yuan, did you truly believe I, Su Lu, would so foolishly hand you victory? Indeed, your skills in cultivation and alchemy surpass mine. But you lack intellect. Were it not for the fact that this is a grand sect competition and I wish to conceal my prowess, I would have left you in tatters. Allowing you to linger on is my mercy. Su Lu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the barely breathing Gao Yuan, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The long-standing shadow of being overshadowed by Gao Yuan was finally lifted. I must thank the late Yi Chingfei. Had it not been for his tumultuous affair with the master, I, Su Lu, would never have had the chance to glimpse the secrets of my master's purple sun technique. Elder Wu, I did not anticipate that the flames would spiral out of control. This was not my intention, Brother Gao. I am truly sorry. Su Lu stifled his inner elation and rushed to Gao Yuan's side, feigning profound sorrow. Wu Yi, although sensing something was amiss, had no proof to act upon. And thus, reluctantly announced, I declare this match a victory for Su Lu, advancing him to the next round. Thank you, Elder Wu. Su Lu rose and respectfully bowed to Wu Yi before leaving without a backward glance. The surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment. What just happened? How did Gao Yuan suddenly fall? It appears the flames went out of control. Gao Yuan was clearly in the lead. How could he be overturned so swiftly? They both executed the fire control technique. How could it have gone awry? This is utterly inconceivable. Could it be that the fire control technique harbors some hidden flaw? The disciples of the alchemy chamber were utterly taken aback by the scene before them, a sense of unbidden fear taking root in their hearts. The occurrence was so abrupt that no one could ascertain what had transpired between Su Lu and Gao Yuan. The only certainty was that the flames had spiraled out of control, leading to this tragic incident. This inevitably served as a dire warning to all disciples of the alchemy chamber. Could it be that the fire control technique harbored unknown flaws that could result in uncontrollable consequences? One must recognize that the fire control technique is the very essence of sustenance for every disciple in the alchemy chamber, a skill they diligently cultivate at all times. If there exists a hidden peril within, it would be akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to erupt at any moment. Master Kong, what on earth is happening? Could it be that the fire control technique indeed possesses vulnerabilities? Tang Yunzhao cautiously inquired of Jiang Chongkong. Over the course of their interactions, Jiang Chongkong had ascended to an esteemed position in his mind that if there were anyone who could discern the truth of the matter or ascertain whether the fire control technique had defects, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Chongkong. As one of the fundamental techniques, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that the fire control technique might have some minor imperfections, yet it should pose no imminent threat. The earlier incident involving Su Lu and Gao Yuan was not instigated by the fire control technique, but rather, it was a meticulously orchestrated trap devised by Su Lu. Jiang Chongkong declared with startling revelation. What? A trap meticulously crafted by Su Lu? Upon hearing this, both Tang Yunzhao and Song Yu exchanged incredulous glances. Brother Chongkong, are you implying that Su Lu had been setting a trap from the very beginning, luring Gao Yuan step by step into a pitfall, only to strike when the moment was ripe, ultimately casting the blame upon the fire control technique? Precisely. Jiang Chongkong nodded. This scoundrel Su Lu is indeed insidious. Song Yu and Tang Yunzhao shared a glance, both gasping in disbelief. But why would Su Lu go to such lengths? It must be related to the internal strife within the alchemy chamber. But how exactly was he able to execute such a scheme? Su Lu secretly practiced the Ziyang technique. Jiang Chongkong slowly revealed the truth as he gazed at the two. What? That rascal dared to secretly practice the Ziyang technique. Isn't it under the exclusive control of Elder Zhou? How did Su Lu manage to acquire it? Tang Yunzhao exclaimed. Let's not forget that Su Lu is indeed a disciple of Zhou. He must have surreptitiously observed Elder Zhou's training. How despicable! He has harmed his fellow disciples during the sect's grand competition. Tang Yunzhao seethed with barely contained fury. Even Elder Wui was oblivious. What could you possibly do? Song Yu shook her head in resignation. What use is it to be angry? There are countless individuals like him within the sect. Would you not drive yourself to despair? Perhaps in the second round. You may encounter him. At that point, you can teach him a lesson. Jiang Chongkong chuckled, ruffling Tang Yuan's hair. Indeed, this fellow has also advanced to the second round. It is only a matter of time before we cross paths. Just wait and see how I will deal with him. Tang Yunzhao exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, his fists clenched as he feigned a fierce demeanor. Su Lu is so treacherous. You must exercise utmost caution and not let your guard down. Song Yu kindly advised upon witnessing his exuberance. Fear not, sister, this little rascal may be cunning, but against me, the master of deceit, he can only await his demise. Tang Yunzhao replied, raising an eyebrow at Song Yu. His confidence unwavering. Tone it down. Overconfidence leads to downfall. Have you not heard this before? Song Yu shot him a disapproving glance. Alas, a man like me, born with an innate aura, shines brightest wherever I go. Tang Yunzhao boasted, playfully tousling his hair. Lo and behold, I see a cow flying in the sky. Jiang Chongkong suddenly interjected, seemingly out of nowhere. That is because someone is blowing on the ground, Song Yu seamlessly continued. Of course, Master Kong must always be ahead of me. This is beyond dispute. Tang Yunzhao gave Jiang Chongkong a thumbs up, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment as he continued to boast. Suddenly, a figure materialized beside them like a phantom. Calmly taking a seat at IT was Tuobi Yun, who had returned after his earlier departure. What on earth were you up to? You missed my moment of glory. Tang Yunzhao glared at Tuobi Yun in displeasure, only to notice that there were still traces of blood on his garments that had yet to be cleaned. I apologize. I had to deal with a few pesky flies, so I stepped away for a moment. I assure you, I will fully appreciate your moment of glory and not miss a single detail, Tuobi Yun said as he slowly wiped away the bloodstains from the hem of his clothing. A nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Chapter 72. Altering the competition format. Having concluded the first round of competition, only 8 individuals remain to advance to the second round. I hereby announce the commencement of the second round of competition. Mo Li, the mastermind behind this sect's grand competition, stood at the center to announce the initiation of the second round. However, before he could complete his statement, he was abruptly interrupted by Feng Tsongyin. Rising slowly from the main viewing platform, Feng Tsongyin clapped his hands to rally the crowd, saying, I apologize for the interruption. First and foremost, congratulations to the 8 who have advanced to the second round. You have all showcased your talents and potential, demonstrating that the sect's cultivation over the years has not been in vain. However, I must emphasize,